Chapter 1. Rebirth of Krillin. My head hurts. Colin slowly opened his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. The distant cries of seagulls echoed outside, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Where am I? Colin gradually sat up, feeling a twinge of discomfort throughout his body. Wait a minute. Why are my arms so short? He hastily jumped out of bed, bewildered by the newfound perspective that made the world seem towering. Colin rushed to the mirror. What the hell? Who is this little bald man? The pain in his head was unbearable, causing him to collapse onto the floor. A flood of memories surged into his mind, like a tide of images, enduring relentless bullying at the Duralin temple since childhood, weeping as he fled the temple in search of the god of martial arts, training under Master Roshi, sharing meals and playful moments with Goku, growing stronger through rigorous practice, triumphing at the World Martial Arts Tournament only to be slain by the minion of Demon King Piccolo. Damblin piece by piece, the fragments coalesced into a cohesive narrative. Colin wiped the sweat from his brow and gradually stood upright. To think that I, Colin, have found myself in the Dragon Ball universe, now named Krillin. As a child, I was an ardent fan of Dragon Ball, dreaming of becoming a Saiyan capable of obliterating planets with ease. Now, I can only concede that fate has played a cruel trick. Gazing at his diminutive form, I felt a wave of despair wash over me. I must be no taller than 155 centimeters. No wonder Android 18 always calls me little guy. It's disheartening. Speaking of which, 18 is truly goddess-like, seemingly an eternal source of energy. Ah, how delightful. Fear not, my beloved wife. I shall take good care of you. Slowly, Krillin stepped outside, marveling at the sight of a genuine island. In my previous life, I had never seen an island nearby. An old recliner sat, occupied by an elderly man, a dubious magazine draped over his face. This must be Master Roshi, Krillin thought to himself. Krillin felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Master Roshi. It was more than gratitude, it felt like the bond between a father and son indeed. In the later years, Krillin was the only one to accompany Master Roshi, providing care and companionship in his twilight years. You see me as your son, and I see you as my father. Those such sentiments must remain buried deep within my heart. The sun reached its zenith as Krillin remarked, Master Roshi, you shouldn't sunbathe like this. The sun is blazing hot. You'll get sunburned. He mused. If I get this dark, how will 18 ever look my way? I must take better care of myself, Master Roshi. Let me help you find a better spot, he said, gently moving Master Roshi to the shade of a coconut tree. In truth, Master Roshi had awakened the moment Krillin approached. Overhearing his murmurs about moving him, he thought to himself, this child is truly considerate. My efforts have not been in vain. The sea breeze wafted in, refreshing and invigorating. I had never experienced the ocean in my previous life. A voice echoed in my mind. Remember to bookmark for later. Now, gazing at the vast, azure sea, a torrent of poetic phrases clamored at the edge of my tongue. Ah, the ocean, how abundant you are in water. Krillin dashed towards the shore, where golden sands, the crashing waves, the cries of seagulls, and the splashing of someone swimming created a picturesque scene. La la la. I adore this blue ocean. Don't ask me where I came from. My hometown lies far away, he sang, reminiscent of a classic tune. Diving beneath the waves, armed with a battle power of 100, he thought he could last half an hour. The underwater world was breathtaking, with coral reefs and schools of fish. Suddenly, flashes of red darted past him. What massive shrimp! They must be delicious. I should catch a few to prepare spicy shrimp for Master Roshi. Krillin swam towards them, but the shrimp's speed was astonishing. Every time he drew near, they would evade him. Growing increasingly impatient, he exclaimed, you leave me no choice. Kamehameha! A small jet of water erupted, but to his dismay, he realized that he couldn't even unleash a proper Kamehameha with his current power. Let me try again. Kamehameha! He thought he must have made a mistake. There had to be a technique to it. Suddenly, he recalled Master Ros's teachings. To release the Kamehameha, one must achieve perfect harmony between one's energy and body. Perfect harmony. Perfect harmony. Krillin's face lit up with understanding. I've got it. Assuming the signature Kamehameha stance, he aligned his hands, rotated them 90 degrees, and declared Kamehameha. A small burst of water shot forth. No, that's not right. Let's try again. After numerous failures, Krillin closed his eyes, focusing on every action, every breath, channeling all his strength into his hands now. The Kamehameha surged forth, propelling him through the water with newfound speed. Got you, little shrimp. You can't escape now. He chuckled gleefully, successfully catching 5 shrimp, enough to satisfy his appetite. Time to head home. He ascended into the air, the flying technique feeling effortless, albeit at a slow pace, as he made his way back to Kame House. Master Roshi! Master Roshi! Look what I caught! Krillin shouted excitedly. Master Roshi set aside his dubious magazine and slowly rose. Oh, Krillin! Krillin hurried over, tossing the large shrimp before Master Roshi. Master Roshi, surprised, remarked, "Red shrimp. They're everywhere in the sea. Tough and lacking meat. You really went through all that trouble for nothing." Haha. Krillin laughed. Even you can be clueless about certain things, Master Roshi. Today, I shall prepare a feast for you. Just wait and see. With that, Krillin rushed to the kitchen, ready to embark on his culinary adventure. However, he soon discovered a dire lack of garlic. No garlic. No garlic. He sprinted back to the main room, asking Master Roshi, "Do we have that stuff? You know, the big clump that you peel into slices and has a spicy flavor?" Master Roshi pondered for a moment. "I think I've seen it before. Let me think. 50 years ago, while training in the mountains, I came across some and brought back a small bag. I found it unpalatable and ended up planting it 50 miles southwest of Kame House." After hearing this, Krillin resolved to search for it. Master, they'll be right back. Krillin soared southwest, encountering 5 small islands with no luck. As dusk approached, he continued his search across the vast ocean, determined to find the garlic. If one day isn't enough, then he'll search for 10 days, 100 days. Eventually, he landed on a small island the size of 3 soccer fields and meticulously searched. Suddenly, joy surged within him as he spotted it. Garlic. After scouring over 100 islands, his efforts had finally paid off. He quickly harvested it and returned home. Upon reaching Kame House, the moon hung high in the sky. Master Roshi, I'm about to start cooking, Krillin exclaimed with urgency. How about we eat out today? I still have a bit of money, Master Roshi replied skeptically. Trust me, Master, Krillin insisted, racing back to the kitchen to heat the oil and salt the garlic. The rest is left to imagination. Dinner is ready, Master, Krillin called out as he approached, only to find Master Roshi half sitting, glued to a television show with a gluttonous gaze. Drooling, Krillin shouted, Master Roshi, it's time to eat. Oh, Krillin, don't block my view. Come watch with me. Krillin thought, who would watch with you? I have Android 18 waiting for me. Though it might be years away, my dear wife, I miss you. Yet the alluring actress on the screen was undeniably captivating. What is that delicious aroma? Master Roshi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. He ambled towards the table, spotting a large bowl of red shrimp. Master, try some. Master Roshi eagerly tore off a leg, taking a bite. Oh, this is amazing. His eyes lit up as he devoured the shrimp like a starved man. Leave some for me. Krillin chuckled, joining in the feast. Before long, both were stuffed, reclining on the sofa, engaging in light-hearted banter. By the way, Krillin, the Ox King visited today. He mentioned that Goku and Shishi are getting married in a month and invited us to attend, Master Roshi said leisurely. Oh, Goku is getting married? That means this year is 756 in the Age of Earth, just under 5 years until Raditz arrives on Earth, leading into the era of Dragon Ball. Z. Time waits for no one, Krillin pondered silently. Master, what about launch? He inquired. She might be off robbing again. Ah, then he'll go rest, Master. You should get some sleep too, Krillin said as he headed to his room. Krillin, do you remember the essence of the Kame style? Master rose, his voice boomed with authority. Startled, Krillin replied, of course I do. Lying in bed, Krillin felt a stark contrast to the brightness of the day. His mind was now filled with deeper thoughts. In 5 years, chaos will reign on Earth. Like a powder keg ready to explode, I am merely an ordinary human with slow increases in battle power. Can I train as diligently as Krillin? I'm not even sure. It seems daunting. How will I protect Android 18 and my daughter? Must I rely on Goku to safeguard my wife and child? Krillin clenched his fists tightly. I am merely an Earthling. Just an Earthling. I shall never reach the heights of Goku. He sighed heavily. Ding dong. Is the host starting to feel disheartened? Who's speaking? Greetings, host. This system is the ultimate training assistant for Earthlings. Chapter 2. The Ultimate Training. Krillin suddenly snapped to attention, a look of joy illuminating his face. Indeed, I am the strongest protagonist. You might be celebrating prematurely. The system scoffed. The greatest power of this system lies solely in assisting you forget the notions of grandeur. One strike deals 999 damage. Do not entertain unrealistic thoughts. The essence of this system is encapsulated in one phrase. Strength is achieved through training. Well then, do you have any questions? If not, this system will be going to sleep. Krillin hurriedly replied, wait. What exactly are you trying to convey? I still don't understand anything. Is this how a system is supposed to behave? The system side, please refer to the main screen. Training Assistance System. This system is dedicated to aiding Earthlings in their training, enhancing their sense of existence. Furthermore, there are no secrets within this system that require uncovering. A detailed explanation follows. Time: year 756 of the Ether Era. Name: Krillin. Age: 20. Race: Earthling. Combat power: 100. Skills: Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Afterimage Technique. Training limit: 1500 combat power. Krillin's face was a canvas of confusion. What exactly is your purpose? This system allows you to infinitely enhance your abilities, shattering the limits of Earthlings in relation to you. There lies infinite potential. For instance, your current combat power is 100, yet you possess an additional potential of 1,500 without fortuitous encounters. Your maximum training capacity would be around 1,500 combat power. However, this is merely theoretical. One must recognize that humans possess boundless possibilities. When you approach 1,200 combat power, your progress will become exceedingly arduous. At that juncture, the system can assist you in breaking through your limits, transforming your potential into 5,000, and this 5,000 will represent your next threshold. Do you comprehend now? The system explained slowly. Krillin felt a wave of confusion wash over him, followed by immense excitement and elation. As an Earthling, his greatest concern had always been the limitations of their kind, as it was notoriously difficult for them to surpass a combat power of 50,000 now. With the system addressing the issue of limits, the path ahead seemed clear. Next, all that remained was to devise a comprehensive training plan. The essence of the Turtle School's training philosophy is succinctly encapsulated in 16 characters. Study diligently, train diligently, eat well, and rest well. Training for 5 hours a day is more than sufficient. Haste makes waste. Additionally, dedicating 2 hours daily to study is imperative, for Krillin aspired to be a person of cultural depth. With these thoughts, he drifted into slumber. The following day, a ray of sunlight streamed in, gradually warming Krillin's face. The gentle glow stirred him awake. He slowly opened his eyes, yawned, and turned to get out of bed. Krillin made his way to the main hall, where the gentle and graceful Launch had prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Krillin, Launch smiled and greeted, "Good morning, Krillin." "Good morning, Launch, Master Roshi," he replied. "Sit down and prepare to eat," she urged. Master Roshi observed a change in Krillin. He seemed to exude more confidence, his smile revealing a newfound light in his eyes. Krillin was a determined child, and since the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, he had appeared somewhat melancholic, but now, everything seemed well. Master Roshi smiled with satisfaction. "Master, I'm going to practice," Krillin declared before leaving. "This child has become quite diligent." Master Roshi nodded approvingly. "Currently, my combat power stands at 100. I recall, when Raditz arrived on Earth, my combat power was 206, while Goku's ranged from 334 to 416 now. Goku's is approximately 280, so the gap isn't too vast. However, that disparity will soon be measured in millions. This is the optimal time to catch up, especially considering Goku's combat power will not increase significantly over the next 4 years, and Piccolo will have a new technique, the Special Beam Cannon. It seems that marriage has indeed constrained Goku." Krillin chuckled. Now it was crucial to acclimate to his body and become familiar with the sensation of combat, starting from the most fundamental exercises. First, 2,000 push-ups, 1, 2, 3, 2105, and he felt no fatigue. Truly remarkable. Krillin marveled, just a light sheen of sweat after 2,000 push-ups. Next, he proceeded to 2,000 burpees, followed by 1,500 push-ups, and then 10,000 push-ups. With his arms supporting him, he felt puddles of sweat beneath him, his muscles trembling. "You can do this, Krillin. Keep pushing." The tremors intensified as he gritted his teeth, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping heavily, he had reached his limit. Ding dong. The host has reached the pinnacle of cultivation, and the system's restoration function has been activated that a mysterious force begins to nourish and rejuvenate Klin's body whenever the host reaches their limit in training. The restoration feature springs into action. Klin lies on the ground, feeling a warm and comforting sensation enveloping him, slowly closing his eyes to relish the delightful euphoria that accompanies his practice. 3 hours later, he awakens, discovering that his body is devoid of any discomfort or muscle soreness. Instead, he feels invigorated and refreshed, truly splendid, as he can now cultivate without reservations. It is time to return. The path of cultivation emphasizes steady progress. For haste leads only to failure. Master Wutian continues to bask in the sun, though this time, a coconut tree provides a slight shade. Klin approaches him. Master Wutian, do you still have the turtle shell I used for training? I would like to retrieve it, he inquires. The turtle shell is stored in the back warehouse. Master Wutian explains. Given your current level, the shell will not be of much use. You should acquire a heavier one. Perhaps by customizing one in the town that I understand, but I still wish to give it a try. Klin replies inwardly, adding to himself, though, I currently have no money. Very well, master. I shall go search for it. Klin responds. Soon he finds it. Observing the aged turtle shell, he notes its acceptable weight and decides to train with it tomorrow. Now is the time to study, so Klin heads towards the bookshelf. Upon opening it, he is astounded by the sheer volume within. However, the covers leave much to be desired. After a few glances, he feels a surge of ominous energy. The old relics. Indeed, a treasure trove, living up to its reputation as a collector's haven. It seems learning will have to wait, especially since he lacks the funds to purchase any books. Life is indeed challenging. The following day, Klin arrives at the training ground, carrying a hefty 40-kilogram turtle shell on his back. He begins his regimen with 2,000 push-ups, finding the exercise noticeably more strenuous than the previous day, yet such difficulty yields greater results. Utilizing just 2 fingers for support, his arms tremble as the ground becomes damp with sweat. Whenever he feels he might collapse, he envisions the face of number 18, recalling the moment in Dragon Ball when a single punch obliterated a planet, which instantly rekindles his strength after a brief respite. Klin lies on the ground, his spirits soaring. The mysterious power of the system slowly mends his body, akin to a Saiyans healing liquid. 2 hours later, feeling revitalized, he rises to continue his intense training. However, the concepts taught by Master Wutian remain vague. To truly master their application, he must venture to the temple. A week passes in the blink of an eye as Klin remains dedicated to his training. Eyes tightly shut, channeling his inner strength. With a mighty shout, a blue beam of energy erupts from his hands, demolishing a distant hill. This is the real deal. Now, with a power level of 100. He still finds himself lacking in practical combat experience. The sensation of memory ignites his fervor. The feeling of strength is truly exhilarating, yet being constantly outmatched carries a different weight. How to articulate it? Even knowing that no matter how much he trains, he will always fall short of his comrades creates an unsettling sensation. It is no wonder that later on, Klin abandons his identity as a martial artist. I can now somewhat comprehend Klin's sentiments at that time. His heart for martial arts has never waned, yet the harshness of reality often leaves him battered and bruised. Now, with newfound support, I am aware that I can continue to grow stronger. An incomparable feeling. Rest assured, in this lifetime, I shall become the true, strongest human on earth. Klin silently vows within himself. Chapter 3. Cultivation and earning money as usual, Klin begins his training early. After a week of acclimatization, he gradually grows fond of the sensation of breaking limits. With only 23 days remaining until Goku's wedding, he must seize the opportunity to earn some money. Besides, he cannot remain a burden on others. Time to take action. But what should I do? Klin falls into contemplation. Perhaps I could become a milk delivery person like in my childhood? No, that won't do. Such a path lacks prospects, relying solely on someone else's fortune. What a thought. I never imagined I would lack a marketable skill in this life. Am I meant to resort to underground fighting? The imagery is too disheartening. Xiaolin, it's time for dinner. Lan Chi calls from her seat. Oh, I'll be right there. Klin replies, walking as he ponders. Suddenly, he catches a whiff of garlic. His face brightens, and he claps his hands, an idea sparking. Lanchi, have you ever tried this? He asks, pointing at the garlic. No, this is my first time tasting it. The flavor is truly unique. Lanchi responds with a smile, but that's wonderful. The people in this world have yet to experience the taste of garlic. I shall prepare garlic lobster. A sure ticket to wealth. Lanchi, how about I teach you to make garlic lobster? We can open a small restaurant together. It will surely be profitable and far more enjoyable than staying at home. Besides, venturing out is safer than robbing. Who knows, you might see so much money that you won't even consider robbing anymore. Lanchi, intrigued, replies, that sounds like a good plan, but what if I don't do it well? Don't worry, we'll take it slow. Let me first teach you how to prepare the garlic. The blue-haired Lanchi proves to be an exemplary student, mastering the essence of the dish in no time. Now all that remains is to procure a small cart and a few tables and chairs to officially open their establishment. They head to the forest to gather some wood. The island is abundant with trees, lush and dense. Using his bare hands as a saw, Klin quickly crafts 5 sets of circular wooden tables and chairs. Enough for now. All that's left is to borrow a cart from Master Wu-Tian. Master, may I borrow your capsule number 5 for a few days? Klin asks, I believe I left capsule number 5 in the cupboard. You might want to check there, Master Wu-Tian suggests. Understood, Master Wu-Tian. With everything in place, Klin sets out to gather ingredients. He flies to the garlic field, collecting enough materials for 1,000 servings, then heads to the sea to catch some shrimp. Today, Klin bears the weight of the 40-kilogram turtle shell, feeling the resistance of the water as he dives beneath the surface. A perfect blend of earning money and training, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. The next day, Lanchi rises early, seemingly excited, asking Xiaolin, when are we going to start making money? No rush. We'll head out once the sun sets. After a night of catching shrimp, Klin, though rejuvenated by the system, feels mentally exhausted and vows never to go out at night again. Lanchi appears slightly disappointed, but responds with a simple, oh, before retreating. As the sun nears the horizon, Klin awakens, feeling invigorated. All right, let us set off. He calls to Lanchi, who is ready to go. Master Wu-Tian, curious, expresses his desire to accompany them, but a colossal wave crashes as a small boat glides across the sea, accompanied by the laughter of the trio. Before long, they arrive at their destination, a bustling small town with towering buildings and a diverse array of transport. Among the crowd are wolf-headed werewolves and the endearing duo of bear brothers from the Dragon Ball world. The night market is vibrant and full of culinary delights, and this is merely a small city. Let us earn some money first. Later, I'll take my wife on a trip. Klin thinks, yes, they search for a vacant spot. It seems they have arrived too late. All prime locations are occupied. What a pity, Lanchi voices her concern. Klin chuckles, there's no need to worry. Good wine needs no bush. There's an open spot over there. Let us set up our stall. They proceed to establish their stand. Hey, where's Grandpa Turtle? He was just here. Lanchi inquires, don't fret. I saw Master Wu-Tian chatting with a young lady earlier. He may have gotten sidetracked. Klin reassures her. The work commenced. Kellen randomly took out a sign he had crafted at home, inscribed with the words, garlic prawns, 5,000 yuan each, calculated according to the prices at that time. As little Yukong had once spent over 400,000 on a meal. Before long, the aroma of garlic wafted through the air, its delectable scent permeating the surroundings and drawing a crowd. People gazed longingly at the prawns in the pot, their mouths watering incessantly, yet none dared to indulge. They merely observed tea that moment. Kellen realized that all he needed was a spark to ignite the curiosity of the onlookers. Try before you buy. Kellen shouted, and then handed 1 prawn to the eager crowd. After just a single taste, pandemonium ensued. The werewolf, with gleaming eyes, bellowed, I want 5. Nearby, the bear-like figure scoffed, such small aspirations. Boss, I'll take 20. The werewolf, seemingly provoked, shouted back, then give me 15 more. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, each clamoring for their share. I'll take 5, I want 10, I demand 20. Within a mere 2 hours, all were sold out. Those who missed out were understandably discontented. And Kellen proclaimed, today's ingredients are exhausted. We shall return to the same spot tomorrow. Don't miss it. Some disappointed customers grumbled as they departed. 2 hours wasted, and we got nothing. Lanchi, please tidy up. I'm off to find Teacher Wu-Tian. It's time for us to head back. All right, Lanchi replied, her eyes sparkling with fatigue, that I'm truly exhausted. Teacher Wu Tian, Simon Wu Shuang reminds you. Please consider saving this for later for convenience. As they prepared to leave, Teacher Wu Tian, seemingly engrossed in conversation, casually remarked, just wait a bit longer. Kellen, feigning annoyance, retorted, then we shall depart. You can swim back yourself? Reluctantly, Wu Tian began his journey home, having prepared 200 servings. Priced at 5,000 yuan each, Kellen chuckled, today we've earned 1 million, but I'll save it for my future with number 18. That Kellen generously gifted Lanchi 500,000, and she joyously accepted her earnings, delighted to have earned her keep rather than resorting to theft. Time for bed, she chuckled, as the sun cast its first rays upon the ocean. Kellen was ready for the day ahead, setting a goal of 1,000 servings, with a heavy turtle shell in tow. He began his training beneath the waves. As the sun dipped low in the sky, it was time to venture out. This time, Teacher Wu Tian opted to remain home, choosing instead to watch a beauty pageant. Today was even more bustling than yesterday. Despite the ambitious target of 1,000 servings, they were sold out in a flash. Lanchi rested nearby, while Kellen contemplated hiring 2 additional helpers for her. Considering her status as a young woman, he pondered, a boy approached, appearing around 17, dressed in old but tidy clothes with a few holes, yet his bright eyes suggested a character of integrity. Hello, do you need any workers? He asked hesitantly, fear evident in his demeanor, not of rejection, but of uncertainty. How do you know we need help? Kellen inquired, returning the question. The boy seemed to gain a modicum of confidence and replied softly, I saw how busy you are, and this sister clearly has her hands full. You're a smart kid, but you seem a bit frail. Kellen noted, I can manage. Don't let my appearance fool you. I have great strength. You can test me if you'd like. The boy appeared somewhat desperate. All right, I believe you, Kellen conceded, having already reviewed the boy's credentials. Time, you're 756 of the AG era name. Fanyu age, 16 race. Earthling battle power, 25 skill. Charge training limit, 150800. Kellen was astonished that, among the Earthlings, a battle power of 25 was already quite formidable. Why does his battle power limit fluctuate so much? Kellen mused. Simple. The lower figure reflects the limit achievable without guidance if Wu Tian were to mentor him. He could reach 800, Kellen realized. What a promising prospect, Kellen exclaimed. What is your name? I'm Fanyu, the boy replied, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Kellen chuckled. Come back tomorrow at this time, start work. It might be a bit tiring. I am not afraid. Thank you. Thank you. Fanyu bowed gratefully and dashed away. Kellen smiled, appreciating the boy's sincerity, noting he hadn't even inquired about his pay. I'm a straightforward person too. I'll give him 10,000 a day. He needs nourishment. Lanchi, let us pack up and head home. Okay, Lanchi responded. Today we sold 1,000 servings, earning 2.5 million. Quite impressive. Life is bound to improve. Chapter 4. Activation of functions in the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed. Kellen gradually adapted to the pressure of the underwater environment, feeling a slight increase in strength. Time, year 756 of the AG era name. Kellen age, 20 race. Earthling battle power, 104 skills. Turtle school Kamehameha. Solar fist afterimage fist training limit, 1,500. The sensation of training was delightful, with visible growth in his battle power. La. Kellen couldn't help but feel elated as the days rolled by. Kellen's total assets reached 28 million. Fanyu's addition significantly eased Lanchi's burden, yet Kellen refrained from increasing supply. Scarcity was the true strategy. Though 28 million seemed substantial, purchasing power was still insufficient. Kellen had intended to order a set of gravity training equipment from Dr. Briefs, but given his financial situation, he decided to wait a bit longer. Over the past 10 days of training, he had only managed to increase his battle power by 4 points, which left Kellen feeling anxious. In 4 years, Raditz would arrive on Earth. Although Goku's battle power would be between 314, for 16, Kellen's gap wasn't insurmountable. However, after that, Goku appeared to unlock some kind of cheat. During his battles against Nappa, he reached 50,000 to 80,000, and against Vegeta, he unleashed a 4-fold Kaioken, soaring to a staggering 24,000. On Namek, he would reach 90,000. then 3 million, and finally 150 million, even if he were the strongest support. What difference would it make? In just 5 years, was he destined to become yet another background character? Heaven, are you sending me to be a mere spectator? Kellen lamented, ding-dong. Kellen, are you starting to lose confidence? The System's voice seemed laced with mockery. How dare you? After disappearing for so long, you suddenly reappear to frighten me. Kellen rolled his eyes. You know very well how Saiyans are. Later on, breaking through to add billions in battle power is child's play. What am I to do? Kellen questioned, his anxiety palpable. In light of your eagerness to grow stronger, functions have been activated. Please check your card balance. Energy functions. The system is neither mysterious nor requires further exploration. Potential, 1396 energy, 2 training speed, medium available energy, 0. What's the use of this? Kellen exclaimed, exasperated. Since you've asked so earnestly, this system will graciously enlighten you. Potential represents the current limits of your combat prowess that can be expanded. Energy, on the other hand, is what your body can absorb to enhance your training speed. Simply put, the more energy you possess, the swifter your training progresses. However, when your energy dips below 10 points, it becomes unusable. So how can one acquire energy? Krillin inquired with a hint of urgency. The pathways to obtaining energy are rather straightforward. Firstly, through consumption, eating will yield energy, and secondly, by absorbing objects imbued with potent energy. But I eat regularly, yet I don't see any energy, Krillin protested. You don't seem foolish. Surely you understand that survival necessitates energy. Are you not aware of the law of conservation of energy? The system retorted, unable to suppress a roll of its eyes. Let me share a more explosive revelation. Upon reaching a certain threshold of energy, a qualitative transformation may occur, granting you the chance to surpass your height of 154 centimeters. The system added with a mischievous chuckle. Tears streamed down Krillin's face. The prospect of growing taller reignited his hopes. He had originally planned to gather the Dragon Balls for a wish in the future. But it seemed he could save that effort. As the sun rose, casting its radiant light, Krillin was undoubtedly a youth brimming with hope. No, he was a beacon of optimism. As was his routine, he delivered ingredients for his burgeoning business, which had necessitated the rental of storefront and the employment of several staff members, operating under a limited purchase system. Upon entering the shop, he found Fanyu diligently at work, managing the influx of customers with remarkable ease. What a good child, Krillin thought, nodding in approval. Recently, he sensed diminishing returns from his underwater training and pondered whether he should seek a deeper or more pressurized environment. If so, perhaps it was time to consider a successor, as he needed to engage in more intense training. Seeing his boss approach, Fanyu beamed and greeted him with a deep bow. Good morning, boss. To have such an easy job with such a high salary feels like a dream come true. Fanyu, have you ever considered changing jobs? Krillin asked. Fanyu's face paled in an instant, despair flooding his heart. Is the boss going to fire me? It makes sense. Such an easy job with such a high salary could hardly be mine. I've been fortunate enough for so long. He stammered. No, I haven't thought about it, he quickly replied. Observing Fanyu's sudden change in demeanor, Krillin realized the boy was simply naive and likely misunderstood his intentions. He quickly reassured him, you're not leaving the service role. Instead, you'll be procuring ingredients that I will increase your salary tenfold, but it will be more demanding work. I'm not afraid of hard work, no matter how exhausting it may be. Fanyu declared, reminiscent of a contemporary university student embarking on their first job. Krillin, however, was not a heartless employer. He simply sought to ensure his finances were sufficient, rather than obsessing over quantity. Fanyu seemed momentarily dazed at the prospect of a tenfold salary increase. That's too much. 10,000 is already plenty. His face flushed with excitement. Krillin interrupted him. This is what you deserve. Come find me at Kame House tomorrow, and I will send you the map shortly. You must understand that Kame House is not a place ordinary individuals can easily locate. All right, boss, Fanyu replied, brimming with enthusiasm. The following day, at dawn's first light, Fanyu arrived at Kame House, but refrained from waking Krillin. When Krillin finally stirred, he found Fanyu patiently waiting beneath a coconut tree, exuding an air of calm, a teachable child indeed. Krillin mused, nodding appreciatively. Fanyu, let us go. The system reminded, please remember to collect this after reading for your convenience. Krillin utilized his flight technique, soaring into the sky, leaving Fanyu awestruck. How could a person fly? Fanyu thought, feeling as if he had unlocked a new world, the seed of martial arts quietly taking root within him. Hurry up, keep up. Why are you dazed? Krillin called out. Fanyu snapped back to reality, quickly responding yes, as he steered his small boat to follow. About half an hour later, Krillin halted over the ocean's surface. This is the spot. The ingredients are below. Fanyu, you should try to catch some. Krillin instructed. Without hesitation, Fanyu plunged into the sea. Krillin had faith in his abilities. After all, he was a young genius with a combat power of 25. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Fanyu resurfaced, triumphantly brandishing 2 lobsters and exclaiming, "Boss, look, is this kid really that clever? I had to exert considerable effort in my time." Krillin thought as they filled 2 small capsules with their catch. He felt satisfied. The task was accomplished, allowing him to focus on his own training. "Boss, I'm heading back now. The restaurant needs these ingredients," Fanyu said cheerfully. "Go ahead, but be safe on the water," Krillin replied. "Yes," Fanyu nodded vigorously. "Goodbye, boss." System, why is my energy still at 4 points? I've eaten triple my usual amount these past few days, Krillin inquired. The system responded nonchalantly. The energy contained is insufficient. Fine, Krillin retorted, feeling momentarily stumped. The next day, Krillin set off early to the deep sea, seeking a suitable location to dive. That he descended 10 meters, then 30 meters, feeling the pressure intensify with each meter until he reached 150 meters. The limit of what he could endure. Every inch of his body felt as though it were bound by leaden weights. Yet this pressure was just right to begin his training. With each punch he delivered, he bore the weight of immense resistance, making every movement a struggle. But such challenges were the essence of effective training. After an hour, Krillin sensed his stamina waning and began to surface, relishing the gradual restoration of his strength. A shark, seemingly ravenous, stealthily approached, its dorsal fin slicing through the water as it sought to ambush him. Yet Krillin had already sensed its presence. After all, its energy was far greater than that of an ordinary being. The shark waited for the perfect moment, while Krillin remained poised for action. Suddenly, the shark lunged, mouth agape, but Krillin deftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful blow to its back. The shark was sent flying, suspended in midair. As Krillin unleashed a Kamehameha wave, a flash of blue light illuminating the water, in that instant, the shark ceased to exist. Krillin hovered beside the now lifeless creature, reflecting on the harsh realities of nature. The weak perish while the strong survive. System absorb, he commanded that a notification chimed. 50 energy points acquired. Energy panel opened. Potential, 1394 energy. 56 training speed. Medium, usable energy. 50 using 50 energy points, the system chimed. Energy has been utilized. You will gain high-speed training for the next 5 days. Potential, 1394 energy. 6 training speed. High usable energy. 0 with high-speed training underway. Krillin felt his understanding of martial arts deepen significantly. Becoming more attuned to his energy, he was determined to persevere. However, the larger aquatic creatures in this region had suffered greatly. Nearly wiped out. 2 hours later, the ocean remained tranquil, but Krillin was no longer the same. The system displayed potential, 1393 energy, 3056 training speed, high absorbable energy, 3056 using 3000 energy points. The system chimed, acquiring 30 days of super acceleration. This time, the sensation is even more exhilarating. It feels as though martial arts are within my grasp, more potent than any strength-enhancing potion. What a triumph. Time to head home, but he felt his strength surging with every passing moment, and a newfound confidence blossomed within him. Kellen wore a self-satisfied smile within his heart. Teacher Wutian seemed to sense the transformation in Kellen. First, he radiated confidence, and secondly, he exuded an aura of martial prowess, as if the essence of martial arts had been materialized. Old man, the era of youth is upon us. The future of Earth shall be safeguarded by you. As for the classification of cultivation speed, there are 6 tiers: low speed, medium speed, high speed, super speed, light speed, and VIP.1 can enjoy VIP treatment and supreme acceleration at 10 energy for high speed. 100 energy for super speed, and 1000 energy for light speed, while 10,000 energy is required for the ultimate VIP experience. Chapter 5. Bowsy Mountain. The azure sky, fluffy clouds, and a gentle breeze caressed the waves as they crashed upon shore. Suddenly, a robust figure dashed past, bare from the waist up, revealing well-defined muscles and a chiseled physique, albeit marred by a light purple tortoise shell strapped to his back. With a final leap, Kellen landed gracefully. One foot touching down first while the other followed in a slow, deliberate manner, everything appearing smooth and orderly. Panting heavily, Kellen wiped the sweat from his brow, having finally acclimatized to the 80-kilogram shell. He chuckled to himself, reflecting on the considerable gains he had made over the past 8 days. Time: year 756 of the Ikki era. Name: Kellen. Age: 20. Race: Earthling. Combat power: 196 skills. Kamehameha. Solar Fist. Afterimage Fist. Cultivation limit: 1500. Combat power: super speed. Cultivation is indeed advantageous. Each day, he could visibly witness his increasing strength. He laughed heartily, believing he would soon catch up to Wukong. Kellen smacked himself on the cheek, chiding, "What are you thinking?" Wukong traveled to Namek in just 5 days, reaching 90,000 and subsequently skyrocketed to 150 million. What is there to be pleased about? He slapped himself once more. The road ahead is long and arduous. Kellen sighed deeply in the blink of an eye. It had been a month since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world. Truth be told, it felt rather pleasant. He could soar through the skies at will and indulge in lavish feasts. Moreover, a future bride awaited him. Let us go, Kellen. The future is bright. It was time to return. He needed to cultivate well, rest adequately, and focus on his studies. As usual, Master Roshi lay sprawled in front of the television, engrossed in a women's aerobics program. Drooling at the spectacle, his lewd demeanor unabashed. Wukong is getting married the day after tomorrow. Let's tidy up and head to Bowsy Mountain tomorrow, Kellen suggested slowly. Master Wutian seemed too engrossed to hear. Wutian, Kellen called out loudly. Master Wutian replied casually, "Oh, I'm not going. You young folks can handle that without me." "That won't do. After all, the Bull Demon King's family and Wukong are all your disciples. How can a teacher not attend his disciple's wedding?" Kellen argued. "Besides, there will be a plethora of beautiful women," he added enticingly. Master Wutian's eyes sparkled with interest. "When are we departing, Kellen?" "All right," Kellen smiled softly, thinking that Wutian was still too youthful at heart. What should he prepare for Wukong? In this world, the custom of monetary gifts was unheard of. Wukong, being so naive, wouldn't he care much about such things? Kellen's gaze drifted to a round stone on the bookshelf, bearing a single character. Turtle. Kellen fell into reminiscence, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. In those early days, when they first apprenticed under Master Wutian, it was said that the first to find the stone would earn their meal. Yet, he had slyly taken this stone from Wukong, leaving him hungry. This stone now stood as the perfect testament to their shared history. This is it. The following day, the trio was well prepared. Master Wutian donned a suit reminiscent of a Zhongshan suit, complete with a wig, appearing somewhat sprightly. Lan Chi wore a golden gown that exuded an air of regality, while Kellen, the protagonist, dressed in a white suit, his gleaming bald head adding an unexpected elegance, though his height remained a considerable flaw. "Let us go, Master Wutian. I shall pilot the airship. However, this is my first visit to Bowsy Mountain, so I'm unsure how effective the navigation system will be." Kellen felt a flutter of anticipation at the thought of finally seeing Wukong. Wondering if he would sport that iconic Sun family hairstyle, he vaguely recalled a saying from his past life. Kellen raises the heavens. With boundless powers, he could challenge anyone, but never could he strike Kellen in front of Wukong. Beelzebub's minions had attacked Kellen, only to be swiftly defeated by Wukong. Frisia had also laid hands on Kellen, and Wukong, driven to fury, transformed and vanquished Frisia. Wukong had grown up with no companions, having minimal interactions with others. Yet he had trained with Kellen, shared meals, and grown up alongside him. Kellen could be considered Wukong's best friend, without a doubt. "Wukong, I'm here." After a bumpy ride along the winding mountain roads, 5 hours later, Kellen beheld a landmark structure. Indeed, It was Wukong's home, as they disembarked from the airship. A towering figure lay prostrate on the ground, exclaiming, "Master Wu Tian, how is your health?" Master Wu Tian regarded him and replied, "Bull Demon King, you have been well these past few years, refraining from unnecessary bloodshed." The Bull Demon King grinned broadly. "Ever since I heeded your advice, I've endeavored to be a good person." Such was the Bull Demon King. Despite his rugged appearance, Krillin mused about his horns. Well, Krillin, it's been ages," a sincere voice called, stepping forward with outstretched hands to grasp Krillin's. Krillin looked up, meeting a pair of bright eyes before noting Wukong's attire. Wukong donned a blue tank top over a Kamehameha GI, complemented by blue boots adorned with a yellow stripe and blue wristbands, all while grinning at Krillin. "Hello, Wukong. It's been a long time," Krillin replied. Equally pleased. Indeed, that unmistakable Sun family hairstyle was present, though Wukong seemed to have grown taller. The group soon entered the house. "Where's Chi-Chi?" "Chi-Chi is trying on her wedding dress. Vanity truly is a girl's nature." Before long, Chi-Chi emerged, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, her silky black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, exuding a gentle beauty. Her fair skin resembled a freshly cracked egg, and her large, twinkling eyes seemed to converse, while her small red lips stood in stark contrast to her pale complexion. Dimples graced her cheeks, revealing a delightful smile that was utterly adorable. "Hello, Master Wu Tian." "Hello, Uncle Krillin," Chi-Chi greeted shyly. "Alas, I am but a year older than Wukong, so Chi-Chi must refer to me as Uncle," Krillin remarked playfully, patting his head while offering a polite smile to Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi is truly beautiful. She has grown up splendidly," Master Wu Tian praised before her marriage. Chi-Chi had been a gentle and bashful girl, prompting Krillin to sigh at the passage of time. Wukong and Chi-Chi had settled in Baozi Mountain, embracing 5 years of a reclusive life together. After their marriage, Chi-Chi took on the role of a devoted wife within their home. First, Chi-Chi was a delicate and affectionate wife, but after the birth of their eldest son Wukong, due to familial factors and Wukong's lack of sentimentality and neglectful nature, she placed her expectations upon Wukong, always hoping he could become a scholar, discouraging him from martial arts, and following in Wukong's footsteps. And no matter the circumstances, life ultimately smooths out one's edges. Perhaps only Wukong can maintain his childlike heart forever. Krillin mused. Regardless, they were quite happy now. Chi-Chi continued to love Wukong deeply, and the Bull Demon King's family still had ample resources if necessary. They could let Chi-Chi directly invest in a restaurant, thus lending a hand to Wukong. "Haha, I am truly clever. Shaolin, I feel you have grown much stronger. Let us spar," Wukong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I wouldn't want anything more," Krillin replied. Although he had significantly enhanced his strength, true understanding only comes through practice. "Come on, Wukong." The two soared to the back mountains. System, check Wukong's attributes. Time, year 756 of the IGG era name. Son Wukong, Kakarot. Age, 19. Race, Scion battle power, 260 skills, Kamehameha. Solar flare afterimage technique. At this moment, Krillin's attributes were time, year 756 of the IGG era name. Krillin age, 20. Race, Earthling battle power, 205 skills, Kamehameha, solar flare, afterimage technique. Krillin chuckled. The difference isn't too vast. "Haha, let us begin." Both Krillin and Wukong concentrated their ki. Suddenly, Krillin's shadow flickered as he rapidly moved behind Wukong and delivered a swift kick. Wukong caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, evading the attack and countering with a punch aimed directly at Krillin. The two exchanged blows for over 100 rounds, but eventually Krillin was inadvertently sent flying, crashing through several large trees. This level of attack was merely a test from both sides. Suddenly, their momentum shifted dramatically as they unleashed their full power, causing the ground to tremble and mountains to collapse. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. However, Krillin's aura appeared more chaotic, given his battle power lagged over 50 points behind Wukong. "Let us determine the victor, Krillin." They both took identical stances, unleashing their Kamehameha waves, two beams of blue light colliding with an earth-shattering force. After a brief stalemate, Krillin, unable to sustain the effort, was sent flying. Just before losing consciousness, he recalled a phrase from his past life. Never engage in energy waves with a member of the Sun family. As Krillin gradually awoke, he felt as if his body was falling apart. Aching all over. System, initiate repair. A mysterious power commenced mending his shattered body. Krillin, you've become remarkably strong, Wukong said, grinning, seemingly only slightly fatigued, with no visible injuries out of course. I've been diligently training, Krillin replied, that I'm so hungry. Wukong exclaimed, patting his stomach. Let us go find something to eat. Not long after, a fire was lit nearby, and they had 2 giant fish, a wild wolf, and 3 wild boars, enough for both. System, open energy panel, check Wukong's attributes. Potential, infinite energy, 350 training speed, high usable energy, 300. He infinite. Krillin, puzzled, asked why Wukong's speed was only categorized as high. High refers to his current training speed. It will evolve into VIP as his strength progresses, the system explained wearily. All right, let me check my attributes. Potential, 1280 energy, 49 training speed, super high usable energy, 40. Hehe, I have a battle power of 220. It seems I need to engage in more fights, while Wukong's battle power stood at 275. The Saiyans indeed deserve their reputation as a warrior race. After a hearty meal, the two patted their bellies. Wukong, it's time to head back. Otherwise, Chi-Chi will get angry. Not a chance? Wukong chuckled that you're still too young. You'll understand later. The universe is strongest before his wife. Haha. Chapter 6. How to acquire energy. Baobao Mountain, typically desolate, was teeming with ferocious beasts. Yet today, it buzzed with life due to Wukong's grand wedding. It was still morning. The wedding preparations were complete. Where are Bulma, Lu Ping, and Oolong? Krillin inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. Wukong scratched his head, but I didn't inform them. Ah, Krillin smacked his forehead. How foolish of me. Indeed, it's just like Wukong. Helpless, he thought that had it not been for the Bull Demon King's arrival at Kame House, he might have remained oblivious. Time passed, and it was time to commence. Master Mateto, please officiate the wedding for Wukong and Chi-Chi, the Bull Demon King implored loudly as he knelt. Master Mateto smiled enigmatically. Naturally, someone will come, but the time is not yet right. No sooner had he spoken than a figure descended from the heavens. Clad in martial attire, wearing a flat-brimmed hat, with a large white beard and a golden halo atop his head, looking kindly at Wukong. Grandpa! Grandpa! Wukong shouted, dashing forward and leaping into Wu Fan's embrace. As expected, he burst into tears like when he was a child. The power of familial bonds is unparalleled, and even a pure-hearted Saiyan like Wukong is not exempt. Good child, don't cry. I'm very pleased to see you grown today, Wu Fan said tenderly, gazing at Wukong with kindness. Grandpa, didn't you come back once before? Isn't it true that each person can only return once? Wukong asked, somewhat puzzled that moment. Granny Crystal floated down slowly and explained, originally, each person could only return once. But Wukong, you defeated the Demon King Piccolo and saved the world, significantly reducing King Enma's workload. That my junior brother informed me of your wedding in advance, so we discussed coming back today, and King Enma granted special permission. As Wu Fan, Wukong's grandfather, was the most qualified to officiate, time progressed, and the wedding hour arrived. Wukong donned a black suit with a white tie, walking slowly toward the crowd, while Chi-Chi, dressed in a pure white wedding gown with her hair cascading down, clung tightly to Wukong's arm, her face radiating a sweet smile. The wedding was proceeding smoothly until, amidst the commotion, it approached its conclusion. Wukong, Chi-Chi is a wonderful wife. You must cherish her and strive to give your grandfather a healthy grandson soon. Wu Fan chuckled. Chi-Chi, an innocent young girl, blushed deeply, whispering, Grandpa. Wukong, I must take my leave. Wukong extended his arms as if to embrace his grandfather, but hesitated. This gesture did not escape Wu Fan's notice. He stepped forward and enveloped Wukong in a hug. Silly child, I know you can't bear to part, but I will always be watching over you from the heavens. I have never truly left you. Wukong nodded tearfully. After a moment, grandfather was about to depart. Approaching Master Wu Tian, bowing respectfully, and saying, Master Wu Tian, I kindly ask you to take care of Wukong. Master Wu Tian nodded. offering no words in reply. Aunt Crystal, let us take our leave. That in an instant, the figures of Gohan and Aunt Crystal vanished from the sight of the crowd. The following day, Krillin spoke earnestly. Master Wuqian, you may return first. I wish to embark on a journey of training. Staying on Kame House for an extended period has become rather tedious. Krillin, you little rascal. Don't run off. Where there are beauties, I will make sure to teach you a lesson. Krillin laughed heartily. Master Wuqian, without my words, would you even come? Krillin decided to stay behind, determined to enhance his combat strength in the coming days. With a mischievous grin, he declared, I apologize, Wukong. Let us engage in battle. Thus, Krillin and Wukong sparred for 3 consecutive days, venturing into the mountains to hunt when hunger struck and quenching their thirst with mountain spring water. Krillin's strength improved daily. Time: year 756 of the AG era. Name: Krillin. Age: 20. Race: Earthling. Combat power: 300. At this moment, Wukong showed only slight advancement. Time: year 756 of the AG era. Name: Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Age: 19. Race: Saiyan. Combat power: 278. Skills: Kamehameha. Solar Flare, Afterimage Technique. Congratulations, host, for successfully navigating the adaptation period. The method of energy acquisition has changed. The energy from common prey has significantly diminished, necessitating that the host seek higher-level energy. Panic surged through Krillin as he thought. Without energy, I shall be cast from my pedestal. How can I obtain higher-level energy? He asked urgently. The system pondered for a moment and replied, high-level energy can be sourced from ancient energy ores or precious medicinal herbs of considerable age. However, such high-energy sources are currently scarce on Earth. Are there any alternatives? Spirit beans, revered as the healing elixir throughout the Dragon Ball universe, can consistently provide you with an increase of 500 energy, regardless of your realm. Additionally, there are spirit fruits, which can restore vitality and extend life, also granting a fixed increase of 500 energy to in truth, there exists even higher-level energy in the universe, such as black stones. What are black stones? Krillin inquired, puzzled. They're the source of eternal energy for androids 17 and 18 that I refrained from mentioning it as I knew it would be difficult for you. The system chuckled. Let us not speak of this matter again, Krillin said, his expression darkening. The system mused, speaking of the present timeline. When you reach a certain level of strength, you will be able to extract the core of a planet for training. But that knowledge is still premature for you. Now that I know my goal, it becomes manageable. At least I'm not a headless fly wandering aimlessly. Progressing towards a target will undoubtedly yield greater efficiency. The path of training is long and arduous, akin to rowing upstream. Stagnation leads to regression. Krillin constantly reminded himself to remain diligent, for the consequences of complacency were beyond his capacity to bear. It was time to bid farewell to Wukong. The effectiveness of his training here had diminished, as his combat power had already surpassed that of Wukong. The system's energy was merely sufficient for 20 days of training. The energy provided by ordinary prey had become meager. It was time to seek out more potent energy sources. For as long as he had enough energy, he could maintain an efficient training state. Krillin found Wukong, who was diligently training. Wukong, I am leaving. I have come to bid you farewell. Wukong simply nodded in response. Let us have a spar before I go. You have grown significantly stronger lately. Wukong said eagerly, gazing at Krillin. Krillin shook his head and replied, Wukong, you should take a break from training. Spend time with Chi-Chi and enjoy yourselves. After all, you have just married. This is your honeymoon. Honeymoon? What delicacies await? Wukong asked with a gluttonous expression that do not concern yourself with delicacies. Just take Chi-Chi out to enjoy life. You cannot return for at least a month, but that will impede my training, Wukong protested. Conflicted, Wukong, you must understand that a woman's prime years are fleeting. You must cherish them. Your youth far exceeds that of an Earthling's. Do not wait until it is too late, Krillin said earnestly. Wukong looked bewildered, clearly not grasping the message. Trust me on this, Krillin thought, hoping that Wukong's thick skull would eventually comprehend. With a resigned smile, Krillin bid farewell to Wukong and departed. Just as I came softly, I leave softly, only carrying a box of portable capsules. Embarking on a spontaneous adventure with nothing but my bare hands. Chapter 7. Celestial Spirit Stone, What kind of stone is this? A mournful roar of a tiger echoed, revealing a magnificent striped tiger lying on the ground. Krillin was crouched atop the tiger, delivering powerful punches to its head. The tiger emitted pitiful cries before succumbing to its fate. This wretched creature was rather clever. I traversed 3 mountains to pursue you, Krillin exclaimed, perspiring with frustration. System, check energy levels, he commanded. Ding. Contains 5 points. Bah, rubbish. Ever since overcoming the stabilization period, the difficulty of acquiring energy had escalated immensely. His energy reserves were dwindling. This is exceedingly difficult, Krillin lamented with a wry smile. Krillin's adventures took him to remote areas, some classified as perilous by the United Kingdom. In this desolate land, there thrived some indigenous people who subsisted through hunting. The natives were friendly and peace-loving, welcoming Krillin with feasts. After a fortnight of acclimatization, Krillin gradually integrated into their community. He then teamed up with Old A-Man for hunting. The tiger had been down for some time when Xiao Man and the others finally arrived. Xiao Man, the son of Old Man, stood about 2 meters tall, his physique strong and well-built. Due to the language barrier, Krillin named them Old Man and Xiao Man. The Xiao Man approached, chattering excitedly, seemingly praising Krillin for his remarkable display of strength despite his small stature. Of course, if Krillin had understood, the matter would have been different. The Xiao Man directed the others to hoist the tiger back. The tiger was heavy, and it appeared to be a strenuous task. An own need for such trouble, Krillin said, tossing out a capsule that contained the tiger. The natives knelt in awe, chanting praises as if venerating a deity. Eventually, the group returned to their gathering place. They had no fixed abode, following the trails of their hunts. Old A-Man awaited their return, revealing a glimmer of disappointment upon seeing them empty-handed. Xiao Man rushed to Old Man, excitedly gesticulating. Old Man seemed skeptical, but when Krillin opened the capsule, a chorus of praises erupted once more. The bounty was not limited to the tiger. It was in fact abundant that to celebrate the harvest, they organized a bonfire feast with Krillin as the chief contributor, naturally taking center stage. Sunlight filtered through the trees, birds chirped melodiously, and the people bustled about, their faces aglow with happiness. Krillin learned from Xiao Man that today marked the first of their monthly sacrificial ceremonies, in which everyone participated, kneeling in prayer. Krillin resolved to embrace their customs during his stay. When Old Man produced a chunk of black, somewhat hard mineral, the system reacted with urgency. Ding! High-level energy detected, and the energy is considerable. What? Where? Kellen spoke with noticeable excitement. I've conducted my own investigation. I must remind you. My patience has reached its limits. The system derisively retorted. Curse you. One day, I will surely uninstall you. Initiating a search. Beeping sounds echoed. Target identified. Lao Man. Target information as follows. Seeing stone, fragment. Energy contained, 2,500 points. Function description. When carried for extended periods, it emits energy that can be absorbed by living beings, enhancing combat capabilities. However, being merely a fragment, its efficacy is significantly diminished. Origin. Seeing system. Seeing planet. In an instant. Kellen's eyes sparkled with excitement upon discovering such vast energy contained within. He felt a surge of temptation, yet also a profound dilemma. Had he not been familiar with them, he could have simply seized it and fled, or even resorted to violence and theft. However, having developed a rapport with these kind-hearted individuals, he sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. That I hope it isn't anything of great importance, but that seems unlikely. I haven't encountered it in the past month until the ritual conducted by Lao Man, who cautiously revealed it. Clearly, this is an exceedingly precious token. The difficulty of acquiring it is 99 once the ceremony concluded. Kellen hesitated for a moment before approaching Lao Man to explain his intentions. Gain it is my fortune, to lose it my fate. This is merely the beginning. If I were to devolve into a beast for the sake of this energy, I would not deserve to become a strong being. The paths to godhood are countless. Surely, I can navigate them as long as I remain true to my heart. Old Lao Man, I have come to seek your assistance. Lao Man greeted Kellen with a warm, benevolent smile, as if gazing upon his own child. Grandfather Lao Man, I have a request, Kellen said, though Lao Man appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend. Kellen produced a drawing of the Seeing stone. gesturing towards it, then pointing at himself, a gesture that was evidently clear. Lauman suddenly grasped the situation, becoming noticeably alert. Kellen chuckled and decided to make another attempt. He then revealed another drawing, brimming with depictions of prey. Kellen pointed at the drawing, then towards the Syenning stone, implying he wished to exchange the prey for the fragment. Lauman quickly nodded in agreement, gesticulating excitedly, clearly believing in Kellen's capability to hunt. Kellen felt a surge of joy. Indeed, as the saying goes, people live by food. Yet, Lauman would not part with the stone until he had seen the prey, exemplifying his simple yet cunning nature with Kellen's prowess. Capturing such prey was a trivial task. He had managed to procure enough food for Lauman's entire tribe for 3 months within a mere day and night. Upon witnessing the haul, Lauman reluctantly retrieved a small pouch made of animal hide from his bosom. Opening it slowly to present the Syenning stone to Kellen. Ha ha! At last, it's in my grasp, Kellen exclaimed, holding the stone and instantly feeling its extraordinary nature. Warmth radiated from it, invigorating his being, and oh wonder Lauman regarded it as a treasure. Its uniqueness was undeniable. This was merely a fragment. One could only imagine the power of a complete stone. What kind of planet is Syenning? Kellen pondered, filled with curiosity about the mysteries of the universe, which was far grander than he had ever imagined. The system interjected, just a heap of refuse. The Syenning planet perished 150 million years ago. Kellen felt a twinge of regret, yet also a sense of fortune. As this fragment bore such an ancient and profound history, now finding its way into his hands by fate. Look at you. You appear quite foolish. Hurry up and cultivate. In the future, I will take you into the cosmos. The system, with its characteristic irreverence, elicited a sigh from Kellen. Absorb it, system. Ding, gain 2500 energy. Viewing energy panel, potential, 1050 energy, 89 cultivation speed, accelerated, 5 days remaining, please renew promptly. Usable energy, 2589. Not too shabby. Daily increases of 10 combat points. At this rate, in just 105 days, I could reach the limits of human capability on Earth. Onward, Kellen. The journey to acquire energy is long and arduous. 3 days after obtaining the Syenning stone, it was time to depart. Remaining here held little purpose. He bid farewell to Lauman, who turned out to be quite amiable, the most astute within the tribe. As Kellen packed his belongings, having lived here for over half a month, he ensured he had all necessary equipment. Lauman entered, his face adorned with a glimmer of anticipation. I could see that moment. The system emitted a signal, detecting a wealth of high-level energy, that Kellen's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Heavens, there's more. Why didn't TU reveal it sooner? Thank goodness I haven't left yet. Lauman entered, gesticulating fervently. What could it possibly mean? Kellen felt a perplexity arise within him, that he began to speculate. Surely he sought something beyond mere prey, or else he would have arrived sooner. What could he desire? With no other option, Kellen decided to reveal the contents for Lauman to discern upon producing the capsule. Lauman leaped with excitement. This is the one. Kellen grinned. Old man, it's my turn now. The elder retrieved a piece of Syenning stone. Kellen feigned alarm, pretending to withdraw his hand. Lauman, flustered, quickly presented another piece, yet Kellen remained unmoved. Lauman then produced yet another piece, and Kellen feigned reluctance as Lauman hesitated for quite a while. Slowly, he extracted another piece, and Kellen, sensing he had reached his limit, burst into laughter, revealing his gleaming teeth. Deal! After teaching Lauman for an extended period until he mastered the use of the capsule, Kellen began to tally his gains. The energies contained within the Syenning stones amounted to 3,000, 1,500, 1,000, and 4,100. Aha! For now, I shall not lack energy. Once Kellen completed packing, he noticed the entire Lauman tribe had come to see him off. What a truly sincere tribe it was. Lauman, farewell. I will protect Earth diligently. Although they could not comprehend his words, Kellen wished to safeguard these simple souls, ensuring their continued existence on Earth. Chapter 8. Kellen versus Bit. Kellen had traversed the icy ridges of mountains, crossed the desolate sands of death, and plunged into the depths of the ocean, battling colossal sea beasts present. He walked through a serpentine valley, likely shaped by ancient rivers redirecting their courses eons ago. Occasionally, the air was punctuated by the rumbling of thunder. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kellen remarked, "If it were an ordinary person, they would surely be terrified by now. Yet this thunderous roar is merely a physical phenomenon. I must admit, my understanding of physics is rather rudimentary." Leaving me unaware of the underlying principles, Kellen noticed the system had deducted 1,000 energy points, leaving him in despair. What a waste of good steel. Can the system retract its decision? Why, after a day's worth of light-speed cultivation, have I only gained 50 combat points? Wasn't it promised to be 100? You have poor aptitude. Who can you blame? The system retorted. Reversal is not an option in this lifetime. That IT was merely a fleeting curiosity, a desire to experience light-speed cultivation, only to discover that the increase in combat power had been halved. Light-speed cultivation does not solely enhance your training speed. It primarily elevates your comprehension of martial arts. The journey of cultivation, while directly tied to effort, hinges crucially on one word: enlightenment. Kellen nodded in agreement. Sometimes, the confusion of a month can be resolved in an instant, while at other times, one may spend an entire lifetime without understanding. The benefits of light speed are clearly manifested here. A moment of enlightenment at light speed may equate to 30 years of ordinary comprehension. As Kellen savored this realization, he increasingly appreciated the power of the system. Potential: 860 energy, 78 cultivation speed. Light speed available energy, 9778 time cannot be squandered. Thus, Kellen sought out a secluded cave and began to meditate. He reflected on his cultivation journey since childhood, recognizing the shortcomings at each stage, analyzing every move he made in battle, identifying the weaknesses of his foes, and contemplating how he might improve to overcome them. As time passed, remarkable changes were unfolding within Kellen. Had Master Wu Qian been present, he would certainly have been astonished. Kellen had materialized his martial way, like a thin veil delicately draped over him. A day passed, yet Kellen showed no signs of waking. Another day went by, still no awakening, until finally, on the third day, Kellen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was markedly different. It was deep and profound, as if he could perceive every flaw in others at a glance. With a long exhale, Kellen exclaimed with joy, "What a bountiful harvest!" He checked his attributes in the system. Ding, as follows. Time: year 756 of the AI era name. Kellen age: 20 race. Earthling combat power: 700. It turned out that he had silently become the strongest on Earth, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Though only temporarily the strongest, the sense of achievement was undeniably fulfilling. After spending nearly a week in this valley, Kellen had nearly driven the giant carnivorous beast to extinction. He dusted himself off and decided it was time to move on to the next destination. The energy he had left was sufficient to reach his limits, so there was no need to rush. He would explore as he went. However, he pondered the whereabouts of Bick. It would certainly be a delight to challenge him. Yet he recalled that Bick had returned to the Yunzabite Highlands after being defeated by Goku. Excitedly, Kellen resolved that the next stop would be the Yunzabite Highlands. However, the Yunzabite Highlands were located at the edge of the earth, which gave Kellen a headache. He decided to fly with all his might. As he journeyed toward the Yunzabite Highlands, he traversed rivers, mountains, and basins, witnessing the desolation that gradually unfolded before his eyes. After 5 days of flight, the landscape resembled the Yodin landforms of his previous life, with bizarrely shaped stones eroded by the wind, surrounded by desolation and silence, devoid of any signs of wildlife. To endure cultivation in such an environment, Bick's determination is truly admirable. Kellen couldn't help but praise. The Yunzabite Highlands were vast. Where could he possibly find Bick? He had not gone to the temple to receive Bobo's training on Chi, so he could only crudely apply what little he knew. After challenging Bick, he resolved to visit the temple to systematically learn the use of Chi. I do regret not having done so sooner, Kellen mused. Kellen flew aimlessly in the Yunzabite Highlands. The fierce winds laden with sand lashed against his face, cutting like a knife. Even a master like Kellen found it exhausting over time. If he couldn't find Bick soon, he would have to return another day, as there was no food to sustain him, and his provisions were nearly depleted. As he passed a tall stone pillar, a flicker of joy crossed his face. he spotted a familiar yet strange silhouette in this desolate place. It could only be Bick. And Kellen laughed heartily. He flew over, concealing his aura, and approached the stone pillar cautiously. Upon getting closer, he discerned Bick, who was sitting cross-legged in midair, eyes tightly shut. With green skin, he wore a dark blue outfit emblazoned with the character for demon, secured by a bright purple-blue belt, and was draped in a white cloak, his antennae hidden beneath a hat. Kellen hovered above Bick before gently descending, landing with a soft thud before him. "Have you come to seek death?" Bick spoke coolly without opening his eyes. In truth, Bick had sensed Kellen's presence the moment he had appeared, for he had once been one with the divine and was well versed in the cultivation of chi. However, upon realizing it was Kellen, he paid little heed. "That you'll find out soon enough whether I seek death." Kellen chuckled mischievously. Kellen had already checked Bick's attributes upon arrival. Time: year 756 of the AI era. Name: Bick. Age: 6. Newborn. Bick's age calculation. Race: Namekian. Combat power: 260. Little brat. I'll show you who the real brat is. With that, an energy blast shot forth, leveling the stone pillar Bick was on. Feeling the terror of that energy blast, Bick barely managed to evade it, his expression shifting from disdain to urgency as sweat dripped from his forehead. "Damn it." Kellen swiftly darted behind Bick, a smirk on his lips. "Ha! You've fallen into my trap." He executed a flying kick that struck Bick in the waist. Before Bick could react, he was sent flying, crashing through several mountains. Kellen quickly followed, teleporting beneath Bick and delivering a synchronized upward kick, sending him soaring into the sky. Kellen then ascended above Bick, bringing both hands together for a forceful strike. Bick plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground with a resounding boom, creating a 5-meter deep crater, lying motionless as if bereft of life. "Get up, stop pretending, Bick. This is merely a game left over from Goku. I haven't inflicted any real harm on you," Kellen called out. Slowly, Bick emerged, his clothing tattered and green liquid seeping from a wound, clearly sustaining minor injuries. "Damn it, how have you improved so much?" Bick growled fiercely. "You have no idea. Bick, remove your burdens and unleash your full power, or you might find yourself in peril." Of course, Kellen was merely trying to intimidate Bick. Bick, somewhat startled that Kellen knew this, nonetheless shrugged it off and began to shed his weighted clothing. He appeared rather unperturbed as he proclaimed, "Brat, prepare to feel the wrath of this king." Kellen smiled calmly. "It seems it's time for you to learn what societal consequences truly feel like." With that, the two engaged in battle once more. "Why do your punches feel so weak?" Kellen taunted. "Ya. Bick, incensed, intensified his attacks, unleashing a flurry of punches at Kellen. Ultimately, he followed up with a magical flash, sending Kellen crashing against countless boulders, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Gasping for breath, Bick waited patiently, and upon seeing Kellen still trapped in the dust, a grin spread across his face. "At last, the world belongs to me. Bick, the great demon king. You might be celebrating a bit too soon." That a faint sound echoed through the air. Piccolo's smile abruptly faded as he stared in astonishment at Krillin, his voice caught in his throat. "This is where the warm-up ends. I shall unleash my full might now." With a flying kick, Piccolo was sent hurtling away, his form soaring upwards and downwards erratically, having lost his ability to resist. His body swaying in the direction of Krillin's punches. "Ha! Kamehameha! Here it comes." A brilliant blue light enveloped Piccolo, creating a crater nearly 30 meters in diameter upon impact with the ground. Krillin slowly approached, gazing at Piccolo, who was now positioned at the center of the crater. Piccolo was exerting every ounce of strength to rise, yet his energy had been completely drained. After much struggle, he managed to only half kneel. Looking utterly disheveled, veins bulging, with one arm broken and oozing green fluid. Simon Wushuang reminded you. Please consider bookmarking for convenience after reading. Upon seeing Krillin, Piccolo couldn't help but tremble. Noticing this, Krillin chuckled, "I want to kill you." So rest assured, Piccolo clearly did not believe him and remained on guard. "I merely wish to spar with you. There is no malice in my intentions." Piccolo was a worthy adversary, having risked his life to save Gohan. And later, he nearly became a caretaker for the Sun family. Krillin couldn't help but smile. "Well then, our battle has concluded. I must take my leave now." Piccolo, focus on the long term, and don't limit yourself to merely surpassing Goku. With that, Krillin vanished in an instant. Piccolo was still somewhat incredulous, thinking to himself, he didn't kill me after all, he must be lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. Piccolo remained tense, secretly regaining his strength. After 1 minute, then 5, and finally 30 minutes, he sensed Krillin's energy drifting far away, collapsing onto the ground. Piccolo appeared deep in thought, as if savoring the meaning behind Krillin's final words. After a long moment, he muttered bitterly, "Damn it, another formidable foe has emerged to threaten world domination." Krillin, Chapter 9. Onward to Karin Tower. The thought of having been thoroughly beaten by Krillin made Piccolo chuckle. In his memories, during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Piccolo had called him a little mop. Haha. I suppose today counts as some indirect revenge. Reflecting on his own strength, Krillin mused that he seemed to have no rivals on Earth. Even if Goku and Piccolo teamed up, they likely wouldn't stand against him. Unable to suppress his pride, he acknowledged that in his past life, while he wouldn't say he was completely powerless, he had merely been at a normal human's level. Now, endowed with immense power, it was inevitable that he felt a sense of superiority. Shaking his head, he thought, "It's still too early. My current abilities are insignificant in the vast universe. When the Z era arrives, Goku and Piccolo will undoubtedly grow stronger." Krillin sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Present, he was in an accelerated training state, theoretically requiring only time to reach his limits. The energy demands after that would be insatiable. He needed to devise a way to acquire more energy swiftly. The Cat Sage had a plethora of Senza beans that could provide significant energy, yet he hoped not to have them all squandered by that glutton. Yajirobe, it was time to head to the temple, and Krillin realized he still had much to learn regarding Ki. He thought to himself, as a revered and ancient origin of martial arts on Earth. Krillin had heard Goku mention the Karin Sacred Land and understood its general direction. He decided to head in that direction. System: use 7,500 energy to accelerate my training for 75 days. Ding, successfully utilized. Potential: 750 energy, 60 training speed. Accelerated 75 days, available energy, 2,260 haha. After 75 days, I'll shatter my limits. Krillin felt a surge of pride, morphing into a gust of wind. He sped toward the Karin Sacred Land, unaware that the Cloud ZB Plateau and Karin Tower were located at opposite ends of the spectrum, facing a 10-day journey ahead. 5 days later, in a bustling town filled with people and vehicles. Krillin's face revealed signs of fatigue after 5 days of rapid travel. He needed rest. He arrived at the town's finest hotel, intending to rejuvenate himself, for after all, earning money was meant for enjoyment. Simon Wushuang reminded you, please consider bookmarking for convenience after reading that, if not now, then when? Shortly after, Krillin checked in the United Nations King's suite, for in this world, there were no presidents, only kings of the United Nations. His body required recovery, as it was more mental fatigue from the high-speed journey. As Krillin fell into a deep slumber, his spirit was thoroughly relieved, and the day's clamor gradually faded as the moon climbed higher in the sky. "Ah, how delightful," Krillin murmured, stretching lazily as his stomach grumbled, prompting him to go out for a meal. He also intended to prepare a gift for Master Karin, as that was the primary reason for his visit. After all, one should be courteous when seeking favors. It is often said, a short hand takes a little, and a soft mouth eats well. With the carefully prepared seafood in hand, he would have ample reason to request Senzu beans later. In truth, Krillin was not wary of Master Karin being stingy, but rather the quantity was worth considering. The king's suite naturally provided food, though the taste was rather mediocre. As he ate, he remarked, unaware that he had consumed enough for 10 people. Having satisfied his hunger, it was time to undertake significant matters. As the staff looked on in shock while Krillin slowly exited, he made his way to the town's largest seafood market, where the pungent scent hit him. "Oh, I forgot, I don't have a nose. How can I smell this?" Krillin thought, feeling somewhat dejected. "Boss, how much seafood do you have left?" "I'll take it all, but let me clarify first. I don't want anything that isn't fresh." The proprietor, a middle-aged man with a somewhat dark complexion from years spent at sea, could certainly relate to Krillin's experiences while training by the ocean. "All of it?" The boss, taken aback, asked again. Indeed, the owner's face broke into a wide grin. I have 2 tons left, but that's the supply for a week. What do you think? Krillin shook his head, explaining that he still had a 5-day journey to reach the Karin sacred land. While capsules could preserve items, they weren't effective for freshness at this point. I want 5 tons of fresh seafood. Krillin insisted earnestly. The owner, slightly disappointed, replied, "Tonight, a new batch of seafood will arrive in town. But it has already been transported for 5 days. However, it has been preserved with ice, so it should still be quite fresh." After a moment of contemplation, Krillin agreed. That works. After all, it's a considerable distance from a sea. In 5 days isn't too long. With ice, it shouldn't be too bad. The owner beamed with joy and added, "Since the quantity is rather large, I'll need you to pay a deposit first." Having been in business for many years, the owner was quite cautious. Krillin promptly paid the deposit, and the owner prepared everything, saying, "Please wait for about 3 hours while I go fetch the goods." "All right," Krillin replied, adding, "Make sure to bring back the ice." The owner nodded, signaling that he understood. Suppliers generally only sold to familiar customers. Otherwise, Krillin would have gone himself. 2.5 hours later, the middle-aged owner returned, bringing a large load of seafood, surrounded by ice and looking quite fresh. Krillin nodded in satisfaction. After paying the remaining amount, Krillin began to pack the seafood into the transformation capsules. The owner, witnessing this, couldn't he help but exclaim, "Using transformation capsules to pack seafood? You truly are a wealthy individual." Kellen acquired a gift for the cat sage, naturally preparing to embark on his journey once more. He soared through the skies, once again heading towards the Karinta sacred land, and gradually, the quaint town became a blur until it vanished from sight. Along the way, the primeval forest thickened. Siming Wushuang reminded you, "Please remember to bookmark for future convenience." The traces of human activity gradually faded, and within the deep mountains and ancient woods, towering trees obscured the sky, casting ominous shadows. The forest appeared eerie and enigmatic, prompting Kellen to hasten his pace to traverse this wilderness. 5 days later, as a light rain fell from the heavens, amidst the mist, the silhouette of Karin Tower emerged, its iron-like hue ancient and imposing, resembling a colossal pillar reaching towards the clouds. Gazing upwards, layers of fog seemed to dance in and out of sight, with no end in view. Kellen could not help but marvel. In comparison to this, the Eiffel Tower in his previous life would seem utterly insignificant. He quickened his flight, and in an instant, arrived before the tower. As he drew near, Kellen inspected Karin Tower closely, reaching out to touch it, evoking a profound sense of ancient and enduring history. Karin Tower had borne witness to a millennium of trials and tribulations, serving as a sacred ground for countless martial artists, each of whom would undoubtedly feel a sense of reverence and inspiration upon seeing it. Except for Wukong, of course, as Kellen immersed himself in the beauty of the moment. A javelin suddenly whizzed past him, embedding itself forcefully into the earth ahead. This indicated that the javelin's owner did not intend to take Kellen's life, but rather to intimidate him. Otherwise, the target would have been Kellen's head. Outsider, withdraw from the Karinta sacred land. Chapter 10. The cat sage, he cast a cold glance at Kellen, his expression stern as he declared, "Outsider, withdraw from the Karinta sacred land." Kellen turned towards the voice and beheld a robust hunter garbed similarly to an Indian, who was now scrutinizing him, spear in hand, poised to strike at any moment. After observing for a moment, Kellen smiled gently and said, "You must be Yuba. I've heard Wukong mention you, stating that you and your father are the guardians of Karin Tower." Upon hearing Kellen's words, Yuba inquired, "Are you friends of Wukong?" "Wukong is my closest companion. We are sworn brothers. You may call me Kellen," he replied. To Yuba's vigilant demeanor relaxed, a smile breaking through as he responded, "Since you're a friend of Wukong, you are also my friend. I apologize for my earlier actions. I merely wish to deter intruders." "Not at all," Kellen chuckled lightly. "Are you here to challenge Karin Tower?" "Indeed, I seek the guidance of the cat sage regarding my martial arts," Kellen affirmed. "Karin Tower is exceedingly tall. For centuries, many have attempted to conquer it, and all have failed. Only Master Wutian and Wukong have managed to ascend," Yuba said, a hint of despondency in his tone. Kellen laughed heartily. "Do not worry. If Wukong can ascend, so can I," he internally added. I merely intend to fly up. Yuba still seemed somewhat concerned, saying, the weather is not favorable at present. Let's go to my home and rest. We can set out once you've regained your strength. Oh, not worry. Yuba, return home quickly. I shall begin now. Kellen gazed upwards towards Karin Tower, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Here I go, utilizing his full mastery of the sky dance technique. He vanished in a flash of white light. Yuba stood in stunned silence, watching Kellen ascend. Higher and higher he rose, the air thinning ever so slightly. The clouds around him appearing ethereal. Kellen soon spotted the spherical structure of the tower. He knew he had arrived. With a soft thud, Kellen landed atop Karin Tower, where he beheld a large, rotund cat. Its eyes like thin lines, with 3 whiskers on either side of its mouth and eyebrows, also with 3 strands on each side, holding a wooden staff. Beside it stood another figure. Simon Wushuang reminded you. Please remember to bookmark for future convenience. This other individual was stout with small eyes and a hedgehog-like hairstyle, adorned in a traditional Japanese outfit, wearing a vertically striped kimono, wooden clogs on his feet, and a samurai sword at his waist. Kellen smiled. Greetings, Cat Sage. Aki Luo Bei, he said politely. The Cat Sage wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting. Back when Kellen fought against Bick, the overwhelming power he displayed had truly startled him. Such formidable strength existed in the world. Now, arriving at the peak of Karin Tower so swiftly, it seemed Kellen had not unleashed his full potential at that time. The Cat Sage continued to wipe away sweat, feeling relieved that this was the old turtle's disciple. And his behavior along the journey had been commendable, without any wrongdoing. The Cat Sage nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Aki Luo Bei appeared increasingly uneasy, his legs trembling and voice quavering. Kellen, what brings you here? Evidently, Aki Luo Bei was not well acquainted with Kellen at this moment. Kellen bowed to the Cat Sage, requesting, please, Cat Sage, impart your wisdom regarding my martial arts. Your strength far surpasses mine. I have little to teach you, the Cat Sage replied. Kellen, however, did not share this sentiment, for he believed that mastery comes from learning, and expertise is bestowed upon those who seek it. The Cat Sage had lived for over 800 years, and his profound understanding of martial arts was likely unparalleled. First, have a magical bean to restore your vitality. The Cat Sage said, tossing Kellen a withered-looking bean. Kellen received it. It bore resemblance to yellow beans from his previous life, domestic yellow beans, and he sensed a surge of vitality. Checking the system, he found the following attributes. Magical bean energy contained, 500 points, fixed, function description. 1 bean lasts 10 days, instantly rejuvenating 1's strength, healing all injuries. Kellen chuckled, finally encountering a magical bean. A true treasure. Upon consuming it, he instantly felt his drained energy replenishing, restoring him to peak condition. Release all your energy. Let me see your full strength, Kellen instructed. He adjusted himself, and then unleashed all his energy. An overwhelming aura emanating from him, continuously intensifying. All right. Aki Luo Bei shouted, somewhat intimidated by the force of Kellen's presence. The Cat Sage nodded, signaling Kellen to cease. You have gained a certain comprehension of energy. Wu Qian has barely qualified as your mentor. And you have surpassed me by a considerable margin that I cannot teach you much, only offer you some advice. Kellen nodded, attentively listening to the Cat Sage's words that in the following days, Kellen trained under the Cat Sage atop Karin Tower, demonstrating his learned martial techniques. The Cat Sage pointed out various shortcomings in Kellen's approach. As their martial exchanges deepened, the Cat Sage increasingly regarded Kellen as a prodigy, marveling at his profound understanding of martial arts, as though he had lived for centuries despite his youth. Feeling the time was ripe, Kellen asked, Cat Sage, after consuming magical beans for so many years, do you not tire of them? Absurd. A century ago, I savored a fish. The flavor was exquisite, truly delightful, meow. He reminisced, signed as a sage, I cannot stray from my duty to guard Karin Tower. I yearn for the days of feasting on fish in the lower realms. The Cat Sage looked utterly enraptured. Ah, Kellen replied, speechless. Is this all your ambition amounts to? And you dare call yourself a sage? Seizing the opportunity, Kellen produced a fish, waving it enticingly before the Cat Sage. The cat sage's nose twitched, his eyes lighting up, pouncing upon it like a ravenous wolf, devouring it with great zeal while exclaiming, "This is the flavor!" In mere moments, the fish was gone, and the cat sage felt a flush of embarrassment. As a sage, he had been rather impolite, yet the fish had been simply too delectable. "Cat sage, might I inquire if you have more magical beans?" "I would gladly trade fish for them," Krillin asked eagerly. "What? You wish to trade fish for magical beans?" The cat sage could hardly believe his ears. In his eyes, magical beans were merely sustenance. "Indeed. How many do you possess?" "Wait for me to search for a moment." Soon, the cat sage produced 3 large jars, stating that these were all that remained, as some had been consumed by Jackalope over the past few days. "Fortunately, we arrived early. Had we delayed for a few more months, they would likely have dwindled to almost nothing." Klin gazed intently at Jackalope's belly, recognizing him as quite the glutton. In truth, Klin held a certain fondness for Jackalope. Despite his timid nature, it was evident that he had been present in nearly every pivotal battle, which spoke volumes. Jackalope, feeling the scrutiny, laughed heartily and patted his head, eager to change the subject. Klin assessed the jars, estimating that each contained around 1,000 beans, totaling approximately 1.5 million. We'll never lack energy again. Klin retrieved the fish stored in the transformation capsule and presented it to the cat sage, who was taken aback. Even if he were to consume fish daily, it would suffice for several years. The cat sage's smile widened upon seeing the fish. Klin carefully stored the magical beans in the transformation capsule, setting aside a few more, adhering to the principle of the clever rabbit having 3 burrows. "Cat sage, how is the yield of the magical beans?" "About 100 each year. Why not cultivate more in the future? I could exchange 100 magical beans for 1,000 fish each year. What do you think?" The offer was too tempting for the cat sage, who readily agreed without hesitation. Klin felt a surge of joy within him. With this arrangement, a stable source had been established, essential for future battles or personal energy needs. As the demand for magical beans was substantial, "Now, I shall head to the temple for deeper cultivation," Klin mused. "Cat sage, I am going to the temple to train. May I borrow your token, the small bell?" Klin knew better than to proceed recklessly. The proper protocols must be followed. Wukong had previously mentioned his training in the temple, and the cat sage was not surprised at that moment. An ancient voice resonated. "Karin, allow Klin to ascend. A token is unnecessary." Chapter 11. The celestial being the cat sage glanced at Klin, seemingly about to speak, but refrained. Klin chuckled softly. "No need for that now, cat sage. I shall take my leave to the temple." With that, Klin leaped into the air, soaring from Karin Tower. Though the temple was still some distance from Karin Tower, it posed no challenge for Klin. As he ascended, the air grew increasingly thin, and even the clouds seemed sparse. He beheld the ancient hemispherical structure, exuding a historical aura even more profound than that of Karin Tower. Accelerating, Klin leapt and landed atop the temple. The celestial being and Bobo awaited him there. As Klin approached, he scrutinized the celestial being and Bobo from a closer distance. The celestial being bore resemblance to Piccolo, yet distinguished by a flowing robe adorned with divine symbols, wielding a staff, while Piccolo displayed a magical insignia on his chest. It appears that Namekians have a penchant for cloaks. Bobo resembled a diminutive gorilla, exuding a distinctly human charm. "Greetings, celestial being and Bobo," Klin politely greeted. The celestial being regarded Klin for an extended moment, then spoke. "Your battle with Piccolo was truly remarkable. I am pleased to see such a formidable martial artist emerge amongst humanity. However, why did you not eliminate the Demon King Piccolo?" Although the reborn Piccolo retained a hint of malevolence, he could no longer be considered a demon. "Rather, I believe he shall become a guardian of Earth in the future." If Earth were to perish, how could Piccolo reign over the world? Moreover, should Piccolo die, you too would vanish, celestial being. The world needs you. The celestial being appeared pensive, murmuring, "Though I sense a slight reduction in Piccolo's inner darkness. Can he truly become a protector of Earth? Absolutely. Since his rebirth, defeating Wukong has been his singular ambition, that he has never ventured beyond the Yunza Bit Highlands, let alone committed evil deeds. Following this, he witnessed the bond of friendship between Wukong and his companions. And the mutual understanding between Wukong and himself gradually transformed Piccolo. Klin reflected silently. The celestial being turned to Klin, saying, "I understand your intentions. You seek to compensate for your martial inadequacies. Allow Bobo to instruct you." "Very well, celestial being," Bobo replied. Klin did not underestimate Bobo, for he was the first celestial being on Earth. "That I appreciate your guidance. Bobo, it is no trouble. Please follow me." They entered a spacious area, commencing Klin's learning journey within the temple. The air was thin, and Bobo instructed him to adapt gradually. "Your strength is considerable, yet you must don this 10-fold weighted clothing." Bobo produced a weighty garment for Klin to wear. It felt burdensome, and the thin air caused beads of sweat to form on Klin's brow. Once clad in the weighted attire, he had to continuously regulate his breathing. Any lapse would result in being overwhelmed by gravity. "You must embody tranquility akin to the sky and swiftness akin to lightning." Time passed swiftly, and a month slipped by. Klin was engaged in training, his breath calm and collected, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He paused to check his status. Combat power, 1450. Potential, 50. Energy, 52. Training speed, accelerated, 35 days. Usable energy, 2252. Klin had made significant strides during this time, mastering the manipulation of energy, and his combat power was nearing its limits. "Haha, it is all falling into place. You have made remarkable progress, adapting to 10-fold gravity so swiftly," Bobo observed as he approached. Klin, drenched in sweat, thought to himself, "In truth, I adapted in just 7 days. I merely accumulated time." Wukong adjusted to 100-fold gravity in 5 days. "How far behind am I?" Surpassing his own expectations, he had initially planned to reach his limits in 2 months, yet under the strain of gravity training, he was on the brink of achieving it in just 1 month. It was time to consult Dr. Briefs for a customized suit, as the gravity training was exceedingly beneficial, despite having lost his memory. The celestial being retained some of the training techniques. Meditation, as its name implies, involves envisioning a formidable adversary within one's mind and simulating combat through mental links with companions in the original narrative. Klin and Gohan practiced meditation on their journey to Namek. Piccolo, being a Namekian, utilized meditation as his training method. Klin recalled that Piccolo had always trained through this technique. Meditation not only enhances combat power, but also strengthens mental fortitude. This mental prowess is remarkable, as those with strong minds often perceive subtleties and exhibit heightened learning capabilities. When one's mental strength reaches a certain threshold, they may even acquire supernatural abilities. For instance, the Grand Elder could probe Klin's memories simply by touching his head. Wukong possessed similar capabilities. Klin decided to postpone learning meditation until he broke through to the first level of his limits. After all, one should not be greedy and overextend themselves. He sat in quiet reflection within the temple, resembling an ancient monk in meditation, legs crossed and palms facing upward. The celestial being viewed him with reverence, while Klin merely regarded it as a means of achieving breakthroughs. As time flowed, a mysterious smile graced Klin's lips. "It's time." Upon reviewing the attributes, combat power, 1500, reached the limit. Can be transcended. Potential, 0. Energy, 52. Training speed, ultra fast, 30 days. Usable energy, 2252. Ding. The host has reached the limit of Earthlings and can choose to transcend. However, it requires 100,000 energy. Why not go and seize it? Simon Wushuang reminds you. Please save after reading for convenience. How could it be? After all, transcending the limits of humanity is no trivial matter. I have always stated, all things must adhere to the law of conservation of energy. I forgot you were a humanities student. The system is as insufferable as ever. There's no choice. Klin gritted his teeth and reluctantly pulled out 200, saying painfully, "Here, take it, and choose to transcend." It is advisable for the host to select a relatively quiet place for the transcendence, as it is of great significance. "All right, we shall heed your words. Divine being, I will step out for a while to cultivate a new technique. I can't unleash it here." The divine being nodded slightly. Klin executed the sky dance technique and soared towards the desolate west. Passing by Karin Tower, he noticed the cat sage indulging in a feast. A fleeting shadow zipped past. What was that? The cat sage glanced up but saw nothing, so he resumed his meal. Klin arrived in a desolate wilderness, where a profound sense of bleakness pervaded, devoid of any signs of life. With a hint of anticipation, he declared, "Let us begin, system." Ding! Commencing transcendence. Immediately, the energies of the universe surged towards Klin, radiating in a spectrum of colors, though only those above the level of a god of destruction could perceive such energies. These colorful energies gradually transformed Klin's body. Had there been an observer, they would have seen Klin suspended in mid-air. Wearing an expression of sheer bliss, he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, akin to the comfort of lying in his mother's embrace as a child. Or like a person who had endured the biting cold of winter, soaking in warm water. Simply exquisite, in that moment of radiant light, far away in the realm of the gods of destruction. Whis seemed to sense a faint aura and hurriedly searched for it. However, the fleeting essence eluded him, concealed by the system, making it improbable for even a master like Whis to detect. How curious. Where did it go? Forget it. I might as well rest while Beerus is asleep, Whis chuckled. Klin had been enveloped in brilliant light for about 10 minutes when ding, the transcendence was complete and the system was integrated. Klin slowly opened his eyes, immediately feeling a surge of power within him. This time, he realized that the shackles of Earthling cultivation had been entirely lifted, comprehending at last that the path of cultivation is boundless. Ha ha! Klin laughed heartily. I am so powerful, truly formidable. System, check attributes. Ding, the following. Year, 756 of the AG era name. Klin age, 20 race. Earthling dimension, level 1 dimension, equivalent to cat sage. Combat power, 2000. Next heavy limit, 150. 000. Potential, 150,000. Training speed. Ultra fast, 30 days. Usable energy, 2252. Ha. A combat power of 2000. A sudden increase of 500. Moreover, the next limit is 150. 000. The feeling of limitless cultivation is simply marvelous. However, upon seeing the dimensional level, Klin felt a bit perplexed. What does this mean? You may interpret it as the rank of divinity. For instance, the earthly gods belong to level 3 dimension, while the cat sage is level 1. And Bobo, as a divine servant, is level 2. Above them are Yama, the king of worlds, the grand king of worlds, and the god of the kings. The dimensions of the god of destruction and the god of the kings are aligned, though their strengths differ greatly, followed by angels, high angels, and the Omni King, corresponding to levels 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 respectively. As the dimensions rise, Simon Wushuang reminds you. Please save after reading for convenience. Correspondingly, lifespan will also increase. Considering that Android 18 will not age, the system specially requested to add this feature from headquarters. How about that? Are you satisfied? Hee. Just as Klin was about to express his gratitude, he heard the system continue. Given that this is the host's first use of this feature to enhance user experience, there will be no charge this time. However, in the future, I go. But honestly, the system is indeed a considerate little companion. Ding! Once again, I must emphasize that this system is not mysterious and does not require users to uncover it. P.S. This book has submitted a contract application, and the contract will be sent tomorrow. Readers, please rest assured and save it. Since this is my first time writing web literature, my typing speed is somewhat slow. Sometimes, a chapter may take over 2 hours that I will improve my speed with practice. And for now, I will update once a day. I apologize, dear readers. Additionally, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to those who have supported me with recommendation votes. Wuxing Keiqian, Wang family's old boy. Vivo 95642655002, JY, and Greed. Thank you once again to all the esteemed patrons. Chapter 12. Meditation Technique for Spiritual Cultivation. Klin leapt into the air, flying towards the temple at a speed twice that of his previous journey. It is crucial to note that the path of martial cultivation is not as simple as 1-1-2. Achieving a breakthrough often yields results greater than that of simple addition. On his way back, Klin contemplated the utilization of energy, striving to ensure that every ounce of energy was used effectively. At this moment, he had 2,800 remaining, equating to 1.4 million energy after the system upgrade. The ultra-fast training would yield 100 points of combat power daily, while lightspeed training could provide 500 points in a single day. Although comprehension ability had significantly increased, that IT posed quite a dilemma. Even if he activated lightspeed training for 5 consecutive years, amounting to approximately 1,800 days, he would only achieve a combat power of 912, 500. While this might dominate a small star system, it would be utterly insignificant before Frisia. Unable even to inflict pain, a headache indeed. Time was of the essence. The quest for energy must not cease. Fortunately, the cat sage could still supply him with 100 each year, like a tea present. His primary focus was on increasing resources and conserving energy. Otherwise, he would never achieve great things. Klin mused internally. In an instant, Klin arrived at the temple. In truth, he had only been out for about 2 hours, and the divine being did not seem to mind much. However, upon seeing Klin, the divine being's jaw dropped in disbelief. Could it be that after just 2 hours, he had achieved level 1 dimension? Recalling the arduous journey he had taken to reach the position of a divine being, step by step, it was almost inconceivable. How strange! How could a mere outing lead to becoming a sage? This defies all logic. Klin noticed the divine being's gaze upon him was somewhat peculiar. The divine being's eyes were filled with questions, prompting Klin to wonder. Did the divine being perceive something? Of course, it's not as if he were blind. Even those of a higher dimension could discern it. The system remarked, exasperated. Klin smiled softly at the divine being, scratching his head. The divine being found it perplexing, but did not inquire further. Klin, too, withheld information, as this was a secret. Who knows if there might be some melodramatic twist of fate where an innocent man suffers for possessing something precious? It is not that he was worried about the divine being. Klin simply feared that some powerful figure might be watching him. How far off topic. Still, he could not disclose this matter. Divine being, I wish to learn the meditation technique. Klin beamed, revealing his bright white teeth to the divine being. No problem. Bobo can teach you. Most of my martial arts were also imparted by Bobo, the divine being replied calmly. Then I must trouble you. Simon Wushuang reminds you. Please save after reading for convenience. Mr. Bobo, it's no trouble at all. Bobo wishes to share his martial arts for the benefit of others. Mr. Bobo, may I cultivate in the room of spirit and time? The air in the room of spirit and time is thin, oppressively hot, with temperatures ranging between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees. While the gravity is 10 times that of normal. It possesses a space as vast as Earth. Those with weak willpower and lack of concentration are prone to hallucinations. These issues are trivial for Klin. Bobo glanced at the divine being, seemingly seeking his approval. Without hesitation, the divine being nodded. Very well, then Bobo will teach you the meditation technique. Please follow Bobo. Bobo turned towards Klin and said, Here we are. Thank you, Bobo. Leading the way, Bobo navigated through the expansive temple, which was indeed quite vast. As they ventured deeper, the paths became increasingly intricate, resembling winding mountain roads. Klin, unsure of his bearings, simply followed the direction ahead. After approximately 2 minutes of walking, he beheld a magnificent golden door. Bobo pushed it open and turned to say, This is the place. Finally arriving, Klin stepped inside, curiously surveying his surroundings, aside from areas designated for rest and meals. The rest of the space was a stark, white expanse, somewhat stifling, yet this environment was precisely what was needed. Enduring hardships was essential for greatness. Next, Bobo commenced teaching him the meditative cultivation technique. Klin, Bobo instructed, Initiate the lightspeed cultivation. An automatic renewal for a year will commence. If insufficient, it will deduct from your celestial beings. Ding. Acknowledged. Firstly, you must sense your mental energy. Close your eyes and thoroughly attune to your brain until you can perceive each part of it. Then, envision a surge of energy coalescing within your mind, gathering from all regions towards the core. And if you feel a swelling sensation at the center of your brain, you have successfully completed the first step. Close your eyes and imagine observing an object in front of you. Not with your eyes, but with your mind absorbing the information from ahead, fostering a strong desire to see it. If you experience a feeling of bubbling, swelling, or pressure within your brain, and this sensation is fluid, compressible, then that is your mental energy, Bobo explained earnestly. Listening to Bobo, Klin felt a flicker of understanding, but struggled to grasp it completely. After several attempts with no success, he chuckled and said, "This is indeed a bit challenging." Bobo replied with a smile, "Klin, there's no need to rush. Even Wukong took a week to master this. In Bobo's eyes, you are progressing remarkably quickly." Klin was not particularly anxious. He understood that one cannot achieve greatness overnight. Having already experienced a glimpse of enlightenment, he felt no fear. His confidence stemmed from the light-speed cultivation, which had significantly enhanced his comprehension abilities. Pondering why he always fell just short, Klin rubbed his bald head and sank into contemplation. Time slipped away like fine sand, and 5 days had elapsed. Klin had remained seated all day without moving, feeling as if time was fleeting. What was he missing? The mental net adhered to the cerebral cortex. Yes, haha. Expansion, compression, and movement were its characteristics that he realized he had been fixated on manipulation rather than allowing it to flow and expand. Klin attempted again, firmly closing his eyes and visualizing the movement and expansion of the mental network, gradually covering his entire mind. Slowly, his brain began to bubble with energy. Ha. Klin suddenly opened his eyes. Siming Wushuang reminds you. Please bookmark after viewing for convenience that he had successfully cultivated his mental energy. Now, the next step was to continuously simulate and strengthen it in his mind that I am truly a little genius. Klin couldn't help but boast. Bobo was taken aback. Wukong had taken 7 days to succeed in his cultivation, which had astounded Bobo. Now, Klin had achieved it in just 5 days. Surely, among the countless martial artists born throughout history on Earth, none could rival Klin's innate talent. Bobo thought to himself. Unbeknownst to Klin, if he had known Bobo's thoughts, he might have said, "Indeed, I fear no one when it comes to innate talent and understanding. One should be modest in demeanor, but assertive in actions." There was reason behind Klin's rise to become the strongest on Earth in his past life. His innate talent and understanding were undoubtedly exceptional. He had created techniques such as Qi Yuan Slash, expanded Qi Waves, Clone Technique, improved signature moves, multiplicative Phantom Fist, and hundredfold Solar Fist. Coupled with Klin's diligence and perseverance, it was only natural he emerged as the strongest on Earth. Having mastered the meditation technique, the time had come to diligently practice. Please do not recklessly attempt the aforementioned mental cultivation methods. The author has not practiced them either and cannot be held responsible for any mishaps. Haha, just a joke purely for narrative purposes. Do not take it to heart. Chapter 13. I grew 5 centimeters in the following year of rigorous training. Klin donned a 10-fold gravity suit in conjunction with a 10-fold gravity of the time spirit room, 20-fold in total. Klin rubbed his fists together, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. Klin, you have learned the meditation technique. There is nothing more I can teach you. From here on, it is up to you, Bobo said, maintaining his calm demeanor. Klin nodded and replied, "Bobo, you need not wait for me. You may attend to the celestial beings. Very well. I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, you can summon me through the small bell at the door. A simple shake will suffice. All right. No problem." In the vast, boundless training ground, Klin appeared somewhat diminutive, yet the energy contained within him was enough to obliterate the world. He donned the 10-fold gravity suit, and instantly, the weight of 20-fold gravity bore down upon him. Klin stood still, beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead. He found it nearly impossible to move as he attempted to take a step forward. His center of gravity shifted, nearly causing him to stumble. Klin adjusted his balance, moving step by step. Each action, seemingly simple, was in reality quite arduous. After 2 days of enduring the 20-fold gravity, Klin had begun to walk slowly, albeit with a gait reminiscent of Charlie Chaplin's comical stride. Half a month later, Klin had completely acclimatized to the 20-fold gravity. After all, his combat power increased by 500 points each day, and having spent 17 days in this environment, his combat power now stood at 13,900. Panting, Klin removed the gravity suit. Though this arduous month of training had been taxing, he had reaped considerable rewards. Under lightspeed cultivation, his combat power increased by 500 points daily, and being in a 20-fold gravity environment granted him an additional 200 points. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Klin's figure was now moving at high speed. with his left hand unleashing the Kamehameha wave and his right hand wielding the Chi Yuan slash. The two energies clashed, reminiscent of a dual combat technique. Mastering the dual combat method requires an exceptionally high level of control over one's energy. The two forces intertwined, refusing to yield, and as Klin's energy gradually waned, both forces weakened, eventually dissipating into the cosmos. The Chi Yuan slash, a technique uniquely created by Klin, was his strongest signature move that involved compressing the energy in his hand into a rapidly spinning disc as thin as a saw blade. Simon Wushuang reminds you, please bookmark after viewing for convenience. This technique could slice enemies in two like a knife. Naturally, as a signature move, it required diligent practice, after a year of rigorous training. Klin's aura had become profoundly distant, and his gaze turned piercing. If one were to describe him in a word, it would be terrifying. Attribute overview. Time: year 756 of the AG era. Name: Klin. Age: 21. 1 year has passed within the time spirit room. Race: Earthling dimension. First dimension, equivalent to Kata mortal. Combat power: 250. 000. Next limit: 1,500,000. Potential: 1,250,000. Training speed. Light speed. Available energy: 0. Haha. Klin had reached his limit in the 7th month and consumed 500,000 energy to break through his limits. Raising the next threshold to 1,500,000. Originally, he planned to break through to the 2nd dimension, but he found himself lacking energy. After a year of lightspeed cultivation, he had consumed 360,000 energy, and breaking through the limit cost him 500,000. He was left with 540,000 energy before needing to conserve it. Time was drawing near. After a year of intense training, it was time for a well-deserved rest. The gravity suit looked somewhat tattered, covered in marks from shockwaves, while Klin's own clothing had long since turned into rags, exposing his upper body, a tall, sturdy figure with strong, muscular build. First, I'll take a shower. The sound of rushing water echoed as Klin retrieved a capsule, extracting a set of clothing. Why does this feel a bit tight? Could it be that my muscles have grown? Cease your unfounded musings. Your initial growth spurt yielded an increase of 2 centimeters, followed by a subsequent rise of 3 centimeters. The system does not facilitate immediate height gains. Thus, over the course of a year, you have grown a total of 5 centimeters. Klin felt a surge of excitement. The system consistently alleviates my challenges. Although he was already aware that he would grow taller with future breakthroughs, the joy often arises unexpectedly. After all, how can one present themselves to the world at a mere height of 155 centimeters? It is undeniably a slap in the face to the system. The system regarded him with disdain. However, now that he has reached 160 centimeters, Klin perceived that his perspective of the world had elevated significantly. He felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence and thought, a good night's rest is in order. He was merely engaging in idle chatter while the system maintained its impassive demeanor. Klin pushed open the golden door and saw Bobo waiting for him. Approaching with a smile, he exclaimed, "Bobo, long time no see." Indeed, it had been quite a while, but for Bobo, who had only spent a day outside, it was hardly a significant duration. Upon seeing Klin, the celestial deity was taken aback once more. Despite Klin's efforts to suppress his aura, his foundational power level was substantial, averaging a combat prowess of 5,000 even in a relaxed state. The celestial deity's mouth fell agape, unable to comprehend how, prior to the 23rd martial arts tournament, Klin was merely an exceptional martial artist, not particularly outstanding, just commendable. Yet, after the tournament, Klin seemed to have transformed entirely, an enigma that left the deity pondering. "Greetings, celestial deity," Klin cheerfully greeted as usual. "Hello," the deity replied, somewhat dazed. There was no escaping it. A powerful individual naturally draws attention wherever they go. Klin playfully ruffled his hair. He bowed once more to the deity and Bobo, expressing, "I am immensely grateful for your guidance. My understanding of martial arts has ascended to new heights." Bobo waved dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. "Celestial deity, I must return home," Klin slowly articulated. "Return home." The mention of home caused the deity to pause, seemingly lost in thought, murmuring, "But where is my home? observing a hint of sadness or nostalgia in the deity's expression. Klin contemplated whether to divulge this information. The deity, being a Namekian, perhaps warranted further consideration. It seemed premature to speak of it now, as he was not yet prepared by this individual's age. A yearning for their roots often emerges. The celestial deity's appearance markedly differed from that of Earthlings, making him feel out of place among them. Now, as the deity aged, it was natural to long for a return to his homeland. Klin's hesitance to inform the deity stemmed from a selfish desire to eventually take him back to Namek to reconnect with his heritage. "Dear celestial deity, I must take my leave," Klin declared as he swiftly departed, soaring towards the next destination. "Hey, Klin," Master Karin called out from a distance. Klin responded as he arrived at Karin Tower. After a month's absence, Klin's aura was suffocating in its intensity. "Klin, I have a gift for you," Master Karin stated. Curiosity piqued, Klin wondered what treasure the cat sage had in store. "Come forth, Nimbus Cloud." "No, I mean come forth, Wudo Cloud," he exclaimed. Soon a vast expanse of dark clouds gathered above, sturdy and fluffy like cotton candy. "I present to you a Wudo Cloud. It will conserve your energy on your travels." Master Karin pointed to the cloud. This unexpected gift delighted Klin, for he had not anticipated such a practical offering from Master Karin. "Thank you very much, Master Karin," Klin replied with a grin. After all, the sage had little use for such clouds, so Klin thought it beneficial to take a substantial portion for himself, his wife, and perhaps even a future daughter or son. He envisioned a delightful 5-square-meter stretch of cloud, perhaps even sharing it with Android 18 in the future. "Thank you, Master Karin. I must be off," Klin said as he departed. Master Karin watched with a twinge of regret as a considerable amount of cloud was taken. But he consoled himself with the thought of Klin bringing him fish in return. Chapter 14. Returning to Kame House lying atop the Wudo Cloud, Klin journeyed back to Kame House. The cloud's speed was unhurried, allowing him to appreciate the scenic beauty along the way. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had been either striving to earn money or diligently training, neglecting to fully take in the wonders of this world. Often, when we pursue distant goals, we miss many beautiful sights. During such moments, it is essential to remind ourselves, take it slow, savor the journey. After flying for some time, Klin caught sight of the outline of Kame House. Having been away for over 2 months, he found himself unexpectedly missing Master Roshi. With a light-hearted leap, he bid farewell to the Wudo Cloud and raced towards Kame House. "Master Roshi! Master Roshi!" Klin shouted exuberantly. Though accustomed to sensing others through his aura, he preferred to engage in conversation, as it added a touch of life to the interaction. "Master Roshi!" He found the master reclining on a chair by the seaside, enjoying the gentle breeze and the setting sun. However, the unsavory magazine in his hands marred the picturesque scene. Klin jogged over, grinning. "Master Roshi, have you missed me during these 2 months?" Master Roshi looked up at Klin, a glimmer of pride in his eyes, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. You're back. How was your time away? What did you gain?" he inquired, reminiscent of a father from a past life. "You have no idea." Klin laughed heartily, and Master Roshi nodded slightly, a smile breaking across his face. Overall, the past 2 months had yielded significant gains for Klin. He had never intended to reveal the impending disasters that awaited Earth to Master Roshi. The Master had fulfilled his duties as a guardian of his generation, and the future of Earth would be safeguarded by a younger generation like Klin and his peers, observing the powerful aura emanating from Klin. Master Roshi felt a twinge of curiosity. What had transpired in these 2 months that had resulted in such formidable strength? From his perception, Klin's energy far surpassed that of Goku. No, it was more accurate to say they were not even on the same level. Let it be. The future belongs to the youth. Whatever fortunes or misfortunes await them will be their opportunities and challenges. That Klin's growth is ultimately a positive development. Master Roshi mused silently. He regarded Klin with seriousness, stating, "With great power comes great responsibility. You must uphold the spirit of martial arts and not lose yourself in the pursuit of strength. I shall protect the Earth in the future," Klin replied earnestly, as if making a promise to Master Roshi. Master Roshi smiled and nodded in agreement. By the way, Master Roshi, where's Launch?" he inquired. Master Roshi chuckled at the mention of Launch. That golden-haired Launch has truly become a powerhouse in the business world. Since she struck it rich, she has pivoted from her previous ways and is now focused on expanding her stores. She currently has 50 chain locations. Master Roshi bashfully scratched his head, acknowledging that he now purchased the latest serialized magazines every week to show respect for his elders. Klin was taken aback. He hadn't realized Launch possessed such talents. This is thanks to Launch's duality. Her domineering side acts like a CEO, overseeing the expansion, while her quieter side ensures stability, Master Roshi said with a hint of pride. With Launch being so capable, I suppose I can take it easy, Klin remarked at she returning today. Launch comes back once a week now. Her restaurant has established a headquarters, which has moved to the central capital. It's the most prosperous area, and business is booming. I believe the headquarters is called the Lobster Alliance, Master Roshi recounted thoughtfully. Klin slapped his forehead. The Lobster Alliance? Who came up with that name? He couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Launch had truly proven herself in business. While he appreciated her accomplishments, he found the name rather pedestrian. It seemed necessary for him to offer some guidance. Rubbing his head, he thought, Master Roshi, let us go to the central capital together and enjoy life a bit. Old man, I can hardly keep up with all this excitement. Indeed, Teacher Wu Tian has grown accustomed to the solitary life of a recluse and is somewhat unfamiliar with the bustling splendor of urban life. It is not a significant issue. Come forth, Wu Do Yun. It seems we are employing it so soon. Klin chuckled. The rather sizable dark clouds swiftly approached, descending before the two, that upon witnessing this, Teacher Wu Tian could not help but curse. That old rascal Krillin. After years of pleading, he finally gifted me this palm-sized cloud. Has he now decided to unveil his entire treasure trove? Bah, that old miser, so narrow-minded. In his fury, Teacher Wu Tian tossed his cane to the ground. Let us be off, Teacher Wu Tian. With that, Wu Do Yun lifted the two into the sky. Teacher Wu Tian shouted, Wait, we haven't gathered our belongings yet. We'll purchase new ones when we arrive, echoed a distant reply as Wu Do Yun spun, creating a whirlwind that whisked them far away. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only a brilliant glimmer of crimson in the sky. The scarlet waves danced, caressed by the sea breeze, shimmering like countless mirrors adorned in rosy hues. The sun set over the ocean, and the ocean at sunset is nothing short of breathtaking. The two sat atop Wu Do Yun, gliding slowly toward the capital city, the gentle ocean breeze evoking a sense of enchantment. Teacher Wu Tian, in the future, I must marry and acquire a villa in the metropolis, then raise a pair of children. Life would be simply splendid, Klin mused, indulging in dreams of the future. Teacher Wu Tian laughed heartily in response. Always thinking about marriage, you have some ambition. Once you have children, you'll certainly need my assistance in caring for them. Teacher Wu Tian paused for a moment, then nodded, bursting into laughter. Wukong is a blockhead. Yet Klin is a dutiful and kind child. This thought filled Wu Tian with delight. Simon Wushuang reminds you, please collect after reading for convenience. Having accepted two splendid disciples, Wu Do Yun slowed its pace, allowing for a timely arrival at dawn. The first light of dawn dispelled the veil of night, revealing a radiant morning. The central capital truly lived up to its name, remaining vibrant even in daylight. Indeed, even the Manhattan of my past life pales in comparison. Teacher Wu Tian, where is the headquarters? After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Wu Tian replied, I believe it is in a place called CBD. What that entails, I do not know. Teacher Wu Tian, being well-versed, might recognize a geographical name, though CBD is a general term referring to the central business district. Let us proceed, he declared, as Wu Do Yun soared toward the center. After considerable effort, they finally located the company, which was quite substantial. Klin stepped inside, greeted by a lavishly decorated interior adorned with a grand lobster display, beneath which gleamed the words Lobster Alliance. At the reception stood a woman, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, possessing a fair share of beauty. Klin approached her and inquired, Is your chairman present? Chapter 15. Taking on a disciple, Lan Shi was seated, engrossed in paperwork. Her blonde hair, cascading gracefully, it seemed that all the chairpersons she had encountered were blonde, portraying a powerful image within the company. Klin mused. Lan Shi, long time no see. Klin greeted her warmly. Upon seeing Klin, Lan Shi unexpectedly brandished a gun, pointing it at him, exclaiming, You old hag, Being a boss is quite exhilarating. Klin merely smiled, not flinching, as an aura enveloped him, halting the bullet in its tracks. My apologies, Klin, Lan Chi said softly. Realizing her mistake, it's quite all right. I should be the one apologizing since I haven't managed the company much, Klin replied with an awkward smile. Subsequently, Lan Chi intended to explain the company's operational status to Klin. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. Just tell me how much profit we've made. You handle the operations, and I'll simply enjoy the dividends," Klin stated earnestly. The prospect of effortlessly enjoying the profits was utterly delightful. Managing the operations seemed an unnecessary hassle. This was Klin's innermost thought. Very well, to summarize, over the past 2 months, the company has achieved total sales of $30 billion, with profits amounting to $28 billion. Out of that, $20 billion has been allocated for store expansion, leaving us with $5 billion in operational funds, Lan Chi explained meticulously. Klin understood that the restaurant industry was lucrative, but he had not anticipated such staggering figures, reminiscent of the dining halls of his previous life. Entrusting the management to Lan Chi was indeed a sagacious choice. With her meticulousness paired with a commanding presence, they formed a partnership reminiscent of a Dragon Ball version of Dong Mingzhu. Klin could not help but admire his own judgment, system. Bah, I have never encountered such a self-absorbed individual. Lan Chi, don't you think the company's name is somewhat embarrassing for Klin? What do you mean? I think it's quite good, simple and clear, Lan Chi responded, puzzled. It just feels a bit too generic, lacking in uniqueness. That IT would be quite easy for others to replicate us, Klin noted. Lan Chi considered this, finding some merit in his argument. Shall we change the name? Klin felt a surge of joy. At last, you grasp my meaning. What shall we call it? Lan Chi pondered. How about Hadaleo? It's simple, clear, and distinctive, Klin suggested with a chuckle. That shouldn't infringe on any copyrights, right? Lan Chi's eyes lit up. Great name. Let us call it Hadaleo. I will now share with you our development philosophy. We adhere to the principle that the customer is king and prioritize serving our patrons, Klin said mysteriously. Half an hour later, Lan Chi seemed astonished by this unconventional approach to business. Trust me, it's the right path. An hour later, Klin made his way to the security department, at this point. Klin's bank account had swelled by $5 billion in cash, with equity distribution standing at Klin holding 49 and Lan Chi 51. From then on, Klin would only receive dividends, laughing in triumph at his good fortune. Hearing that Fanyu had been promoted to security manager, Klin decided to pay him a visit. Upon entering Fanyu's office, he noticed that, compared to 2 months prior, Fanyu had shed some youthful naivety in favor of a more mature demeanor. Sensing someone observing him, Fanyu looked up and, upon recognizing Klin, rubbed his eyes in disbelief before dashing over, excitement radiating from him. Boss, when did you return? Fanyu harbored deep gratitude for Klin, knowing that without his intervention, he might have perished on the streets. I just arrived today. How are you finding things? Klin asked with a smile. Fanyu nodded, explaining, since the company has begun coastal aquaculture, I no longer need to go out to sea to catch fish. Teacher Wu Tian believes I am well suited for the security position, and Sister Lan Chi arranged for me to come here. Teacher Wu Tian's keen judgment remained sharp, undoubtedly recognizing Fanyu as a promising martial arts disciple. Klin thought, keep it up. You're a good kid, Klin encouraged. Fanyu hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject, but knowing that Klin might leave soon and that it could be a long time before they met again. He mustered his courage and said, I ask of you, boss, to take me on as your disciple. I wish to learn martial arts. Though this was an anticipated request, Klin still inquired, why not study under Teacher Wu Tian? He is a master of martial arts that I would like to, but Teacher Wu Tian said that his last 2 disciples are you and Wukong, and he won't be taking on any more students. Fanyu replied, his expression filled with hope. Yes, that's so. Kellen contemplated, realizing that he had long anticipated this outcome. Fanyu gazed at Kellen, his heart racing with anxiety, and boldly exclaimed, I implore you, Master, take me as your disciple. Without hesitation, Fanyu knelt before Kellen. Kellen chuckled heartily. Very well, I consent. From this day forth, you shall be my foremost disciple. Upon hearing this, Fanyu joyfully prostrated himself before Kellen, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master, thank you. Kellen smiled. Do you still call me master? Yes, teacher, Fanyu replied. That moment. As Fanyu pledged his allegiance, the system activated a notification. Earthling has become a disciple. The master-disciple system can be activated. Would you like to proceed? Kellen inquired. What benefits does it entail? Upon activation, it allows you to take on disciples and grants you 3 opportunities to break the limits of Earthlings for free. Simon Wushuang reminds you. Remember to save your progress after viewing. It will facilitate your journey. Subsequently, the host can use double energy to assist in breaking through limits, and upon reaching the 5th level, the disciple may graduate, earning the title of master of many students. Specific functions await your exploration. Free breakthroughs for the first 3 levels? Could I potentially recruit numerous disciples and cultivate a legion of Earth-S champions? Ding! System vulnerability detected and repaired. Current disciple quota. 1. Clap. That's me. Even without this master-disciple feature. Kellen intended to accept Fanyu as a disciple, as he was reminded of his own experiences before becoming a disciple of Master Wutian. Fanyu, rise. Now that you have pledged yourself to me, you must understand that this school is affiliated with the Turtle Hermit School. Master Wutian is your grand teacher, and Wukong is your uncle. You may address Master Wutian as grand teacher and show respect to your elders. Do you understand? Disciple understands, Fanyu replied respectfully. Although he had begun studying martial arts, he knew he could not neglect his job, so he planned to earn a living. Starting tomorrow, take a month off, and I will first teach you the way of cultivation. Fanyu nodded in agreement. Go home and rest well. Training begins tomorrow, Kellen concluded before departing. Goodbye, master, Fanyu exclaimed, exhilarated at the thought of the training to come. Kellen, having no prior experience in training others, realized he needed to consult Master Wutian. However, as luck would have it, Master Wutian had ventured into the city and was currently untraceable. Kellen pondered the predicament, resolutely thinking, can a living person truly be stifled by excrement? Let's just proceed. The following day, at the central square, the two arrived as promised. Listen closely, Turtle Hermit teachings. Eat well, drink well, rest well, and study well. Fanyu listened intently, fearful of missing a single word. First, deliver the packages before you to each recipient. You have 2 hours. Next, construction work, swimming with sharks, and diligent study. After half a month, I will teach you to FLY.I. In 2 days. We will practice the solar fist. A week later, I will impart to you the essential technique of the Turtle School, the Turtle Destruction Wave. For now, recite the Turtle Destruction Wave. After a month of rigorous training, Fanyu made significant progress. Time. Year 756 of the AG calendar name. Fanyu age, 16 race. Earthling combat power, 50 skills, Turtle Destruction Wave. Solar Fist, Phantom Fist, Sky Dance Technique. Cultivation limit, 800 combat power. I have imparted all I can. Now it is up to you to comprehend the rest. Your work cannot continue for now, so let me set a goal for you. Depart from here on foot to Karin Tower, ascend to the top, and inform Karin that I sent you. Then, listen to Karin's guidance. Do you understand? Are there really immortals? Fanyu asked, somewhat excited. Whether there are or not, you must discover for yourself. Everything is unknown. Yes, Master. Chapter 16. The gravity training room. Another 30 days passed, and Kellen, observing his combat power, frowned. In 30 days, he had only increased his combat power by 15,000 points, which was unavoidable. While in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had the benefit of a divine tenfold gravity suit, coupled with the chamber's inherent tenfold gravity. The environment was harsh, allowing his combat power to grow by 700 points daily. However, after a month of relative ease, a slower rate of growth was to be expected. It seemed necessary to seek out Dr. Briefs to customize a gravity training room. Kellen thought, "As one of the most brilliant scientists on Earth. Constructing a gravity training room was a simple task for Dr. Briefs. The only uncertainty lay in the cost. Being one of the wealthiest individuals, surely he wouldn't charge too much. Kellen mused, it's better not to be lazy. I should fly there with all my might. West City, bustling with traffic and high-speed roads, showcased the advanced technology of the Dragon Ball world. The later developments, such as the androids and time machines, demonstrated that Earth was indeed a technologically advanced planet, albeit with such advancements concentrated in the hands of a few. The Capsule Corporation was a world-renowned enterprise, and after a brief inquiry with a passerby, Kellen located its headquarters. Before him stood a massive hemispherical structure, a fusion of illusion and reality, brimming with technological elements, sprawling across thousands of acres, adorned with a prominent capsule logo. Such grandeur! Kellen couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, the wealthy are extravagant. Kellen activated the intercom at the entrance, calling out, "Bulma! Bulma!" Shortly thereafter, Bulma arrived on a flying vehicle, waving at Kellen. "Over here, Bulma!" As she drew nearer, Kellen took in Bulma's appearance. Blue hair, eyes tinged with violet. A stunning figure clad in a short, alluring skirt that accentuated her curves. Kellen slapped his forehead, affirming that this was indeed the Bulma. He remembered that, it's Kellen. "What brings you here?" Bulma inquired. "I seek your father's assistance in constructing a gravity training room." "Oh, very well. Come inside." Kellen followed Bulma into the facility, where a rooster-like robot approached, greeting, "Good day, miss." "Wow, this is incredibly advanced," Kellen thought as he followed Bulma through what felt like a labyrinth. He found himself wishing for simpler navigation. Eventually, they arrived at a courtyard on the first floor, adorned with exotic flowers, rainbow fountains, and rare creatures. There's something you need, Bulma." Dr. Briefs approached them. "Dad, Kellen wishes for your help in building a gravity training room." "Greetings, Dr. Briefs. I am Kellen, a friend of Bulma's." Dr. Briefs scrutinized Kellen, remarking, "I've heard Bulma's friends are all short. You don't seem to fit that description." Bulma blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "This really my father?" "Wait, has Kellen grown taller?" Dr. Briefs continued. "A gravity training room. Do you have specific requirements?" "Nothing particular, just hoping you could construct a training room with at least 100 times the gravity." Dr. Brief was taken aback by the mention of 100 times gravity. "What kind of joke is this? 100 times gravity. If you weigh 100 gene under such gravity, it would amount to 10,000 gene. Your body simply cannot withstand that." Krillin chuckled slyly. "Rest assured, Dr. Brief, I am quite a formidable martial artist." Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief nodded. "Very well then, come back in half a month to collect it. I need a little time." Krillin's face brightened, and he nodded in agreement. With half a month to spare and nowhere to go, Krillin felt a twinge of headache. Should he stay at Bulma's house? Perhaps not. He decided it would be best to find some place to manage on his own. "Bulma, I shall take my leave now. I will return in half a month for the gravity training room." Without waiting for Bulma to respond, Krillin took off into the sky. In truth, he felt a hint of trepidation, not out of fear of Bulma, but rather of what Android 18 might do later. Bulma, slightly exasperated, muttered, "Why rush off? It's been so long. We could have caught up." With no other option, she resolved to find a 5-star hotel to make do. Don T asked why. "Just know that money is no object," Krillin lamented to himself. Arriving at a hotel adorned with dazzling neon lights and opulent decorations, he cheerfully chose this establishment. The hotel was immaculate. The room layout impeccable, exuding elegance without sacrificing charm. The attentive service provided a comforting sense of home, with every detail meticulously crafted. Time flowed like water, and soon half a month had passed. Krillin arrived early at Bulma's residence, where Dr. Brief was making final adjustments. The doctor was diligent and meticulous in his work, a stark contrast to his earlier lecherous image. After a considerable time, Dr. Brief jumped down from the platform, clearly exhausted for what was likely a month of continuous effort. "Krillin, give it a try. The gravity training room offers more than just gravity functionality," he said, his voice filled with enthusiasm. "It also features music, a bathing area, and relaxation functions." Dr. Brief continued animatedly. Krillin gazed at the gravity chamber, which resembled an inverted hemisphere resting on the ground, roughly the size of a classroom. Its surface was composed of grid-like tiles, remarkably sturdy with excellent compressive strength. As he stepped inside, the exterior appeared modest. Yet the interior was remarkably spacious, complete with a kitchen, shower, and training area. It made sense. The transformation capsules employed spatial technology, and this gravity training room surely utilized the same. Approaching the control panel, he noticed a tablet-sized switch on the wall. Its function straightforward: start, stop, and buttons to adjust the gravity multiplier, along with a numerical display to select the desired level. Krillin pressed start and selected a gravity level of 20 times. Instantly, that familiar sensation returned, as the sudden increase in gravity seemed to render the surrounding air denser. However, it was merely an illusion. Gathering his energy, he adapted to the 20 times gravity after a few breaths. Ha! That exhilarating sense of power is back, he exclaimed. Gradually, he increased the gravity, feeling his body grow heavier, requiring more energy to resist. He eventually reached 100 times gravity, the air around him taking on a faint crimson hue. Focusing all his energy, he struggled to move, yet a smile graced his face. This was precisely the sensation he sought. He pressed the number 1 to deactivate the gravity training room and stepped out. Dr. Brief inquired. How is it, Krillin? Are you satisfied? Doctor, you are a genius. This gravity training room is simply perfect, Krillin praised, unabashedly showering him with compliments. Dr. Brief's smile widened at the flattery. Naturally, Krillin stored the gravity training room in his transformation capsule. When it came to payment, Dr. Brief dismissed the notion, deeming it unimportant since Krillin was a friend of his daughter. Doctor, do you still have the Dragon Ball radar? Krillin asked, with a gravity training room at his disposal. It was time to implement his plan step by step. I believe there's still one at home. I made an extra while helping Goku fix his radar back in the day. Let me find it. Moments later, he returned. Here you go. Krillin happily stowed the Dragon Ball radar in his bag and called out, Goodbye, Doctor. Chapter 17. High-pressure gravity training. Krillin returned to Kame House, this time equipped with the gravity training room and the Dragon Ball radar. Upon landing, he surveyed the island, noting little had changed in the past few weeks. Master Roshi had indeed not yet returned. Having experienced the splendor of the city, Krillin mused, for the foreseeable future, I shall rely on you for training. Addressing the gravity training room, the crisp sound of the device activated added a lively touch to the tranquil island atmosphere. Dressed in his martial arts uniform, Krillin stepped into the gravity training room. System check on attributes. Time. Year 756 of the age of Earth. Name. Krillin. Age. 21 years. 1 year has passed in the hyperbolic time chamber. Race. Earthling dimension. Level 1 dimension, equivalent to Master Roshi. Battle power. 265. 000. Next threshold. 1,500,000. Potential. 1,235,000. Training speed. Light speed. Available energy. 0. He lamented that he had only 1,000 sins of beans left. With a battle power of 265, 000, even if he converted all his remaining sins of beans into energy, it would only yield 500,000 energy units. Utilizing that for lightspeed training would only sustain him for 500 days, resulting in a mere increase of 250,000 in battle power, far from reaching the next threshold. The lack of energy was a source of distress for Krillin. Even if Master Roshi provided him with 100 sins of beans each year, it would barely make a dent. He had no choice but to seek Shenron's assistance, requesting the construction of a sins of bean plantation to see if he could cultivate them and secure a steady energy source. For now, he resolved to focus on training, ensuring he retained at least 100 sins of beans for emergencies. Krillin approached the control panel, deciding to start at 30 times gravity, as he had already acclimated to 20 times during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Beep! 30 times gravity activated. Krillin felt the immense pressure exerted on every cell of his body. Yet there was a hint of anticipation and joy. Continuous high-pressure training would engrave muscle memory, and the process of strengthening each cell would be recorded as instinct. His cells understood that their master was about to engage in intense training. While it would be arduous, the outcome would lead to greater strength, instilling a sense of expectation and joy. Perhaps this was why Goku reveled in combat and immersed himself in high-intensity training. At that moment, Krillin too found joy in the exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger. As he pushed his limits, his muscles trembled. A voice within urged him to persevere. Two conflicting thoughts echoed in his mind. One urged him to give up, suggesting that it was perfectly acceptable to be a slacker. The other encouraged him, insisting he should be a man of substance, capable of protecting Android 18 rather than relying on her for protection. Come on, Krillin. I know you can become a true warrior. Let the girls slack off. The power of belief is boundless. When on the verge of giving up, he reminded himself to endure just a little longer. Though arduous, Krillin persevered, delivering each punch with unwavering determination, honing the most fundamental techniques. The duel between the two was not merely a display of intricate maneuvers. A true master triumphs without reliance on technique, often finding victory through simplicity. A blue energy wave surged toward Krillin, affirming his commitment to training his resilience. Only by being relentless with oneself can one be equally fierce against adversaries. With a resounding crash, Krillin fell, having reached his limits. Yet he descended with a smile. He had not consumed any senza beans, relying solely on his own recovery. Not from a lack of desire, but rather due to financial constraints. Gasping for breath as he lay on the ground, a pool of sweat glistened on the floor beneath him. His bare torso revealed only fragments of his martial arts uniform, and numerous scars adorned his robust physique. Such is the nature of training. If one does not exert themselves, the harsh reality of tomorrow will deliver a resounding slap of consequence. Krillin turned over, exhausted to the point of slumber. The passage of time brought another month to its conclusion. Krillin was diligently training, his punches swift as lightning, each strike resonating with a thunderous boom as he moved with remarkable speed. Behind him, several energy waves pursued him, and he deftly evaded their relentless pursuit. As the saying goes, a stationary target is easy to hit, but a moving one is not. The gravity gauge on the wall had now registered a weight of 100 times, as Krillin had adapted to this increased gravity after a month of intense training. The environment in which he fought was under 100 times normal gravity. Throughout the month, aside from sleeping and eating, Krillin devoted himself entirely to training. That he firmly believed in the adage that diligence can compensate for inadequacy. Although he did not consider himself inept, hard work was undoubtedly a virtue. System, check attributes. Time, year 756 of the Ike Chronicles name. Krillin age, 21 years. 1 year has passed in the Time Spirit Room. Race, Earthling dimension. Level 1 dimension. Equivalent to Cat Sage. Combat power, 290. 000. Next threshold, 1,500,000. Potential, 1,210,000. Training speed. Speed of light. 30 days of training had yielded an increase of 25,000 in combat power. With the increase in gravity, his daily combat power growth varied. At 20 times gravity, he gained 700 points daily. At 50 times, 800, and at 100 times, he increased by 1,000 points daily, seemingly reaching a cap. Nevertheless, Krillin had accumulated a total increase of 25,000 in combat power over the month. He was now half as strong as Frisia, and yet, as laughter turned to tears, he wondered what to make of this development. With only 60 senzu beans remaining. A reminder echoed. Please consider saving this for later viewing. With only expenditure and no income, even the wealthiest could face ruin one day. Thus, the balance of income and expenditure is essential for longevity. After a refreshing shower and a good rest, Krillin understood that such was the essence of the turtle hermit style, that he approached the switch to turn off the gravity, opting for a direct shutdown without adjusting it to 1 times gravity. For he had already acclimated to 100 times. Beep. Gravity is off. With a lightness reminiscent of Goku's words, Krillin felt almost weightless. He swung his arms, brimming with newfound strength. Dressed only in shorts, he made his way to the beach. Diving headfirst into the warm currents that washed away the fatigue accumulated over 30 days. Floating in the warm waters, Krillin gradually closed his heavy eyelids, drifting along with the current, his aura keeping any creatures within a 10-mile radius at bay. Chapter 18. The search for Dragon Balls resumes. 2 days had passed since his last intense training session, and Krillin now held the Dragon Ball radar in his hands. The IT beeped rhythmically, displaying 7 bright spots on its grid, indicating the locations of the Dragon Balls. Krillin had packed the gravity training chamber into a capsule, ready for his journey, expressing a hint of anticipation. Observing the radar, he noted that the Dragon Balls were scattered across the globe, with the nearest one being over 1,000 kilometers away. That direction? It was Goku's home, where Goku was known to possess a 4-star ball. He decided to seek the remaining 6 first. Aside from the one at Goku's home, the closest one was located in Mars Yuta, akin to the Alaskan region of Earth in his previous life, an icy land shrouded in perpetual snow. With few inhabitants, it's so cold, Krillin exclaimed, gazing at the snowy expanse as flakes danced down from the sky. What kind of torment is this? I'm a person who fears the cold but not the heat. Following the radar's guidance, Krillin navigated through the snow. Beep, beep, beep. The radar indicated he was near. The snow was deep, and he knew the Dragon Ball lay beneath its frosty surface. Gathering his energy, Krillin created a whirlwind that sent snow flying in all directions. As he gazed beneath the snow, tears welled in his eyes. This ice must have been here for at least 10 years. With no other choice, Krillin carved a small opening in the ice. Stripping off his clothing to prepare for the frigid water. Testing the temperature, he found it excruciatingly cold. Wrapping himself in energy, he descended, employing the methods of a martial artist. The water beneath the ice was not deep, about 100 meters and crystal clear, revealing no discernible color. Soon, he reached the bottom, where sunlight refracted through the ice illuminated the Dragon Ball embedded in the frozen ground, radiating a dazzling glow. Rushing toward it, he spotted 5 stars shimmering within the ball. A 5-star ball. Emerging triumphantly from the ice, Krillin soared into the air. Now traversing the subtropical rainforest, Krillin marveled at the bizarre flora, recalling Bear Grylls. Over the month, he had traversed ice fields, wandered through deserts, battled dinosaurs, and danced with wolves, leaving his mark across the globe. A real-life wilderness escapade. Krillin leapt into a tree, its trunk exceeding 30 meters in diameter and towering over 150 meters. Lightly jumping into the treetops, he retrieved another Dragon Ball, this one bearing a single-starred, a 1-star ball. He rejoiced, having now found 6. With only Goku's 4-star ball remaining, he flew toward Bowsy Mountain, calling out, "Goku! Goku!" As he arrived at Goku's home. Chi-Chi, with a noticeable baby bump, emerged slowly, smiling. "Oh, it's Uncle Krillin." Goku is training on the back mountain. Observing Chi-Chi's visibly pregnant state, Krillin reflected on how nearly 6 months had passed since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world. Time, it seemed, held little value. Really, Goku? You're about to become a father, yet all you do is train, neglecting to spend time at home with your child. Chi-Chi, let me help you inside. Chi-Chi gazed lovingly at her belly. Her eyes filled with maternal warmth as she gently caressed it, radiating anticipation. Krillin stepped forward, supporting her as they walked inside. Chi-Chi smiled, explaining Goku's dedication to training. If anyone else had said it, Krillin might have believed it. But with Goku, it was a different story. I'm off to find Goku. Krillin addressed Chi-Chi. He soared to the back mountain, where Wukong at that moment was performing push-ups with one finger pressed against the ground. Sensing Krillin's energy, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Since his marriage, Wukong had not engaged in combat with anyone else, and his last bout with Krillin hardly counted. Upon seeing Krillin, Wukong felt an overwhelming thrill. Finally, he had a training partner, in a flash. Wukong lunged towards Krillin with an attack, but his elbow strike missed entirely. Krillin. Wukong's movements seemed exceedingly slow and full of openings. A slight shift of Krillin's form allowed him to evade Wukong's powerful strike effortlessly. With a swift spinning kick, Krillin struck Wukong squarely on the shoulder. Before Wukong could even comprehend Krillin's technique, he was sent flying backwards. Lying on the ground, Wukong grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "Ouch! That hurts!" Seeing Wukong tumble, Krillin hurried over, awkwardly scratching his head. "Sorry, Wukong. I just kicked out a reflex." He gently helped Wukong up, muttering, "Wukong, honestly, instead of staying home to accompany Chi-Chi, you're out here practicing haphazardly. You must remember, you're about to become a father." Wukong looked at Krillin and, with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled. I understand, but Krillin, your energy has become so powerful. I'm thrilled." Krillin, sweating profusely, replied, "By the way, Wukong, where's the 4-star ball that Grandpa Gohan left you? I'd like to use it to summon Shenron." "Oh, it's at home." Wukong retrieved the 4-star ball and casually handed it to Krillin, who, upon seeing it, could not suppress his joy. "After a month of hard work, I've finally gathered them all." Krillin then poured out the remaining 6 Dragon Balls from his backpack. With the 7 Dragon Balls now assembled, they began to emit a radiant glow, heralding an exhilarating moment. Krillin raised his hands, palms upward, and called out, "Come forth, Shenron." The background music swelled. The frequency of the Dragon Ball shimmering quickened as dark clouds rolled in, enveloping the sky and plunging the surroundings into darkness. Boom! Crack! The clouds crackled with lightning, illuminating the earth as it danced recklessly within the storm, seemingly poised to strike down at any moment. The radiance of the Dragon Balls intensified, appearing to resonate with the lightning above. Shenron is about to emerge. Kellen's heart raced with excitement. The dragon, a mythical creature steeped in Chinese folklore, was about to be witnessed firsthand, filling him with overwhelming emotion. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed. Golden light surged from the Dragon Balls, spiraling upwards, merging with the cloud cover, accompanied by another resonant roar in the sky. Amidst the endless sea of dark clouds, the form of the green dragon materialized, its fiery red eyes gazing down at Krillin and Wukong. State your wish. Any wish I can grant, but only one. Krillin, please help me create a suitable environment for the growth of special beings like the senza beans and spirit fruits. I require a spatial vessel, as my abilities are limited and I cannot directly create a space within you. I see, Krillin pondered. How about this? He produced a spatial capsule, declaring, this should serve as the spatial vessel. Shenron's eyes glimmered with a crimson. It is acceptable as you wish. Your wish has been granted. I have constructed a unique growth environment with my divine power. This space can absorb ambient special energy at any time, replenishing itself. You should now be able to cultivate the beings you mentioned, and you can also adjust the energy density to influence the yield of your crops. Shenron explained in a surprisingly humanized manner. If you wish to expand the space, you will need to seek a higher level. Shenron. Farewell. Noticing Krillin's potential, Shenron offered a final reminder before transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, spiraling into the heavens and dispersing across the world. Krillin seized the moment, leaping up to grasp the departing 4-star ball, returning to the ground and handing it to Wukong. Wukong, I apologize, but the 4-star ball will take a year to revert to its original form. Wukong smiled, indicating that it was no concern. Krillin then burst into joyous laughter, admiring the space he had named the senza bean plantation. Chapter 19. Cultivating senza beans. This space was peculiar. The ambient energy it absorbed did not resemble combat energy, but rather a form of life energy. This unique energy, although existing in a free state throughout the universe, could not be harnessed or absorbed by individuals. It could only be produced in specific locations, such as the realms of destruction, the Kaioshin realm, and the depths of the underworld. Now, this energy was being attracted to the space, and though the quantity was minimal, Krillin could genuinely sense the life energy within the space gradually becoming abundant, accumulating over time. The senza bean plantation was not extensive, merely 2 square meters in size. It appeared that the Earth's Shenron was somewhat lacking. Improvements were certainly needed, but that could wait for another day. 2 square meters was neither large nor small. It was sufficient for cultivating 4 senza bean plants. Indeed, senza beans are perennials, akin to apple trees that bear fruit each year. The cat's age had only 1 plant, yet it produced over 100 beans annually. Krillin estimated that his yield should reach around 500 beans per year, but he would need to consult the cat sage for precise cultivation methods. Xiaolin, come on, it's time to eat. Wukong called out to Krillin. Coming, Krillin replied. With Chi-Chi pregnant, it was naturally inconvenient for her cook, and the role of chef fell to Krillin. Xiaolin, your cooking is simply divine. Wukong mumbled, mouth full. Haha, let me teach you. Krillin bade farewell to Wukong and Chi-Chi, calling out, Wukong, I'm off. Remember to do the chores at home. Before departing, Krillin took the time to impart some wisdom to Wukong, summarizing 1,000 words into a thesis titled, On How to Be a Good Husband. Watching Krillin's retreating figure, Wukong murmured, Xiaolin can be quite verbose. Could this be the reason for his newfound strength? Wukong seemed to have discovered a new insight, his eyes shining with understanding. Krillin soared towards Karin Tower, reflecting on his earlier instruction to Wukong with a wry smile. After all, Wukong was already married, while he remained blissfully unaware of how many more years he might spend single. With the senza bean plantation established, he was eager to consult the cat sage about cultivation techniques. Krillin quickened his pace towards Karin Tower. At his current speed, Krillin seemed to be traversing the North Sea by day and the Kangwu Mountains by night. Within a short while, he arrived at Karin Tower, where a large, plump white cat was deftly evading a persistent young boy attempting to seize the bottle of holy water from the cat sage's staff. The cat sage, with remarkable agility, eluded the boy's grasp, who was none other than Krillin's eldest disciple, Fanyu. Krillin observed intently from the side, noting that Fanyu was nearing the right moment. Within 10 moves, he would surely secure the ultra-holy water. Krillin quietly called out, Move to the right, 3 steps in, upon encountering a sound, Fanyu exhibited no hesitation, promptly pivoting to his right and taking 3 steps forward. As anticipated, the next action of the cat immortal was to evade in this direction, fortuitously landing in Fanyu's embrace. "Haha, got you!" Fanyu exclaimed with delight. The cat immortal couldn't help but break into a sweat, exclaiming, "The young ones are becoming increasingly formidable. At this rate, what remains of my dignity as an immortal?" Despite his complaints, the cat immortal chuckled while wiping away his perspiration. After a moment of levity, he dashed towards Karin, kneeling with a splash. "Greetings, master. What brings you here?" Karin smiled and nodded at Fanyu, noting his impressive 85 points of combat power, and felt a sense of satisfaction at his diligent training. "Indeed, you've made significant progress. Keep up the good work," Karin encouraged Fanyu. Hearing this, Fanyu's joy intensified, his face flushed with excitement, for his greatest admiration was reserved for his master. "Master seeks the cat immortal for some advice," he added. Karin then addressed the cat immortal. "Greetings, cat immortal. You seem to be in fine spirits recently." The cat immortal smiled. "It's no wonder. I've been enjoying fresh fish daily, and what could be more delightful than that? Happiness is simply defined. Cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, and Ultraman battles monsters." Karin felt an immense pressure. Perhaps only marrying number 18 would bring him true happiness, he mused. "Cat immortal, how are the fairy beans cultivated? I wish to plant some myself, as my recent battles have depleted my supply." "Have you exhausted them so soon?" The cat immortal expressed disbelief. "There were 3,000. After all." Karin chuckled without further comment. "That might prove difficult. Fairy beans require a special environment to thrive. They cannot survive in ordinary places." The cat immortal lamented. "That I am aware of that. Hence, I requested the dragon Shenron to create a suitable environment for growth. Now, I only need you to instruct me on how to plant them." The cat immortal was surprised to learn it was Karin who summoned Shenron yesterday, but quickly regained composure. After all, how many could gather 7 Dragon Balls on Earth? "Well then, that simplifies matters," the cat immortal said, leading Karin deeper into Karin Tower. Gesturing for him to follow as he elaborated, fairy beans were discovered by the first god of Earth by chance in a place teeming with divine energy. After transplanting the beans, the god found they struggled to thrive elsewhere. Only in Karin Tower did they flourish, leading him to surmise that the mysterious energy here was more potent, and thus, the fairy beans remained here until now. "That energy must be the essence of life," Karin pondered silently. "Here we are," Karin exclaimed upon seeing a large vat, its vine-like fairy beans thriving within, exuding vitality. This vat is said to connect to the divine realm. However, the precise details elude me due to its ancient origin. That it is the existence of this vat that allows the fairy beans to grow, the cat immortal explained to himself. "Shaolin, how many plants do you require?" Cultivating fairy beans necessitates taking cuttings from the root of the original bean. He further elucidated 0.4 plants should suffice. That is the maximum density for the space. Any more, and the vitality will be insufficient, slowing their growth. By the way, cat immortal, how long does it take for them to mature and start producing fairy beans? "It takes 6 months for the plants to mature, and only then will the beans begin to form." The cat immortal reflected. 0.6 months. While a considerable duration, it is within an acceptable range. I suppose I must wait for the continuous harvest of fairy beans, Karin resignedly acknowledged. The cat immortal carefully pruned 4 roots and handed them to Karin, saying, "Handle them with care. We cannot afford to take more cuttings from this original bean for a while, as it needs time to recover its vitality." At that moment, Karin noticed the cat immortal's slight discomfort, which he hid well, yet it was apparent to Karin. Indeed, a true cat, he thought. "Ps. Haha, I've signed a contract. I just received notice of my successful signing, which makes me, Shao Ci, a contracted author now. I'm quite elated and will update a chapter to celebrate. Thank you all for your recommendations. See, I Ming Wushuang reminds you. Please remember to save this for future reading. I truly appreciate it. Your recommendations are my motivation for writing. I recall, just 2 weeks ago, when I published my book, I wrote 2,000 words in 3 hours. It was incredibly exhausting. Previously, I never bothered with novels under 1,000,000 words. But now I genuinely understand how challenging it is for authors. Regardless of the quality, I will persevere to complete my first book that I don't possess extraordinary talent, so I estimate around 800,000 words. Next, I aim to break free from Earth. Let us keep striving. This is my first contract, and I feel quite excited. I've never encountered such a situation before. As a new week begins, if any generous patrons have recommendation votes to spare, I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 20. Guardians of Earth. Karin meticulously transplanted the 4 roots into the fairy bean cultivation area. As he planted them, the surrounding vitality immediately converged towards the beans, gradually transforming into the nutrients necessary for their growth. Phew! Karin wiped his brow. It's done. Now, we await the flowering and fruiting of the fairy beans. He followed the cat immortal outside, where Fanyu was still practicing. Observing this, the cat immortal smiled at Karin, stating, Fanyu is a good child, kind-hearted and exceedingly diligent. You have chosen a commendable disciple. He couldn't help but compare Fanyu to Master Roshi, noting he is far more industrious than that old turtle in his youth. Karin chuckled at the cat immortal's words. I must trouble you for further guidance, as I am about to leave Earth and may not have the opportunity to teach Fanyu in person for a while. The cat immortal slightly nodded in agreement, then, appearing somewhat astonished, asked, Leaving Earth? Why? Karin responded, The environment on Earth is too comfortable. I must constantly engage in battle to enhance my combat abilities to better protect Earth and those I care for. Even with your current strength, can you not protect Earth? The cat immortal asked incredulously. Far from it. The formidable foes that await Earth are beyond imagination. I in the presence of powerful beings in the universe. They could reduce Earth to cosmic dust with but a flick of their finger, and I fear I would barely measure up to even their fingertip, Karin replied with a wry smile. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily. The cat immortal was taken aback, rendered speechless. In the divine temple, the observing gods grew anxious, dropping their staves without realizing it. Upon noticing the change, Bobo approached to inquire, What troubles you, God? The deity waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, yet he listened intently to the conversation between Karin and the cat immortal. After a prolonged silence, he queried, But wait, there have been no external invasions for thousands of years. Have there? The deities in the temple nodded in agreement, echoing the same thought. That is because Earth is too weak in the vast universe. It is a low-tier planet devoid of invasion value. The forces in the universe have yet to turn their attention to Earth, Karin explained. Once they do, however, Earth is merely a low-tier planet. It isn't that the invaders have overlooked it, but rather they have yet to acknowledge its existence. The cat immortal mused, his eyes clouded with melancholy. Fear not, cat immortal. When formidable foes assail Earth, a new generation of powerful warriors will emerge, fighting valiantly to protect our home, and I shall be among them. How do you know this? The cat sage felt compelled to seek clarity. Previously, I had met my demise at the hands of the minion tambourine, dispatched by King Piccolo. However, Goku gathered the Dragon Balls and resurrected me. After my revival, fragments of memories occasionally surfaced in my mind. Initially, I was skeptical, but as time passed, certain moments from my life aligned with these memories, gradually confirming their authenticity. Now, I believe I can somewhat foresee future events. Upon hearing Krillin's words, the Supreme Kai's expression grew increasingly grave. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly indicating his belief in Krillin's claims. The cat sage fell into contemplation, recognizing that Krillin's formidable strength rendered him unlikely to jest about such matters, which explained Krillin's recent rapid progress. In dire situations, individuals often unleash immense potential. Krillin was aware of the impending threats to Earth, and it was this pressure that enabled his swift advancement. Such were the musings of the cat sage. Krillin remarked, I merely sought an excuse to leave Earth while subtly alerting its defenders. The cat sage realized he had perhaps overthought the matter. Would a new generation of powerful warriors truly emerge to safeguard Earth? Could they withstand the formidable forces from the cosmos? The cat sage harbored doubts. Certainly. Krillin declared with resolute conviction, seemingly striving to instill hope in the cat sage. The Supreme Kai murmured, Powerful warriors? Will Piccolo be among them? He still hoped a part of himself could contribute to Earth's protection, seeking to atone for his past mistakes. What assistance can I offer? The cat sage inquired of Krillin. You could select a group of individuals from the next generation to serve as Earth's reserve guardians. Krillin suggested. The cat sage found this proposition feasible and nodded in agreement. Krillin continued, Cat sage, I entrust this matter to you, that I must head to the temple to discuss plans for leaving Earth with the Supreme Kai. The cat sage nodded reassuringly, saying, Rest assured. With that, Krillin soared towards the temple. Watching Krillin's departing figure, the cat sage felt a sense of relief and silently murmured, With you all safeguarding Earth, I can rest easy. Come, let's continue training. Upon reaching the temple, Krillin found the Supreme Kai standing at its edge, seemingly awaiting his arrival. With a soft thud, Krillin landed gracefully on the temple. Supreme Kai, it has been a while, he greeted. The Supreme Kai looked at Krillin with a serious expression and asked, Is what you spoke of with Karin true? Although he had already begun to believe, he could not refrain from asking once more. Krillin, too, adopted a somber demeanor, nodding gravely. The Supreme Kai closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. There was no need for excessive worry. One must simply let things unfold naturally. When the time comes, the warriors who protect Earth will rise to the occasion. As long as we are here, Earth will not perish, Krillin earnestly assured the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai opened his eyes and slowly nodded. With cause comes effect. Earth has existed for countless years and possesses its own destiny. Do not fret. It will not easily meet its end. Is there a trace of Piccolo in your memories? The Supreme Kai's voice trembled, filled with both fear and anticipation. Although Piccolo had undergone some changes recently, the Supreme Kai remained uncertain. Should Piccolo become an accomplice in invading Earth, it would be a sin beyond redemption. The Supreme Kai gazed at Krillin with hopeful expectation, understanding the Supreme Kai's concerns. Krillin solemnly affirmed, Piccolo is a powerful warrior dedicated to protecting Earth. Hearing the words he longed for, the Supreme Kai's face turned toward the sky, tears of relief streaming down his cheeks that I knew it. Piccolo. Bubbles also produced a handkerchief to wipe away tears from his eyes, genuinely happy for the Supreme Kai, who had lived in deep remorse for centuries. Unable to contain himself, Krillin added, as an exceptional Namekian, Piccolo will undoubtedly become the cornerstone of Earth's defense. Indeed, the cornerstone. Due to the limitations of human potential, even the strongest Earthling, Krillin, ultimately became a mere bystander. To call Piccolo the cornerstone is truly no exaggeration. What? A Namekian? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in shock. A Namekian. Today I learned I am an extraterrestrial, which explains my differences. The Supreme Kai's expression turned serious. I am a Dragon Ball created long ago. There was a sense of familiarity then. Could it be that someone in my distant homeland also crafted such a thing? He murmured, recalling memories of his ancestors. Indeed, the Supreme Kai's homeland is the distant Namek. Centuries ago, drastic climatic changes occurred there, prompting his parents to send him to Earth before they could join him, Krillin explained. The Supreme Kai continued, I grew up in the Sabin Highlands, where I had a house containing a letter that read, I will come soon. Wait for me. I believe my parents would surely come, but I waited for a long time. It was a miserable wait. There was no food, and I endured for perhaps 20 years, no, 30 years. Eventually, I lost hope and left Sabin, abandoning that house. In retrospect, that house was rather peculiar. A relaxed smile graced the Supreme Kai's face as he unraveled a mystery that had puzzled him for centuries. That house was the spaceship the Supreme Kai used when he arrived on Earth. Krillin clarified that I truly wonder what Namek is like. After all, it has been hundreds of years since I left. The Supreme Kai mused, filled with longing for his homeland. As one ages, the desire to return home grows increasingly intense, especially for a place that exists only in the Supreme Kai's dreams. Krillin, as a true descendant of the Yanhuang lineage, deeply understood the Supreme Kai's feelings at that moment. Supreme Kai, do you recall my earlier conversation with the Cat Sage about preparing to leave Earth? Given the current technological limitations, we cannot construct a spaceship capable of interstellar travel. Therefore, the ship I once traveled in during my childhood is our best option, Krillin slowly explained to the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai nodded thoughtfully. Come with me. Let us journey to Namek together. Upon hearing Krillin's words, the Supreme Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement, only to dim as he shook his head. The Supreme Kai. I have a responsibility and obligation to protect Earth. I should not leave my post. It's all right, Supreme Kai. With Bubbles here, Earth will be well guarded. Bubbles quickly reassured the Supreme Kai. Indeed, with Bubbles around, there is no need for concern. And what about Goku in the next generation? You need not worry, Krillin hastily added. The Supreme Kai hesitated, contemplating whether he should go. Krillin pressed on. The journey will be swift. It won't take more than a few days for a round trip. Once we ask Purunga to grant our wishes, the spaceship will no longer be necessary. The Supreme Kai's indecision lingered. Namek, a phantom, seemed to materialize before him, and as he reached out to grasp it, it dissipated like a reflection in shattered glass. After much contemplation, the Supreme Kai finally said, "Very well." He felt a twinge of guilt for allowing King Piccolo to inflict suffering upon humanity. Perhaps he was an unworthy Supreme Kai after all. "You have done exceptionally well. There is no need for excessive self-reproach," Krillin assured him. Klin offered words of comfort. The deity waved his hand, signaling Klin to refrain from saying anything further. What Klin had intended to express was swallowed back down. "Now, let us proceed to the Sabin Highlands to retrieve the spacecraft. After all these years, I wonder if it has sustained any damage." Klin faintly recalled that the spacecraft had undergone repairs. Bobo had already produced a flying carpet and addressed the deity in Klin. "Please step aboard. The Sabin Highlands are quite distant, but traveling on my carpet will expedite our journey." Klin and the deity nodded in agreement and mounted the carpet. As Bobo recited an incantation, the environment transformed dramatically, and a fierce wind whipped past Klin's head. "Goodness!" Klin silently exclaimed, realizing he must master the skill of teleportation as an essential means of escape during confrontations. "That we've arrived. You may disembark now," Bobo announced slowly. At that moment, the deity, filled with reminiscence, remarked, "But these memories are all painful." The structure before them was round, supported by 4 legs, resembling some sort of beetle. Indeed, it was a distinctive architectural style characteristic of the Namekians. Klin mused to himself. As the group approached, the deity continued, "There are no doorknobs or locks. Uttering a single phrase will grant access. Bic, signifying different worlds." Klin remembered this. The deity calmly enunciated Bic, and the bottom of the spacecraft descended, allowing everyone to step aboard, akin to an elevator. Klin and the deity were ushered into the interior of the spacecraft. "Regrettably, I am not adept at piloting the vessel," the deity confessed with a hint of resignation. Klin chuckled softly. "No need for piloting. It operates on full automatic voice recognition, though it requires the Namekian language, the very tongue you and Bic spoke at the martial arts tournament." The deity's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Realizing his own oversight, "Deity, say fly, and take us to the temple." The deity nodded. "Amp, amp, amp." This foreign language is quite perplexing. The control panel displayed a series of characters. Just as they were conversing, they had already landed atop the temple. Klin and the deity exchanged glances of joy. Klin exclaimed, "The spacecraft is intact." The deity replied, "We can return to our homeland." The group disembarked, and Klin turned to the deity, saying, "Teach me a few simple phrases in Namekian. No matter how challenging, I must learn. Reminds you. Please bookmark for convenience and continue watching. This is the current state of affairs, and there is no alternative." Klin sighed deeply. The deity responded, "Amp, amp," after a lengthy pause. "We must prepare for departure tomorrow. Before that, we need to make some arrangements. At the very least, we should gather provisions and set up a bathing facility on the spacecraft." The deity indicated, "I rely on photosynthesis. In the mountains of Baozi, Wukong truly cannot accompany me on my cosmic journey. You see, Chi-Chi is about to give birth, and you must care for her well." Klin urged Wukong earnestly before leaving Earth. He intended to speak with Wukong, entrusting him with the guardianship of the planet during his absence. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's name, Wukong paused, choosing not to voice any further objections about accompanying Klin into the cosmos. It seemed his teachings bore some fruit, and Klin couldn't help but commend himself inwardly. Chi-Chi is a wonderful girl. Marrying Wukong was perhaps a bit of a compromise. Wukong had never taken on household responsibilities, as Chi-Chi had always been the one to raise their children, in the face of reality. Chi-Chi transformed from a virtuous girl into a somewhat nagging woman, striving to ensure Gohan became a great scholar. Fearing he might follow in Wukong's footsteps, not knowing when he would return from the cosmos, Klin felt it was time to secure a future for Wukong's family, suggesting Chi-Chi work at the Haidaleo Group. Intending to allocate a portion of his annual dividends to her, Klin held onto the belief that as long as there was enough money to live, wealth held no significance for him. Wukong, once the children grow a bit older, let Chi-Chi take a position at Haidaleo Group. I will have a word with Lanchi. Haidaleo Group? What is that? Wukong inquired, his expression innocent. Klin placed his hands over his head in exasperation. Forget it. I'll just speak with Chi-Chi on July 1756 A.J. The deity announced, "We are ready for departure." Bobo wiped away tears and waved goodbye to the deity, making it seem as though they were parting for life and death. The two boarded the spacecraft, and the deity felt a flicker of happiness, for he was about to return to his homeland. Klin addressed the control panel, set course for Namek. Beep. Understood. Estimated arrival time. 5 days. The spacecraft surged forth into the cosmos. Karinta, the cat sage, and the ordinary beings waved farewell to the departing vessel, with the cat sage quietly musing, "When you return, just how powerful will you have become?" Far away, atop the towering Big Cloud, Big seethed at the news of the deity's departure from Earth, muttering angrily, "That old fool. What trickery is he up to now?" With that, he cast his gaze skyward. Klin, watching the receding azure planet through the window, clenched his fist silently. "Wait for me, Android 18. I shall return soon to Piccolo. The Earth arc has temporarily concluded. Klin has successfully embarked upon his journey into the cosmos. The forthcoming stories will not unfold as monotonously as the previous ones, for the initial phase was merely a transition on Earth, and now Klin aims to rise during this period that I extend my gratitude to my supporters. Nobody noticed. Greed, Jia, Qinghua, Invincible, and all the esteemed readers who have cast their recommendation votes for me. Your support fuels my writing endeavors. Haha. Chapter 22. The Grand Elder Namek lies a great distance from Earth. Even the fastest spacecraft, crafted using the advanced technology of the ancient Namekians and Saiyans, requires a month of travel. Observing the deity's anxious demeanor, Klin awkwardly chuckled. "Deity, I apologize for misleading you. It will take us a month to arrive." The deity seemed to have anticipated this, remaining silent, though his expression bore a hint of fear, embodying the sentiment of homeward bound. One feels trepidation. Klin reassured him. The Namekians are a peace-loving race. They are mostly kind-hearted and innocent. Klin silently added, "Except for Slug. Slug possesses an utterly malevolent heart. His combat prowess surpasses even Bix, and upon regaining his youth, he transforms into a super Namekian, boasting astonishing strength of 200 million, even in his aged state. He retains 40 million." That the deity remained contemplative. That it seemed that without reaching Namek, the deity's inner turmoil would remain unresolved. Klin shook his head and smiled ruefully. "A month is not to be wasted. I must seize this time to train." With that, Klin retrieved the gravity training chamber. Klin activated the setting to 100 times Earth's gravity, and the environment instantly shifted to a deep crimson hue. The air becoming significantly heavier. A smile crept across Klin's face. Ah, this familiar sensation. 1 month later. Beep. Estimated landing in 5 minutes, the mechanical voice of the control panel announced. Klin, seated cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Finally, we have arrived. After the 28th day of rigorous training, Klin ceased his intense regimen. In the vastness of the cosmos, no one could predict what might transpire. Klin had to maintain his optimal condition. System, check attributes. Time, year 756 of the AG era. Name, Klin. Age, 21 years. Race, Earthling. Dimension, level 1 dimension, equivalent to Cat Immortal. Combat power, 340. 000. Next threshold limit, 1,500,000. Potential, 1,160,000. Training speed. Speed of light. In the past month, he had only increased by 30,000, a rather sluggish pace. However, with his current limited energy, engaging in VIP training would scarcely sustain him for a few days. Simon Wushuang reminded you. After reading, please bookmark for convenience. It was far less efficient than training at the speed of light. The road ahead was long, and he had to take his time. Klin could not help but sigh. 1 minute later, they arrived at Namek. The control panel chimed again. 8T. This moment, the outline of Namek came into view, the entire planet enveloped in greenery, accompanied by several bright moons that, by Earth standards, could be classified as first-class stars. As the spacecraft moved swiftly, it gradually entered the atmosphere, revealing a clearer sky. Namek was not a singular planet, but a collection of hundreds of islands. The deity stood at the entrance of the spacecraft, leaning on his staff, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he silently gazed at the familiar yet strange homeland. Boom! The spacecraft successfully landed on a relatively elevated island. Destination reached, Namek, taking 29 days and 10 hours. The control panel continued to emit its monotonous voice, though it seemed to carry a hint of joy, perhaps due to the return to his homeland. "Deity, let us disembark," Klin said to the deity. Indeed, the deity nodded. The two slowly exited the spacecraft. The deity took a deep breath, listening to the subtle rustling of the breeze, observing the flowing rivers and peculiar trees before him. And a surge of emotions flooded his heart. The deity spoke, somewhat choked with emotion. "After hundreds of years, I have finally returned to my homeland. This is my home. Nailu, I sense the arrival of our kin on Namek. It is a benevolent presence, 2,000 kilometers to the east. Go greet the new arrivals." The elder's massive form reclined in a chair, his breath faint as he spoke slowly. "Yes, elder," Nailu respectfully replied. "Deity, let us seek out the leader of Namek." The elder. There is a powerful aura to the southwest. If I am not mistaken, that is the location of the elder, Klin said with excitement. Indeed, that is where the elder resides. Ever since I set foot on Namek, my memories have become somewhat hazy, yet I can distinctly sense the elder's location, the deity remarked, puzzled. "Someone is approaching us. The aura resembles that of Piccolo, and based on the energy signature, it should possess a combat power of 40,000. Klin stated calmly. Klin remained unperturbed. A mere 40,000 was easily within his capabilities. That IT was undoubtedly Nailu, a combat-oriented Namekian. Possessing such power was not particularly surprising. IT seemed the elder was quite formidable. No sooner had he and the deity arrived than Nailu came forth. Truly a figure of considerable stature, Klin mused silently. Nailu approached swiftly, landing at Klin's location, and upon seeing the aged deity, was greatly astonished that his kin still thrived on other planets. Nailu descended and respectfully addressed, "Elder from afar, I am honored to meet you." He then bowed deeply to the deity. The deity, having lived for several centuries alongside the elder, regarded Nailu as a contemporary, making Nailu's address as elder entirely appropriate. Nailu exhibited hostility only toward those who offended the elder. At other times, he was a humble and kind-hearted warrior. The deity scrutinized Nailu. He bore a resemblance to Piccolo. Yet his aura was entirely distinct, more restrained and peaceful, devoid of the violence characteristic of Piccolo. "Rise, child," the deity said gently, his eyes brimming with affection, reminiscent of a grandfather gazing at his grandson. "Can you guide us to the elder?" The deity inquired of Nailu. "Indeed, the elder has commanded me to welcome you. Please, ride upon my back. The journey is somewhat lengthy, and I must return swiftly, for my duty is to protect the elder," Nailu responded, bending down. Seeing this, the deity naturally climbed onto Nailu's back. Klin, observing this, thought, "I shall not compete for this opportunity to show filial piety. Haha, let us depart." Nailu soared towards the elder, with Klin closely following. Thud! Thud! They landed atop a significantly elevated pillar. Simon Wushuang reminded you. After reading, please bookmark for convenience. The elder resided here, and the architecture before him bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the spacecraft. A reflection of Klin's aesthetic sensibilities. "Elder," Nailu respectfully called out. "Allow them to enter." The deity, leaning on his staff, approached the elder step by step. Klin intended to follow, but was halted by Nailu's outstretched arm. As he remained cautious about outsiders, Klin, seeing Nailu blocking his way, felt neither anger nor joy, remarking, "I am not one to lose my temper. I merely wish to engage in a friendly spar that I have longed for a worthy opponent." "Haha, you are compelling me to act. Let the guests enter." His aura is calm and benevolent, a person of integrity. The elder's voice resonated once more. "Yes, elder," Nyla said courteously to Klin, "please come in." Reluctantly, Klin acquiesced, understanding that this was Nyla's duty and that he harbored no ulterior motives. There would be ample opportunities for combat in the future. Nailu, after all, was a warrior at heart, being a combat-oriented Namekian, and Klin had already perceived the fighting spirit in Nyla's eyes. "Thank you. Let us proceed together." Nyla nodded. Klin entered, his gaze falling upon the elder reclining in the chair, and internally he thought, "Wow, truly the elder, what a grand presence." Chapter 23. Unlocking Potential. The elder lay in the chair, his aura barely perceptible, his physique capable of surpassing 2 or 3 ordinary Namekians. The elder gazed kindly at the deity, seemingly lost in reminiscence, and after a long pause, finally spoke. "You bear an uncanny resemblance to Cardass. You must be his child. Welcome home." The deity, somewhat perplexed, replied, "The earth deity has met the elder, yet I have no recollection of Cardass in my mind." "Cardass is your father. Centuries ago, Namek underwent a cataclysmic climate shift, and your father sent you away, never anticipating that you would truly survive." The elder spoke slowly, his words tinged with the weight of years, as if each breath could be his last. Klin calculated that the elder likely had no more than 5 years left. The deity listened intently as the elder recounted events from centuries past. Before the deity could respond, the elder continued. "In that calamity, Namek was devastated. Countless generations of Namekian civilization were lost, leaving only me to carry on." The elder's gaze appeared hollow, as if he were once again ensnared in the memories of that fateful day when Namek was obliterated. As the deity absorbed the elder's narrative, a deep-seated memory seemed to awaken within him. Suddenly, flashes of recollection surged through his mind, his father hastily placing him aboard a spacecraft, his face filled with love as he urged, "You go first. Wait for me. I will arrive shortly." Abruptly, the scene in the deity's mind shifted. As the planet Namek began to sink, countless inhabitants cried out in anguish, their suffering palpable as darkness gradually consumed their world. The deity, stumbled back into reality, gripping his staff tightly, his eyes firmly shut. Beads of sweat beginning to drip from his furrowed brow as he gasped for breath. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a pained expression etched upon his face, and uttered, "I remember now, my child. The era of suffering is past. Our task now is to rebuild our homeland." The elder spoke softly, his voice imbued with a soothing calmness. He then turned to Krillin, welcoming him with, "Warriors from distant Earth, we are honored by your presence on Namek." "Thank you, elder," Krillin replied politely, smiling at the elder. "I have a premonition," said Simon Wuxuan. "Please remember to save this, and watch it later for convenience. Soon, Namek will face an invasion, and my original foreboding was that a golden-haired warrior would defeat the evil and save the Namekian people. However, 7 months ago, my premonition unexpectedly changed. It appeared that a powerful, bald-headed boy would also defend Namek. And in a critical moment, this boy turned the tide and ultimately vanquished the evil." As the elder spoke, he began to cough incessantly. Upon hearing that Namek was to be invaded once more, the deity's expression shifted dramatically. Why is fate so unjust? Why must the Namekians endure such calamity? He cried silently within. Krillin felt a surge of emotions. 7 months ago, he had just arrived in the Dragon Ball world. Did his arrival cause the elder to see a different future? Originally, it was meant to be Krillin sacrificing himself, with the boundless power of Goku defeating Frieza. But now it seemed that he and Goku would join forces to defeat Frieza. Could it truly be possible to foresee such a distant future? Initially, he had doubted the future he envisioned, for time and space are mysterious forces, unpredictable in nature. Yet now, having encountered the elder, his thoughts solidified. The elder spoke with some effort, as if each word was forced out. The deity turned to Krillin, a jolt of realization coursing through him. The bald-headed boy. Is it Krillin who will save Namek? This is difficult to believe. While the deity knew of Krillin's strength, he had not anticipated it to reach such heights. He felt overwhelmed by the revelations of the day. "Elder, please rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect the innocent, kind-hearted, peace-loving Namekians." Krillin assured the elder, knowing he would soon need his assistance. Moreover, Krillin's words were heartfelt. The Namekians were indeed a delightful race. The elder smiled joyfully at Krillin's words, closing his eyes. Had it not been for his steady breathing, Krillin might have thought he had passed on. Krillin stood, waiting for the elder, and after about 5 minutes, the elder reopened his eyes, having regained a semblance of energy. Thank you for your patience. The future of Namek is now entrusted to you. Krillin nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of a promise made, especially when the elder held such deep faith in him. My child, come closer. I sense an incredible power within you. Allow me to assist you in unlocking it. The elder beckoned to Krillin. Elder, you need to rest. You cannot expend your energy recklessly, Nairo said, glancing at the elder with concern that it is of no consequence. Unlocking potential is my special ability and does not deplete energy. The elder replied slowly. Krillin's heart soared at the elder's words. He had been contemplating how to broach the subject, and this was serendipitous. The elder was truly considerate. In the original tale, when Krillin arrived on Namek. His power level was 500, but after the elder unlocked his potential, it soared to 13,000, an increase of nearly tenfold. With his current power level at 335,000, if the elder were to unlock it, wouldn't it reach 3.3 million? A power level of 3.3 million would enable him to face Frisia. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape during Frisia's transformation. The thought alone was exhilarating. Krillin approached the elder. Standing before him, the elder, with great effort, raised his arm and placed his hand on Krillin's head. A gentle aura enveloped Krillin, and he felt his own strength being drawn forth. Ding! External energy detected, attempting to draw out the host's power. System intervention in progress. Ding! Intervention successful. Power draw failed. Damn it! Krillin exclaimed in frustration. I finally had a chance to unleash a power surge, and you stopped me. System! Show yourself! If you don't explain this today, I swear I'll uninstall you. He shouted in exasperation. The system replied coolly, I will say just one thing. And then a sound akin to a slap echoed. Do I not have any dignity? You wish to unlock the host's abilities without my consent. If it were that easy to increase combat power, where would I find the energy? The system's voice abruptly ceased. What? Such a flimsy excuse wasted my chance to increase by 3 million. Go to hell. Krillin retorted. Hey, it's not entirely that straightforward. Did you truly think there would be a tenfold increase? I must inform you that due to the constraints of Earthling potential, you can only reach a combat power of 5 million. Enough of this chatter. Just look at your status board. System, view attributes, time, year 756 of the Airy calendar. Name, Krillin, age, 21, race, Earthling, dimension, level 1 dimension equivalent to Kamisenin. Combat power, 350,000, next limit, 5 million. Potential, 4.65 million. Training speed, light speed. Wait, why has my potential changed to 4.65 million? To put it simply, the Elder's unlocking of your potential did not directly boost your combat power, but rather increased your potential. Your previous potential was only 1.5 million. Now it has risen to 5 million. How about that? You should be grateful, the system boasted. Krillin understood the implications immediately. Simon Wushuang reminds you. Please remember to save this for later viewing for convenience. Once he reached 1.5 million combat power, he would undoubtedly need a significant amount of energy to break through the limits. And currently, he lacks sufficient energy that in this light, it was far more advantageous than a direct power boost. Moments later, the Elder voiced his confusion, having clearly drawn forth Krillin's potential earlier. Why is it not present now? This is truly perplexing. I apologize, my child. You possess great potential, yet I cannot seem to activate it. The Elder said apologetically, gazing at Krillin. Krillin, aware that the system was obstructing the Elder's powers, smiled and replied, It's all right that I can unlock my potential step by step through diligent training. Chapter 24. Nairo. Let us begin. A fierce confrontation. Elder, I have one more request, Krillin said, rubbing his palms together, awkward yet polite in his request. My child, speak freely. Though I may be lacking in strength, the Namekian people will assist you, the Elder replied with a smile. I wish to borrow your Dragon Balls. I would like to summon the Eternal Dragon for assistance. The dragon on Earth has limited abilities, so I seek the power of Namek's dragon, Krillin explained slowly. Oh, as I understand, Karadaz is an exceptionally talented dragon, and as his offspring, the deity should also be an outstanding dragon warrior. The power of the Dragon Ball should suffice, the the elder queried, somewhat perplexed. The deity smiled wryly and replied, 300 years ago, in my quest to become a worthy deity, I expelled all evil thoughts from within me. As my power was divided, I felt a sense of foolishness. How could a human heart ever attain complete purity? A person devoid of desires cannot truly be called human. An esteemed dragon. To split one's own strength is an even more absurd action. At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly grew vigorous, vociferously admonishing the celestial being. The celestial being lowered his head, his face flushed with embarrassment, as he rubbed his head and chuckled. No problem. The matter of the Dragon Balls will be entrusted to Nailu. He will assist you in gathering the Dragon Balls from each village. The Grand Elder, as if exhausted from his reprimand, reclined in his chair and spoke weakly. Yes, Grand Elder, Nailu replied respectfully, although Nailu yearned for a battle with Krillin. Safeguarding the Grand Elder remained his paramount duty. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Go, Nailu, as a combat-type Namekian, the battlefield is your domain. A venerable voice resonated, and the Grand Elder gazed at Nailu with a smile. Nailu, a combat-type Namekian, harbored an inner desire for battle, yet he could never forget his primary responsibility. No, Grand Elder, Nailu resolutely shook his head. Go on, my child, go on. The Namekian planet is safe now. There is no need to worry about me. The Grand Elder gestured with his hand. Nailu directed a fierce gaze toward Krillin. Upon witnessing this, Krillin slightly nodded. Come on. Nailu nodded slightly. The two erupted with energy and soared into the distance, traversing numerous rivers and isolated hills. They alighted on a stone pillar resembling an abalone. Krillin observed Nailu from afar, inhaling the oxygen in the air, twisting his neck with a crackling sound from his joints. An aura of battle surged from Krillin. Yet he suppressed his energy to around 40,000, for his focus lay more on combat techniques and experience than sheer power. System, check Nailu's attributes. Ding. Time, year 756 of the Ag era. Name, Nailu. Age, youth race. Namekian combat power, 40. 000 potential. Several hundred million. Certainly higher than yours training speed. High. Seeing that Nailu's potential exceeded his by several hundred million, Krillin inwardly exclaimed, what a calamity the Earthlings have wrought. Nailu removed the battle attire characteristic of the Namekian race, twisting his neck. Suddenly, both combatants exploded with energy and charged forth. The cold glint flashed in Nailu's eyes as he executed a downward elbow strike toward Krillin. To Krillin, Nailu's movements appeared insufficiently impressive, prompting him to dodge backward while launching a counterattack toward Nailu. However, due to his suppressed energy, this assault failed to inflict any substantial damage on Nailu. Boom. The vibrant green aura coalesced once more, surrounding Nailu with formidable energy. That moment, Nailu's aura peaked, his figure racing toward Krillin. Observing this, Krillin hesitated not, unleashing his own energy as he charged at Nailu. Boom. The two figures flickered, having already exchanged hundreds of blows. Their silhouettes forming two distinct trajectories of green and golden hues, akin to two arrows entwined, darting through the islands. As a Namekian of combat prowess, Nailu possessed unique battle techniques, in the midst of their skirmish. Nailu's arm suddenly elongated by several meters, reaching toward Krillin below. A slight smile graced Krillin's lips, for he had anticipated such a surprise attack. Utilizing the momentum, he leaped upward, deftly evading Nailu's strike. Nailu was taken aback. You knew I would launch such a sudden attack. Krillin laughed heartily. The Piccolo of Earth is also a combat-type Namekian. Piccolo, you say? Nailu murmured. Soon after, Nailu resumed his combat aura, forcefully launching an assault toward Krillin. Krillin increased his speed, agilely moving to evade Nailu's strikes. True to his combat-type nature, Nailu swiftly discerned Krillin's vulnerabilities and delivered a powerful punch. Oh no! Krillin thought, swiftly adopting a defensive stance. Yet, Nailu's punch was premeditated, imbued with overwhelming strength, sending Krillin careening over 100 meters away. A combat-type Namekian, Nailu's innate combat talent was remarkable. He seized the opportunity to unleash a well-charged energy wave toward Krillin, resembling Piccolo's special beam cannon. Although Krillin's power surpassed Nilu's, he felt threatened by this energy wave in a half-flying state. He could only join his hands to shield his body. Boom! Krillin was propelled far away, colliding with numerous islands, creating a vast arc on the lake's surface that remained unyielding, a testament to the high-energy wave's evaporation upon contact. Huff! Huff! Nyla gasped, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he had won this battle. Ugh! 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 Krillin emerged slowly from the haze, brushing off the dirt. His upper garment lay in tatters, revealing a muscular torso marked with scars, yet he had suffered no significant harm. Nyla's mouth fell agape. Disbelief etched on his face. He was acutely aware of the power behind his previous attack. It could have easily annihilated the Namekian planet. Krillin should have been left without the strength to continue. That previous move was undoubtedly formidable. Under equivalent power, none could withstand it. Alas, you encountered me. Ha ha ha. Krillin boasted once more. Now it's my turn to attack. With that, Krillin vanished, reappearing behind Nilu, striking down upon him. In an instant, Nilu plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground with a resounding boom, piercing through the small island and sending water splashing dozens of meters high. Nilu plunged toward the depths below, utilizing the water's cushioning to mitigate some of the impact. As the water splashed high into the air, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Krillin did not pursue, instead sensing Nilu's energy from above, aware that he was recuperating. Approximately 5 minutes later, Nilu emerged from the water's surface, drenched, with veins prominently visible, green liquid dripping down to the water below. Huffing heavily, your power exceeds my expectations. You are indeed formidable. Initially, I was skeptical when the Grand Elder spoke of your potential to save Namek, but my perspective has shifted. You certainly possess the capability to save Namek. Yet I shall not concede. Nilu calmly addressed Krillin. Prepare yourself, Krillin. Next is my most powerful technique. Nilu called out. Krillin genuinely admired Nilu's fierce fighting spirit. As the battle reached this stage, Nilu was undeniably driven by his immense willpower. Upon uttering his words, Nilu's physique underwent a transformation, seemingly growing taller. Could this be the Namekian giant transformation? However, it did not appear so, as Krillin had witnessed Piccolo utilize it, and that form was much larger and slower. Nilu would not be so foolish. Then, Nilu's aura underwent a terrifying transformation, escalating to 100,000, 200,000, 400,000, reaching its zenith. Seeing this, Krillin could not help but exclaim, his combat power has increased tenfold. The air within a radius of several hundred miles around the two trembled, and massive boulders shuddered. Krillin dared not underestimate the situation and quickly summoned all his energy, yet he still fell short of Nilu by 70,000. In the blink of an eye, Nilu appeared behind Krillin, and before he could comprehend the speed, he was sent flying. Nilu's attacks descended upon Krillin like a torrential downpour, and Krillin, already injured, erupted with energy. Simon Wushuang kindly reminds you. After reading, please bookmark it for convenient viewing later. With a sudden burst of strength, he fled backward, while Nilu's arms unexpectedly stretched out, pinning Klin 10 meters away. Nilu's antennae emitted a sizzling sound, gathering energy. Klin sensed the formidable power contained within. Should he be struck, he would either perish or sustain grievous injuries. Summoning all his strength, Klin managed a slight escape and raised a hand, softly calling out, Chi Yuan / He conjured a wave of energy aimed at Nilu's arms. In an instant, Nilu's arms were severed, allowing Klin to break free and ascend. Observing this, a faint smile crept onto Nilu's lips as the energy from his two antennae hurtled toward Klin. Boom! Klin was struck head-on, crashing to the ground. Although he didn't fly away, the force of this energy was no less potent than the previous attack, estimated at around 400,000. Nilu, witnessing Klin's impact, smiled slightly and then closed his eyes, crashing heavily against the rocks, lying on the ground as if bereft of life. Chapter 25. Emotions are forged in battle. The ground was soaked with a deep green liquid, and green blood continuously oozed from Nilu's arms, forming a shallow layer on the surface. Nilu lay on the ground with closed eyes, appearing lifeless, only the faintest pulse flickering every few minutes. Klin gazed blankly at the sky, breathing slowly. It seemed he wished to retrieve a senza being. But any movement brought pain, causing him to faint again. Far from the battlefield, the god of heaven grew anxious, urgently asking, "Elder, why haven't they returned after such a long time?" The pressure from their previous clash was suffocating. The elder smiled gently. "There's no need for concern. Let us patiently await their return." The god of heaven nodded, yet the worry etched on his face remained. 2 days later, Klin's stamina had been restored by the system. But his body felt as if it had been shattered, unable to move. The senza beans lay within the capsule, just out of reach. Klin felt a pang of anxiety, not for himself, but because Nilu's essence seemed to be fading. It would be a tragic loss for such an exceptional warrior to perish if other Namekians learned that Nilu succumbed during their battle. Even the elder's words would hold no weight when seeking the Dragon Balls. "System, is he dead? If not, speak up." "Ding! Welcome to our service. How may I assist you? Cut the nonsense and quickly bring me a senza bean now." No problem. .1 universal energy deducted. The system replied cheekily. "Damn, it can't be this easy." Klin thought, but he could not afford to dwell on it. Nilu's essence was waning. Suddenly, Klin felt a sweet bean in his mouth and slowly chewed and swallowed it. He abruptly opened his eyes. His injuries fully healed. Hastily, he retrieved a senza bean from the capsule and leaped towards Nilu. Observing Nilu's fallen form, Klin realized the extent of Nilu's injuries far exceeded his own. He barely clung to life. Although Klin could not move, he would gradually recover over time. While for Nilu, time was of the essence. Klin gently bent down, pried open Nilu's mouth, and placed the senza bean inside, channeling energy into him. Nilu stirred slightly, and after a moment, a crackling sound echoed as he slowly swallowed the bean. With the senza bean consumed, Nilu's eyes flew open, meeting Klin's gaze. With a faint smile, he admitted, "I have lost." Klin returned the smile, saying nothing as he helped Nilu to his feet. The wounds where Nilu's arms had been severed had healed, ceasing the bleeding, though they had yet to regrow. Klin pondered, given Nilu's ability to unleash such formidable power. Why had he not demonstrated it during his battle with Frisia? Nilu's display of strength was fleeting, suggesting a specific purpose behind it. His confrontation with Frisia had simply been a tactic to buy time. Should he unleash his full power too soon, he would quickly exhaust himself, prompting the disinterested Frisia to eliminate him and seek the Elder. Nilu gradually revealed his combat prowess to pique Frisia's interest, thus prolonging the conflict to better secure time for Dondi. One must not underestimate a warrior from the Namekian race. Klin silently chuckled to himself. Nilu slowly stood, addressing Klin. "I apologize. It has been long since I experienced such a battle. In the end, I exhausted myself to the brink of disaster. The high explosive power is indeed limited, and following such a surge, one enters a prolonged period of weakness. Even with such might, Nilu knew he could not rival Klin. He truly admired Klin, though a bittersweet feeling lingered within him. Klin laughed heartily. "No need to worry. Your fight has broadened my horizons and deepened my comprehension of martial arts. Indeed, if I were to perish, what would become of the Elder's safety?" Nilu jested. "Klin." Nilu laughed. "Just joking. Stand back, Klin." "All right." With a hearty laugh, Nilu's veins bulged as his severed arm writhed. Suddenly, from the stump, 2 jets of water shot forth, and Nilu's arm regrew. "Klin, the things you gave me are astonishing. Not only has my stamina fully returned, but I've also bypassed the period of weakness." Nilu flexed his new arm. "It feels quite good." "How long have we been out?" Nilu inquired. "3 days." "What? 3 days?" Nilu exclaimed in shock. He quickly took off toward the Elder, not forgetting his responsibilities. "Wait for me, Nilu!" Klin shouted in pursuit, his anger flaring. Nilu flew with all his might towards the Elder. Panting heavily moments later, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed at the Elder's dwelling, finding it unharmed, he sighed in relief. "Thank goodness the Elder is safe. Otherwise, I would be the sinner of all Namek." "Why the rush? With the 2 of us here, the Elder will be fine," Klin remarked as he caught up. Nilu looked at Klin with gratitude, nodding with a smile. This gratitude symbolized Klin's promise to safeguard the Elder and fulfilled Nilu's longing for a battle. In the time ahead, he would diligently protect the Elder and refrain from engaging in any further conflicts until the Elder's passing. Meanwhile, the God of Heaven sat with the Elder, engaged in light conversation. Having not seen his kin in years, the God of Heaven resembled a lost child who had found his mother, overflowing with words to share. Yet the Elder, feeling his age, occasionally dozed off mid-sentence, while the God of Heaven patiently awaited his return to consciousness. Elder, Siming Wushuang kindly reminds you. After reading, please bookmark it for convenient viewing later. I have returned, Nailu respectfully announced to the Elder. Back so soon? The Elder observed Nailu, now brimming with vitality, noting the significant change in his demeanor, which radiated joy. The Elder complimented, Nailu, you belong on the grand stage of battle. The Elder did not inquire about the battle's outcome, understanding that the result was not paramount. The journey itself bore greater significance. The spirit exhibited by Nailu at that moment was, indeed, the finest outcome. The Grand Elder slowly closed his eyes once more and drifted into slumber. Namek, devoid of night, is perpetually bathed in daylight, which perfectly caters to the photosynthetic needs of the Namekians. Krillin stifled a yawn, feeling quite out of sorts. Nairo, I entrust you with the matter of borrowing your Dragon Balls, Krillin said, his tone laced with entreaty as he addressed Nairo. Not a problem. Leave it to me. I will summon the elders from each village and have them bring the Dragon Balls, Nairo replied, before finding an open space to sit, his body hovering gracefully above the ground, reminiscent of Piccolo during training. Subsequently, Nairo emitted a unique wave of energy, a special signal meant solely for the Namekians. Grand Elder has issued a decree. All village leaders are to gather with the Dragon Balls. Chapter 26. Arise. Purunga, Namek is vast, with Namekians scattered throughout. Thousands of miles away, a tranquil tribe was tending to saplings of the Mabua tree. Recently planted, an elderly Namekian closed his eyes and received Nairo's special signal. Dandy, come here, called the third elder, Mulin. Dandy trotted over, a smile adorning his face. What is it, Elder? Nairo just sent a message to all villages. The Grand Elder wishes to assemble the Dragon Balls. Haven't you missed your brother Nairo? Let us go together, Mulin said with a grin. Really? That's wonderful. Dandy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy that were quite far from the Grand Elder. Let's hurry back and prepare the Dragon Balls for our departure. Yes, Dandy nodded obediently, sprinting towards home to make tea present. Namek was enjoying a prolonged period of stability, free from the threat of malevolent extraterrestrial forces. Moreover, individual Namekians possessed commendable combat abilities. Raditz, with a power level of 1500, could dominate the cosmos. Therefore, Namek's defensive strength was formidable, although it was a different matter when faced with the might of those with billions in combat power. Nairo sent out his signal. Similar events transpired across the planet. Elders from various villages began their journeys towards the Grand Elder's abode, each arriving at different times due to varying distances. The first to arrive was the third elder. After several days of arduous travel, Dandy and the third elder finally reached the Grand Elder's residence. From afar, Dandy spotted Nairo and shouted, Nairo, brother. He waved enthusiastically as he ran towards him. Krillin turned to glance back, first noticing a smaller version of Piccolo, followed by an elderly Namekian. However, Krillin's attention was primarily drawn to the large Dragon Ball in the elder's hands. Nairo turned around and, upon seeing Dandy, was pleasantly surprised. Without hesitation, he approached and expertly lifted Dandy in a warm embrace, saying, Dandy, what brings you here? Is this Dandy? Krillin mused, recalling Dandy as a remarkably talented member of the Dragon Clan, and I'm thrilled to see you again. Nairo, brother. Dandy replied cheerfully, I came along to bring the Dragon Ball since the elders are delivering them. Dandy was the 108th son of the Grand Elder, making all other Namekians, aside from the Grand Elder, his brothers, albeit differing in age. Thus, while the third elder was technically Dandy's brother, he resembled more of a grandfather figure. Nairo beamed at the approaching third elder, unable to suppress his smile in the presence of his kin. Third elder, it has been a while. Indeed, Nairo. Was the Grand Elder? Quite well, he's inside. The third elder handed the Dragon Ball to Nairo before proceeding into the dwelling. Nairo, brother, I'll go check on the Grand Elder, Dandy announced before dashing inside. Nairo, let me see the Dragon Balls. Krillin exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Nairo chuckled. What's the rush? One Dragon Ball alone won't suffice. We need to gather all 7. He then handed the Dragon Ball to Krillin. I know that, but such a large Dragon Ball has certainly piqued my curiosity, Krillin replied as he took the sizable orb into his hands. He examined the basketball-sized Dragon Ball, which was crystal clear, with 3 shimmering stars. Haha, a 3-star ball. Truly, the larger they are, the stronger they become. The third elder entered the room, observing the aging deity with a hint of confusion. He had no recollection of such a being and had not heard of any Namekian surviving beyond Namek. Despite his curiosity, Mulin respectfully greeted the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Mulin said with a bow. The Grand Elder opened his eyes and regarded Mulin. Ah, Mulin has arrived. Please have a seat. Mulin found a spot to sit, though his gaze remained fixed on the deity, who appeared somewhat awkward under Mulin's scrutiny. Another day passed. All the elders had gathered. The Grand Elder slowly began to speak. This young man hails from the distant planet Earth. He has come to Namek seeking to borrow the Dragon Balls, and I sense that he shall aid our planet in overcoming future challenges. Given the Grand Elder's declaration, there were naturally no objections from the assembly. As the elders entered the room, they presented their Dragon Balls to Nairo. Additionally, this young man is a Namekian from Earth, and today marks his return to our roots. His father is Cardus, the Grand Elder pronounced in a soothing tone. What? He is the child of Cardus, gasped the elders in astonishment. Cardus was a distinguished member of the Dragon Clan, and it was known that he had sent his child to another planet. Yet it seemed his offspring had indeed survived. The elders appeared incredulous, but the deity stood before them. The elders approached, gazing at the deity with keen interest. The deity felt a twinge of nervousness, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he found himself at a loss under the collective gaze of the elders. In unison, the elders proclaimed, "Welcome home." Laughter erupted, for the addition of another exceptional warrior to their ranks was indeed a joyous occasion for the Namekians. Once all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, Krillin seized Nairo's hand, and they soared towards the distant wasteland. However, they dared not approach too closely, so as not to disturb the Grand Elder's rest. Nairo placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground and exchanged a glance with Krillin, who nodded slightly in understanding. Suddenly, Nairo bellowed, "Arise, Shenron!" In Namekian. The scene was reminiscent of summoning Shenron on Earth. The 7 Dragon Balls began to pulse with increasing frequency, enveloping the sky in dark clouds, while lightning illuminated the land. However, the dimness of Namek was far more intense than that of Earth. With a resounding roar, the dragon's voice echoed through the heavens. Amidst the darkness, thunder boomed, and golden lightning danced like furious dragons amidst the storm clouds. Golden light surged forth from the Dragon Balls, winding its way skyward, gradually merging with the clouds above, accompanied by another resounding dragon's roar. In the sky, the vast sea of dark clouds unveiled the immense form of a green dragon, its fiery red eyes fixed upon Nairo and Piccolo. The Namekian dragon appeared far less majestic than its Earth counterpart. "State your wishes. Any wish can be granted, but I can fulfill only 3. Purunga's voice resonated, sounding even older than the dragon from Earth. Nairo gazed at the imposing Purunga, somewhat astonished, for he had never encountered the dragon before. "So this is Purunga?" Nailu pondered with a hint of excitement. As for the 3 wishes, Krillin found himself in a quandary. He had already formulated 2 of them: instant teleportation and a cosmic star chart. The final wish, however, posed a dilemma. Should he enhance the spirit bean plantation or master the divine language? The former would augment his energy harvest, while the latter was crucial for his future. Without proficiency in the divine tongue, even the most powerful Dragon Balls would be of no use to him, a truly perplexing situation. Ding! At this moment, the importance of mastering a foreign language became evident, didn't it? Haha, I can speak the divine language now. You know what choice to make. The system remarked with a hint of cheekiness. Upon hearing the system's words, a glimmer of determination shone in Krillin's eyes. Thus, there seemed to be no issue. "Nailu, for my first wish, please request the Eternal Dragon to enhance the Spirit Bean Plantation to the best of its abilities." Here, Krillin cleverly utilized a loophole, as the phrase "to the best of its abilities" implied that the Eternal Dragon would exert its utmost effort to fulfill the wish. After hearing this, Nailu recited Krillin's request to the Eternal Dragon. This wish was exceedingly easy. A flash of red light flickered in the dragon's eyes that reminds you. If you enjoy this, please save it for later viewing. However, this red light lingered for quite some time, causing a bead of sweat to trickle down Bobogwin's forehead. Bobogwin silently mused. I've been outsmarted. This little brat is quite formidable. After a while, the wish was fulfilled. I have expanded the scale of your spirit bean plantation and created a special space within your mind to serve as a vessel for the plantation. Krillin felt an unusual mental marker added to his psychic energy. He channeled his mental power into the spirit bean plantation, which had now expanded over fivefold, significantly increasing the rate of chi absorption. Although Bobogwin was not particularly handsome, Krillin appreciated those who got things done. And he couldn't help but commend Bobogwin in his heart. State your second wish, came the aged voice once more. Chapter 27. Cosmic Star Chart Instant Teleportation. Nailu, my second wish is to obtain the star trajectory map of all celestial bodies in this universe, including neighboring universes, Krillin calmly declared to Nailu, though internally he felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if the Eternal Dragon could acquire the star maps of adjacent universes. Are there other universes? Nailu inquired, but still addressed the Eternal Dragon as usual that I'm afraid I can only obtain the star maps of the 6th and 7th universes, as these two universes are mutually coexistent, essentially opposites, Bobogwin's ancient voice replied. Nailu glanced at Krillin, awaiting his decision. Bobogwin's limitations were anticipated by Krillin. His original intent was solely for the 7th universe, but now it seemed the 6th could be included as well. Krillin's heart leapt with joy. Another gain. Bobogwin, please grant me the star maps of the 6th and 7th universes, Krillin shouted emphatically. Nailu turned to Bobogwin and declared loudly. This is exceedingly simple. Bobogwin's voice echoed as another flash of red light emanated from his eyes. As soon as the words left his mouth, Krillin felt the entire cosmic star system being sketched in his mind, with each galaxy dotted with countless stars, merging into a flowing river of galaxies. Each twinkling point represented a celestial body. In his mind, Krillin saw the dimly glowing Earth, which appeared insignificant amidst the northern galaxy. Like mere dust, it seemed that Earth was indeed a lowly and valueless planet. Yet, who could have imagined that the strongest being in the 7th universe would emerge from a human of Earth? Krillin lifted his gaze as if viewing the world through a magnifying glass, and spotted an exceptionally bright planet radiating a purple halo. Could this be the realm of the Destroyer? The aura of destruction was truly chilling. Why do I sense someone peering into the realm of the Destroyer? Whis squinted, savoring his meal. Suddenly, the feeling vanished. Oh well, forget about it. The food from Planet Kloss is simply exquisite. After saying this, Whis took another hearty bite and cast a glance at where Beerus was sleeping. This sensation was truly marvelous, akin to standing atop the world and gazing at the universe through a magnifying glass. Krillin couldn't help but chuckle. There remains one final wish. Reminds you, if you enjoy this, please save it for later viewing. Now, speak your wish. Bobogwin's aged voice resonated once more. My last wish is to obtain instant teleportation, allowing me to traverse every corner of the known stars, Krillin proclaimed once again with fervor. Nailu, amp. This wish pertains to the power of space. I cannot fulfill it solely with my own strength. It will depend on your own power. I can leave you with the power of space, but each use will require your energy. The stronger your power, the further you can teleport. Conversely, you will only be able to move within a single planet. A flash of red light flickered. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Bobogwin transformed into a Dragon Ball and soared into the sky, heading towards various locations on Namek. A year later, or 130 days hence, the Dragon Balls would regain their divine power. Krillin closed his eyes. Attuning himself to the spatial energy Bobogwin had bestowed upon him, he felt an innate ability to instantaneously reach any location on Namek. Let us go, Nailu. It's time to return. With that, Krillin grasped Nailu and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from the spot. The elders and deities of Namek were engrossed in conversation when Krillin and Nailu suddenly appeared, startling everyone. The Grand Elder merely smiled, noticing the spatial energy emanating from Krillin. Nailu was genuinely astonished. They had just been miles away, and now they were instantly at the Grand Elder's dwelling. Instant teleportation, Nyla murmured to himself. 5 days later, the elders embarked on their journey home. Krillin couldn't help but swallow hard. He had initially promised to merely visit his homeland and return, but now he would accompany the elders to their respective villages. Of course, Krillin was still pleased. There hadn't been any significant events on Earth in recent years. Whether or not the deities were present made little difference. Ultimately, it was all the same. Like a team most, it added one more person to worry about. The deities departed with the elders, and Krillin relinquished his spaceship to them, while Nyla steadfastly refused to engage in a battle with him, claiming, always prepared to protect the Grand Elder. Krillin gazed at the verdant sky of Namek above him and exclaimed, "To live well, one must have a touch of green overhead. The internet is not mistaken." Nyla stared blankly at Krillin, wondering if this was his new tactic, before glancing at his own greenish body. In the 5 days that followed, Krillin did not squander his time, that he utilized instant teleportation to explore the nearby stars, first arriving at a few accompanying stars near Namek. The accompanying stars were acceptable, albeit small in size, resembling miniature versions of Namek. After exploring the accompanying stars, Krillin set his sights on a more distant planet, aiming for the farthest planet in the star system, known as Skarasi. Located at the westernmost end of Namek, Krillin reached out with his mind to communicate with the planet, channeling his energy to activate instant teleportation. In an instant, he arrived at Skarasi. Phew, that consumed 1/10 of my energy. The universe was boundless and infinite. It seemed that traveling through the cosmos would be challenging without a combat power exceeding 1,000,000,000. To his surprise, he found himself on a planet devoid of an atmosphere. Krillin summoned his energy to shield himself, but he knew he couldn't sustain this for long. This planet was indeed desolate. That reminds you. If you enjoy this, please save it for later viewing. Due to the lack of atmosphere protection, the temperature differences across the planet's regions were extreme, creating pressure gradients that gave rise to winds. Krillin observed the swirling sandstorms and couldn't help but recall what he had learned in his past life. It should be correct, right? How cold it is! Klin once again activated his instant transmission and returned to Namek. Moving within this galaxy was already such a laborious task. Intergalactic travel would demand even more energy. Klin couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. To put it bluntly, it was simply a matter of his own inadequacy. After 5 days of experimentation, Klin discovered that moving within a single galaxy consumed less energy, allowing for a recovery rate that could keep pace with his expenditure. However, in environments of extreme harshness, recovery was impossible. Intergalactic travel, on the other hand, drained energy at an alarming rate, making self-recovery unfeasible. He would need to pause and rest. Earth was far too distant from Namek, necessitating the search for planets to serve as waypoints, akin to supply ports from a past life. Klin resolved to take his time until he had become more familiar with the surroundings. It was time to depart. His journey lay among the stars and the vast seas of the cosmos. His energy reserves were running low once more. Klin quickly gathered his belongings and made his way to the residence of the Grand Elder. "Are you leaving, child?" the Grand Elder inquired, a warm smile gracing his face. "Indeed, the path to strength is a long and arduous one," Klin affirmed with a resolute nod. "Go forth, my child, and remember Namek," the Grand Elder said wearily. And Klin nodded solemnly in agreement. As he bid farewell, Klin understood that Neru longed for another battle. Yet Neru was a diligent individual. In his life, there was likely nothing more important than the Grand Elder. Klin stepped forward and embraced Neru, saying, "Train well. We shall clash again next time." With that, Klin's figure shimmered and gradually faded from the room. Upon hearing Klin's words, a subtle smile crept across Neru's face, his eyes brimming with determination. Klin departed from Namek. Simon Wushuang reminded you. Please bookmark. After reading for convenience, he instantaneously teleported towards the central galaxy, then suddenly slapped his forehead in his eagerness to show off. He had forgotten to ask the Grand Elder about potential stopping points along the route to the central galaxy. P.S. I have a question for everyone. Am I okay with this fragmented narrative? Feel free to express your thoughts. I sincerely thank all the esteemed readers for their votes of recommendation. Xiaozi has decided to increase the updates. Admittedly, I am a bit clumsy and slow at typing. And I still have quite a few first-year courses, but these are mere trifles. Ha, I appreciate the comment from the esteemed Fanyu and Hang. I truly feel the overwhelming support from your words, which are genuinely heartfelt. Chapter 28. Headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. At this moment, Klin was resting on a native planet. Breathing heavily, he reflected that when misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can lead to trouble. Klin had transitioned through 10 planets, all devoid of atmospheres, and after numerous attempts, he finally located this desolate little asteroid, which, despite its barrenness, bore traces of life. The universe is vast, with many planets teeming with life, yet the majority remain desolate. Klin casually found a rock to recline upon. Gradually recovering his energy, system, display attributes, he commanded, "Ding, time, year 756 of the Ikage name, Klin age, 21 years race, Earthling dimension, level 1 dimension, equivalent to Cat immortal, combat power, 360. 000, next threshold, 5 million, potential, 4.64 million cultivation speed. Speed of light after his battle with Neru. His combat power increased by another 10, 000. Indeed, combat is the most effective means of honing one's skills. Klin noticed he had approximately 800 Senzu beans remaining, just enough for over a year's consumption. However, the Senzu bean plantation would take 6 months to mature, and the eventual yield would require another 6 months, leaving him somewhat troubled. Ding. Actually, Namek also contains a type of energy substance known as coal mud, which possesses an energy yield 900 times that of coal for the same mass. The system interjected suddenly. Seriously? After traveling this far, you tell me now? Klin exclaimed in frustration that, you wish to become a coal miner. The system replied, nonchalantly, 100 tons could exchange for a bit of energy. Generations beget generations. The endless cycle of coal mining could sustain your VIP speed for a month, the system scoffed. Mining coal? The imagery is too appealing to contemplate. Fine, let's pretend I didn't hear that, Klin said, his expression darkening slightly. There are still planets out there with higher energy levels. They're far more enticing than coal mining, the system continued. The headquarters of the Galactic Patrol is located in the central galaxy. It seems I must venture there. Ideally, I should infiltrate their ranks. After all, the Galactic headquarters has a long-standing history and is privy to many cosmic transformations, perhaps allowing me to discover planets rich in high energy. Klin mused to himself. Rising once more, Klin prepared to teleport. He couldn't help but grumble that he would be better off learning the instant transmission technique of the Yardrat people, though both methods had their drawbacks. Siming Wushuang reminded you, please bookmark after reading for convenience, that if one cannot sense the presence of energy at the destination, they remain unable to arrive. However, what he had learned was that knowing the location allowed for the activation of instant transmission. With a whoosh, Klin vanished from his spot. After dozens of jumps, Klin gradually approached the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, a major force. The Galactic Patrol's territory was quite prosperous. Klin had already traversed several commercial planets, which served as trading hubs for various cosmic factions, each boasting numerous commercial planets that facilitated interstellar trade and technological advancement. As Klin neared the central area, he noticed the defensive capabilities of the Galactic Patrol intensifying. He beheld countless cosmic cannons, and a formidable aura emanated from them. Each shell likely possessed a staggering energy strength nearing 10,000. The Galactic Patrol's ability to contend with the Kurd royal family to this day certainly should not be underestimated. Considering the formidable defenses, recklessly charging would likely result in disaster. After some contemplation, Klin teleported to a nearby commercial planet. The Galactic Patrol headquarters was situated on a separate planet, surrounded by a multi-layered defense system. This commercial planet appeared to be the bridgehead for entering the headquarters. Uncertain of the language, Klin observed an alien creature resembling a human and approached a somewhat more aesthetically pleasing one. Excuse me. Could you assist me with something? Klin inquired of the nearest alien. The alien looked puzzled and pointed at itself, questioning whether Klin was addressing it. Klin's face lit up with joy. You can understand me? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Gawk, gawk, gawk. The alien approached Klin. Klin watched as the alien produced a spherical flying device and tossed it into the air. The sphere initially emitted the earlier strange language, then transitioned to a language Klin could comprehend, stating, "What do you need? You can call me AI Luncy." Indeed, What a remarkable invention. Klin replied eagerly. AI Luncy, how does one enter the Galactic Patrol headquarters? I hail from Earth. And you may refer to me as Klin.to. Enter the Galactic Patrol headquarters. You must register at the Galactic Patrol Management Office to confirm you are not affiliated with any evil factions. You seem quite pleasant. Unlike those malevolent individuals, the mechanical voice responded. Good-looking people are always in demand, I suppose. Alas, where's the management office? I wish to enter the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Allow me to guide you. AI Luncy said with a smile. Thank you, I appreciate it, Klin replied politely. Sensing AI Luncy's friendly demeanor, AI Luncy summoned a flying vehicle from seemingly nowhere and called out to Klin, Klin, hop on. I'll take you there. Klin nodded slightly and leaped aboard. AI Luncy piloted the craft toward the management office. By the way, Klin, what brings you to the Galactic headquarters? Allens inquired with curiosity. Find some information and simultaneously register as a Galaxy Warrior. Klin gradually explained. Becoming a Galaxy Warrior is no small feat. It is said that only those with exceptional combat abilities or unique talents can attain such status. My combat prowess is indeed sufficient. I wish to contribute to the maintenance of cosmic peace. Klin internally berated himself for so casually expressing such sentiments. Slap. At that moment, Allens gazed at Klin with a somewhat naive expression, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Reminiscent of a youthful girl idolizing her star. We have arrived. The tallest building ahead, is it? Allens exclaimed, addressing the revered Klin. Klin promptly leaped down. Simon Wushuang reminds you. Please remember to bookmark for convenient viewing later. He dashed inside, calling out, Thank you, Allens. The one in charge was a tall and imposing alien, exuding a formidable presence. However, Klin sensed a weakness beneath the surface. The being possessed merely 500 combat power. The might of the Galaxy Patrol was a relic of ancient times. Klin speculated that there must still be a boss lurking in the background, or else the Kurd royal family would have long obliterated the Galaxy Patrol organization. Greetings, I wish to register at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters to become a Galaxy Warrior. Perhaps utilizing military-grade equipment, Klin stated, and the alien immediately comprehended his words. Very well, to become a Galaxy Warrior, you must withstand 50 of my strikes, the alien remarked, looking down at Klin's diminutive stature. Klin understood the underlying mockery, unable to tolerate such superficial judgments. After all, had not the diminutive Frisia dominated the North Galaxy? Bring it on, Klin replied nonchalantly. It seems you are about to learn that the essence is often found in the concentrated. Klin followed the alien into the combat arena. He was too apathetic to harness his energy, casually adopting a combat stance. Earth Klin, you may attack now. The alien sneered at Klin. Klin quickly waved his hand. No, you should go first. Otherwise, you might find yourself out of opportunities. He gestured invitingly. The alien, slightly incensed, charged at Klin with a fierce intensity. Klin's eyes. The alien's movements resembled a tortoise's crawl. As the alien drew near, Klin merely leaned back slightly to evade the strike, effortlessly dodging the alien's relentless punches, akin to a leisurely stroll through space. With a swift leap, Klin hovered above the alien's head. Damn it, where did that little runt go? The alien gritted his teeth, searching frantically. Hey, silly hat. I'm right here, Klin called from above. Who called me? Before he could react, the alien felt a gust of wind and found himself tumbling to the ground. Klin flew over, grinning. So, what do you think, silly hat? Am I qualified now? How did you know my name is Shah Damon? Shah Damon lay on the ground, a look of confusion on his face. Klin replied, Indeed, it is true. Enough chit-chat. Can you register me? I need to head to the Galaxy headquarters, Klin said to Shah Damon with a hint of exasperation. No problem, my lord. Please follow me. Shah Damon quickly jumped up, bowing respectfully to Klin. My lord, please have a seat. Shah Damon produced an unidentifiable mineral resembling a stool from somewhere. Klin nodded slightly and sat down. Ding, detected black iron or energy content. 1 point. What? Just 1 point. Klin mused, surprised. After all, it took 100 tons of muck from Mike's star to yield a single point of energy. This is quite a small quantity. Klin felt a surge of joy, realizing he had indeed made the right choice. He planned to inquire further with Shah Damon later. This is a brief overview of the inspection. Although it may seem cumbersome given your strength, it is the regulations set by the Galactic King. Please forgive the protocol. Shadaman bowed respectfully to Klin. Shadaman then produced a spherical object and tossed it towards Klin. A blue light emanating from the scanner as it conducted a comprehensive scan. Moments later, a mechanical voice announced, carbon-based life form. Klin, origin, North Galaxy, Solar System, Earth, combat power, 50,000, exclusion of malevolent entities, safety rating, good. What? 50,000? Is the scanner malfunctioning? Shadaman exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. However, after multiple checks confirming the scanner's accuracy, Shadaman was left in shock, nearly kneeling before Klin. How could such a formidable individual come here to register? He had always considered a combat power of 1,000 to be extraordinary. After all, the average combat power of the Galaxy Patrol's guards was around 10,000. Panic set in as Shadaman's complexion paled. Here you go, Lord Klin. Your pass, Shadaman stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Klin smiled. Excellent, but I have one more question for you, of course, Lord Klin. Please go ahead, Shadaman replied eagerly, hoping to redeem himself by ensuring Klin's comfort. Klin, intrigued, said, this stone looks impressive. Where did you acquire it? My lord, this is a specialty mineral from Black Iron Star, possessing a moderate amount of energy. After refinement, it can be used as energy for short-range space travel. Typically mined and sold by the Galactic King's commercial planets, Shadaman hurriedly explained. This development complicated matters. The mineral had an owner, making forceful acquisition impossible. The patrol organization wielded significant power, and should they label him a criminal, he would find no redemption even if he dove into the galaxy. Klin pondered inwardly. Noticing Klin's keen interest in the energy mineral, Shadaman cautiously suggested, I happen to know of another high-energy mineral. Klin, intrigued, urged, speak quickly. I actually fled here from the galaxy headquarters with an alien. When I was young, my home on Dirt Clodstar was quite peaceful, although we lacked the prosperity of our ancestors. We still thrived under the leadership of the Dirt Clod King. Suddenly, one day, a massive invasion of aliens descended upon Dirt Clodstar, slaughtering my kin and enslaving them to extract the black stone from our lands. Shada Meow, with a grimace of hatred, spoke through clenched teeth. Is it true that your planet possesses the mysterious black stones you mentioned? Klin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, every century, minor spatial tremors occur, causing these black stones to fall upon our planet. Replied Simon Wu Shuang, reminding you. Please remember to bookmark after reading for convenience. This has been the case since ancient times. But why has your race declined if you possess a source of energy? When the energy radiation dissipated, the earliest masters perished, and the energy became controlled by the descendants of those masters. From that point onward, only they had access to the resources for cultivation. Each year, we are required to pay a certain amount of black stones. Despite this, our lives have been relatively comfortable. However, 2 centuries ago, the malevolent forces of the universe invaded, and those masters fled without a fight. With the warriors' retreat, we lost all ability to resist, and the evil forces plundered and exploited my people, Shada Meow expressed, his face contorted in pain, though a sense of helplessness soon diluted that anguish. Wait, 2 centuries ago. How old are you now? 250 years old, he replied slowly, explaining, due to the influence of that energy, our ancestors' genes mutated, granting us an exceptionally long lifespan. However, as time passes, our lifespans have begun to gradually shorten. Thank you to all the esteemed readers for their recommendations. Each one is silently etched in my heart, he continued. Moreover, there truly exists a Straw Hat Galaxy, also known as the M104 Galaxy, which is quite a beautiful star system. However, it is still very far from the Milky Way. Chapter 30. The Perseus system. From that moment, the earthy clod star fell into a dark age, where daily hunger and heavy labor became the norm. Truly a dismal existence. Shada Meow lamented. After finishing work, my parents would secretly hide 2 stones from me. Each day, I would cultivate using the energy stones, and after 10 years, my combat power reached 300. However, my parents were eventually discovered and imprisoned by those evil aliens. With that, Shada Meow sank into an abyss of sorrow. Klin silently observed him, gently stroking his head in a gesture of comfort. After a long pause, Shada Meow looked up and spoke again. Battles frequently erupt among the forces of evil. During one such conflict, It seemed there were not enough personnel, and many guards were reassigned. That I seized that opportunity to escape amidst the chaos of the battle between the evil forces and external combatants. I boarded a merchant spaceship and began to wander in my quest for vengeance. I joined the Galactic Police, but after all these years, it seems my hope for revenge has faded. Tears welled in his eyes as he choked on his words. As time passed, the weak Shada Miao found himself unable to save his home planet. A mere pawn could not alter the decisions made by the higher-ups at Galactic headquarters, and he drifted along, becoming a mere registrar. Klin felt Shada Miao's helplessness, reminiscent of his own past, where he faced Frisia with a power level of 10,000, later marrying and having children. After the martial arts tournament, he accompanied Goku to investigate Majin Buu, realizing his own inadequacy. Before embarking on each journey, he would leave a letter of testament. If he would meet an untimely end, he must ensure that the dragon Shenron resurrect him. In the face of such terrifying power, Klin felt utterly powerless, yet he had always fulfilled the duties of a warrior, never absent from the fight. Klin consoled Shada Miao, saying, "We are all wanderers in this vast world. Why must we have known each other before?" It seemed that the mysterious star system was indeed worthy of exploration. The energy stones from the Straw Hat Galaxy stirred Klin's interest, and he pondered the various forces that might be involved. "Shada Miao, do you know the name of the star system adjacent to the Straw Hat Galaxy, and what evil forces are present there? I believe our clan has left behind some legends." "Let me think." Shada Miao fell into contemplation. "It seems to be called the Immortal Star System. Simon Wushuang reminded you. Please remember to bookmark after reading for convenience. Yes, the Perseus star system. That's it." Shada Miao exclaimed. My investigation into the evil forces revealed the presence of the Kurd family. "What? The Perseus?" Klin recalled acquiring numerous Perseus stones on Earth, feeling astonished by the energy they contained. The system had mentioned that they seemed to have perished billions of years ago. Klin was evidently more intrigued by the Perseus stones. No wonder. When Shada Miao mentioned black stones, he should have thought in that direction. Yet he'd been constrained by the black iron stone beneath him, leading to a rather natural line of thought. The mere mention of the Kurd family did not deter Klin. For the sake of energy, he must pursue justice, even if it meant confronting the Kurd family. After all, was it not like facing Frisia? Perhaps even adding Akvila into the mix would complicate matters. Klin mused inwardly, feeling somewhat exasperated. How could he proceed when he had encountered such a formidable adversary from the start? Nevertheless, he resolved to go, though he would need a guide in this unfamiliar territory. Glancing at the distressed Shada Miao, he considered him a fitting companion for the journey to save their home planet. "Shada Miao, do you wish to return to your home planet?" Klin prompted. Shada Miao nodded. "I dream of it, but returning would be futile. The forces of evil are too powerful, and even the Galactic Police do not dare provoke them." The light in Shada Miao's eyes gradually dimmed. Klin laughed heartily. "I will help you fight back. A warrior can feel fear, but must never retreat," he said, reminding himself in the process. "Really? You are truly willing to help me return?" Shada Miao's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, for Klin's strength surpassed that of the Galactic Police. With his assistance, perhaps they could save the home planet. Shada Miao only knew of the Kurd family, but it was no surprise that he was unaware of the true might of the evil forces. After all, outsiders rarely comprehended Frisia's combat prowess. Even Frisia's subordinate, Zarbin, was only aware that Frisia could transform, but was oblivious to the specifics of his power. Klin nodded in acknowledgement. Shada Miao's expression brightened as he excitedly gestured, his hands flailing. He had initially intended to inform this esteemed individual about the mysterious minerals, seeking to atone for his earlier disrespect. Little did he expect to have the opportunity to return and rescue his home planet. Overcome with joy, Shada Miao began to leap with excitement. "Let us not rush this. I first need to go to Galactic headquarters," Klin said to Shada Miao. "My lord, allow me to guide you. That I've spent many years here and still have some friends," Shada Miao replied joyfully. "Very well, let us proceed." With Shada Miao leading the way, Klin smoothly entered the Galactic headquarters. The Galactic Police headquarters resembled a massive spherical structure, akin to an enlarged space station, with numerous spacecraft entering and exiting, and Galactic Police patrols frequently passing by, maintaining a strict security presence. To register as a Galactic warrior, one must go to the mission hall, where registrations and task handovers occur, Shada Miao explained to Klin. The two entered the mission hall, where a diverse array of extraterrestrial beings came and went, all boasting combat powers exceeding 1,000 kilo. This esteemed Lord Klin wishes to register as a galactic warrior. Shada Miao whispered. This lord possesses a combat power of 50,000. What? 50,000. The worker exclaimed, drawing the attention of nearby extraterrestrials who regarded Klin with evident disbelief. Shada Miao provided the recently scanned data to the staff, who, upon seeing the figures, were left astounded. The worker, trembling, hurriedly picked up the communicator, stammering, I am 0023. Please assist me in calling Lord Galactic. I am the Galactic Lord, came a serious and authoritative voice from the communicator. Lord Galactic, a human from Earth wishes to register as a galactic warrior. A human from Earth? I have heard from Jack that humans are a remarkably weak race. Simon Wushuang reminded you. Please remember to bookmark after reading for convenience. So feeble, when did their technology manage to reach the central galaxy? In an irate tone, the Galactic King inquired, but the scanner indicates he possesses a battle power of 50,000. The staff member was nearly brought to tears by the overwhelming authority of the Galactic King. 50,000? Surely I must have misheard. The Galactic King expressed his skepticism. No, it is indeed correct. Impossible. Another voice interjected, that of the illustrious warrior, Galactic Patrolman Gak. He hastily addressed the Galactic King. Earthlings are feeble. It is inconceivable for one to reach a battle power of 50,000. Gak felt a twinge of fear within, pondering if it could be that Scion child he had spared years ago. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. IT truly is 50,000. The staff member reiterated, albeit with diminished confidence. Galactic King, allow me to personally bring him here. This is of utmost importance. If he genuinely possesses a battle power of 50,000, we must extend him due courtesy. Gak spoke with a hint of anxiety, his inner thoughts racing. I must hurry and communicate with him. If he is indeed a Scion, I must pretend to be an Earthling before the Galactic King, lest I jeopardize my position. Upon hearing Gak's words, the Galactic King found merit in them and nodded slightly. Gak, witnessing the nod, exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chapter 31. Galactic Patrolman Krillin. Gak arrived at the mission hall aboard his personal spacecraft, his demeanor appearing somewhat anxious. The numerous aliens awaiting task assignments were intrigued by Gak's presence, pondering why he would personally attend to the registration of an Earthling as a galactic warrior. Could it truly be that he possesses a battle power of 50,000? One diminutive alien, upon contemplating this, turned pale and felt his legs tremble. The current galactic patrolmen were not comparable to those from ancient times. Any individual with a battle power exceeding 10,000 was considered a vital combatant within the galactic organization, typically assigned to execute special missions, most of whom were within the Galactic Guard. The combat power of most aliens in the mission hall hovered around 1,000. Thus Krillin's 50,000 battle power naturally caused a significant stir. Gak was renowned for his keen eyesight. Even the formidable Goku, with his billions in battle power, could not rival Gak's acuity. He spotted Krillin from a distance and felt a wave of relief upon seeing the bald youth, grateful that his appearance differed from that of a Saiyan. However, upon recalling that Krillin was a powerhouse with 50,000 in battle power, Gak's heart raced, and he hastened towards Krillin. You must be the esteemed Krillin. Gak greeted him respectfully. Krillin, observing the universe patrolman resembling a cartoonish character, responded with a mysterious smile. You are Gak, are you not? I've seen you on Earth. Gak's previously relaxed expression immediately tensed, and he exclaimed, How can that be possible? Krillin chuckled. Perhaps I am mistaken. Surely it must be a mistake. Gak hastily replied, Wait, how could you know my name if you were mistaken? Before Gak could ponder further, Krillin, unable to contain himself, decided to playfully intimidate him, stating, Take me to meet the Galactic King. After probing the atmosphere with his energy, Krillin realized he had been overly cautious. There were no particularly formidable individuals among the Galactic Patrolmen. Thus, his registration as a Galactic Patrolman, boasting a battle power of 50,000, warranted a personal audience with the Galactic King. Gak, feeling somewhat uneasy, nodded. Rest assured, I have never seen you before, Gak, Krillin assured him. Very well. Kindly follow me. Shah Damon, wait here for me, Krillin instructed. Understood, esteemed Krillin, Shadaman replied, relying entirely on Krillin to return him home. The advancements in the Galactic headquarters defenses were indeed impressive. Krillin marveled at the cosmic cannons, yet he mused that the presence of Z warriors on Earth was far more precious. Welcome, Earthling, to the illustrious ranks of the Galactic warriors. The solemn voice of the Galactic King resonated. How utterly presumptuous! I have yet to register, and already I am considered a Galactic warrior. Is the Galactic King so eager to recruit me? Krillin internally scoffed. Krillin approached the Galactic King, expressing his gratitude. While he could not help but wonder why such hidden powerhouses often appeared as diminutive figures, suppressing a laugh, he maintained a serious demeanor. The Galactic King scrutinized Krillin and asked, "What prompted you to choose the path of a Galactic warrior?" The Galactic King fixed his serious gaze upon Krillin. How perplexing. Even here, Krillin began to spin an elaborate tale. I grew up hearing tales of the Galactic warriors, led by the illustrious Galactic King, who vanquished countless cosmic pirates. From that moment, my dream has been to become a Galactic warrior. This was an absurd exaggeration, even more ridiculous than the King Kai's corny jokes, Krillin thought, observing the expressionless face of the Galactic King. The Galactic King, evidently pleased with Krillin's words, appreciated the difference in impact when such remarks came from someone of Krillin's caliber, a mighty warrior with 50,000 in battle power, as opposed to his subordinates, whose flattery would surely disgust him. Ha! The Galactic King erupted into hearty laughter. Earthling, your choice is undoubtedly the right one. The Galactic Organization is entrusted with the task of maintaining cosmic peace, that I shall personally oversee your registration, he declared with authority. The Galactic King produced an unfamiliar object resembling a mystical scepter, gesturing it towards Krillin while chanting an incantation. After a brief moment, he presented Krillin with a device akin to a wristwatch. Here you go. This is your exclusive equipment. Krillin accepted it casually, and suddenly, the device emitted a holographic display detailing the information. Galactic Warrior, Krillin, position, Galactic Patrolman, mission, none, points, 10,000. Upon seeing the information, felt envious. After years of service, he was still merely a slightly more distinguished warrior. While Krillin arrived as a patrolman with an abundance of points, Krillin examined the details and mused with a smile. So, I have become a patrolman. It seems I have indeed advanced sooner than expected. I am aware of the purpose of these points, though I remain uncertain of their purchasing power. Krillin engaged in pleasant conversation with the Galactic King for quite some time, ultimately seizing the opportunity to discreetly depart under the guise of work. Returning to the mission hall, the Galactic King remained blissfully enchanted by Krillin's compliments. Had Krillin witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly scoff, remarking, "My humble self, no matter how well I flatter my superior, is merely a reflection of my subordinate's efforts." Upon arriving once more at the mission hall, Krillin's status had transformed entirely. The treatment he received was now distinctly different, illustrating the hierarchy within the Galactic headquarters. In the world of Dragon Ball, the adage held true. The mightier one was, the more their words carried weight. The realm of the strong left no space for the weak. Shadaman, who had been waiting for some time, rushed toward Krillin as he emerged, joyfully inquiring, "So, how did it go? Have you succeeded?" "Succeeded in what?" Krillin feigned composure. "In becoming a Galactic warrior, of course," Shadaman eagerly replied. "Not quite." Krillin responded, feigning disbelief. "How could it be that someone of your prowess has not succeeded?" Shadaman's face was a picture of skepticism. "I may not have become a warrior, but I did attain the rank of patrolman." Krillin chuckled. Yes, that's so?" Shadamiao's face was brimming with excitement. Those unaware might have thought he had just been appointed sheriff. In a state of shock, Shadamiao remained rooted to the spot. A few dozen meters away, Klin called out without turning, "Keep up, Shadamiao. We are heading to the lounge to receive our missions." Oh. Shadamiao regained his senses and hurriedly chased after Klin. Klin perused the tasks in the lounge, noting that they were categorized by rank, ranging from E to SSS, from the least to the most challenging. Tasks of E rank were typically exploration or resource extraction missions that could be completed by individuals with a combat power of around 200, whereas SSS rank missions included several formidable challenges, primarily involving the extermination of foes like Frisia or Kawaira. Klin couldn't help but internally scoff at the audacity of the Galactic organization. Chapter 32. Accepting tasks. As Klin scrolled through the tasks, he bypassed the lower-ranked ones, driven by a strong sense of purpose. Working for the Galactic King was not on his agenda. Instead, Klin planned to seek out planets rich in high-energy materials to quietly amass wealth. The Galactic Patrol Organization, a long-standing power, boasted an extensive array of mission data, some spanning over a millennium. Klin filtered through several options, focusing on missions located in remote areas where invading forces were substantial. And the invasions were prompted by the rich energy resources of those planets. With each stringent filter applied, the number of available tasks dwindled, until the first one that caught his eye was a mission from 2 centuries ago. Defeat the invasion of King Kurd. Points. 1,000. Task difficulty. Klin couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. After 200 years, not a single galactic warrior had taken on this mission, fully aware of the notorious reputation of the Kurd family. The so-called galactic warriors merely represented the side of righteousness. Klin accepted the task, as he had initially intended to investigate this matter, and now he could earn some points along the way. Continuing his search, a particular mission captivated Klin's attention. Investigate Planet Prot. Reason for its transformation into a dead planet in a short time. 1,000 points. Task difficulty. A planet transforming into a dead world in such a brief period? Klin pondered, stroking his chin, his gaze lost in thought. What could possibly drain a planet of its vitality? Suddenly, a light flickered in Klin's eyes as he contemplated. The fruit of the spirit tree. Only the spirit fruit could absorb a planet's life force so rapidly, leading it to become a dead world. Legend had it that the spirit tree's fruit contained the essence of an entire planet's life force, significantly nourishing the body. Most importantly, it could rejuvenate a person's vitality. That be why the latter stages of Dragon Ball, everyone had aged, including the Saiyans. If Klin were to possess the spirit fruit, wouldn't it allow his companions to retain their youth indefinitely? Though Klin had elevated his own dimensional existence, extending his lifespan, he was not overly concerned about his longevity. After all, Saiyans boasted a notably prolonged youth. Yet, the thought of witnessing his comrades age and wither away would be a profound torment to Klin's spirit. If he could acquire the spirit fruit, all would be well. Although not a demon, Klin certainly was no angel either. He could plant a spirit tree on a planet belonging to Frisia's underlings, and no one would dare label him a villain. Instead, they would herald him as a valiant protector of the galaxy. The task had been issued a year prior, and Planet Prot was quite distant from the galactic headquarters. Otherwise, the 1,000 points would not have remained unclaimed. This further corroborated Klin's suspicions that Dales was involved. His strength must still be feeble, having recently acquired the seeds of the spirit fruit, and to evade the Galactic Patrol and other forces, he had no choice but to retreat to a remote location to cultivate the spirit trees in secrecy. Now that Klin was aware, he certainly would not abandon the quest for the spirit fruit. He had to embark on a search. Planet Prot lay on the eastern edge of the galactic expanse, situated in the eastern part of the Straw Hat Galaxy. Even with the Galactic Organization's most advanced starships, it would take over a month to reach. Klin intended first to visit the Straw Hat Galaxy to seek energy. With energy in hand, he could indulge in whatever he desired. Klin accepted only these 2 missions, as all others paled in comparison to their value. To reach the Straw Hat Galaxy, Klin required a top-notch starship. His current instantaneous movement ability had significant shortcomings, consuming most of his time in transit, leaving little for training. After all, 10,000 points were practically free. Let me see what I can exchange for 10,000 points, Klin mused as he opened the points redemption list. High energy or 100 points cultivation seeds. 1,000 points, varying prices based on combat power. Starship, 2,000 points cosmic space cannon, 10,000 points goodness. There truly were numerous valuable items. Klin continued perusing the list, but he pressed the purchase option, and the starship icon dimmed, indicating that items on the points list would only be replaced after purchases, leaving the availability of new items to chance. That I bought everything, ensuring others can't acquire anything. Though I might have overspent a bit, I can forego the space cannon. He purchased all but that. Still curious about how cultivation seeds were produced, Klin planned to carry out his scheme to its fullest. Purchased items would be delivered to the cosmic base, retrievable only with his exclusive galactic insignia. After completing his purchases, Klin felt invigorated, devoid of any regret. Shada Miao stood nearby, somewhat dazed. Had he truly just spent so much? It was hard for him to believe that this expenditure equated to 10 years of his savings. Klin exited, and Shada Miao remained frozen in place. Klin chuckled and returned to nudge Shada Miao with his arm. Let's go. Why are you in a daze? Where to? Shada Miao asked, his eyes devoid of light. In a foolish-mannered T.O. the space base, to collect the starship and head to the Straw Hat Galaxy, Klin replied. Suddenly serious? Huh? Ah, Shada Miao stammered, excitement rendering him speechless. Klin led Shada Miao to the space base. Essentially, the space base functioned as a logistics warehouse. All transactions of the Galactic King's commercial stars had to be routed through the space base for cargo handling. Klin approached the staff and said, I'm here to collect supplies. What supplies? Do you have proof of purchase? The staff member replied rather arrogantly, as the department responsible for supplies had always displayed such demeanor. Shada Miao stepped forward, indignantly declaring, Are you blind? This is the newly appointed Sheriff Klin, personally designated by the Galactic King. Who gave you the audacity to act so insolently? You mere logistics staff? Having said this, Shada Miao quickly retreated behind Klin, resembling a loyal aide. The staff member appeared skeptical. The news of the Galactic King appointing Klin as sheriff was known only to upper echelons, and the lower ranks were evidently still in the dark. Klin did not wish to waste breath on such small fry and promptly tossed his information to the staff member. The staff member examined the information, and at the top, the words Sheriff Klin were prominently displayed. Suddenly flustered, the staff member's hands trembled, and he muttered, I've met you, Sheriff Klin. Klin replied coolly, Arrogance and prejudice will only lead to your downfall. Why, yes. The staff member stammered, trembling in his legs. Lead the way. Klin commanded sharply. The staff member, startled, dropped to his knees in fear, exclaiming, Where to? Klin, sweating, replied, to retrieve the equipment. Klin proceeded to the rear warehouse. As a senior personnel member, his supplies were kept in a separate area. Observing the starships within the warehouse, Klin found himself perplexed. With the advanced technology of alien civilizations, why had they not developed capsule-like devices? It simply did not make sense. Shadaim prepared to pilot the starship. We are ready for departure, Klin called out to Shadaim, who was leisurely wandering to the side. Yes, Lord Klin, Shadaim responded swiftly before dashing towards the spacecraft. I've been suffering from a toothache all day. Though what is not an illness, the pain can be utterly excruciating, hence my delayed writing. The update for tomorrow may be postponed as well. That I sincerely appreciate the support from my readers in terms of recommendation votes. Thank you immensely. Chapter 33. The preparations before rescuing the homeworld. Shadaim piloted the ship toward Klin, the vessel shimmering in a silvery gray hue, its wings pointed like those of an eagle, gliding through the cosmos with a phantom-like grace. The ship served as both a short-range vessel and a formidable weapon for interstellar combat. Upon entering the ship, Klin was enveloped by an ambience rich in metallic textures and elements of extraterrestrial technology. Let us set forth. Klin instructed Shadaim with a casual tone. Despite his apparent simplicity, Shadaim was not devoid of competence. He adeptly maneuvered the craft, which gradually ascended. After reaching a certain altitude, it soared away with a swift whoosh, transforming into a streak of light as it sped into the cosmos. As Klin beheld the morning star fading into the distance, he could not help but marvel at the superiority of the Galactic Federation's technology. It far surpassed that of the Mike Star's vessels. After all, the Galactic Organization wielded considerable influence in the universe, and their ships were indeed of exceptional performance. Shadaim deftly manipulated the virtual interface and, after a while, announced, "We have entered automatic navigation mode. The system will calculate the radius of any black holes we encounter and navigate around them." "Quite impressive, Shadaim," Klin remarked, raising his thumb in approval. "You may appear simple-minded, but you possess quite a bit of knowledge." Shadaim, feeling slightly bashful, scratched his head and replied, "It's just basic operations, basic operations." Klin, having learned from past experiences, noted that the ship would analyze the planets along their route, recording essential information about them. Seizing the opportunity, he took note of potential life-sustaining planets for resupply. Klin retrieved the gravity training chamber, He understood that the path of cultivation was akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they inevitably regress. Although his innate talent paled in comparison to that of other exceptional beings in the universe, Klin firmly believed that diligence could compensate for deficiencies. Observing Klin suddenly produce a small structure resembling a house, Shadaim was taken aback. He had some understanding of space technology in the cosmos, yet this level was beyond his grasp. Klin glanced at Shadaim with a smile and said, "I am going to train. If you're interested, join me, and I shall teach you a few techniques." From their previous encounters, Klin had discerned that Shadaim possessed a combat power of merely 500, yet his fighting skills were utterly lacking. Merely brute strength without finesse. Klin stepped into the gravity training chamber, while Shadaim hesitated outside for a moment. The gravity training room's environment was quite different from what Shadaim had envisioned. Instead of the terrifying scenes he had anticipated, it was merely an expansive training area. Upon seeing Shadaim enter, Klin felt a sense of admiration. Shadaim was a loyal ally. Klin pressed the switch for 20 times gravity, adjusting the settings according to Shadaim's combat capabilities. Shadaim observed his surroundings, perplexed as to how Klin could train in such a rudimentary space. Suddenly, the air around him grew dense, and he felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered him immobile. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he exclaimed, "Lord Klin, what is happening? What is going on?" Klin chuckled at the sight. "Adapt well. This is 20 times the normal gravity." With that, he paid no further attention to Shadaim, waiting for him to acclimate before teaching him the usage of energy. Klin stretched his limbs and cracked his neck, then, in a flash, vanished from his position. His hands emitted energy waves as he pursued his own moving form, growing faster and adjusting his agility, seeking that elusive sensation of combat. Meanwhile, Shadaim gaped in astonishment, feeling only a gust of wind where Klin had been, unable to catch even a glimpse of him. It was noteworthy that this was occurring under 20 times the normal gravity. While he remained completely immobile, Shadaim's eyes sparkled with admiration, bolstering his confidence in the mission to save his homeworld. Time flowed like fine sand, and half a month passed. Klin sat in contemplation, while Shadaim ran vigorously in the training area, seemingly unaffected by the gravity. When Klin opened his eyes and smiled, he noted Shadaim's significant improvement since their initial training. It appeared he merely needed the right opportunity to unleash his potential. Date: year 756 of the AG calendar name. Shadaim age: 250 years race. Earthling from the 2D star combat power. 750 potential. 200,000 with a potential of 200,000. It seemed he could become a formidable figure in the capricious star system. Klin approached Shadaim, who greeted him respectfully. "Lord Klin, close your eyes and attune yourself to every thread of energy within your body. Try to synchronize your breathing with the flow of energy," Klin instructed gently. Shadaim's face lit up with joy upon hearing Klin's words. "Lord Klin is going to impart his martial arts teachings to me." He attentively followed Klin's guidance, slowly closing his eyes as Shadaim sensed his own energy. He struggled to resonate with it, and a look of despair crossed his face. Was he too foolish? Observing this, Klin reassured him. The path of cultivation requires patience. Do not rush. Take your time to comprehend what I just conveyed. Energy is like a lake. When a drop of dew falls onto its surface, it sends ripples outward. The waves will gradually spread from the center. You are the center now. The energy resides within your body. To awaken, it does not require a tempestuous spirit, but rather a serene and enduring essence, akin to water. Klin continued imparting his wisdom to Shadaim. The latter appeared contemplative, perceiving himself as the center of energy. Akin to a black hole in the universe, nothing could escape its gravitational pull, not even light. Yet when a black hole reaches a certain threshold of absorption, it evenly emits particles back into the cosmos. Is this the application of energy? Shadaim exclaimed with newfound clarity. I understand. I understand." He promptly closed his eyes once more, and a faint aura enveloped him. This was the manifestation of energy. Klin was taken aback. Have I encountered a prodigy of the realm? To grasp this so swiftly with just a slight nudge. It seems that even the seemingly simple-minded beings of the universe possess untapped potential to accommodate Shadaim's training. Klin refrained from activating the chamber's full 100 times gravity. Slow growth was acceptable. as a few thousand points would not alter the grand scheme. After all, he could not hope to contend with even the slightest fraction of Frisia's power. Watching Shadaim engrossed in his training, Klin mischievously mused, "What I owe now shall surely be repaid in the future. As for how to repay, a few celestial stones will suffice." Klin glanced at his current attributes. Time, year 756 of the era of AI name. Klin age, 21 years race. Earthling dimension, level 1 dimension, equivalent to Cat Immortal, combat power, 375. 000, next heavy limit. 5 million, potential, for 1,635,000 training speed. Light speed still manageable. There are approximately 770 sins of beans left. However, the energy is still insufficient. The path to becoming a VIP overlord is fraught with challenges. Just imagine, if I were to activate VIP status, my combat power would skyrocket, and even if I slept for a year, I could probably surpass Frisia. Snap, I'm daydreaming again. Time flows like water. Another fortnight has passed. Simon Wushuang reminds you. Please bookmark after reading for convenience. The two have already adjusted their states. Shadaim was somewhat exhilarated. After so many years, he had truly returned. He pointed towards the distant star system and exclaimed, "That is the Straw Hat star system." Klin replied nonchalantly, "Don't get too excited. I see it." The Straw Hat star system is a spiral galaxy that, when viewed from 1,000 light-years away, resembles a peculiar hat. The outermost layer is delineated by stellar rings forming the hat's brim, while a brilliant core protrudes at the center, encircled by a darker dust band. Klin solemnly addressed Shadaim. Enter the Straw Hat star system and swiftly locate a lifeless planet to dock. But do not approach the Earth star too closely. Chapter 34. I, Shadaim, have returned. Why? Shadaim expressed a look of confusion. Truly thoughtless. The Earth star is currently under the control of King Kurd, and we are unaware of its current situation. Recklessly entering would be tantamount to courting death. Klin looked at Shadaim with exasperation. Klin pondered, observing that Shadaim, despite appearing clever, was rather concerning in terms of intellect. Shadaim's face illuminated with realization. Then he bowed his head to search for information on remote planets on the virtual screen. Lord Klin, there is a desolate planet located 500 light-years from the Earth star. It should meet your criteria. Here is the basic information, Shadaim stated earnestly, pointing to the data on the virtual screen. Klin examined the information displayed before him. It was a nameless planet. The data revealed that it was a white dwarf left behind after a supernova explosion, devoid of atmosphere and possessing an extremely harsh environment. That's the one. Shadaim initiated the descent onto the planet. Yes, Lord Klin. With that, Shadaim entered pilot mode. Since this planet lacked an atmosphere, the landing was remarkably smooth. Boom! The spacecraft had landed on the nameless star. Klin had his reasons for this choice. Within a galaxy, his instant movement could prove advantageous, allowing him to escape promptly with the somewhat naive Shadaim in the face of formidable foes. What now? How do we proceed? Shadaim inquired, somewhat perplexed. Klin smiled enigmatically. Prepare yourself. You will soon find out. Klin retrieved a portable capsule containing various daily necessities, including sins of beans. Hold on tight. If you don't, you might fall into the space vortex, and that would be troublesome. Klin teased the anxious Shadaim. Upon hearing this, Shadaim appeared even more frightened, gripping Klin's arm tightly, as if he would never let go. I am just joking. Don't be so tense that it's just a trip home. Let us go. With that, Klin activated his instant movement, and both he and Shadaim vanished from their location 500 light-years away. Simon Wushuang reminds you. Please bookmark after reading for convenience. On a yellowed planet, the figures of the two suddenly materialized. Klin surveyed the desolate landscape before him, reminiscent of the Gobi Desert from his previous life. Shadaim seemed still in shock from the recent events, but soon his gaze fell upon the scene of his dreams. Coarse gravel, bizarrely shaped stones, and the yellow grasses swaying in the wind. Tears streamed down Shadaim's face. This was the scene from his dreams. After more than 200 years, he had finally returned. That moment, Shadaim couldn't help but shout. I, Shadaim, have returned. Klin delivered a firm blow to Shadaim's head. What are you shouting about? You'll expose us. Just wait until I take care of you. Being cautious in unfamiliar territory is always wise. Survival until the end is the mark of a victor. Shaddam retracted his head, offering an awkward smile. I couldn't help it. I was overwhelmed to be back home. Klin merely offered a reminder. Aliens do not possess a sense of anger. In other words, as long as Klin and Shaddam do not actively reveal themselves, the aliens would not passively discover their presence. Klin slowly closed his eyes, gently sensing the presence of aliens on this planet. After a while, he opened his eyes with a mysterious smile. The highest combat power on this planet is around 10,000. There's no danger. How do you know that? Lord Klin, Shaddam asked again. Close your eyes and search for the energy signatures, Klin replied, somewhat exasperated. Yes, Lord Klin. Shaddam quickly closed his eyes to sense the energy signatures. Shaddam, possessing a combat power of 1,000, was considered a minor combatant in the universe. His aura radiated outward, but suddenly he began to gasp, fear evident in his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The aura of the alien with 10,000 combat power felt like a mountain, suffocating him. Seeing this, Klin smiled slightly. Hurry and rescue your kin. Shaddam, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously in agreement with Klin. 10,000 miles to the southeast, a dilapidated mining site was piled high with heaps of black stones that a group of 2-meter-tall individuals struggled to move about the area. Their towering, emaciated figures appeared both dark and gaunt. Aside from completing their daily tasks, they lacked the strength to rebel. The miners' eyes were devoid of light, reflecting their desolation. Not providing sufficient food for slaves seems to be a universal tactic among slave owners. Starving, the slaves are preoccupied with thoughts of how to secure a little more to eat, leaving no room for thoughts of escape. Klin sighed at the scene before him. This was the brutal reality of cosmic slavery. Shaddam, gazing at his kin, felt his eyes redden. In his memories, the initial exploitation by aliens was far less severe. Had his escape inadvertently brought suffering upon his people? A wave of regret washed over Shaddam. He glanced at Klin, seemingly seeking permission to act. Klin solemnly nodded in affirmation. With that, Shaddam leaped toward the center of the mining area. Klin then added emphatically, "Make sure to teach them a harsh lesson." Klin had no intention of intervening just yet. The guards overseeing the miners were merely a ragtag bunch with around 500 combat power, providing a perfect opportunity to test Shaddam's training over the past month. A miner was laboriously trudging along when suddenly a figure descended beside him. The old man looked up, but the effort seemed to exhaust his last reserves of strength, causing him to topple backward. Shaddam rushed forward to support the elder, offering him a sip of water from his own supply. Slowly, the elder opened his eyes, appearing somewhat clouded. Upon recognizing his kin before him, he asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "I am Shaddam, your kin. Simon Wushuang reminds you. Please bookmark after reading for convenience. Today, I have come specifically to rescue you," Shada Miao said with a hint of anguish. "Foolish child, the might of these invading forces is far too formidable. A century ago, King Tudia stood up to lead us. His elite guard vanquished the invaders. Yet, just as we were basking in the joy of peace, a more malevolent force descended upon you in an instant. The king's elite guard was annihilated, and soon after, the extraterrestrials killed King Tudia, hanging his head upon the Tudia divine pillar. The elder seemed to relive the harrowing scene, trembling uncontrollably. "It's all right, for I am now a powerful warrior," Shada Miao asserted confidently, though he was truly filled with faith in Klin. "You do not comprehend the true strength of that evil force. The elite guard of King Tudia was indeed powerful. Yet against those extraterrestrials, they did not last a single breath before meeting their demise. Child, heed my words and flee. Our Tudia star cannot perish. It is upon you to carry forth the legacy of our civilization." "Hurry and escape," the elder urged, trembling with urgency. Suddenly, the elder seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "Yes, seek out the Galactic organization. They maintain peace across the universe. They will surely come to our aid," grasping Shada Miao's hand. The elder repeated fervently. Chapter 35. Shada Miao in a frenzy. Shada Miao chuckled bitterly within himself. He had spent over a century at the Galactic headquarters, and 200 years ago, King Tudia had sought assistance from them. Yet the headquarters dared not provoke the immense power of the Kurdish royal family. As time passed, the plea for help eventually faded into obscurity. Klin, now the sheriff of the Galactic headquarters, was unaware of Shada Miao's true intentions. Mistakenly believing that Klin had also allied with the Galactic organization, which was indeed a powerful ally. In reality, Klin considered the Galactic organization merely a stepping stone, temporarily joining them to better gather intelligence while serving the Galactic King, a lifelong commitment that would never come to pass. This time, it was the Galactic headquarters that had come to rescue us. Klin is the true powerhouse, one whose strength surpasses even that of the Galactic King's elite guard, Shada Miao explained to the visibly distressed elder. Is that truly so? The elder asked, skepticism lacing his voice. Indeed, it is true. Klin is watching us from afar. Upon saying this, Shada Miao glanced toward Klin's direction. The elder burst into tears, for the Galactic headquarters had indeed sent help. And hope rekindled within him. The elder's weeping attracted the attention of the guarding extraterrestrials, who approached and shouted, "Who dares to intrude? Those who seek your demise." With that, Shada Miao charged at the extraterrestrial, channeling his energy into his fist and striking fiercely. The extraterrestrial, possessing a combat power of approximately 300, stood no chance against Shada Miao's 1,000. It was sent flying, crashing to the ground, its neck snapping as it lost all breath. "Quickly, find the others of our kin," Shada Miao urged the elder. "Those evil forces will not hesitate to butcher our people." Shada Miao's concerns were not unfounded. However, with Klin present and wielding a combat power of 380,000, the extraterrestrials would have no opportunity to retaliate. Klin was supportive of Shada Miao's actions, acknowledging that he was not entirely foolish. "Ahead lies a clearing where our 10,000 kin reside," the elder said, his spirits lifting as he spoke with renewed vigor. Closing his eyes, Shada Miao began to sense the presence of his kin. "There are many faint auras ahead," he said, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Let us proceed." Shada Miao led the elder onward, unwilling to leave him alone in this perilous place. The gathering of kin would offer a relatively safer refuge, the elder continued, since the uprising led by King Tudia a century ago. "Those extraterrestrials have separated us, dividing us into 10 servitude zones. We were once a populace of 600 million, yet in recent years, the losses have been catastrophic. Those extraterrestrials spread word of a labor shortage. And now, our numbers may be below 2 million. As the elder spoke, his sorrowful weeping returned. Shada Miao's eyes burned with rage as he clenched his teeth. "Cursed invaders, unforgivable! A population of 6 million is still considerable in the vastness of the universe. Far from a billions found on Earth. Consider that even the Saiyans of planet Vegeta number just over 1 million. Within the mining area, 10,000 individuals labored tirelessly, including the elderly and children, all bearing burdens of or that far exceeded their own weight. None, be they adult or child, could stand tall. The extraterrestrials nearby were complacent, their fears long quelled by the suppression of a century prior." Shada Miao gently placed the elder down and walked slowly toward the center of the mining site. With each step deeper into the site, his fury intensified. Stooped children and pallid kin, these accursed invaders must pay. As Shada Miao advanced, his kin gradually took notice of this unusual figure, yet they remained silent, merely observing him. Suddenly, a frail girl collapsed under the weight of her burden. The others hesitated to approach, but were filled with concern. Shada Miao rushed forward to assist the delicate girl, gazing at her with compassion. "What is your name? Did you hurt yourself?" The girl, momentarily taken aback, looked up with her beautiful, glimmering eyes and replied, I am Avira. "Big brother, who are you?" As she slowly rose, she regarded Shada Miao with trepidation. In that moment, Shada Miao was reminded of his own childhood, a time when Tudia's star had yet to be invaded, when he was surrounded by his parents and many playmates, filled with unadulterated joy. "These vile extraterrestrials shall be consigned to oblivion." A figure approached Shada Miao boldly, presumably Avira's father, a gaunt man who stepped forward to protect her. Eyeing Shada Miao with apprehension, Shada Miao endeavored to present a warm smile. "Uncle, I bear no ill will. I have returned to save our kin." The extraterrestrials, noticing the gathering of people, approached with a booming voice. "What is happening here? Are you itching for trouble?" Upon hearing the extraterrestrials approach, the crowd quickly dispersed. Avira's father tugged at Shadamiao, attempting to pull him into the throng for protection. Shadamiao offered a reassuring glance to Avira's father and gently urged Avira, "Step back, retreat into the crowd." The extraterrestrials stood before them, and fear was palpable among the gathered people. They observed Shadamiao, who stood out among the miners, his vitality contrasting sharply with the weary expressions etched upon the faces of the others. The extraterrestrial again shouted at Shadamiao, "Who exactly are you?" Shadamiao slowly emerged from the crowd, step by step, until he stood before the extraterrestrial, his expression resolute. "Listen closely," he declared, and with a sudden roar, he bellowed, "I am the Tudia Star citizen who escaped 2 centuries ago. I have returned to rescue my home, Shadamiao." With that, he unleashed his full power, launching himself at the extraterrestrial. The disparity in strength, coupled with Shadamiao's unexpected assault, left the extraterrestrial no chance to defend itself. It was sent hurtling away. But Shadamiao, still unsatisfied, followed up with a powerful energy wave, reducing the extraterrestrial to mere dust. Shadamiao's kin seemed bewildered, having witnessed the battle conclude in an instant. Fear gripped them, as memories of the brutal conflict from a century prior resurfaced, such terrifying retribution from the evil forces. Avira stepped forward, grasping Shadamiao's hand, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Big brother, have you come to save us?" Shadamiao gazed affectionately at the girl, who barely reached his shoulder, and replied, "No one shall ever bully us again." The commotion caused by Shadamiao's battle attracted more extraterrestrials. Observing the approaching aliens, Shadamiao urgently called out to the others behind him, "Find a place to hide quickly. I shall take care of them." With that, he gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a powerful blast towards one of the aliens. A flash of yellow light illuminating the scene as the alien let out a chilling scream before crashing to the ground. Chapter 36. Following the old university is always a wise choice. Seeking recommendations, numerous aliens surged towards Shadamiao's direction, with his kin situated directly behind him to prevent the conflict from affecting his people. Shadamiao swiftly advanced towards the aliens ahead. The numerous extraterrestrials, possessing combat power in the hundreds, appeared as mere small fry before him. Shadamiao unleashed a barrage of energy waves, and in mere moments, the aliens before him were all incapacitated. Yet, Shadamiao did not let his guard down. He sensed several presences with power comparable to his own approaching. With no time to spare for his kin to find safe refuge, he shouted to them, "Hurry and find a place to hide. Do not emerge until the battle is over." Upon hearing his command, his kin hastened their retreat. Without further contemplation, Shadamiao launched himself towards the approaching extraterrestrials that he was determined to eliminate them. As 3 aliens moved along, one activated a scanner and realized that the data of the guarding extraterrestrials had vanished, indicating that an incident had occurred at the mining site. They hastened their flight towards the location. Suddenly, an alien with around 900 combat power sensed an energy wave directed at him. However, it was too swift to evade, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield his vital areas. With a resounding boom, the alien was struck squarely. From a distance, Shadamiao stood on a rock, hands together, poised to release another energy wave. He exhaled heavily, catching his breath. White smoke billowed from the alien's body, and, as it dissipated, the alien appeared disheveled, a foul liquid oozing from the corner of his mouth, his body sustaining minor injuries. He glared at Shadamiao with a twisted expression, bellowing, "Damn you, filthy creature! I will obliterate you." A total of 3 aliens descended towards Shadamiao, and one towering alien pressed the scanner to assess Shadamiao's combat power. He then burst into laughter, proclaiming a combat power of 700. No wonder the guarding aliens were dispatched so easily. Looking at Shadamiao's features, he is merely a straggler from the Earthling planet. The malevolent extraterrestrial showed no signs of anger regarding the fallen miners. 3 aliens regarded Shadamiao, their expressions reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. They outnumbered him 3-1, that having previously scanned his battle prowess. They knew that even the weakest among them boasted a combat power of 900, with the strongest reaching a staggering 1,200. With victory assured, there was no need for concern. The tall alien spoke. Foolish creature. Instead of finding a place to cower and survive, you dare to emerge and seek your own demise. Perfect. It's time for me to send you to meet the king of Earthling planet. The medium-height alien erupted in laughter, perfectly synchronized with his leader's performance, while the 900 combat power alien glared at Shadaimyo, seething with rage at the audacity of this insignificant creature who had dared to launch a sneak attack on him, causing him injury. A true disgrace that the towering alien assumed a combat stance, preparing to assault Shadaimyo. The medium-height alien intended to sit back and watch, showing no inclination to intervene. Let me take care of this. Shaz, the 900 combat power alien stepped forward, addressing the tall alien. Shaz glanced at his beleaguered subordinate and nodded. After all, a confrontation between 900 and 700 was a mismatch his subordinate could not lose. Shadaimyo watched as the alien he had previously attacked approached him, a smile creeping across his face. The plan had succeeded. In the distance, Klin observed the battlefield and couldn't help but chuckle. What a cunning fellow. He seems rather simple-minded, yet he knows how to ensnare others adeptly. Having trained extensively in the gravity chamber, Shadaimyo had not only enhanced his combat power, but also significantly improved his speed. Now at least double that of an equally matched opponent, akin to Goku after enduring 100 times gravity. Shadaimyo darted forward with incredible speed, hiding behind a rock as he sensed three presences of comparable strength approaching. Despite Klin's guidance, victory seemed improbable. He needed to devise a strategy to eliminate the weakest among them. Thus, the alien with 900 combat power became his prime target for a sneak attack, angered by the prior ambush. He would likely be furious, and with his energy concealed, they might mistakenly believe him to possess only 700 combat power, when in reality, he wielded 1,000. Klin observed the advancing alien and understood that this extraterrestrial was likely doomed. Shadaimyo's earlier ambush had already weakened him. His energy now diminished to perhaps 800 combat power. Shadaimyo, with 1,000 combat power at his disposal, could easily dispatch him as the 900 combat power alien approached. Shadaimyo remained still, secretly gathering his energy. You little pest, how dare you sneak attack me? You truly have a death wish. Rest assured, I won't let you die so easily. The alien spat venomously at Shadaimyo. Yet, Shadaimyo remained silent. The alien assumed Shadaimyo was intimidated by his intimidating aura, and he laughed heartily. Suddenly, Shadaimyo broke into a mysterious grin, his rows of bright teeth shining. The alien's laughter ceased abruptly, confusion clouding his face as he stared at Shadaimyo. In an instant, Shadaimyo leapt high into the air, hands raised to his forehead, shouting towards the two aliens outside the battlefield, Solar Fist. His sudden leap caught the attention of the aliens beyond the fray, who stared at him in shock. My eyes! The two aliens cried out, clutching their eyes in agony as they crouched on the ground, wailing. Klin observed this scene with a slight smile. What a clever tactic. Surprise always yields favorable results. Shadaimyo, confident in his successful plan, felt a surge of joy, yet he remained vigilant. The 900 combat power alien was still dazed, and moments ago, he had witnessed a flash of white light followed by his leader's howl. Shadaimyo's solar fist had not been aimed at the alien battling him, but rather, it was a strategic move to distract the two aliens outside the conflict, preventing them from assisting their comrade, thereby accelerating his own victory against the alien he faced in a swift motion. Shadaimyo changed direction and charged towards the alien, who was caught off guard. Shadaimyo delivered a powerful punch to the alien's abdomen. The extraterrestrial gasped in pain, his mouth agape as he expelled an unidentifiable liquid, his expression one of agony. Without pausing, Shadaimyo continued his relentless assault, executing a sidekick that struck the alien's neck, sending him flying. Shadaimyo, fueled by rage, pursued him. Yeah. His fists rained down upon the alien, and with a concentrated blow, he struck the alien's head. The alien's eyes rolled back, his tongue lolling out as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hurtling backwards, Shadaimyo leaped back one step, hands together, and bellowed, Ha! A formidable wave of energy surged forth from his hand, striking the extraterrestrial being with tremendous force, propelling it into the distance. Simon Wushuang reminded you. After watching, please save this for convenience in viewing later. With a resounding explosion, The extraterrestrial, possessing a battle power of 900, was reduced to mere scraps of flesh. Shadaman gazed at the substantial plume of smoke rising in the distance. A faint smile gracing his lips as he panted heavily. Having unleashed all his energy in the recent attack, he could no longer sense the presence of that extraterrestrial, indicating that his ambush had been successful. P.S. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed figures Xiaoyaohan and Xinling Jihan for their generous donations, as well as to the supporters A Face of Confusion, Greed, Chen Pengfei, Chen Jiehao, Yang Fan Yuanheng, Meng, Tiandao Jibi, Long Legs, Duin Liang Bai, and others for their recommendation votes. From today onward, I shall boldly request those with recommendation votes, please cast a few for me. Much appreciated. Chapter 37. 1 against 2, turning the tide of battle, seeking the recommendations of esteemed figures, Shadaman leaped into the distance. Swiftly adjusting his energy while the two extraterrestrials were still reeling from the recent events. Moments later, the two extraterrestrials opened their eyes, surveying the tranquil battlefield ahead. Shotzi, perplexed, inquired, "Where has Ram gone?" Not spotting Ram's figure. Shotzi instinctively pressed the communicator at his ear. Beeps echoed, startling him, and he exclaimed, "What? Ram is dead. What are you saying, boss? Ram is dead. How could that be? It's only been a moment. How could he die? Besides, Ram's battle power is even higher than that little brat-s," questioned the extraterrestrial of average build, skepticism evident in his tone. Both assumed there was an issue with the communicator, and they pressed it simultaneously, only to receive consistent feedback. The information regarding Ram had completely vanished, leading them to cautiously recheck Shadaman's battle power. Beep, Shadaman. Battle power 650. Seeing the reading of 650, Shotzi breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared the device was functioning properly. Evidently, after the recent battle, that little brat's power had diminished, and it was unclear how Ram had met his demise at his hand. The team must have been that Ram had grown complacent, leading to his vulnerability against a sneak attack from that little brat. The extraterrestrial of average build glanced at Shotzi, asking, "What is the plan, boss?" Shotzi replied fiercely, "Billy, let us eliminate that guy together." They pressed the communicator again, attempting to locate Shadaman's position. "Boss, he is just behind that rock," Billy shouted. Without hesitation, Shotzi darted towards Shadaman, who was tightly pressed against the rock. Sensing the two approaching, as Shotzi soared overhead, Shadaman swiftly delivered a kick aimed at Shotzi's chin, catching him off guard and sending him flying upwards. Recognizing his successful ambush, Shadaman quickly retreated, fully aware that facing the two directly would be a daunting challenge. However, his speed far surpassed theirs, which constituted his greatest advantage. Shotzi twisted mid-air, wiping his mouth in frustration, muttering, "Damn it." At that moment, Billy arrived beside his boss. "Simon Wushuang reminded you. After watching, please save this for convenience and viewing later." "What is the situation, boss?" Shotzi observed Shadaman's agile movements and said, "Flank him from both sides. His speed is simply too rapid." "Understood, boss." The two began to encircle Shadaman. Sensing their attempt to flank him, Shadaman quickly retreated. If they managed to sandwich him, it would spell disaster. He spotted a large rock in the distance and thought that perhaps he could use it as a shield for a frontal confrontation. With this in mind, Shadaman accelerated toward the rock. Although Klin did not directly engage, he remained vigilant, aware that with a battle power of 380,000, any unexpected turn of events was unlikely. Watching Shadaman head towards the large rock, Klin deciphered Shadaman's intentions, elevating his evaluation of him. Indeed, real combat is the true crucible for honing one's skills. Observing from the sidelines led to reflections. If he were in the midst of battle, would he possess the composure to maneuver as Shadaman did? Shadaman reached the rear of the rock, turning to face the two extraterrestrials. Seeing Shadaman retreat with nowhere to go, they gleefully taunted, "Running away. If you have the guts, keep running." However, their breathless voices betrayed their exertion. Shadaman assumed a combat stance, and the two extraterrestrials wasted no time in launching an assault in close combat. The exchanges were fierce. The battle power of both extraterrestrials was comparable to Shadaman's, with Shotzi's power exceeding Shadaman's by 200. It wasn't long before Shadaman found himself on the defensive, shielding his vital areas. The two extraterrestrials, noticing Shadaman's defensive posture, were elated and intensified their assault. Sha Daemon was caught off guard by a punch from Shotzi to his abdomen, causing a breach in his defense that sent him crashing into the massive rock, rendering him momentarily immobile. Shotzi and Billy exchanged a glance, nodding in unison as they combined their energies to unleash a powerful wave of energy towards Sha Daemon. As Sha Daemon sensed this, despair enveloped him. Indeed, he had overestimated his capabilities, and this time it was the end. He could not help but cry out, "Klin, help me!" Klin smiled faintly. This one do. The disparity in battle power is indeed difficult to bridge. Just now, Sha Daemon's defense was disorganized. In such dire straits, offense is the best form of defense. Without hesitation, Klin casually directed a wave of energy, effortlessly negating the duo's attack. The two extraterrestrials, witnessing their energy blast being repelled, were taken aback, their faces shifting to shock. There's someone else? Shotzi hastily began scanning with the communicator, but Klin had concealed his energy to a significant extent. Shotzi could only detect a life force in the distance. Without any specific battle power reading, the communicator was outdated and lacked advanced technology. Fear crept in. After all, that was their combined energy wave, so easily deflected. The individual's strength must be at least 2,000, causing Shotzi to hesitate. Sha Daemon slowly descended from the rock, elated at the sight of the recent energy wave. Klin truly was unfathomable. Once again, Sha Daemon assumed a battle stance and shouted at the two extraterrestrials. "Hey, come at me again!" Before the two could respond, Simon Wushuang reminded you. After watching, please save this for convenience in viewing later. Sha Daemon charged at them with great speed, altering his previous battle approach to one of reckless aggression. Shotzi and Billy, now fearful, refrained from unleashing their full power against Sha Daemon, wary of a potential counterattack from behind. Point one engaged in full offense, while the other two hesitated, naturally tipping the scales of battle in Sha Daemon's favor as he pushed them back relentlessly. Though Sha Daemon gained the upper hand offensively, achieving victory in a short time remained elusive, and as the aggressor, his stamina was bound to deplete faster than theirs. Observing Billy searching for openings, a bold idea began to form in Sha Daemon's mind. As he pressed his vigorous assault, he suddenly feigned exhaustion, causing Billy to smirk inwardly. After enduring so many fierce battles, his stamina must finally be waning. Billy suddenly accelerated his assault, catching Shez off guard as he launched a ferocious attack. The battlefield was instantly divided into three. As Billy forcefully seized the initiative and left Shez trailing behind, it swiftly transformed into a confrontation solely between Sha Daemon and Billy. Observing this, Sha Daemon sensed an opportunity. If he allowed Shez to catch up, such a favorable chance would be lost forever. With a fierce roar, Sha Daemon concentrated his energy, one hand hastening the assault while the other gathered his ki. Abruptly, Sha Daemon unleashed his ki towards Billy. The proximity was too close for Billy to retaliate with an energy blast, and before he could even muster a response, Sha Daemon's ki wave struck him head-on. From behind, Shez witnessed the ki wave heading towards Billy and exclaimed in alarm, "Not good." He hastily conjured an energy ball to counter Sha Daemon's attack. With a thunderous crash, the ki wave passed over Billy's head, leaving behind only a sizzling sound as flesh was seared. Seeing Shez's ki wave approaching, Sha Daemon thought he could not evade it this time and shielded his chest with both hands. Bracing for impact, as the ki wave reached him, he closed his eyes and began to scream, "Ah, oh mother!" Sha Daemon waited with his eyes shut for a moment, then touched his head, realizing he had not been blasted away. He opened his eyes to find Lord Klin standing before him, tears welling in his eyes. Klin silently extended a finger, and with a gentle flick, dissipated Shaz's ki wave into nothingness. Turning to Sha Daemon, Klin exclaimed loudly, "Why are you howling? You're not dead yet." Despite his words, Klin held a deep admiration for Sha Daemon's display of courage. Upon seeing Klin, Sha Daemon rushed forward and grabbed his hand, crying out, "Lord Klin, you finally arrived?" Otherwise, from a distance, Shez observed the scene of the towering Sha Daemon gripping the 160 centimeters Klin, an image both comical and terrifying. Shez felt a profound dread towards Klin, who had effortlessly blocked his ki wave with just a finger. How terrifying must his strength be? Shez dared not ponder further, his body trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down as he contemplated fleeing. Klin slowly turned to face Shaz, who felt as if he were rooted to the spot, paralyzed with fear. Klin approached Shaz, who turned pale, realizing the imminent danger of death. Klin halted before Shaz, gazing at him indifferently. Trembling, Shaz finally broke the silence. "Master, may I leave now?" He looked at Klin with a glimmer of hope, yearning for mercy from the formidable figure. "What?" Klin responded, casually placing a hand on Shaz's shoulder, nearly sending Shaz into a panic. Had it not been for Klin's hand resting on him, he might have already collapsed in fear. Shada Miao then flew over to Klin, inquiring, "Lord Klin, how shall we resolve this?" He mimicked a throat-cutting gesture, causing Shaz to inhale sharply and faint, collapsing to the ground with a thud. What a blatant gesture of execution. This pretense is exhausting. Klin signaled for Shada Miao to revive him. Shada Miao approached Shaz and gently slapped his face. "Hey, wake up!" With no sign of awakening, Shada Miao struck harder, insisting, "I'll see if you wake up or not." Slowly, Shaz opened his eyes, confusion evident on his face. "Who am I? Where am I?" But as the reality of his predicament dawned on him, his expression turned sour. Klin addressed Shaz coolly, "Will you come willingly, or shall we assist you?" Shaz took one last look at this wondrous world, mustering his resolve for a final energy blast to end his life. Klin, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough of this. Shada Miao has bound him. We're going back." Shaz was taken aback by Klin's words. He was not to be killed? "Yes, Lord Klin," Shada Miao replied, gazing at Klin with reverence. Klin glided forward. Contemplating how to persuade the earth-dwelling tribes to willingly hand over the celestial stones, it was a difficult task, especially since he prided himself on being righteous. He absent-mindedly rubbed his gleaming bald head. Shada Miao tugged at Shaz with an unknown rope, urging him onward. "Hurry up, Shaz, you truly should be called blind for daring to stir trouble on our planet. Coming to our world is one thing, but provoking Lord Klin is a reckless endeavor." Shaz protested loudly. "Lord Shada Miao, I just arrived on your planet and have never harmed your kin. Moreover, I would never dare to provoke Lord Klin." "Less chatter. As a captive, you should accept your fate." Though Shada Miao spoke sternly, the rope in his hands loosened slightly, as the title Lord Shada Miao made him feel somewhat elevated. However, the most crucial factor was Shaz's claim of never having harmed his kind. Shada Miao, inherently kind-hearted, required confrontation to verify the truth. Klin landed at the previously bustling mine, now deserted. Shada Miao called out, "Avila! Avila!" as he only knew that one name. His voice echoed in the vast expanse. Suddenly, a small figure emerged from behind a rock. Bright eyes and light blonde hair, the girl cautiously peeked out, and upon spotting Shada Miao, her face lit up as she ran towards him. Her father, appearing anxious, shouted, "Avila, come back. Don't go out." Avila turned, beaming at her father. "It's fine. It's Brother Shada Miao." Her father, puzzled, wondered who Shada Miao was. Was he that fellow tribesman from earlier? Avila rushed to Shada Miao. Grasping his hand with starry eyes, "Brother Shada Miao, did you drive away the invaders?" Shada Miao nodded emphatically. "Yes, the invaders have been vanquished. They can no longer enslave us." "Foolishness. You have no idea of the true strength of those extraterrestrials. Your naivety may doom us all." Avila's father interjected, stepping into view, echoing the sentiments of the earlier elder. "No, we are saved." The elder whom Shada Miao had previously rescued stepped forward, robustly countering Avila's father's claims. Avila's father rushed to assist the elder, asking, "Father, how is your health?" The elder waved his hand, assuring he was fine, then continued, "Shada Miao has brought reinforcements. The Galactic headquarters has dispatched aid. The Galactic Patrol has truly sent help." Avila's father exclaimed, incredulous. Klin, witnessing the scene, shook his head in resignation. Was the Galactic headquarters really that renowned? The inhabitants of the Earth Mound Star may have been too long isolated from the outside world. The Galactic headquarters, haha. These individuals have indeed become blind to their surroundings. Shada Miao resolutely declared, "Indeed, ahead lies Lord Klin, the foremost expert of the Galactic headquarters." Upon hearing Shada Miao's words, Avila's father was overwhelmed with joy. Lifting his head and crying out, "At last, we are saved. Come forth, my kin. We have been rescued." The Galactic headquarters has come to our aid. Avila's father called out behind him, and in a moment, heads began to appear. Accompanied by murmurs of skepticism, the Galactic headquarters has sent someone. A robust man echoed. Has the Galactic headquarters truly sent someone? As the news spread that the Galactic headquarters had dispatched personnel, a surge of people emerged. And all the hidden inhabitants of Earthmound Star stood forth, crying out loudly, "The Galactic headquarters has come to rescue us." Chapter 39. Recuperation. The crowd gathered around Shadamiao, seemingly needing to confirm the veracity of the news. When Shadamiao nodded vigorously once more, his kin ultimately believed Avila's father's words. The tragic fate of the Earthmound King a century ago was still vivid in their minds, the scene of dismemberment etched in their memories, prompting the remaining individuals to seek further confirmation. Shadamiao pulled Shez forward and inquired of Avila's father, "How shall we deal with this intruder?" The crowd, witnessing that Shadamiao had indeed captured an invader, erupted in furious shouts. "Kill him! Kill him!" Terrified, Shez immediately fell to his knees, weeping profusely. "I have just arrived at Earthmound Star. I have never harmed your kin. I beg you, spare me." Shez repeatedly uttered these words, bowing before the crowd, his fear palpable. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stepped forward, his face twisted with deep-seated hatred as he glared at Shaz, declaring, "Intruders are nothing but vile beings, utterly deserving of death. They must be eradicated." This man had endured the brutal repression of a century prior, witnessing the massacre of his kin. No intruder could be spared. An elder approached, placing a hand gently on the man's shoulder, and said softly, "Child, do not let hatred cloud your judgment. While it is true that intruders must not go unpunished, this one before us is merely an accomplice from a century ago. He is not deserving of death." With a heavy sigh, the elder concluded. Hearing the elder's words, the middle-aged man found himself at a loss, squatting down and cradling his head in despair, the burden of unspent hatred leaving the crowd in a state of confusion. Avila, observing Shez kneeling on the ground, spoke with pity. "Since he has not harmed our kin, should we not spare him?" Her gentle voice immediately quelled the tumultuous scene. The crowd fell silent, watching Shez without uttering a word. A mother turned her head away, pulling her child closer. The atmosphere was eerily still. Only the sound of suppressed sobs could be heard. Shadamiao stepped forward at an opportune moment, saying, "Lord Klin is present. Let him decide." Klin glanced at Shadamiao and muttered, "Damn." The reminder from Simon Wushuang urged the audience to save their collections for later convenience. Finally, the thought of me, a Galactic Patrol officer, crossed his mind. It would be best for the matters of Earthmound Star to be resolved among themselves. Yet the gaze of the crowd turned to Klin, compelling him to step forward. Klin slowly approached Shaz. Upon seeing Klin, Shaz became even more frightened, realizing that his fate now rested in Klin's hands. Klin was aware that Shaz had not lied. The malevolent aura surrounding him was considerably less than that of other intruders. Otherwise, Klin would have dealt with him long ago on the battlefield. Since Shaz was not utterly depraved, perhaps he could be given a chance for redemption. The crowd awaited with bated breath, eager to hear how Klin would judge this intruder. Klin, with a hint of amusement brewing within, addressed Shaz, "You have committed a forgivable offense under the Galactic Code of Justice. Being an accomplice, I, Klin, Galactic Chief, hereby pronounce judgment upon your actions." The inhabitants of Earthmound Star were struck with admiration as Klin articulated these lofty terms, their hearts swelling with envy for the manner in which the Galactic Patrol enforced justice. Upon hearing Klin declare his crime as that of an accomplice, Shaz felt a wave of relief wash over him. Inwardly thinking before fainting, "At least I shall not face death." After declaring Shaz's sentence, Klin promptly explained to the crowd, what Shaz stated was not false. He has not harmed the kin of Earthmound Star. In this moment, Klin embodied the very essence of law, his authority surpassing even that of the king of Earthmound Star. The people placed their unwavering trust in Klin's words. Avila's father approached cautiously, asking, "Lord Klin, what should we do next?" Klin surveyed the emaciated crowd before him. The living conditions were utterly dire. The terrain of Earthmound Star was predominantly barren wasteland, yet there were oases scattered throughout. If Klin's assumptions were correct, the central oasis should have been their former habitat, yet the current state of the people rendered long-distance relocation impossible. Klin scanned the surroundings before speaking, build a fire, and prepare food. Let everyone rest well and take shelter in the bases of those cosmic beings. Upon hearing Klin's words, Avila's father immediately organized his kin to head toward the cosmic being's base. However, with so many people, it was impossible for them all to enter the base for recuperation. They prioritized the elderly, children, and the seriously ill to take shelter within, while the remaining kin gradually encircled the base, forming a circular formation. The weary crowd had long been overwhelmed. Most collapsed onto the ground, peacefully succumbing to sleep. Avila's father organized the preparation of food, and with thousands gathered, a single large pot simmered with an unrecognizable dark mixture. "It's time to eat, Avila," Avila's father called out. "Coming, father." Avila obediently jumped, and Avila's father filled 2 large bowls with the dark substance, handing them to Avila with eyes full of affection, saying, "Take these to Lord Klin and Brother Shadamiao." "All right, father." Avila swiftly accepted the bowls and dashed outside. Avila's father couldn't help but remind her, "Slow down. Be careful not to spill. Every morsel is a life-saving sustenance. All my kin are enslaved, leaving no one to engage in production." "It has been nearly a decade since I last tasted the contents of this pot," he mused sadly, gazing at the meager rations. Avila hurriedly ran towards the towering pillars, where Klin and Shadamiao had chosen to reside atop the highest stone column, allowing Shadamiao to better oversee his kin. Observing his people below, starved and surrounded by corpses, Shadamiao felt a surge of fury, his eyes reddening as he kicked at the bound Shaz. "Cursing you wretched invaders!" Shaz cried out in desperation. "I understand my wrongs. Please do not strike me." "Woo, Shadamiao! Father sent me to bring you food," Avila called as she trotted up to Shadamiao. Upon seeing Avila, Shadamiao quickly quelled his aggressive demeanor, awkwardly smiling at her. He gazed at Avila's flushed face, still panting, and felt a surge of affection, almost unconsciously wiping the sweat from her forehead with his sleeve. As Avila felt Shadamiao's tender gesture, her face flushed even deeper, her eyes widening in surprise at Shadamiao's actions. They continued to wipe away the sweat, saying, "Did I not give you a communication device? You only need to call us when it's time for a meal. There is no need to run all this way. You must be exhausted." His eyes were filled with tenderness. "I'm not tired." "Not at all." Avila hastily spoke. Shadamiao seemed to have more to say, but at that moment, Klin unconsciously cleared his throat a few times, internally cursing, "You rascal, I don't even have a wife yet. And here you are flaunting your affection in front of me." Ever since Avila first laid eyes on Shadamiao, she felt an inexplicable closeness to him, particularly due to the impressive scene when Shadamiao had protected her. After all, Avila had long been unfamiliar with the concept of safety. Upon hearing Klin's cough, Shadamiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Simon Wushuang reminded, "Please remember to bookmark for easier reading later." He quickly took the bowl from Avila's hands, respectfully offering, "Lord Klin, please eat first." Klin responded with a nonchalant hum, accepting the bowl and bringing it to his lips, slurping it down like one would with porridge from a past life. However, his brow furrowed immediately after, a pained expression crossing his face. Seeing Klin's discomfort, Shadamiao, concerned, asked, "What's wrong?" "What's the matter, Lord Klin?" Klin forcefully swallowed the food in his mouth and waved his hand at the anxious Shadamiao, saying, "It's nothing, just hurry and eat." Chapter 40. Weakness is original sin. Since Lord Klin stated that there was nothing wrong, Shadamiao felt reassured. He took the large bowl from Avila and brought it to his mouth. Slurping, he gulped down a hefty mouthful, but his face turned crimson, and he promptly retched onto the ground nearby, disdainfully exclaiming, "What is this? Is this even edible?" A pungent flavor assaulted him, as difficult to swallow as a stone. Nearby, Avila witnessed Shadamiao spitting out the food, her face contorted with distaste, and her eyes immediately reddened. Concerned by Avila's unusual reaction, Shadamiao asked, "What's wrong, Avila?" With a choked voice, Avila replied, "This is already very good food. We rarely get to eat like this in 10 years, and you waste it, Shadamiao." As she spoke, her eyes grew even redder, tears streaming down her cheeks. Unable to bear this, Shadamiao slapped himself and exclaimed, "I didn't mean to express disdain." Unfortunately, his explanation seemed futile, as Avila continued to look at him with sorrowful eyes. Witnessing the glistening tears in Avila's bright eyes ignited a profound sense of guilt within Shadamiao. Steeling himself, he pinched his nose and gulped down the remaining food in the bowl. After finishing the meal, although he felt quite unwell, Shadamiao wore a smile as he said to Avila, "It's not salty enough, but the flavor is quite good." Klin stood nearby, somewhat impressed by the lad. He appeared to possess a certain charm despite his earlier reluctance to eat the food before him. Having been bombarded by the culinary delights of Earth, upon seeing Shadamiao finish the food, Avila's tears turned to laughter, and she giggled, promptly taking the bowl from Shadamiao's hands before running off. Her face flushed. Realizing a moment too late, Shadamiao thought to himself, "It seems I've been played by this little girl." He gazed at the retreating figure of Avila, wearing a pained expression. Klin shook his head in exasperation. "Girls are truly terrifying. At least my Lazuli is just a bit proud." "Shadamiao, come here," Klin called out. "Yes, Lord Klin, what is it?" Klin slowly extended the bowl in his hand toward Shadamiao, who, upon seeing this gesture, turned pale with terror. Refusing it was not an option. After handing the bowl to Shadamiao, Klin walked toward his quarters. Shadamiao stood there, feeling a mix of discomfort and frustration. Oh heavens! "Must I eat another bowl of this?" Klin concluded with a parting remark. Upon hearing this, Shadamiao's sorrow turned to delight as he chuckled, taking steps toward Shaz. Moments later, a wail echoed. "Didn't Tiwi agree not to kill me? How can you feed me this stuff now? Help!" The sound of Shaz's protest thrilled Shadamiao. At last, someone was there to share in his suffering. "Shaz, scream all you like." Shadamiao slowly rose, cracking his knuckles and rubbing his palms together. Then donned a wicked grin as he walked toward the capsule home created by Lord Klin. Eventually, Shaz lay on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably, frothing at the mouth, his tongue hanging out like a noose. This was an instinctive response from his body, severely rejecting the food. Shaz had quite literally scared himself into unconsciousness. As night swiftly descended, Klin stood atop the rocky outcrop, gazing down at the multitude of dirt lump aliens below. "As long as I am here, Earth will never descend to this state." Shadamiao also observed his kin, shivering in the cold wind, with only a single fire pit among thousands. Shaz trembled in a corner. But upon noticing Klin and Shadamiao looking down, he too instinctively glanced below. That my goodness! What a sight! Shaz was struck by the dismal scene below, as if witnessing it for the first time. Although this was not the case. This was merely the reality he faced in his most helpless moment. Similar situations often evoke a sense of resonance, though you understand. Shadamiao? Klin suddenly inquired. "What?" Shadamiao asked, perplexed. After a long contemplation, Klin slowly articulated, "In this world, weakness is original sin." This statement was directed not only at Shadamiao, but also served as a reminder to himself. The notion that weakness is original sin struck a chord deep within Shadamiao. Was it not the weakness of the dirt lump star that had led them to such a fate? Was it not his own weakness that had caused him to wander for 100 years? For the first time, Shadamiao felt a profound yearning for strength, that "I want to become strong." He declared after much reflection that a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. A subordinate who does not desire to grow stronger is not a good subordinate. After all this time, Shadamiao finally grasped the point. Klin smiled mysteriously. "There will be opportunities." Shadamiao's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. "All right, off to bed now. Rest well. More battles await us." Klin patted Shadamiao's shoulder before drifting toward his training chamber. Watching Klin depart, Shadamiao felt warmth in his heart. So, Lord Klin truly values me. In that moment, he was filled with an impulse akin to a soldier willing to die for a comrade. The sun of the Grass Hat Star system rose as usual, casting its fierce light upon the Dirt Lump Star once more. After a full day and night of rest, the inhabitants of Dirt Lump Star regained some vitality. Klin had already surveyed this race earlier. Needless to say, their physical attributes vastly outmatched those of Earthlings. Boasting an average combat power of around 30, while Earthlings possessed superior combat techniques. Overall, Earthlings were indeed more fortunate, protected by the likes of Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and Lepin. Klin packed his belongings and made his way down. Greeted by the cheerful dirt lump aliens who called out, "Lord Klin." He smiled and nodded in response, Genuinely appreciating this commendable race, Lord Klin, Avila's father, respectfully greeted him. Ian, take the tribe to the central oasis for recuperation. Klin instructed Avila's father. Having assessed the oasis, Klin noted its relatively favorable environment, albeit with limited resources and no presence of invaders. There were a total of 10 enslavement zones. One issue has been resolved, leaving 9 remaining. The most formidable invader possesses merely a battle power of 10,000. Once the Tudigwa aliens have all relocated to the central region, I too should contemplate the reconstruction of Tudigwa. Yes, Lord Klin. Upon hearing Klin's command, Ian immediately chose to comply. Klin cast a somewhat amused glance at Shotzi. Instantly, Shotzi shivered, tears welling in his eyes, and was about to plead for mercy. Klin turned to Shada Meow and said, "Let him return." Upon hearing that he would be allowed to go back, Shotzi's heart filled with a flicker of hope. "What? Just like that? You're letting him go?" Shada Meow asked in confusion. "Even if Shotzi is innocent, he cannot be released so easily. Use your brain. How could it possibly be that simple?" After listening to Klin's words, Shotzi felt a surge of fear and confusion, his emotions in turmoil. Klin approached Shotzi, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, and said, "You should know what to say upon your return, correct?" I know. I have never met you, Lord Klin. Never seen you," Shotzi insisted, bowing his head repeatedly. "Nonsense," Klin suddenly bellowed. "Ah," Shotzi looked at Klin with astonishment. Chapter 41. Patience. Fish slowly. Klin's expression shifted abruptly. "What you should say is this. During your patrol, you encountered the subordinates of King Kurd, who are currently waiting in the central oasis. He demands that all subordinates of Tudigwa gather there for important combat orders." Shotzi listened to Klin's words, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Was he truly to deceive his comrades into heading to the central oasis? But his boss possessed a battle power of 10,000. Klin would surely meet his end. A thought struck Shotzi. Was this a test? Shotzi immediately cried out, "I would never dare to lead my companions into the central oasis." "I have never encountered Lord Klin." Klin, growing impatient, retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. If you cannot lure the remaining aliens to the central oasis, you can forget about keeping your head." Shotzi recoiled, thinking to himself, "I'm courting death. I can't be blamed for this," that he verbally agreed to Klin's demands. Klin exchanged a glance with Shada Meow, who reluctantly stepped forward to release Shotzi, still perplexed as to why he was being let go. Klin chuckled inwardly. "It was all to put on a show in front of your millions of kin. If you don't act as a leader, who will labor for me?" Once those aliens set off, Klin would quietly teleport away, seamlessly collecting the mind resources, unnoticed, and conveniently shifting the blame onto those aliens. Haha. Everyone would marvel at how Klin vanquished the invaders. If Shada Meow knew Klin's thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Lord Klin, you are exceedingly cunning." Shotzi soared into the air, glancing back at Klin from time to time, fearful that Klin might unleash a powerful attack from behind, but it made no sense. If he wanted me dead, he could have done so already. With this realization, Shotzi quickened his flight. As he traversed the skies, a look of regret suddenly crossed his face. How foolish I was. Indeed, when I was captured by Klin, I even contemplated self-termination. Thankfully, I did not act on that impulse. Now, I have miraculously escaped death. Haha. Shotzi laughed heartily, a sense of joy flooding through him. "Prepare to set off." Ian had already informed his kin. Simon Wushuang reminded you. Please bookmark after reading for convenience. They were preparing to head to the central oasis. Klin had calculated the travel capabilities of the Tudigwa aliens. Their average battle power was around 30, allowing them to cover at least 300 kilometers each day. In approximately 5 days, they would reach the central oasis. 100,000-strong army marched toward the central oasis. And Klin flew high above, casting a glance at the piles of mind resources behind him, muttering, "System absorb. Ding, a total of 10,000 energy units absorbed." Klin couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Why was it only this amount? He recalled that during his time on Earth, absorbing a piece of Perseus stone yielded thousands of energy units. However, these were merely stones affected by energy radiation, not true Perseus stones, so was fortunate to have amassed 10,000 energy units. The system promptly chimed in. "What? So you're saying 10,000 energy units is something to be grateful for? Klin replied, somewhat exasperated. Technically, yes, the system chimed in with an infuriating tone. Damn it. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have exerted so much effort. I could have gone straight to absorb it. Shut down the system. Please, your presence annoys me. System shutting down. Klin. On the fourth day of their journey, Shadamiao called out from the sky to his kin below, hold on just a bit longer. We will arrive in a day. Upon hearing Shadamiao's words, the Tudigua aliens felt a surge of energy, as if victory were within their grasp. Shadamiao descended to the ground and approached Avila, inquiring with concern. How are you holding up? Do you need me to carry you? Avila's face flushed slightly as she replied in a voice barely above a whisper, Shadamiao. You've asked that for the fourth time. Feeling a bit embarrassed. Shadamiao scratched his head. Indeed, since their departure, he had asked once every day, on one occasion. While inquiring about Avila, he happened to run into Ian, causing Shadamiao to flee in fright. Avila put on a brave face and said softly, I can manage. If so many of our kin can endure, so can I. Shadamiao was about to say something further when he suddenly heard Ian cough, prompting him to urgently say, Avila, I must take my leave. I'll return tomorrow. With that, Shadamiao flew off. Avila watched Shadamiao hastily depart, a smile creeping onto her face. But we will arrive tomorrow. A hint of disappointment flickered across Avila's expression. All because her father had appeared just in time. Ian noticed his daughter's expression, smiled, and shook his head as he walked away. 2 days prior, Shotzi gazed at the proximity of the first slave district, his face lighting up with joy that he was about to reunite with his boss, and he was determined to ask his boss for revenge. As Shotzi approached the perimeter of the first slave district, a cosmic being suddenly emerged, pointing a weapon at him and demanding, Who goes there? Have you lost your eyesight? Shotzi immediately retorted loudly. The cosmic being quickly adopted a fawning expression. It is Lord Shotzi. Your subordinate has encountered you, Lord Shotzi. Shotzi was somewhat pleased with the cosmic being's display and promptly inquired, Is Boss Rick around? Yes, Boss Rick is at the base. The cosmic being perked up at the mention of Rick, for he was indeed one of Rick's most loyal underlings, and he prided himself on being among the fastest. Shotzi ignored him and flew directly toward Rick. Yes, Lord Shvia, we will definitely transport the minerals to headquarters this year. Rick said, somewhat anxiously. From the other end of the line came a sinister voice. If you fail to deliver, you will have no value of existence. Yes, I will ensure delivery. Rick wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Realizing the conversation had ended, Lord Shvia was the captain of the mech troops, the foremost warrior under King Quila, and every time he spoke with Shvia, Rick felt a tightening in his chest. One misstep could lead to his demise. Oh, Rick! Shaz approached with a quivering voice. Rick, upon seeing Shaz, felt a twinge of confusion. What are you doing here? Why aren't you at mine number 5? If something goes awry there, I want to be able to meet my obligations this year. Shaz continued, his voice still tinged with tears. Lord Rick, you must avenge me. My number 5 was ambushed by the remnants of the dirtball aliens, and I barely escaped with my life. What? Rick's eyes widened in alarm. Indeed, there was trouble at mine number 5, and that meant his mission would surely remain unfulfilled this year. Thoughts of Lord Shvia sent a chill down his spine. He hastily grabbed Shaz and pressed for more information. Where are they now? They fled to the central oasis, Shaz answered earnestly. Hearing this, Rick felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness. They can't escape our grasp. It seems the suppression from a century ago was not sufficiently ruthless. A sinister smile crept across Rick's face. What is their highest combat strength? Perhaps around 10,000. Shaz exaggeratedly claimed, believing Rick only had 3 or 4,000 combatants. Rick, clearly skeptical, quickly retrieved a scanner to verify, but it only registered a combat strength of 900 for Shada, revealing none of the figures Shaz had mentioned. Yet, Shaz did not seem the type to deceive. Rick hesitated, pondering the true combat strength of the individual in question. He had witnessed fighters under the Dirtball King boasting strengths exceeding 20,000. Should he summon all the extraterrestrials? After a moment's contemplation, valuing his own life, Rick commanded Shaz, gather all main forces and encircle the central oasis. Chapter 42. The Mecha Battalion far away in the central oasis. Klin sensed the large-scale movement of extraterrestrial forces and couldn't help but give a thumbs up in Shaz's direction, exclaiming, "Well done." Shada looked at Klin with curiosity. The enigmatic demeanor of Lord Klin was always difficult to decipher. "No need to rush. We shall wait patiently," Klin replied to Shada. "Lord Rick, the spaceship is ready. We can depart at once," Shaz reported to Rick. Rick nodded, inquiring, "Have all our people been notified?" "Yes, Boss Rick. Everyone has been informed. And the combatants from the remaining 8 subjugated zones are prepared," Shaz confirmed. Rick nodded in satisfaction with Shaz's efforts. "Let's set off." With that, Rick boarded the spacecraft. The ship gradually ascended, vanishing with a swift whoosh, mirroring the phenomenon occurring in the other 8 subjugated zones of the Dirtball planet, as 9 ships raced toward the central oasis. "This shall be our new home, where we will rebuild our homeland," Ian proclaimed loudly from a platform to the crowd below. The audience appeared somewhat bewildered, and one bold individual stood to ask, "But there's nothing here. Children, our Dirtball planet has been stripped of everything. What we possess now is merely our lives." Ian calmly addressed the crowd. Upon hearing Ian's words, a wave of anguish swept through the crowd. "Indeed. What do we have left? Our civilization was obliterated the moment the invader struck. Now we truly have nothing." A palpable sadness enveloped the assembly of Dirtball aliens, leaving them in a state of confusion. "Children, though we currently possess nothing, we are still alive, and we are free. Just 5 days ago, we could scarcely dare to dream of such freedom, but now it belongs to us." Ian's penetrating voice resonated with every Dirtball alien present. "Avila, your father speaks remarkably well," Shada complimented Avila. "Not at all. Thank you for the reminder to save and revisit this later," Avila replied with a slight blush and a gentle smile. Shada looked momentarily stunned. "Yes, we demand freedom." The crowd erupted in a fervent roar, interrupting the conversation between Shada and Avila. "We shall no longer be enslaved. We will not suffer hunger or cold. Happiness and freedom rightfully belong to us Dirtball aliens." Ian passionately painted an idealistic vision, striving to evoke memories within the crowd. "Rebuild our homeland! Rebuild our homeland!" The fervor of the crowd reached a fever pitch. Beside them, Avila's face flushed with excitement as she shouted, "Rebuild our homeland!" Klin nodded, observing the tumultuous energy of the crowd below. The desired effect had been achieved, and now he would administer a potent sedative of resolve. Klin slowly drifted into his meditation chamber, donning a yellow martial arts uniform emblazoned with a large turtle emblem. He stepped outside calmly and stood atop the highest rock. The roar of flying machines shattered the crowd's cheers, and although the people noticed the extraterrestrials closing in, fear flickered across their faces. Yet they did not scatter. After all, they had the Galactic Sheriff Klin safeguarding the Dirtball planet. However, the sight of 9 massive ships in the sky instilled a sense of unease among the populace. Shada glanced skyward and quickly spotted Klin, rising to fly toward him, turning back to say, "Avila, stay safe." Avila obediently nodded. Shada hovered before Klin, observing the multitude of ships, and inquired, "What shall we do, Lord Klin?" "Annihilate them," Klin replied coolly. "Understood, Lord Klin." Shada's eyes blazed with combat fervor. She had come to realize that weakness was a grave sin, and that only through battle could she truly grow. The spaceship gradually opened its hatch, releasing hundreds of grotesque extraterrestrials, with the leader surveying Klin, trailed by hundreds of subordinates. Shada spotted Shaz among the extraterrestrials and couldn't help but curse. "I knew it. Lord Klin cannot let him escape." Klin merely smiled faintly at Shaz. "Well done. I am quite pleased." Seeing the strange look in Rick's eyes, Shaz hurriedly defended himself. "Boss Rick, it was him. He ambushed us." Rick, not daring to underestimate the situation, swiftly used a scanner to assess Klin's attributes. Then he burst into hearty laughter. "I thought you were a formidable foe, but you only possess 5,000 combat strength." Rick immediately relaxed, irritated with himself for mobilizing forces and wasting precious time if he failed in his mission. Lord Shvia would undoubtedly take his life. Contemplating this, Rick felt a surge of anger and remarked to Klin in a mocking tone, "How shall I kill you?" Klin regarded Rick with a sense of exasperation. Indeed, most villains met their demise through excessive chatter. Observing Rick's ire, she stepped forward. Leave the native beside the bald one to me. I want to let him go unpunished for feeding me that foul substance. Shaz inwardly cursed Shada. Rick nodded in agreement. Shaz beamed with delight as he soared forward, knowing that with his leader present, Klin would not dare to make a move against him as Shaz approached. Klin casually unleashed a wave of energy towards him, striking Shaz and sending him crashing against a distant rock. How swift! When did that happen? A drop of cold sweat trickled down Rick's forehead. When did he strike? How did I not see it? Shaza had shattered numerous rocks, ultimately becoming wedged tightly in a crevice, gazing in Rick's direction as if he wished to utter something, but soon his head tilted and he fainted. It's up to you now, Shadaman. Klin gestured towards the hundreds of aliens behind Rick. No problem. Lord Klin. With a flash, Klin vanished from sight. Upon witnessing Klin's disappearance, Rick immediately began to glance around, instinctively pressing the probe device, which emitted a series of beeps, leaving Rick somewhat dazed. Are you looking for me? Klin gently tapped Rick on the shoulder, flashing a wide smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Klin believed this expression to be disarmingly friendly. However, Rick recoiled as if he had seen a ghost. Klin casually unleashed a ki blast, advancing towards Rick, who was retreating, and inquired, "What is the purpose of your mineral collection? Who are you gathering it for?" With a hint of pride, Rick replied, "I am collecting it for King Savaiza. Be wise in—" Boom! The sound abruptly ceased, and Rick was reduced to dust. "Oh dear, my hand slipped," Klin explained, but Rick was no longer able to hear. So, he was one of Savaiza's subordinates. Klin quickly realized why these aliens were so fervently gathering energy-rich minerals. Savaiza's forces were also known as the Mecha Corps. How could mechas possibly do without energy? Although Klin was already aware that the planet of Dirt Clod had been overtaken by a subordinate of King Kurd, he had presumed that Kurd's influence was vast, with countless planets under his command, while he himself was merely trying to develop discreetly on a single planet. Little did he know he would stumble directly into Savaiza's path. Klin harbored no fear of Savaiza. Rather, it was the figure behind Savaiza, Kuvara, that instilled dread in him. Frisia's brother. Kuvara possessed transformations that surpassed even Frisia's. Simon Wushuang reminds you. Please remember to bookmark after reading for convenience that Kuvara's power far exceeded that of Frisia. Klin couldn't help but scratch his head. Dealing with one Frisia is already challenging. Now it's going to be even tougher. The onlookers stared in disbelief at Klin. Had that alien truly been dispatched so easily? An elderly man suddenly stepped forward, weeping profusely. I recognized that alien. He was among those who killed the king a century ago. After speaking, the elder bowed deeply to Klin, crying out, "My lord, Klin has avenged you." Upon witnessing the elder kneel, others followed suit, bowing to Klin in reverence. Hundreds of aliens now lay sprawled in various positions. Shadaman, with a combat power of 1100, weaved effortlessly through the crowd, causing an alien to collapse with each approach. Chapter 43. The Reconstruction of Dirt Clod Star. Not show mercy to enemies. Strive for a decisive kill, Klin said, observing Shadaman's rapid movements. Hearing Klin's words, Shadaman seemed to ponder, increasing his strength, and in a matter of moments, all the aliens were vanquished. The crowd erupted in jubilant shouts. WVE won. WVE triumphed over those wicked invaders. Many of the Dirt Clod inhabitants embraced each other, weeping with relief. Klin slowly floated towards the distant rock crevice. Stop playing dead and get up. Shaza felt a wave of regret as Klin approached him. Why did I come here? I even provoked Lord Klin earlier. It's all over now. Terrified, Shaza dared not open his eyes to look at Klin. If you continue to feign death, I will send you to meet your superior, Klin remarked playfully, observing Shaza. With a gulp, Shaza nervously swallowed, then leapt down, bowing repeatedly. Lord Klin, I was wrong. Spare my life. I should not have lured Rick here. Shaza's legs trembled, his heart racing. Well done. This time I shall spare you for successfully completing your task, Klin said, patting Shaza on the back with a smile. Shaza felt even more fearful. Was he truly going to be killed? Klin turned away and walked towards the crowd, with Shadaman following closely behind. Slowly, Shaza opened his eyes, hesitating, should I run or not? After much internal struggle, he chose to approach Klin as the crowd witnessed Klin and Shadaman walking towards them. They rushed over, chanting, "Long live Lord Klin! Long live Shadaman!" Klin smiled at the crowd, but Shadaman appeared somewhat embarrassed by suddenly being hailed as a hero of Dirt Clodstar, struggling to adapt to the stark contrast in his identity. Ian stepped forward from the throng, calling out to Klin, "Lord Klin, thank you for everything you've done for Dirt Clodstar. Please accept our most solemn tribute." Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of eyes turned reverent, chanting ancient and mysterious incantations, but Klin understood they were surely bestowing blessings upon him. After a while, Ian stood up and respectfully asked Klin, "What shall we do next?" Most of the aliens guarding the area had been dealt with. Now it was time to rescue the remaining members of your race. Klin replied earnestly to Ian. Upon hearing that they were about to rescue the remaining members of his race, Ian's face lit up with excitement as he quickly responded, "Yes, Shadaman, the alien spacecraft are still there. We can use them to rescue your people. I'm on it." "Yes, Lord Klin," Shadaman said, rushing over from the crowd. Shadaman personally selected 9 exceptional members of his race, who then boarded the spacecraft and ascended into the sky. "Wait for me. I will bring all my people back," Shadaman called down, then flew into the ship. Ian watched as Shadaman led his kin away, feeling a surge of joy. Dirt Clodstar was about to be rebuilt. The alien spacecraft were remarkably swift, and soon they arrived at the first enslavement zone. "The boss is back. Hurry to welcome him," exclaimed a brown-skinned alien. The boss is indeed the boss. He resolved the rebellion in no time. "I wish I could be like him." The aliens quickened their pace in anticipation that a line of aliens stood in neat formation, preparing to greet their leader's arrival. "What should we do, Shadaman?" An alien piloting a spaceship asked. "What do you think? They've lined up. Are they seeking death?" Shadaman snarled, "Prepare the interstellar cannon. Fire." The captain seemed to sense something was amiss. "Oh. I think..." Boom! Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted, and the alien who had yet to finish his question was reduced to a pile of mush. The laboring inhabitants of Dirt Clodstar paused momentarily upon hearing the tremendous explosion, their murky eyes glancing skyward before they slowly returned to their tasks. The spacecraft docked in the center of the first mining site, and Shadaman stepped out alongside his kin. The puzzled members of his race stared at the crowd emerging from the ship. How could the alien spacecraft allow their own kin to exit? Shada Meow had been brooding for half a day. With a surge of energy, he excitedly proclaimed, "Fellow clansmen, we are saved. The invaders have been utterly vanquished." Channeling all his might, his voice resonated powerfully throughout the entire enslavement zone. And he did not relent in his exclamations until his strength was entirely spent. The mine fell into a profound silence. Even though Shada Meow had ceased his cries, the echoes continued to reverberate within the hearts of every individual present. An elderly man stared vacantly at Shada Meow, oblivious to the tool that had slipped from his grasp, tears streaming down his cheeks. The mining site was now completely hushed, the echoes of Shada Meow's voice having faded away. At that moment, one could faintly hear the rapid beating of hundreds of thousands of hearts. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted, its force dispelling the ominous clouds overhead, causing birds and beasts in flight to plummet to the ground. Their lungs ruptured by the sheer intensity of the sound. 2 days later, the last group of clansmen had been brought back, and the reconstruction of the Earthbound Star was underway in full swing. Each enslavement zone was overseen by a person of great repute, with Ian and 8 others tasked with a monumental effort of rebuilding the Earthbound Star. Shotzi was laboring tirelessly, chopping down unknown crops, which he would pile high like a small mountain before delivering them to the Earthbound inhabitants responsible for the construction. Upon seeing Shada Meow return, Avila approached him with a charming smile, saying, "You've worked so hard, brother Shada Meow." With that, she extended her delicate hands to wipe the sweat from his brow, her eyes brimming with admiration. Shada Meow felt a wave of joy upon encountering Avila. He stood there momentarily at a loss, warmed by her tender gesture, as if he were once again in the presence of family. The power of unity is boundless. In merely 2 days, the outlines of their new home had begun to take shape. "Lord Klin, all necessary preparations have been made. We can now pray to the Earth God and officially announce the reconstruction of our home," Ian respectfully reported to Klin. Klin, uncertain of the customs of the extraterrestrials. Assumed it was merely a formality to convene and announce the rebuilding efforts for the Earth-Mound Star. With a smile, Klin nodded in agreement, suggesting, the Earth-Mound Star is on the brink of victory. Why not bestow it with a new name that signifies its rebirth? Klin inwardly resolved that he would henceforth refrain from uttering the name Earth-Mound during any public appearances. The assembly wholeheartedly endorsed Klin's sentiment. As the saying goes, one must first break before they can rebuild. However, the crowd found it challenging to conceive a name more melodious than Earth-Mound, and thus they turned to Klin for guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Klin, feigning mystery, declared, "Let it be called Earth King Star." Upon hearing the name Earth King Star, Ian and the other 8 elders' eyes lit up with realization. How had they not thought of this before? Excellent. Let it be Earth King Star, they exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable as they turned to Klin. After the 9 of them exchanged glances and nodded slightly, they suddenly knelt before Shada Miao, beseeching him, please accept the throne of Earth King Star and lead our people to survival to me. I can't, Shada Miao stammered, feeling unworthy of such a title. After all, at just 250 years of age, he considered himself still quite young. He hastily attempted to defend his position. The throne is rightfully yours, they insisted passionately. Only you can unite the people of the 9 enslavement zones. Only you can shoulder the immense responsibility of rebuilding Earth King Star. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shada Miao turned to Klin, seeking his counsel. Ian was not mistaken. What Earth King Star required now was a strong leader, someone capable of safeguarding the entire race. Klin gestured for Shada Miao to accept the throne. Seeing that even Lord Klin supported this notion, Shada Miao reluctantly nodded, albeit timidly voicing, if I were to err in any way, you must not lay blame upon me. The 9 responded promptly, how could we ever dare to criticize our king? Klin remarked, this was to be expected. Chapter 44. Is this what VIP means? Half a month had passed since Shada Miao ascended the throne, and the construction of Earth King Star was gradually progressing. The once desolate oasis, now enriched by a population of over 1 million, had begun to flourish. Klin wiped the sweat from his brow, disengaged the gravitational pull, and settled comfortably onto the ground. Checking his attributes. Time, year 757 of the AG era name. Klin age, 21 race. Human dimension, level 1 dimension, equivalent to a cat immortal. Combat power, 390. 000. Next threshold, 5 million. Potential, 4.61 million. Training speed. Speed of light, how astonishing. In what felt like no time at all, he had spent a year in the Dragon Ball world, not counting time in the mental training space. And in this year, he had managed to increase his combat power by 390. 000. This rate of growth was impressive enough to make him a formidable ruler. He could even dominate a galaxy without issue. Yet, Klin felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him, for his adversary was none other than Frisia, a staggering 120 million combat power pressing down on his chest like a mountain. In the 4 years to come, he would need to elevate his combat power by at least 40 million each year to catch up to Frisia, given his current training speed. Achieving this was nothing short of a pipe dream. How much energy does the system have left? Ding. Remaining energy, 98,000. Remaining sins of beans, 750. Total remaining energy, for 73,000. Klin had covertly collected energy or from the other 9 enslavement zones, yet the total yield was hardly even 10,000 energy. This left him feeling quite disheartened. The speed of his training was simply too slow to achieve this rate. He feared he would become nothing more than an insignificant presence. Now was his golden opportunity to catch up to Goku. Once the Z era arrived, he would have no chances left. No, I must accelerate, he resolved. After much contemplation, he decided to activate VIP status. Although it would consume a portion of his energy, he could not afford to be overly concerned about that. Energy could always be replenished, but he urgently needed to enhance his combat capabilities. System, can we negotiate? Klin timidly inquired. What? Can we speed up and reduce costs? Klin's voice was soft, yet tinged with anticipation. What do you think? The system retorted, damn it, activate VIP for me. Klin exclaimed, I have plenty of energy. Ding. Currently, training speed VIP, monthly fee, 300,000 energy, monthly subscription at 9.8 discount, annual fee at 10 discount, the system enticingly explained. Get lost. Who do you think you're looking down on? A 9.8 discount. Just give me a 1-month subscription, Klin replied, somewhat pained, but he understood that even the smallest savings in energy should not be overlooked. This what VIP feels like. Klin extended his hand, feeling as if every cell in his body resonated perfectly with the surrounding space, granting him an unparalleled sense of dominance over the heavens and the earth. Under VIP status, his training would yield a base increase of 5,000 points in combat power daily, enhancing his martial understanding, and the absorption rate in the Senza Bean plantation would be significantly improved. With a total of N privileges, the system elaborated slowly. Yet this speed still felt sluggish. Even with an increase of 5,000 points daily, it was inadequate. System, if you're so impressive, surely you can do better than this? Klin, with a hint of concern, inquired. The system chuckled. Would you like to experience VIP too? Or do you aspire to become a V8 overlord? As long as you possess enough energy, everything is negotiable. Klin rolled his eyes and retorted, I suspect you might be an employee of some penguin company. That is utterly impossible. This system has been meticulously crafted by the great Emperor Ma, the system replied. Very well. You may continue to power down. Klin interrupted, observing with dismay the dwindling energy reserve of 173,000. Each day seemed consumed by the relentless search for energy or the journey to acquire it. Nevertheless, the myriad functions of VIP alleviated some of his burdens. Alas, he still needed to confront greater troubles. Having eliminated the minions of Shvia, it was only a matter of time before Shvia discovered it. Rather than remain passive, it would be wiser to take the initiative and divert the attention of the Kurdish king away from the planet of Earth. Shvia's forces were reputed to be mecha troops. Klin pondered, uncertain of their energy reserves 5,000 light-years away. Amidst a fierce battle, Shvia suddenly felt a sensation of being watched, causing a momentary hesitation in his actions. Opposing him was a striking woman clad in a crimson battle robe, with hair like silver strands of the galaxy and crystalline eyes that sparkled like glass. Her lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, curved into a barely perceptible smile, while her brows furrowed in concentration. An aura of coldness enveloped her. Imbued with a bloodthirsty chill, her body marred by scars. Noticing Shvia's moment of indecision, she swiftly darted away, a flash of silvery light signifying her disappearance. Shvia, witnessing her calm escape, felt a surge of anger and unleashed energy blasts in all directions, leveling everything in their path. A blonde alien cautiously approached the fuming Shvia. Captain, Shvia quickly regained his composure, replying coldly, Xiaor has escaped once again. Clenching his fists, he coldly remarked, Let us proceed. On the planet of Earth, Shah Daemon sighed in frustration as he gazed at the mountain of proposals before him. These mundane documents are driving me to the brink of despair. Ian, you shall handle these. I need to focus on my training to better protect our planet, he expressed, his face contorted in anguish as he addressed Ian. Ian forced a smile, feeling somewhat helpless. How can someone as young as Shah Daemon possibly find the patience to deal with such matters? It seems we must rely on us old-timers. Ian nodded reluctantly. Coming to terms with this reality, Shah Daemon, seeing Ian's acknowledgement, beamed with pride. The responsibility bestowed upon me by my kin cannot be taken lightly. Now that even Ian agrees, there is no cause for concern. Elated, Shah Daemon dashed outside. Ian, observing Shah Daemon's exuberance, felt a sense of comfort. Such a thoughtful child. Lord Klin, I've come to find you, Shah Daemon joyfully called out. Ahem, a voice interjected. You have ascended to kingship, yet you remain so impetuous. What would your kin think? Klin reproached lightly, in own need for concern. Lord Klin is our savior on the planet of Earth. Who would dare show disrespect to him? There is no refuge for them here. Shah Daemon earnestly replied. Klin regarded Shah Daemon with admiration, realizing he had misjudged the young man. He was certainly no fool. After a moment, Klin spoke slowly. I am about to depart. Depart? Lord Klin, you are leaving? Why? Shah Daemon asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Yes, Klin affirmed with a slight nod. The invaders of the planet of Earth are mere trifles. The true power lurks in the shadows. Shah Daemon, unfazed, had already heard Klin speak of these invaders as insignificant. Chapter 45. Prepare for departure. I must confront greater troubles. Klin sighed. Lord Klin, you have done far too much for us, Shadaman expressed, gazing at him with gratitude. Prepare for evacuation, Klin instructed. What? Evacuate? But the planet of Earth has only just been reconstructed. Shadaman exclaimed incredulously. The forces of evil are too formidable. Evacuating is merely a contingency plan. Should Quila arrive personally, the entire planet of Earth, including myself, could be reduced to cosmic dust. Klin explained slowly. Not even you. Lord Klin, but what of the Galactic Patrol? Shadaman grasped at a glimmer of hope. Klin fixed his gaze on Shadaman, his silence speaking volumes. Shadaman, realizing he had misspoken, lowered his head in shame. After a long pause, Klin resumed, the Galactic Patrol did not send me to undertake this mission, and the organization dares not provoke the forces of the Kurdish king. Shadaman, upon hearing this, did not appear disheartened. After considerable thought, he remarked, I have long suspected that Lord Klin was not dispatched by the Galactic headquarters. Having spent ample time there, I am well aware of their nature. They merely see the Galactic headquarters as a stepping stone, while the headquarters naively revel in having recruited a powerful ally. Klin nodded slightly, acknowledging Shadaman's astuteness. Through our interactions, I have discerned the true character of Lord Klin. You are a paragon of justice, compassionate towards the weak and willing to lend a hand. Therefore, regardless of your affiliation with the Galactic headquarters, Shadaman and all the people of the planet of Earth stand resolutely by your side. Shadaman declared with fervor. Damn it, I've waited so long to hear those words. Klin responded, his expression serious but filled with warmth as he patted Shadaman's shoulder. Your choice is commendable. However, this information must not be disseminated. For your kin regard the Galactic headquarters as their final bastion. Should they suddenly learn that they have long been forsaken by it, chaos would surely ensue, Klin cautioned. Shadaman nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of Klin's words. We have no safety net. Thus, we must rely solely on ourselves. Yet, I hope for your kin to rise through their own strength that it is better to seek aid from oneself than from others. Do you understand? Shadaman recognized that Klin was imparting a vital lesson in survival. A people who rely solely on others are not far from extinction. What shall we do next, since we have resolved to rely on ourselves? We must begin preparations immediately. Let us organize the mining of energy ores, Klin stated without hesitation. The planet of Earth currently lacks resources, yet we possess 2 centuries of mining experience, allowing us to commence extraction without further exploration. We will select high-quality ores, recruit combat personnel from among your kin, and provide them with the necessary resources. Then, we will reach out to the nearest commercial star of the Galactic headquarters, trading under my name to secure the highest possible prices and acquire substantial supplies. The worst-case scenario is to prepare for evacuation. Klin meticulously outlined his strategy to Shadaman. It was evident that Lord Klin had long since devised a plan. Shadaman gazed blankly at Klin. Fleeing is merely the worst-case scenario. Perhaps it won't be necessary. Yet preparations for escape must be made, Klin stated with gravity. Yes, my Lord Klin, Shadaman replied respectfully. Klin turned his gaze toward the horizon. Harboring a deep-seated desire to prevent his involvement from indirectly leading to the annihilation of an entire race, the call of justice within him compelled him to take action. What worth is it to become the strongest in the universe if one resorts to unscrupulous means? Klin believed that the potential unleashed by the inhabitants of Earth King Star would be monumental. Previously, they labored out of necessity, but now they would toil for the reconstruction of their world. Their subjective agency playing a significant role. This would elevate resource extraction to unprecedented heights. Shadaman silently committed every word of Klin's to memory, convinced that his lord's guidance was infallible. My Lord Klin. I wish to accompany you, Shadaman suddenly exclaimed. No. Bringing you along would hinder our escape in the face of danger. Klin resolutely declined. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shadaman's face. You should stay here and train diligently. Although the enemy is formidable, I suspect Quila will not act personally, so do not be overly anxious. Having heard Klin mention Quila multiple times, Shada Miao was left pondering the nature of this individual who instilled such trepidation in Klin. If Klin were aware of Shada Miao's thoughts, he would likely scoff. If you knew my combat power is 390,000, while Quila's is a staggering 470 million, I wonder if you would still have the courage to continue living. Return now and prepare, Klin instructed as he and Shada Miao made their way back to their residence. Klin packed their dwelling into a portable capsule, offered Shada Miao a gentle smile, and then vanished from sight. Watching Klin disappear, Shada Miao resolved to heed his lord's advice and prepare meticulously. In a flash, Klin reappeared on the desolate planet where the spaceship was docked. The door of the vessel opened slowly, and without hesitation, Klin stepped inside. Relying on his half-hearted teleportation was simply unreliable. He needed the interstellar ship. He entered the cockpit, seated himself, and massaged the corners of his eyes, reflecting on the considerable energy he had amassed over the past half-month. 100,000 units was no small feat. 4,000 light-years away from the Straw Hat star system lay the Perseus star system. If Klin's intuition was correct, Savisa should currently reside within the Perseus system, which held far greater allure for him compared to the Straw Hat system. The energy ores of Earth King Star had already demonstrated that the Perseus system was a hub of high energy output. Phantom, set course for the Perseus system, and let us depart, Klin commanded. Beep. Ship systems are normal. Destination, Perseus system. Distance, 4,000 light-years. Estimated travel time, 2 days. Boom. The ship flickered in place, shooting forth toward the Perseus system like a beam of light. Klin yawned, covering his mouth, feeling quite fatigued. He decided to rest and recharge with a good sleep. He changed into a set of cool-toned pajamas and made his way to the lounge. Chapter 46. The Encounter. 2 days later, beep beep. Entering the Perseus system. The mechanical voice of the ship roused Klin from his slumber. Klin murmured, rubbing his eyes, his vision still clouded with sleep as he made his way to the cockpit. With a toothbrush in his mouth, he squinted forward and was suddenly taken aback. The outer rim of the Perseus system was composed of brilliant blue stars, while the central sphere consisted mainly of numerous older red giants. It is worth noting that the sun is merely a single star, yet the perimeter of the Perseus system is adorned with luminous stars, rendering the center somewhat dim. This dimness corroborated the fact that many years prior, the central planet of the Perseus system had undergone a supernova explosion, leaving behind only aging red giants. Klin slowly shut his eyes, feeling the star maps flashing in his mind. The Perseus system comprised several important main stars. The central Perseus star, the Andromeda star behind it, the King star, and the intermediate star, Ingu star. Klin was eager to explore. This nebula radiated intense energy fluctuations. Abundant energy was undoubtedly within reach. Ship, accelerate, Klin exclaimed with excitement. He quickly leaped from the pilot's seat, headed to the washroom, and wiped his bald head with a towel. Gazing into the mirror, he couldn't help but flash a bright smile, revealing a set of neat teeth. Energized, Klin donned his usual martial arts attire and returned to the cockpit, chewing on an unidentified snack. Beep beep. Combat fluctuations detected ahead. Should we alter course? The ship's mechanical voice inquired. What is the distance? How did I not sense it? Klin closed his eyes to perceive the situation ahead. Distance, 1 light-year. Combat energy fluctuations at 20.1 light-year. Quite far. No wonder he had felt and no need to divert. Full speed ahead. Let us reach the battlefield as swiftly as possible, Klin commanded, setting down his food. 1 minute later, they arrived at the battlefield, with Klin concealed in dark matter, observing the scene that a rather battered ship was under siege by dozens of vessels. Captain Scar, the voice of the mechanical assistant, echoed. We cannot escape. Let us fight them, a battle-worn alien declared resolutely. Captain Scar glanced at his crew, pain flickering in his eyes. As their leader, he felt powerless to lead them to safety. Looking at their battered ship, determination flashed in his gaze. Charge at them. Even in death, we will take them down with us. With that, Scar silently prayed for the success of Princess Sia's escape. Yes, Captain. The remaining 8 crew members were eager for their captain's command. As warriors of the Perseus system, we shall die fighting. My lord, they're changing direction. It seems they are charging toward us. An unattractive alien reported to a dark-skinned one. They are courting their own demise. Order all remaining ships to concentrate fire and bring them down. The dark-skinned alien confidently declared. Boom! The battered ship endured fierce cannon fire, now teetering on the brink of destruction. Klin, recognizing the dire situation, resolved to rescue that ship. He sensed an aura of malevolence emanating from the 9 vessels. They must be Savai's subordinates. In a flash, Klin vanished, only to reappear atop the beleaguered ship. Hey ha! Klin's veins bulged as he pressed his hands against his abdomen. A faint bluish-white glow emanating from his palms. Kamehameha! He bellowed, swirling his hands before thrusting them forward. The dark-skinned alien, reveling in the imminent victory over the faltering ship, felt elated. Their princess had escaped from King Savaiza, who was already furious. Now, with this success, he would surely regard him with greater esteem. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the alien indulged in his thoughts, the ship flashed red, blaring alarms. Warning, excessive energy approaching. Excessive energy approaching. At this moment, the dark-hued alien's face illuminated faintly, as high-energy key waves illuminated the otherwise shadowy spacecraft. The alien, momentarily dazed, gazed at the overwhelming brilliance approaching. Numerous extraterrestrial beings emitted anguished wails, while Klin intensified the key wave in his grasp, causing the white light to blaze even more fiercely. Boom! Boom! The alien spacecraft erupted in a series of catastrophic explosions, disintegrating into countless fragments that drifted downward. Huffing and puffing, Klin gasped for breath, pondering to himself. His strength was still insufficient, as he had not reduced them to mere dust. Destroying an adversary's vessel and turning them to ashes are vastly different feats. Inside the dilapidated ship, everyone gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. One team member swallowed hard and asked, "Captain, what just transpired?" Little did Scar know that he too had merely witnessed a flash of white light before the aliens were utterly vanquished. The remaining crew members, still reeling from shock, found their captain calming down enough to say, "Now's the time to swiftly flee this star region." But Captain Scar, our ship's propulsion system has been completely annihilated. It is impossible to travel any significant distance now. One dejected pilot lamented. Just moments ago, elated to have escaped calamity, the crew now displayed expressions of utter despair upon hearing of their ship's destruction. Since despair had already settled in, why offer a glimmer of hope only to shatter it cruelly once more? Scar forced a bitter smile. It is fate. Since escape is not an option, let us perish for the sake of the Andromeda Star. The crew rallied together, exclaiming, "For the Andromeda Star!" Suddenly, a figure clad in martial attire flashed forth. Observing the fervent crowd, "I hope I am not interrupting." The crew was taken aback by Klin's sudden appearance, instinctively retreating several paces, warily eyeing him. Klin awkwardly chuckled, scratching his nose. "I trust one am not in your way?" "Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you aboard our ship?" Captain Scar stepped forward, directing his inquiries at Klin. Klin regarded the individual before him with a bemused expression, internally musing. What a profound philosophical question to pose so casually. Time, year 756 of the A.E. name. Scar race. Andromedan combat power. 9,000 training speed. High Klin silently scoffed, thinking that had Scar not been an Andromedan, he would have retorted. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. "Greetings, I am Klin, hailing from the distant northern galaxy. My homeland is Earth." Klin politely introduced himself to Scar. Recognizing the lack of malice in Klin's demeanor, Scar lowered his guard and replied, "I am Scar, from Andromeda, and I am their captain." Scar glanced around at his comrades, seemingly assuring them that all was well. Knowing they were Andromedans made things simpler. He could deceive them into boarding his ship, or rather, invite them aboard, and once on his vessel, he would have complete control. "This ship is on the verge of explosion. Please, step aboard my craft, for it is unwise to linger here. Reinforcements from the enemy will arrive shortly." Klin beamed at Scar, revealing a wide grin. "Captain," one crew member whispered, expressing skepticism toward Klin. Scar laughed heartily. "If I am not mistaken, the one who saved us just now is standing right before us. His power is terrifying, and if he wished to slay us, it would be but a blink of an eye." The other crew members, upon hearing this, felt a sense of astonishment, and their doubts lessened considerably. Klin responded with a hearty laugh, refusing to deny his earlier actions. After all, he had expended effort on their behalf, and gratitude was only fitting. Klin gestured invitingly. Chapter 47. The remnants, the hatch of the battered ship connected with that of Klin's phantom vessel. And Klin extended a courteous gesture. Guests first. In the Andromedan system, you are the guests. It is you who should enter first, Scar replied with a hearty laugh. Indeed, let us enter together. With that, Klin strode forward. Once everyone had boarded the phantom vessel, the hatch slowly closed with a series of clicks. Klin unleashed a key wave toward the crumbling ship, and with a resounding boom, the vessel that had teetered on the brink of destruction was reduced to cosmic debris. The crew watched in sorrow as the ship that had accompanied them through countless days and nights was so callously obliterated, leaving their hearts inexplicably heavy. Klin, noticing their dismay, smiled gently. Do not misconstrue my actions. You are surely aware of the enemy's strength. This was done to evade pursuit. Scar nodded slowly. Though he too felt regret, he recognized that Klin's course of action was indeed the right one. As the crew moved inside, they were greeted by a large emblem of the galaxy. Suddenly, one of Scar's team members exclaimed in astonishment. So you are one of the Galactic Patrol? Scar quickly reprimanded. Do not speak nonsense. While I do not know who Klin truly is, he is definitely not one of the Galactic Patrol. Scar added. Those cowards from the Galactic Patrol will be desperate to avoid Quira. How could they dare to send someone to provoke him? The crew collectively nodded in realization. It is absolutely impossible that Klin is one of those cowards. Ah, there are indeed some who understand. Klin mused. Having encountered countless fools since leaving the Galactic Patrol headquarters, he was surprised to find the people before him were quite perceptive. Klin smiled faintly. As I mentioned, I hail from Earth. Just as Scar was about to speak, the ship suddenly blared an alarm. Beep beep, enemy presence detected. The ship's machinery announced that S.O. soon. Klin's expression shifted. They could not afford to confront Shvia head-on. Scar's team also felt a surge of urgency. Klin, seeing the tension, smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. There is no need for panic. Full speed ahead, Klin commanded the ship. Boom! The ship's propulsion engines roared to life, and with a whoosh, it transformed into a streak of white light. Racing toward the edge of the star field, Scar's team sighed in relief as they successfully escaped the perilous region of space. Having narrowly avoided death, none wished to meet their end. Klin approached Scar's team, inquiring, Why have the aliens targeted you? The crew felt a surge of anger, but with their captain silent, no one dared to speak up. After a long pause, Scar let out a heavy sigh. Isn't it all for energy? Those vile invaders. Scar said no more, seemingly still on guard against Klin. Klin wore an enigmatic smile, gradually revealing a piece of black fragment from his pocket. How do you possess a fragment of the Andromedan stone? Scar asked, astonished. I found this back on my homeland, Earth, Klin replied candidly. Scar self-deprecatingly remarked, It seems you too have come seeking the Andromedan stone. The expression on Sika's face appeared profoundly desolate. Klin nodded in acknowledgement, without refuting the sentiment. Once, the Perseus system was a formidable realm, teeming with countless powerful beings, a tranquil haven devoid of conflict, a veritable sanctuary within the cosmos. Unfortunately, the system's existence has spanned far too long. Like a person, it has aged, it has witnessed supernova explosions, and the red giant star you now observe is a remnant of such an event. Sika gazed sorrowfully at the central red giant, lamenting its fate. Following the supernova, the conditions of the Perseus system deteriorated drastically, rendering it uninhabitable. Consequently, the ancestors migrated the remaining inhabitants to several primary planets within the system. Thus, the civilization of Perseus endured, never truly extinguished. The ore you hold in your hand attests to the fact that Perseus was once a high-energy system. Its decline and fragmentation made it unable to resist the covetous eyes of malevolent forces. It was not merely the Perseus system that suffered. Several neighboring systems fell victim to their vile grasp. Although aware of the invasions plaguing nearby systems, Sika lamented the inability to assist them. His comrades appeared somber, rendered mute by the weight of their plight. This, perhaps, embodies the notion that an innocent bearer of wealth may attract unjust ire. Klin sighed inwardly that it was the infamous mechanized legion that had ambushed them. Their home planet had already succumbed to their onslaught. They had evacuated before the attack, seeking refuge on a small celestial body. Sika continued, the surviving populace was reluctant to abandon their home system, forcing us to endure in the crevices of those diminutive planets for nearly 2 centuries, 0.2 centuries. You say, that coincides precisely with the onset of the alien invasion, including the tumult on Tuwangsing. 2 centuries have elapsed, the remnants likely resigned to mere survival. However, not long ago, it seemed that Shabby discovered something, launching a widespread hunt for the survivors, during which our Perseus king met an untimely demise. Since that day, we have truly become wanderers among the stars. Sika spoke with a voice thick with sorrow. Klin listened intently, pondering the implications that no, while Sika spoke the truth, he surely harbored some significant secret. What Sika recounted could be deemed the history of Perseus. Even the most casual of aliens should be aware of it. Prior to uncovering Klin's true intentions, Sika would undoubtedly refrain from disclosing the final refuge of his kin, let alone the existence of Princess Zaire. Klin felt a twinge of frustration. Did he appear so untrustworthy? He wished he could emblazon his forehead with the words, "I am a good person." Having boarded his vessel, he reflected, "Now, dear reader, I kindly remind you to save this for later. Take your time to enjoy. Let us not rush. We shall proceed at a measured pace." Klin mused thoughtfully. "Sika, this is your area of expertise. Find a suitable planet for us to dock," Klin instructed. Sika nodded, thrilled at the prospect of finding a haven. He took to the controls and soon discovered a verdant planet nestled within a relatively concealed nebula. Boom! Boom! The ship landed with a commendable steadiness. The crew stepped out onto the planet's surface, greeted by a lush landscape that resembled a botanical paradise. Indeed, this planet was composed entirely of plant life, making it improbable for the aliens to notice it. Their focus lay on the energy-rich celestial bodies. Sika elucidated to Klin. Suddenly, a member of the crew let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground. Each individual bore grievous injuries from the previous skirmish, yet in the face of danger, their adrenaline masked the pain. Now, freed from combat and surrounded by greenery, their nerves unspooled, and the agony surged forth. Chapter 48. Lowering one's guard, the members of Sika's team supported one another, glancing towards their captain. Sika assessed his own wounds and nodded in silent acknowledgement. Together, they ventured towards the verdant jungle. Navigating with a sense of familiarity and purpose, Sika's intention was deliberate. He had docked on this plant-laden world to seek herbs and heal his comrades. Klin quickly grasped Sika's strategy. Sika cast a somewhat sheepish look at Klin, offering an awkward smile. Moments earlier, he had contemplated providing them with medicinal beans, but now he reconsidered. No, he could not earn their trust without offering the beans. Concerned, Klin rubbed his head in contemplation. Sika pressed onward and soon stumbled upon a quaint wooden cabin, the appearance of which elicited a knowing click of his tongue. Clearly, this was Sika's usual resupply point. "Please come inside, Klin," Sika invited warmly. Klin stepped inside, casually selecting an unidentified green plant to sit upon. Observing Klin's choice, Sika settled down beside him. Hiss! Sika inhaled sharply as his movement tugged at the wound on his waist, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, his expression betraying his agony. Klin seized the moment, exclaiming internally, "What a fortuitous opportunity!" A shriveled bean flew towards Sika, who, with a flicker of surprise, effortlessly caught it. Sika regarded the desiccated bean with curiosity, pondering Klin's intentions. "Consume it. It will instantly mend your injuries," Klin proclaimed enigmatically, akin to a persuasive salesman. Sika hesitated momentarily, but ultimately brought the bean to his lips. Crunch, crunch, gulp. Sika stared in astonishment at his now healed arm, murmuring, "How wondrous!" As Klin had anticipated, Sika's regard for him deepened. Sika mused inwardly. Such a miraculous item must be exceedingly rare, yet Klin offered it without hesitation. He must truly be a good person. Moments later, the weary team members returned, dragging themselves back with evident fatigue. One member, nearly collapsing, swayed unsteadily on his feet. Klin rushed forward to support him. The team member slowly lifted his head to meet Sika's gaze. Managing a smile, "I'm fine, Captain," he said, but as soon as he spoke, his head drooped and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Sika turned his gaze towards Klin, a hint of embarrassment on his face. silently pleading for another one of those miraculous beans. Klin, of course, would not refuse. He casually tossed another bean to Sika. With a soft thud, Sika caught it, gratitude shining in his eyes. Sika gently pried open the unconscious member's mouth and placed the bean inside, whispering, "You shall be well soon. I promise to bring you all home." Crunch. Huh, what is this? The team member slowly opened his eyes, assessing his body, astonished to find his injuries miraculously healed. The remaining members of the team, witnessing this scene, could hardly believe their eyes, their mouths agape in astonishment. Scar, feeling a hint of awkwardness, managed a sheepish smile. Such a mysterious occurrence was indeed challenging to elucidate. He could not shamelessly request more magic beans from Klin. But fortunately, the injuries of the other team members were not severe, and with some herbal applications, they would gradually recover. The perimeter of the Andromeda system was adorned with a circle of luminous blue stars, rendering the concept of night non-existent within the system. Perhaps it was due to the perpetual daylight that the verdant flora on this planet thrived exceptionally well. Members of Scar's team, having applied herbs, reclined casually on the ground, gradually regaining their strength. "Here, Klin, have some of this." Scar presented an unidentified green, spherical substance towards Klin. Klin instinctively recoiled at the thought, the memory of that dark, unpalatable concoction he had consumed on the Earth King planet still vivid in his mind. However, observing the members of Scar's team relishing the green treat, with the juice trickling down their chins, he swallowed hard. What harm could come from just a taste? He mused, taking the green sphere from Scar's hand. He noted its soft texture, reminiscent of glutinous rice cakes from his past life. With a hint of skepticism, he took a bite, and with a squelch, the green juice splattered. Sweet and thirst-quenching, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. It truly was an excellent food. Scar, noticing the expression on Klin's face, realized he had found favor with this delicacy, and he chuckled softly, lowering his gaze to enjoy his own meal. This peculiar food had a magical quality. After consuming it, Klin felt a remarkable ease in his digestive system, accompanied by a refreshing herbal fragrance lingering in his mouth. Once their food concerns were addressed, they sat together, engaging in conversation. Klin, with his profound knowledge of martial arts, imparted an invigorating sense of enlightenment to Scar's team, making their discussions both light-hearted and enjoyable. Scar observed Klin silently, and after careful consideration, concluded that Klin was indeed a kind-hearted individual. From Klin's demeanor and dialogue, Scar could ascertain that he was certainly a person worthy of friendship. Should he misjudge and find Klin to be in league with malevolent forces, then perhaps it was fate's decree for the Andromeda system to face its doom. Scar's team members began to pose inquiries about martial arts, and Klin was more than willing to provide answers, enriching their understanding significantly. "What brings you to the Andromeda system?" Scar suddenly inquired of Klin. Klin paused momentarily, a surge of joy bubbling within him. His efforts had not been in vain. "I have come to the Andromeda system for the Andromeda stones. Back in my homeland, I stumbled upon fragments of these stones, which harbor immense energy capable of accelerating my cultivation." Klin candidly revealed his true purpose, knowing he would have to disclose it eventually, and doing so now might leave a favorable impression. Scar nodded in acknowledgement. "Charity and benevolence inspire your journey," he remarked, expressing agreement with Klin's intentions. The pursuit of the Andromeda stones was a common motivation for those venturing into the system, and had Klin concocted an alternative narrative, he would have undoubtedly lost Scar's trust that my homeland is also under siege by nefarious forces, compelling me to grow stronger to safeguard it. Thus, I traversed the cosmos in search of greater power. This had always been Klin's fundamental drive, and there was nothing amiss in articulating your homeland too suffers from the invasion of dark forces, Scar said, gazing at Klin with newfound respect. "You seek strength to save your home, which is truly commendable. That a person striving for the greater good often garners admiration from others, and it was evident that Scar held Klin's resolve in high regard. At this moment, Scar had lowered his guard against Klin. The main planet of the Andromeda system was currently overrun by invaders, and with the recent supernova explosion, the yield of Andromeda stones had dwindled significantly. Scar expressed his regret over this situation. Klin was not surprised by this revelation. If such potent energy resources were abundant, surely the gods would intervene, swiftly obliterating any who dared to exploit them. With divine favor comes a requisite price. Chapter 49. The Final Refuge. Should he take Klin to the Final Refuge? Scar grappled with this decision internally. That was their last sanctuary, and should it be compromised, he would be branded a traitor to the Andromeda system for eternity. Although Scar had come to trust Klin, he could not risk endangering his people. He raised his gaze towards the Final Refuge. Pondering the fate of Princess Eel, I must return swiftly. My team may be the last line of defense, and the princess lacks combat personnel. I must protect her. After much inner turmoil, Scar ultimately resolved his dilemma. Klin, I believe I should take you to our final sanctuary, Scar stated earnestly. What an honor, Klin replied, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. He was one step closer to the energy source. After a day of rest, Scar's team had recuperated some of their strength, and they were now ready for action. Team, prepare to return home, Scar called out to his comrades. The team members, overwhelmed with emotion at the prospect of survival, erupted into tears of joy. The hatch of the Phantom ship swung open, and Klin followed Scar aboard, with the team trailing behind at a measured pace. Scar, it's all yours to pilot, Klin chuckled. Indeed, Scar nodded slightly as he took his place at the controls. Once seated in the pilot's chair, Scar began to manually navigate the ship. Typically, ships operated in automatic mode, though manual control was an option. However, few could endure long durations of such operation. Scar explained to Klin. The region surrounding Zishan Star is quite peculiar. The magnetic fields emitted there disrupt the ship's autopilot. Should we attempt to navigate that space automatically, the ship might succumb to a cosmic vortex. Upon hearing Zishan Star's name, Klin immediately closed his eyes, conjuring the star map in his mind. Yet after thorough examination, he could find no trace of the Zishan Star. It seemed that Bogalin had provided him with an incomplete cosmic chart, leaving him oblivious to those unique spaces. Klin mentally chastised Bogalin. Perhaps it is the peculiarities of that region that have thus far thwarted those malevolent extraterrestrials from finding the entrance. Scar elaborated slowly. Klin nodded thoughtfully, speculating inwardly. The cosmic vortex must be akin to a black hole. It seemed improbable for Shavija to amass an army for a large-scale assault in that star domain. Having said this, Scar returned his focus to piloting the ship. Klin, seeing this, called out to the members of Scar's team. Let us all have some fun together. Hearing Klin's words, the smiles on the faces of Scar's team morphed into something mischievous. A day later, beep beep, detection of a significant amount of dark matter in the nearby space. Please vacate this star region promptly. The ship's alarm jolted the slumbering crew awake. Scar's team, gazing at the familiar expanse ahead, leaped with joy. We're home. Klin wiped his mouth and approached Scar, who was still groggy, and inquired, have we arrived? Scar nodded faintly, yes. As Klin truly ventured into this space, the star map within his mind recorded the general information of Zishan Star. Observing the newly documented Zishan Star, Klin found it quite peculiar. It was no wonder it had gone unnoticed. It was as if there were two layers of imagery, with Zishan Star concealed perfectly beneath the first layer of the Andromeda system. Zishan Star was merely a small asteroid, approximately 1/10 the diameter of Earth, yet it possessed a cerulean hue akin to that of Earth, though this azure color was not due to water, but rather a dense blue substance. The personnel responsible for guarding Zishan Star detected an unidentified spacecraft approaching and urgently shouted, "Notify the captain. A ship is nearing. Request electromagnetic waves." The captain, somewhat anxious, remarked, "I hope it is our kin returning." Upon seeing the request for electromagnetic wave from Zishan Star, Scar did not hesitate to respond. Scar Squad, requesting to return. "Captain, it's Captain Scar who has returned," reported the guard to his commanding officer. I knew that fellow Scar wouldn't perish so easily. The guard captain exclaimed with excitement, "We are beginning to descend." Zishan Star possessed a thin atmosphere, resulting in a relatively smooth landing experience. With a soft click, the hatch opened, and a group of individuals descended. Klin gazed at the peculiar plants before him, reminiscent of what he had consumed on that verdant planet. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh, sweet air. The Scar Squad, too, felt a surge of excitement at the familiar scenery. "Scar, is that truly you?" the guard captain inquired, rushing over upon learning of Scar's return. "Real," Scar responded, surprised to hear the familiar voice. The two approached each other with eager scrutiny. "How is Princess Xyle?" Scar asked, a hint of concern in his tone. "She is well, but..." Real spoke softly. "But what?" Scar pressed, anxious, for the princess was the spiritual leader of the entire Andromedan race, and no misfortune could befall her. During the battle with Shvia, the princess sustained severe injuries and is currently recuperating, Real hurriedly clarified, fearing Scar might misunderstand. Upon hearing this, Scar felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the princess had not encountered any dire fate. For otherwise, the Andromedan race would indeed face obliteration. "How did you manage to escape?" Real asked, eyeing Scar's squad with curiosity, considering Shvia's formidable combat prowess. "Thanks to Klin. Had it not been for his timely rescue, we would have faced total annihilation," Scar explained, glancing at Klin. Real followed Scar's gaze and saw Klin. "Thank you for saving Scar and his team. He is my most important companion, and saving him is tantamount to saving me." Real expressed his gratitude to Klin. Klin smiled modestly and waved his hand, saying, "It was a minor matter, nothing to mention. Real, please return for now. I will explain everything slowly. Our squad is currently in a state of disarray." Scar urged ditto. "Understood," Real replied hastily, noting the injuries afflicting Scar's team. Klin surveyed the peculiar architecture ahead, exclaiming, "At least it is more aesthetically pleasing than the dung beetle architectural style of Mike Star." The architectural style of Andromeda was indeed strange. Resembling ancient Roman temples, constructed from towering, translucent red stones adorned with enigmatic, unfamiliar patterns, Klin found himself entranced, his gaze fixed upon the intricate designs as if captivated by their essence. Suddenly, Klin snapped back to reality. Realizing that these patterns seemed to possess a hint of temporal energy, as he approached, he reached out to touch the peculiar texture. The sensation of time coursed through his fingertips, and he envisioned a timeline, with myriad events pulsating along its continuum, some that had already occurred and others yet to unfold. "Are you Klin? Did you save Scar Squad?" came a gentle yet frail voice. Upon hearing the soft voice, Klin withdrew from the mesmerizing patterns and slowly raised his head to behold the source of the sound. He was instantly captivated, his eyes fixated on the speaker, utterly astonished by her beauty. The speaker donned an ancient crimson battle robe, her hair shimmering like the galaxy in silver waves, and her eyes sparkled with a crystalline clarity. Her lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, bore a subtle sheen, and her brows were furrowed, her complexion pale and weakened. What entranced Klin the most were her clear, glass-like eyes, radiating with a purity akin to stars, imbued with an ethereal spirit that left Klin spellbound. Momentarily lost in her enchanting presence, Scar, noticing Klin's rapt state, promptly cleared his throat and whispered, "Princess, she is speaking to you." Yet Klin appeared to be in a trance, oblivious to Scar's attempts to draw his attention. Scar, seeing this, gently nudged Klin and reiterated, "The princess is addressing you." "Huh? What?" Klin finally stirred, his senses returning. Seeing Klin's dazed expression, Xyle smiled warmly. "Did you save Scar Squad?" Her voice was as melodious as silver bells. "Ah, what?" "Yes, that was indeed me," Klin replied, somewhat sluggishly. Internally, he chastised himself for his awkwardness. It was indeed quite embarrassing for someone with a combat prowess of 400,000 to behave so uncouthly. "I sincerely thank you on behalf of the entire Andromedan race," the lady said, bowing slightly in gratitude. Klin, feeling flustered, quickly responded, "It was nothing. No need for thanks." As she spoke, a hint of frailty lingered on her face. Scar, noticing this, expressed concern, "You should rest now. I will bring Klin to see you later." Xyle nodded gently, aware of her role as the spiritual leader of the Andromedan race and the importance of her well-being. With a hint of apology, she looked at Klin and said, "I am sorry. I must take my leave now to recuperate." Klin felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for the weakened Xyle. Such a beautiful woman should not endure such suffering. "Please take care of yourself. Your health is paramount," Klin urged without hesitation. "That we bid you farewell." "Princess," Scar added. With the assistance of her attendants, Xyle slowly made her way towards the central temple. Klin watched her retreating figure with a sense of longing. "System, please provide me with her information." "Beep, information as follows." Time, year 757 of the era of AI name, Xyle race. Andromedan combat power, 155,000 potential, great potential training speed. Rapid so, she is the princess of the Andromedan race. Kellan murmured to himself, astonished by his own combat prowess. How could someone so seemingly fragile possess nearly 160,000 in battle strength? It was only when Xyle vanished completely from his sight that Kellan regained his composure. A cough interrupted his thoughts, and he turned to see Sika smiling, a stark contrast that made him feel as if he had been yanked from paradise back to reality. The princess was not usually like this. She appeared weaker due to an injury sustained a couple of days prior. Sika seemed to be subtly warning Kellan against harboring any ill intentions towards the princess, whose strength was indeed formidable. Injured? By the heavens! Why didn't you mention that earlier? I still have some healing beans, Kellan lamented. Sika replied, nonchalantly, I forgot. Can we go now? Not yet. There are sacred relics at the temple specifically for healing. And the princess is currently undergoing treatment, Sika replied without hesitation. Curse you, Sika! Kellan exclaimed. Sika chuckled heartily and suggested, let us head to my house first. Once the princess is recovered, I will take you to see her. The only part of Sika's words that resonated with Kellan was see the princess. Sika teased him. You really were taken aback when you first saw the princess, weren't you? You know nothing. There's a saying that everyone has a heart that appreciates beauty. Kellan retorted, somewhat flustered as he hurried ahead. Sika stood there, puzzled, contemplating that Kellan had been the calmest and most composed upon meeting Princess Xyle. Rubbing his head in confusion, Sika called out, Hey, Kellan. What is it? Kellan turned back to inquire. My house is this way. Sika pointed in the opposite direction to where Kellan was headed. I know. Kellan insisted stubbornly. Sika led the way, with Kellan trailing behind. Was his earlier display truly that poor? Had his gaze at Xyle been misinterpreted? Kellan's heart raced as he grappled with his chaotic thoughts. If he were aware of what Sika had almost said but refrained from expressing, he would surely be infuriated. Come in, Kellan. Sika beckoned as they reached their destination. Kellan slowly stepped inside, taking in the unique architecture. The walls bore intricate patterns, though they appeared somewhat blurred compared to those near the temple. Kellan, Simon Wushuang reminds you to save your spot for later viewing, Sika said before striding further inside. Kellan, puzzled, murmured. Moments later, Sika returned, cradling a small box, and pushed it toward Kellan with a gentle smile, saying, You need this more than I do. Kellan carefully opened the box to find an enchanting celestial stone within. Ding! Complete celestial stone detected, containing a total energy of 50,000. Would you like to absorb it? A mechanical voice from the system inquired. Such a small quantity yields 50,000 energy? Kellan exclaimed, astonished. He had amassed countless tons of, or on Tawangsing, yielding only 100,000 energy. How could this mere handful offer such a bounty? This is well preserved. Encountering a celestial stone in such pristine condition is rare, the system explained. Let us hold off on absorbing it for now. Sika is still here, so there's no rush. Kellan decided, I truly need these stones, so I will accept them. He expressed his gratitude to Sika. Upon hearing this, Sika burst into laughter. What do these compare to life itself? Still, I appreciate your kindness, Kellan reiterated. Please have a seat, Kellan. Make yourself comfortable, Sika invited. Kellan settled into a nearby spot. Sika tossed him a green, round morsel from earlier, her mouth full as she urged, Eat something. You've traveled a long way and must be tired. Kellan caught the fruit and popped it into his mouth. With nothing else to occupy his time, he suddenly grinned. Sika, tell me more about Princess Xyle. Sika perked up at Kellan's request, wiping her mouth and speaking with admiration. Princess Xyle's strength is truly remarkable. It would not be an exaggeration to call her the strongest among the Celestial clan. Eagerly, Kellan awaited more details, but after a prolonged silence, he prompted, Is that all? Yes, that's all, Sika replied earnestly. How can that be everything? What else is there? Kellan pressed anxiously. Other details. Well, Princess Xyle was not always like this. Back when the Celestial King was still alive, she wore a constant smile, was ever polite, and dedicated herself diligently to training in hopes of aiding her father against cosmic invaders. Xyle was truly a considerate child, Sika reminisced, a smile breaking through her somber expression. Chapter 51. a terrifying dream in Kellen's mind. Zaire's image flickered. She must have been utterly adorable in her childhood. He smiled faintly. What happened afterward? How did things change? He inquired further. During that time, we were merely surviving on Zishan Star. It was genuinely a joyful period. However, following the Celestial King's unfortunate death in battle, Zaire seemed to transform entirely. She became silent, pouring herself even more fervently into training, never smiling again. Sika's voice dipped as she recounted this painful history. We all understood that after the Celestial King's passing, Zaire took it upon herself to bear the burden. She aspired to grow stronger to better protect her people, and the weight of that responsibility was immense. Sika sighed deeply. Zaire wished to alter the fate of her entire clan through her own strength. Such a heavy responsibility is unbearable for one so young, Sika reflected, her heart aching for the princess, who deserved joy at her age rather than such a daunting burden that it won't be too difficult. I am here now. Kellen clenched his fists, silently vowing. Gazing at the frail Zaire stirred feelings of tenderness within him. He instinctively yearned to assist this perceptive girl. Oh, how did Zaire get injured? Kellen asked, his concern apparent that it was due to the false news spread by Shvia. They claimed the return of the Twilight Star. Although we were unsure of its authenticity, we had to investigate that it turned out to be a trap set by Shvia, Sika explained. What is the Twilight Star? Kellen inquired, puzzled. I do not know what the Twilight Star is either. No one has ever seen it. It is an ancient legend, said to possess a light that neither strengthens nor diminishes, remaining eternal and unchanging. With its presence, our celestial civilization would not falter, which is why the remnants refuse to leave the celestial realm. They believe the Twilight Star protects them, Sika elucidated slowly. Kellen nodded, pondering. The celestial clan truly is an enigmatic race, with the celestial stones, the mysterious patterns, and now the legend of the Twilight Star. He contemplated the potential reasons behind the celestial realm's demise. Though the princess wielded formidable strength, she still fell short against Shvia. Fortunately, she had some spatial abilities that enabled her to escape, albeit with severe injuries, Sika recounted, a hint of fear in her voice. By the heavens, why is this Shvia such a nuisance? It seems I must take matters into my own hands, Kellen resolved. Klin expressed his indignation with a hint of frustration upon hearing Klin's words. Sika's face contorted in terror. Do not provoke him just yet. You cannot fathom the extent of his terrifying power. Even a formidable warrior like Princess Zile is no match for him. Sika had witnessed the cataclysmic battle between the princess and Shavija, which had obliterated the very fabric of the cosmos and shattered the stars. The sheer ferocity of the clash had rendered him utterly motionless. Paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of violence, it was not that Sika doubted Klin's strength, but rather he pondered whether Klin could truly surpass Princess L. Instigate a confrontation would only lead to needless demise and could potentially expose the location of Zishan Star. Seeing Sika's expression of fear, Klin smiled gently. It was only natural for Sika to harbor such concerns, unaware of Klin's true capabilities. Klin refrained from providing extensive explanations, believing that clarity would eventually emerge. And the immediate priority was to attend to Princess Zile's injuries. As the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Captain Sika, are you there? I am, Sika responded and stepped outside. With Klin following closely behind to their surprise, it was his team members arriving. Why aren't you resting at home? What brings you here? Sika chided upon recognizing them that it's nothing serious. Just some minor injuries. We'll be fine in a couple of days. Several members of Sika's squad quickly replied. Touched by their captain's concern, I brought these items for Klin that we felt it necessary to express our gratitude, though we lacked anything substantial that we hope he finds these to his liking. With that, all the team members slowly produced a few small black stones from their pockets, hesitantly offering them to Klin. Indeed, more celestial stones. Klin's heart swelled with joy upon hearing their intention to present him with a gift. He had surmised that they were likely celestial stones. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you all. I truly appreciate them, and I shall gladly accept. Seeing Klin receive their offering with such delight, the team members felt a sense of relief. Fearing he might dismiss their gesture, Klin accepted the celestial stones, noting that the quantity was several times greater than what Sika had previously given him. This was likely the entirety of Sika's squad's reserves. Ding! High energy levels detected. Cumulative energy. 80,000. The system chimed. The quantity far exceeded the previous amount, yet the energy seemed to be diminishing, suggesting that these celestial stones were not entirely well preserved, with substantial energy having escaped. Klin mused silently. Due to Zishan's star's position, which corresponded to the second layer, the surrounding celestial stars were currently ineffective. Night soon descended. The night here differed from complete darkness, as Zishan's star was composed of high-density blue matter, casting a faint blue glow in the night. Dear reader, please remember to bookmark for convenience. A voice chimed. It was breathtakingly beautiful. The group sat in a circle, leisurely enjoying their food, while a bright flame flickered at the center, illuminating every face. Klin was sharing his martial insights with the Celestials, and everyone was entranced, their expressions reflecting a mix of rapture and enlightenment. Suddenly, Sika approached Klin and whispered, "The princess's treatment time has concluded." "Really? Then let us go," Klin exclaimed, pulling Sika in the direction where Princess Xyle had vanished during the day. Sika hesitated, gently restraining Klin. "Let the princess rest properly. We can go tomorrow." Klin's expression grew pained, longing to see that exquisite visage and hear Princess Xyle's voice. "Why say this now? And what do you mean by the princess being healed?" Klin shot Sika an irritated glance. Sika, feeling the weight of Klin's ire, forced a sheepish smile. "It's just that the princess is indeed recovered. I was merely caught up in the excitement." Klin lay upon a massive plant, tossing and turning, unable to find solace. Images of Xyle's delicate smile flooded his mind, and he cursed under his breath, realizing the predicament he was in. Sika had initially invited Klin to stay at his home, but Klin retorted, "Get lost. I don't wish to speak with you." Sika could only watch in silence as Klin made himself comfortable among the trees. As time passed, Klin gradually drifted into slumber. He felt as though he had returned to Earth, standing in the midst of a vast valley with a cave entrance that seemed to lead to another world. It felt familiar, yet he could not place it. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted, flattening the entire valley. The blinding light forced Klin to squint, and as he wiped the tears caused by the brilliance, he struggled to open his eyes. From the impact site, a white smoke began to rise, revealing 3 dormant pods remaining. Klin gazed at the pods, his heart racing with astonishment. Could it be? Is it number 18? He was filled with disbelief. One of the pods slowly opened, and a stunning figure gradually emerged, standing upright. With short golden hair and blue eyes, her figure was slender, accentuated by the denim she wore. Her fair complexion was both alluring and stern, and her crystalline gaze met Klin's, yet her eyes reflected no recognition of him. Klin looked upon the icy beauty of number 18, tears welling in his eyes. What number 18? Go to hell. The term natural beauty is far more suited to Lazuli. Lazuli, I've missed you so much, Klin shouted excitedly, rushing toward her. In response, Lazuli slowly extended a hand, her expression icy as she coolly uttered, "Get lost. Go find your Xyle." With that, a powerful energy wave coalesced in her hand and hurtled toward Klin. Stunned by Lazuli's dismissive words, Klin stood frozen in place, murmuring, "Xyle," as Klin stood there lost in thought. The energy projectile struck him head-on, his current combat prowess proving insufficient to withstand the blow. Klin cried out in agony, reduced to a mere mass of flesh. With a thud, he tumbled from a tree. Klin let out a soul-piercing scream, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Utterly terrified, he had dreamt of Lazuli. Logically, someone of his strength shouldn't be capable of dreaming. Moreover, this dream felt all too real. It seemed he had unwittingly angered Lazuli, and a sense of dread washed over him. Chapter 52. Only children make choices. When Lazuli gazed at him, her expression was devoid of emotion, as if observing an inconsequential figure, which truly tormented Klin's heart. Was it because of Xyle? Klin pondered, feeling a pang of sadness. Before encountering Xyle, he had believed that having Lazuli was sufficient. He envisioned gradually enhancing his strength, patiently awaiting Lazuli's awakening, and then starting a family. Yet upon meeting the ethereal Xyle, Klin realized he had fallen head over heels too soon. He felt no inadequacy. After all, he was a man with a system destined to cultivate immense power through his efforts, capable of protecting Xyle. Having come to the Dragon Ball world to live on in Klin's stead, there seemed to be a celestial design at play. Since he was here, he could not simply relive his past. To hell with it. Only children make choices that I want it all. One must undoubtedly attain a more formidable combat prowess before the awakening of Lazuli. Only then will one be qualified to pursue and protect her. Lazuli is a girl of haughty disposition, defined by Klin as someone who speaks with barbed words, exhibits a proud and stern attitude, yet under certain circumstances becomes shyly clingy to those around her. It is evident that Lazuli perfectly embodies this definition, but on the other hand, Klin feels deep within that Xyle remains the lively, endearing, and sensible girl she has always been, merely stifled by the weight of responsibility that prevents her from expressing herself fully. Regardless, Klin harbors affection for her. It is the immature who engage in choices. He desires all. With these thoughts clarified, Klin's mood lightened significantly. His most pressing task now is to enhance his battle strength. For this is an era where power reigns supreme. The night has passed. Dawn shall soon arrive. Klin, what troubles you? Scar, having risen, approached Klin's side, observing him with curiosity. What do you mean, what troubles me? Can't you see I'm quite pleased? Klin retorted angrily, evidently still vexed by the events of yesterday. However, this ire was not genuinely directed at Scar. It was merely a slight venting of frustration. Did you not sleep at all last night? Your dark circles are quite pronounced, Scar remarked, grinning at Klin. Goodness, is it truly that severe? Klin exclaimed, hastily utilizing a luminous object. Simon Wushuang reminds you. Please bookmark this for later convenience. Upon seeing his own haggard reflection, he thought it's not that bad. I merely missed a night's rest. Could it be that I expended too much mental energy immersed in those peculiar patterns yesterday? Klin's conjecture seemed plausible. As individuals of his caliber seldom indulge in dreams, that he quickly consumed a celestial being, for he had an impending meeting with Xyle and needed to maintain a favorable appearance. Can I now see Xyle? Klin inquired of Scar, uncertain of Klin's urgency to meet the princess. Perhaps it was for the celestial stone. Scar nonetheless replied straightforwardly, there is no issue this time. Let's proceed. If Klin were privy to Scar's thoughts, he would likely scoff. Celestial stone? Huh. Such a paltry tactic. The entire constellation of Xyle belongs to me. Scar led Klin toward the central temple. As they approached the shrine of Zishan, Klin meticulously examined the architectural style, characterized by grand arches that rendered the interior space remarkably expansive. Upon entering, Klin noted a stark contrast between the interior and the exterior. The furnishings were rather austere, lacking the ostentation typically associated with a royal palace. Xyle was seated within, and upon noticing Klin, she offered him a subtle N.O.T. that moment of entry. Klin's gaze was immediately drawn to Xyle, who was no longer clad in her ancient crimson battle robe, but instead wore a resplendent scarlet gown. Her silver hair and glass-like eyes exuded an air of effortless beauty. Xyle appeared more vibrant than the previous day, her pallid visage now graced with a hint of color. It seemed the treatment from yesterday had not yielded significant results, prompting Klin to ponder. Noticing Klin's unwavering gaze, Xyle, recognizing the sincerity reflected in his bright eyes devoid of ulterior motives, softly instructed, Klin, please take a seat. Realizing Xyle's request, Klin promptly smiled and replied, oh, certainly, before casually settling down. Goodness, how embarrassing. Just because she changed her attire, I lost my composure. Klin chastised himself internally. Some injuries. I haven't yet had the chance to express my gratitude for your assistance to the celestial folk. Xyle said, her voice still melodious, as she once again thanked Klin. It was a trivial matter, merely a gesture of goodwill. One expression of thanks suffices. No need for repeated gratitude, Klin responded with a smile. Xyle remained composed upon hearing Klin's words, yet a flicker of fondness toward him emerged, perhaps due to the frequency with which she had heard the title princess since the passing of her father. No one had addressed her as Xyle anymore. By the way, Xyle. Do try this, Klin offered, retrieving a celestial being from his portable capsule. Scar, witnessing Klin produce the miraculous bean, could not help but exclaim with wide-eyed enthusiasm. "Princess, this bean is truly extraordinary. I sustained severe injuries before, and upon consuming one, I recovered instantly." Zyle regarded the withered bean in Klin's hand with a look of intrigue, yet she trusted Scar's words. "Very well, I shall give it a try," Zyle replied calmly. Klin did not toss it to her, but approached Zyle instead. As she extended her delicate hand, it resembled pure jade, exquisite beyond compare. Klin gently placed the celestial bean in her palm, their fingertips brushing lightly. Her skin was as smooth as silk, exuding a coolness akin to that of fine jade, stirring ripples of emotion within Klin. After delivering the bean, he turned to leave, but in that fleeting moment, he caught Zyle's gaze. Her eyes, bright and clear, radiated an enchanting spirit. Klin met her gaze with unwavering resolve, as if to convey, "This will surely heal your wounds." Zyle perceived the meaning behind Klin's steadfast look, understanding his silent message despite his lack of words. She instinctively nodded, though as Klin took his seat, she found herself somewhat perplexed by her own action. Observing the celestial being, she softly remarked, "Indeed, I can sense the vitality emanating from it." Gradually, she parted her lustrous lips, akin to cherry blossoms glistening with dew, and placed the bean in her mouth, slowly chewing with her eyes closed. "How does it feel?" Scar asked eagerly from his side. Suddenly, Zyle opened her eyes, her countenance noticeably more vibrant, her gaze sparkling with renewed luster. However, Klin discerned that a trace of weakness still lingered in her expression. Anxiously, he queried, "Are you not fully recovered?" Zyle nodded gently. "The injuries have healed completely, but the trauma to my spirit is not so easily mended." Klin detected that her voice did not reflect her true self. She was striving to project a semblance of stoicism. At that moment, Klin felt a swell of relief. Chapter 53. Setting a modest goal. Annihilate Shvia. Fortuitously, Klin encountered Zyle early on. Personal transformation is a gradual process, and yet, regardless of how one may change, the intrinsic nature of one's character does not easily alter. Given sufficient time, one might even evolve entirely. It is evident that Zyle is currently undergoing such a transformation. Klin yearns to see the original, vivacious Zyle, the one unencumbered by the weight of responsibility, who does not feign strength daily. The ethereal Zyle should not bear such burdens alone. What has caused such profound damage to your spirit? Klin could not restrain his inquiry. Previously, when Shvia disseminated the news of the Twilight Star, although I was aware it might be a ruse, I felt compelled to investigate. Despite my utmost caution, I still encountered Shvia in a skirmish. The voice of Zyle was remarkably crisp as he slowly explained to Klin. "Shvia's strength has surpassed my expectations. Even his team members possess formidable abilities. Shortly after the battle commenced, I sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, Shvia seemed momentarily distracted, allowing me to exploit the opportunity to activate my spatial abilities. Though this enabled my escape, my mind suffered grave harm in the process." Zyle's voice resonated with penetrating clarity, and Klin appeared to envision the scene from that fateful day when Zyle, battered and bruised, battled against Shvia. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Now that we know the information is false, why still pursue it? Klin yearned for clarity. Suddenly, a resolute glint flashed in Zyle's glass-like eyes as he firmly declared, "We must go. Must we go simply because we have received news? Is this what responsibility entails?" Klin silently mused. "Though I escaped, many of the combat teams assigned to provide cover suffered devastating blows. Had it not been for your intervention, Scar and the others might have perished as well." Zyle clenched his silver teeth, his pale face contorted with anguish as he spoke with bitterness. "The princess need not blame herself. To die for the sake of the fairy star is an honor for us," Scar lamented. "Zyle, the benevolent and unparalleled, reminds you. Please save this for later. It will be more convenient. Do not be disheartened. One day, I will personally eradicate Shvia," Klin declared with unwavering determination, gazing into Zyle's translucent eyes. Upon hearing Klin's words, Zyle smiled, a rare occurrence, not out of disbelief, but rather an extraordinary trust in Klin's conviction. Klin felt a surge of joy at Zyle's faint smile. After all, a promising beginning often leads to a favorable conclusion. Zaire's mental wounds had yet to heal, and as he spoke extensively, his demeanor appeared somewhat fragile. Klin observed this with concern. System, are you alive? If so, respond. Klin internally called out to the system. Ding! Having sensed the host's urgent summons after a prolonged shutdown, the system has awakened, came the familiar response that do you possess any methods to treat mental injuries? Klin inquired, knowing he needed to appease the system for now. Mental injuries? Ah, quite a tricky situation. The system responded, seemingly a loss, that there truly no solution? Klin pressed on. Solutions do exist, albeit at a cost. This pattern feels somewhat familiar. MDD. Isn't this how the old Chinese medicine practitioners operated in my past life? Enough of the banter. Quickly reveal how to treat it. Ding! It would require a cost of 50,000 energy units to heal the mental injury. The system stated earnestly, Damn it! Do you know what 50,000 energy units represent? After all my hard work, to part with such a sum is unbearable. Do not rush. Allow me to finish. 50,000 energy units can not only heal the mental injury, but also assist her in breaking through her current mental limits. That sounds promising. I shall settle for that, Klin replied, feeling a pang of heartache. However, there are additional conditions, the system added. Enough, Klin lamented, feeling utterly helpless. Other systems can obliterate worlds, yet mine is reduced to these meager offerings. Do not fret. The energy waves released for mental healing are only effective within a 3-meter radius. Beyond that, their ineffective 0.3 meters is manageable. I can simply move closer, Klin assured. Just to clarify, the treatment will take approximately 30 minutes. Though this posed a challenge, it seemed the system had presented him with a chance. Now, I merely need to devise a reason. Klin gazed at the beautiful scenery outside. Inspiration suddenly struck. Klin spoke earnestly. According to the research conducted by the martial arts master Wu Taidu from Earth, prolonged confinement is detrimental to mental recovery. Taking a stroll outdoors is far more beneficial. Zaire widened his eyes, intrigued by this unexpected theory. Reflecting on his childhood, when he played outside incessantly, he recalled that his mental acuity had indeed been far superior then, leading him to trust Klin's assertion. Scar, standing nearby, expressed doubt. Klin, is that true? In theory, Klin replied, maintaining his serious demeanor, managing to sound convincingly earnest. Regardless of its veracity, he intended to position himself near Zaire and release energy. Effectiveness was guaranteed. Zaire, feeling compelled to restore his optimal state, agreed. Very well, let us take a stroll. Zaire rose and passed by Klin, heading outside. The gentle fragrance wafted into Klin's senses, refreshing and invigorating. He followed suit without hesitation. The exterior scenery was beautiful, yet few seemed to appreciate it. Most were preoccupied with defense duties, while the remainder focused on production. Zaire turned to Scar, saying, Scar, you ought to attend to the defense. There is no need to accompany me. I will merely take a brief walk. Scar hesitated, but Klin interjected, With me here, there is no cause for concern. Then I appreciate your assistance. Klin. Scar thanked him and bowed to the princess before departing. At that moment, only Klin and Zaire remained in the plaza, with Zaire walking ahead and Klin following closely, ensuring their distance never exceeded 3 meters. Zaire, still grappling with his mental injuries, took a few steps before feeling sharp. Needle-like pain in his head, beads of sweat formed on his delicate brow as he struggled to continue. Witnessing Zaire's discomfort stirred Klin's heart, prompting him to urge the system, commence treatment immediately. Ding! Deducting 50,000 energy units. Treatment has begun. Immediately, ripples emanated from Klin, centered around him, reminiscent of a stone dropped into a tranquil lake. Zaire suddenly felt a wave of coolness wash over him, synchronizing with his heartbeat, enhancing the pace of his recovery 100-fold. The piercing pain gradually subsided, and Zaire's tightly furrowed brows began to relax. His steps grew steadier, and as he admired the peculiar flora lining the plaza, his spirits lifted considerably. Klin observed Zaire's newfound lightness and felt a surge of joy. The system had indeed proven its worth, that he quickened his pace, determined not to allow Zaire to surpass him by more than 3 meters. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a subtle fragrance, akin to the delightful scent that lingered when Zaire brushed past him moments ago. soothing and refreshing. Chapter 54. The stirring of the heart with no remnants of the past nearby. The rare tranquility allowed Zaire to reveal a glimpse of his true nature. A soft smile gracing his lips as he walked with a lightness in his step. His silver hair danced in the breeze, and his crimson gown accentuated his graceful figure. Suddenly, Zaire slowed his pace and turned to look at Klin, who had been following closely behind. Though he remained within a short distance, Zaire found a peculiar sense of comfort and safety emanating from Klin, which was both reassuring and pleasant. Perhaps this is merely an illusion. Zaire experienced a subtle turbulence within her heart. "Are you from Earth? What kind of planet is Earth?" she inquired softly, her voice resembling the delicate sound of a flute echoing in a serene valley. "Earth, it is a magnificent blue planet, with water covering 3/4 of its surface. People inhabit the land, where majestic mountains and tranquil lakes abound, making it an extraordinarily beautiful realm," Klin replied, captivated by the crystalline depths of Zaire's eyes. "Earth is a lesser planet, abundant in population, yet generally possessing a combat prowess averaging around 5. Due to its inferior status, malevolent forces have yet to cast their gaze upon it. Conversely, Earth enjoys a peaceful environment," he continued. Zaire found it hard to believe this notion. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, if Earth's inhabitants possess such low combat power, how can they establish a defense system? Klin chuckled heartily at this. Precisely because they are weak. Earthlings strive to develop their physical capabilities to the fullest. This pursuit has given rise to martial artists, who can harness their bodies to their utmost potential, unleashing formidable strength that he explained to the inquisitive Zaire. Thanks to the guardianship of these martial artists, Earth has long enjoyed tranquility. Peace, a shadow flickered across Zaire's eyes, and she sighed inwardly, pondering the immense cost of such serenity. Klin, noticing her furrowed brow, understood her longing for peace. His heart swelled with an impulse to console this enchanting girl before him. Unintentionally, Klin stepped closer to Zaire, gently grasping her delicate, jade-like hand that swayed in the breeze. Zaire, unprepared for Klin's advance, felt her heart race as he suddenly held her hand. No one had ever held her hand besides her parents. Flustered, she instinctively attempted to withdraw, but Klin's grip was firm, and a faint blush colored her porcelain face as her crystalline eyes darted around. Seeking an escape, sensing the warmth of her hand, akin to precious jade, Klin felt a rush of nervousness but maintained his gaze upon Zaire's bright eyes, earnestly saying, "Trust me, peace will surely come. I will do everything in my power to assist you." Zaire felt a warmth bloom within her heart at Klin's resolute tone, her wandering gaze now fixed on his determined and luminous eyes. That it was as though she had found a newfound pillar of support, allowing her to relax, even if just a little, perhaps due to Klin's steadfast promise. Thus, they gazed into each other's eyes, time slipping away like water, and both were oblivious to its passage. Ding dong, the first treatment session has concluded. Please continue with the second session tomorrow. The sudden announcement from the system jolted Klin back to reality, prompting him to retract his hand. The abrupt withdrawal startled the dazed Zaire, causing her cheeks to flush an even deeper shade of crimson. What had just happened? Had Klin truly held her hand? The thought sent her heart racing as if a fawn were bounding within. Covering her face, Zaire hurried away toward the distant central temple. The sudden absence of Klin's warm grasp left a hollow ache within him, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he saw Zaire sprinting away. Concerned, he called out, "Slow down. Your spirit hasn't fully recovered. Your body can't bear it." In truth, after the initial treatment from the system, Zaire's mental energy had already regained half of its strength. While she might not withstand a major battle, this level of running was more than sufficient. Hearing Klin's voice behind her only added to Zaire's fluster, prompting her to quicken her pace. Klin felt a sense of loss as he watched Zaire accelerate, her figure fading from view. Had he frightened her? His heart was in a turmoil of emotions, regretting his impulsive actions that had crossed an irreversible line. Yet when it held her hand, she hadn't pulled away. Could it be? He wondered if she had heard his final words. And if she chose not to return, he would bear a heavy burden of guilt. His thoughts spun wildly. The sensation of holding Zaire's hand had been delightful, akin to caressing exquisite jade. Zaire reached the temple without pausing for breath. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. She exhaled softly, her lips glistening like cherry blossoms. It puzzled her how such a short distance had left her feeling so fatigued. She placed her hand on her chest, attempting to calm her racing heart, taking deep breaths to restore her composure. Suddenly, clarity washed over her. The events she had experienced were real. Klin had indeed held her hand. Yes, she recalled the moment. Her heart raced anew. She endeavored to steady her emotions, but the more she suppressed her thoughts, the more unruly they became. Finally, she relinquished control, allowing her feelings to flow freely. Without her conscious restraint, her mind became vividly alive, replaying every detail of their encounter with striking clarity. The sensations lingered, and she found herself reflecting on how pleasant it had been. An unexpected thought crossed her mind, and she quickly shook her head, dismissing it. She was a princess. She couldn't entertain such notions. While beside Klin, she had felt a refreshing aura enveloping her. But now that sensation had dissipated, leaving her feeling somewhat agitated. In that moment of connection, she had sensed a profound sense of safety emanating from Klin, an assurance that his words held truth. For so long, her father had been her protector, and since his passing, that feeling had eluded her, until today. As she recalled running away, she remembered Klin calling after her, asking if she would join him for a stroll tomorrow. Panic surged within her. She couldn't possibly go again, but was she truly going to forego that chance? Doubt began to gnaw at her. Enough of this. It's infuriating. After a prolonged period of calm, Zaire felt her composure slipping. Klin, what has you so joyous? Ska asked, observing the broad smile adorning Klin's face. Yes, it. Klin chuckled lightly, a sense of elation blossoming within him, that he felt as though he had glimpsed the dawn of hope. Reflecting on the recent events, he couldn't help but beam with pride. Perhaps laughter was contagious. As Ska soon joined in the mirth, seeing Ska's infectious laughter only heightened Klin's joy. Laugh on. Enjoy it while you can. Wait until I win Zaire's heart. I wonder if you'll still be laughing then. Time seems to pass exceedingly slowly. Klin gazed at the bright light in the sky, fearing that dusk would linger for quite a while longer. The day on Zishan Star is indeed slightly longer than that on Earth. Originally, upon arriving at Zishan Star, he had acquired around 10,000 units of energy, yet half of it was consumed in an instant to restore Zile's mental strength. It appeared that he must seek out additional energy. Scar, do you and the others still possess any of the celestial stones? Klin asked with eager anticipation. Indeed, the celestial stones are products of our celestial system, Scar replied earnestly. Everyone has some, to varying degrees. And they can indeed expedite our cultivation, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. Then there is a solution. A glimmer of light sparked in Klin's eyes as he conceived a swift method to acquire celestial stones. Scar, can we exchange the celestial beings for celestial stones? Klin inquired tentatively. Absolutely. The celestial beings are truly marvelous. Possessing them feels akin to gaining an extra life. Scar exclaimed, his excitement palpable, unable to conceal his fervor for the celestial beings. Could you assist me in exchanging these celestial beings for celestial stones? With that, Klin produced a small cloth pouch from his bosom, containing approximately 100 celestial beings. The rationale behind Klin exchanging the celestial beings was sound. 100 beings roughly equated to 50,000 units of energy, while each celestial stone contained energy ranging from 1,000 to 10,000, promising substantial profit in the exchange. After presenting 100 celestial beings, Klin was left with around 50, but fortunately, the celestial bean plantation would yield another harvest in a month. 50 beans would suffice for emergencies. Scar, eyeing the small pouch filled with shriveled celestial beans, spoke with fervent excitement. No problem. The guard should be quite in need of the celestial beans. Well then, I appreciate your help, Scar. Please assist me in exchanging them for celestial stones. Klin smiled. Certainly, thank you, Klin, but how will the exchange be conducted? Scar inquired curiously. Just ensure your kin do not suffer a loss. Acquiring stones of the same quality as those of your team members will suffice. Although the quality of the celestial stones given to Scar's team was inferior to his own, they were still quite decent. Very well, Klin. I shall consult with Lear now. With that, Scar carefully tucked the celestial beans into his attire and soared towards Lear's territory. Scar, what brings you here? Lear called out cheerfully upon seeing Scar. Scar's expression grew solemn as he replied, Lear, do you recall our discussion regarding the celestial beings? The celestial beings? Of course. Did you not mention that miraculous being healed your wounds and fully restored your stamina? Lear responded without hesitation. Scar, moving slowly, gently retrieved the small pouch from his garments, opening it slightly as he said to Lear, Here, this is it. Is this truly it? Lear gazed at the beans in the pouch. Astonished, he reached for one and was about to pop it into his mouth. Scar, noticing this, swiftly intervened, snatching the bean away. Each was precious, like a second chance at life. My apologies, Scar, Lear said, slightly embarrassed. I couldn't resist the temptation of something so novel. Klin is exchanging the celestial beans for celestial stones. You should inquire with the guard if they are interested in a trade. Oh, understood. What? Captain Scar wishes to exchange celestial beans for celestial stones. One of the guard members exclaimed in surprise. Just yesterday, he had heard a member of Scar's team describe the wondrous nature of the celestial beings, and now they were here. Let us go see. Wait for me. We're coming too. The rest of the small team rushed outside. Seeing around 80 combatants arriving, Scar began to extol the miraculous properties of the celestial beings, recounting how he had relied on them to instantaneously heal his injuries. Captain Scar, you need not elaborate. We all believe you, a team member called out impatiently. The other members echoed, We trust Captain Scar. Just tell us how to exchange, upon hearing that the exchange would be for celestial stones. The combatants readily agreed, as they were all from the combat team, and the utility of retaining celestial stones wasn't particularly high for them. Scar distributed the celestial beans according to the number of celestial stones they offered. Some received 3 beans due to exceptionally high quality, while most received only 1. A small pouch of celestial stones was casually placed on the table. As Lear remarked, This is all there is. Just give me 2 of those, then. Scar chuckled at Lear, an old comrade, and handed over 2 beans without hesitation. Moments later, the exchange was complete, leaving a small pile of celestial stones before them, while Scar had 3 celestial beans remaining, an acceptable outcome. Scar packed the celestial stones and informed Lear that he would take his leave, that, they're truly something so wondrous. Lear pondered, pulling a celestial bean from his pocket and casually popping it into his mouth. Instantly, he felt his drained stamina replenished, a glimmer of realization sparking in his eyes. However, looking at the solitary bean left in his possession, he felt a twinge of regret for having wasted one. Klin, witnessing Scar's triumphant return, felt a surge of excitement. It appeared the haul was quite substantial. Scar placed the celestial stones on the ground with a clatter, a smile adorning his face as he declared, Mission accomplished. He then extended the remaining 3 celestial beans towards Klin. Klin halted Scar's hand, smiling as he said, These are for you. Scar, feeling pleased, accepted the offering. As a frontline warrior, the importance of the celestial beings was undeniable, and he did not refuse. Ding dong, detecting high energy levels, a total of 500,000. So much. Klin had anticipated only around 200,000. He was pleasantly surprised by the actual amount. Before we successfully reclaim the main star, this method of exchange possesses ample potential. But alas, my supply of celestial beings is dwindling. I must await the next harvest. After bidding farewell to Scar, Klin returned to the tree he had previously occupied. 500,000 units of energy was not excessive, merely sufficient for a month and a half of cultivation. This was an inevitable reality. As Klin's strength grew, so too would his demand for energy. Why does today seem to drag on so? Klin lamented. He settled down to cultivate, adhering to the adage that cultivation knows no bounds of time. Klin sought to immerse himself in his practice. Cross-legged atop the treetop, he closed his eyes and delved into meditation. 1 minute later, this is utterly impossible. The moment he shut his eyes, Xyl's exquisite visage invaded his thoughts, rendering cultivation unattainable. Klin felt a wave of discomfort. Chapter 56. The second treatment. Ultimately, he managed to quiet his mind, resuming his cross-legged position. At this juncture, he had commenced meditation, waves of mental energy emanating from his being. Time in cultivation always seems to fly by. And the next day arrived quietly. Klin slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of stale air, his breath deep and prolonged, indicating that his strength had indeed advanced. He wondered if Xyl would come today. At this moment, Klin's mind began to speculate, fearing that he might have frightened Xyle yesterday. He stood up and walked towards the square from the previous day, feeling an intense sense of unease. As Klin gazed at the desolate square, a pang of loneliness struck him. Indeed, she did not come. At this moment, Princess Xyle was in the temple, her expression betraying an unusual hesitation. It was already the time they had met yesterday. Should she truly refrain from going? Xyle paced back and forth, a hint of anxiety on her face. Klin had likely arrived by now, bearing the future of the Andromeda. Her heart should not be in disarray at such a time. With this thought, Xyle's resolve strengthened a bit. Perhaps she ought not to go. Oddly, since returning yesterday, her mental fortitude seemed to have recovered by half. With the healing waters of the temple, her injuries would surely mend swiftly. With this in mind, a determined glint flashed through Xyle's glass-like eyes. Klin had waited for a while, yet still saw no sign of Xyle. Not here? Should he return? Or shall he wait a moment longer? He chose a relatively quiet spot to sit down, though his expression revealed discomfort. After solidifying her decision, Xyle sat by the spring to tend to her wounds. Yet her thoughts were tumultuous. They drifted to Klin's clear, water-like gaze from yesterday, along with his unwavering promise that if she chose not to go now, his eyes would surely brim with disappointment. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became, and she could no longer maintain her usual calm. Xyle, flustered, paced within the room, her exquisite face caught again in hesitation, appearing even more beautiful in that moment. Should she not take a glance? Perhaps Klin did not go either. Just a quick look, and she could return immediately. Xyle tried to convince herself. This notion, once conceived, magnified infinitely. Simon Wushuang reminded you. Please remember to collect after reading, for convenience in revisiting. The more she thought, the more Xyle felt it was a splendid idea. She changed back into the crimson dress she wore yesterday, slowly untangling her silvery hair, her face tinged with a slight blush. Perhaps even Xyle herself did not realize why she reverted to her previous attire. It might have been the influence of her subconscious. Gradually, she made her way toward the square from yesterday, glancing around, relieved to see that most of her subjects were occupied. Upon reaching the vicinity of the square, gazing at its emptiness, an overwhelming sense of desolation washed over her. Indeed, he did not come. Cough, cough. You are rather late today. When Xyle arrived, Klin had already sensed her presence, his expression brimming with excitement. Xyle truly had come after all. Hearing Klin's voice, Xyle turned to look back, and as Klin approached slowly, her cheeks flushed even redder, whispering, before falling into silence. Noticing Xyle's reddened complexion, Klin likely surmised something. Refraining from further inquiry, he endeavored to keep his tone calm as he asked, "Shall we take a stroll today? Perhaps just like yesterday?" Xyle muttered softly, her eyes betraying a hint of discomfort, unwilling to meet Klin's gaze. "All right, let us walk slowly." Seeing Xyle's demeanor, Klin could not help but tease lightly. Upon hearing his words, Xyle felt a surge of panic. Quickly turning her head away as she slowly ambled forward, her pace deliberately sluggish, as if she were intentionally dragging her feet. Klin observed Xyle's bashful demeanor with a growing delight. This shy version of Xyle was truly charming. He followed closely behind, silently whispering, "System, commence second treatment. Ding dong, the second treatment has begun. Please ensure that the host and the treatment subject do not exceed a distance of 3 meters at 8s." Xyle walked. Her heart fluttered like a startled fawn. Suddenly, she felt a refreshing sensation wash over her mind, causing her to momentarily halt her steps, only to regain her composure shortly after. The feeling was identical to yesterday's. This coolness was gradually restoring her mental strength. Under the influence of the system's energy fluctuations, Xyle's anxious heart settled somewhat. This refreshing sensation must be connected to Klin. With this thought, Xyle felt a surge of joy. Her movements becoming remarkably graceful. Klin watched Xyle ahead, resembling a delicate fawn, his gaze filled with admiration. Her hair, cascading like a river of stars, shimmered with a silken sheen. Xyle's locks appeared impeccably arranged, as if she had just meticulously groomed them. Soon, 30 minutes had elapsed, and the energy waves emitted by the system completely dissipated. Sensing the absence of the refreshing sensation, Zyle surmised that Klin's mysterious treatment might have concluded for the day, leaving her with a tinge of reluctance, this reluctance stemming from the impending end of the treatment. Knowing she would soon have to return, Klin observed Zyle's small hands moving joyously, his emotions stirred impulsively. Simon Wushuang reminded you, please remember to collect after reading, for convenience in revisiting. Yet he constantly reminded himself to refrain from making any peculiar gestures. Zyle's subconscious seemed to cause her hands to move of their own accord, harboring a faint hope for a hand-holding. However, Klin remained oblivious to this, resolutely maintaining his boundaries. As the treatment neared its conclusion, Klin lingered, causing Zyle to feel a sense of melancholy, but out of shyness. She turned to Klin and whispered her gratitude. "Thank you, Klin. Why are you thanking me again?" Klin feigned annoyance, a playful tone lacing his words. Zyle, witnessing Klin's exaggerated display of irritation, let out a soft laugh, her heart lightening considerably. Deep down, she did not wish to be so courteous with Klin. Her previous words had been a mere pretense. Zyle's gentle smile possessed a captivating allure, rendering Klin momentarily entranced. His gaze lingered on Zyle's delicate face. She, unaccustomed to such an intense stare, felt her cheeks flush crimson, murmuring, "I must take my leave now. I'll return tomorrow." Flustered, Zyle turned to depart. "Wait," Klin, having regained his composure, called out. Upon hearing his voice, Zyle turned back, puzzled, and slowly faced Klin. Seeing Zyle turn, Klin stepped closer, gradually bending down to extend his hands, grasping Zyle's hands firmly. Zyle was momentarily taken aback. Thump, thump, her heart raced even faster. Klin held Zyle's hands and gently moved them to his chest, feeling the warmth emanating from her palms. Yesterday, her hands had felt like cold jade. Today, after her recovery, they felt like warm jade. As Zyle's hands lay against Klin's chest, she felt the rapid beat of his heart, her mind blanking out entirely. After a considerable time, Klin slowly released Zyle's hands and spoke reassuringly. "You have recovered quite well. It is time to return." "What did you say?" Zyle was abruptly jolted back to reality. Simon Wushuang reminded you, please remember to collect after reading, for convenience in revisiting. Not having caught Klin's words, she inquired casually. "I said, you can return now." Klin chuckled teasingly, and upon realizing it, Zyre quickly understood. Her delicate little hand transformed into a fist and playfully tapped Klin's chest. Without waiting for Klin's response, she hurriedly dashed towards the temple. Klin slowly extended his palm, observing the beads of sweat adorning it. Watching Zyre flee in a flurry, a broader smile spread across Klin's face. "MMD, I was so tense just now, but seems the outcome is quite satisfactory." Chapter 57. Breakthrough of mental power from the warmth of Zyre's hand earlier. It appeared that her mental power had nearly recovered, suggesting that tomorrow could be the day for the breakthrough, as the system indicated. Upon returning to her quarters, Zyre felt her tension gradually dissipate, the fleeting sense of melancholy she had experienced vanishing without a trace, leaving her heart warmed. It seemed she had genuinely felt Klin's heartbeat, which raced even faster than her own, yet he maintained such a composed facade. How infuriating! Zyre's cherry-like lips pouted slightly, glimmering with a bright sheen as she spoke with a hint of playful malice. If Klin were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly think, even in anger, how adorable. Who could possibly resist that? Soon, time passed in Klin's anxious anticipation. The following day, Klin arrived at the square early once more. This time, he did not wait long. As Zyre was remarkably punctual, "Let's venture a bit further this time," Klin suggested, gazing at the beautiful Zyre. "Why go further? This place is quite nice," Zyre replied, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. "This will require you to push the limits of your mental power, which may take more time than usual. It wouldn't do to stay here," Klin thought silently. In a serious tone, Klin remarked, "It's too noisy here, and the scenery is rather monotonous. Exploring fresh surroundings may aid in your mental recovery." Zyre considered Klin's words and nodded obediently. Rather than taking to the skies, Zyre opted for swift movement along the ground, perhaps out of concern for being seen by her subjects. With a combat power of 150,000, her speed was impressive, and as she dashed, she occasionally glanced back at Klin, worried he might lag behind. Each time she turned, Kellen would smile back, causing her cheeks to flush. Realizing he could keep up, she no longer looked back and accelerated significantly. Before long, they arrived at a relatively tranquil spot, for which the entire residence of the celestial beings could be seen. A colossal tree reached skyward, and the azure sky stretched above, offering a breathtaking panorama of the planet. "This is the place I frequented in my childhood," Zaire said to Kellen. "From here, one can see the entirety of Zishan's star. Though I haven't visited in a long time," the mention of a long time, a glimmer of sadness crossed Zaire's crystalline eyes, a change Kellen couldn't help but notice. He approached slowly and gently took her small hand. Kellen's heart trembled. "Why haven't you come here in so long? Are you afraid of seeing your subjects? Afraid you cannot lead them well?" He led Zaire to sit upon a clean rock, patiently listening to the stories that lay within her heart. Although Zaire felt a tinge of panic as Kellen led her away, she found solace once seated, his grip merely comforting her hand, allowing her to relax a little. "System, didn't you say you could help Zaire break through her current mental power? Let's begin, ding dong, with at least 40,000 of the 50,000 energy points allocated to the breakthrough. Let the process commence." The system's words were succinct. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy radiated from Kellen. If the previous energy fluctuations resembled a gentle stream, now they surged like a mighty river. Zaire immediately sensed the immense energy, far stronger than before, resonating with her mental power. Noticing something amiss with Zaire, Kellen released her hand and said solemnly, "Try to see if you can break through your current mental limits." Zaire nodded without hesitation, closing her beautiful eyes and connecting with her mental power in her mind. A colossal starry light flickered, alternating between brilliance and darkness. Kellen stood nearby, observing Zaire as her eyelashes trembled slightly. Fine beads of sweat beading on her forehead, anxiety creeping in, he quickly inquired, "System, is there any danger?" "None. It's a normal process." "Relax," the system replied reassuringly. That moment, Zaire's mental space began to expand slowly. Each increase in her mental energy brought a slight pang of discomfort, a pain originating from her psyche. Unavoidable yet distinctly clear, Zaire's body began to tremble subtly, sweat forming on her arms, and her crimson dress gradually became drenched, accentuating her delicate figure. Kellen swallowed hard at the sight of Zaire, a normal person. Yet no one could withstand such a sight. He decided to sit nearby, keeping a vigilant watch over her to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Approximately 2 hours passed. The energy fluctuations of the system grew faint, and Kellen could distinctly feel Zaire's mental power strengthening significantly. Success was near. With a sigh, Zaire opened her eyes, though her body swayed as if about to collapse against the rock. Kellen reacted swiftly, appearing beside her and gently supporting her as she sank into his embrace, her fair face glistening with perspiration, her eyes shining brightly as they met his. Zaire nestled into his arms. A faint, pleasant fragrance enveloped Kellen. He felt a wave of fluster as he realized her clothes were soaked, and he could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from her. Yet, gazing into Zaire's luminous eyes, his initial panic dissipated. Her gaze, filled with complete trust, offered a sense of reliance that left no room for Kellen's wandering thoughts. Gently, Kellen reached out, using the corner of his garment to dab the sweat from Zaire's forehead. Speaking tenderly, "You must be exhausted." Zaire, watching Kellen wipe her sweat, couldn't help but smile sweetly, her voice weak yet filled with satisfaction. "I'm all right. It worked." With that, a smile graced her lips as she slowly drifted into slumber. Kellen, witnessing Zaire succumb to sleep, chuckled softly. "Truly adorable." Klin gently adjusted his posture, his movements tender, allowing Seal to feel less awkward and more at ease in his embrace. That Seal's sleeping visage was quite enchanting. Her eyes were barely closed, with long eyelashes fluttering softly, a small bead of sweat trickling down her brow. Klin's hands meticulously combed through Seal's silvery tresses, revealing her evident care for her hair. He hoped that when she awoke, her hair would be neatly arranged rather than in disarray. He tended to her beautiful locks. He cast his gaze towards Zishan's star, feeling an overwhelming sense of beauty in the moment, prompting him to hold Seal even tighter. Chapter 58. The desperate Scar. Klin maintained his position, frozen in place, fearful that even the slightest movement might awaken the slumbering seal in his arms. Perhaps Seal had lost her loved ones for too long, or perhaps she had been devoid of security for too long. At this moment, she simply felt the sudden presence of support and clung to Klin like an octopus. Her furrowed brow relaxing. Time, as it often does, swiftly passed. How did you fail to protect her, Scar? Where has the princess gone? How can you face the citizens of the Yingjian star system after this calamity? Lear questioned Scar. His composure fraying Scar's eyes mirrored his own self-reproach. The princess had been missing for over 10 hours, and he had only just learned of it. His guard could not escape blame. Yet, there was no use in lamentation now. The priority was to find the princess. Find her, and I will leave her fate in your hands. Scar's demeanor was indeed somewhat unsteady. Very well, though Lear was furious. Locating the princess had become the foremost task. Mobilize the remaining guard forces and prepare the starship. Since the princess has vanished from Zishan Star, the enemy will undoubtedly traverse the wormhole to the Yingjian system. Scar analyzed calmly. Scar, have you considered that the enemy's strength allowed them to abduct the princess without a sound? Lear inquired, concern evident in his voice. Consider what? Even if Quilo were to personally descend upon us, we would pursue the rescue of the princess without hesitation. Even if it cost us the lives of our entire kin. What of it? Scar's tone was resolute, prepared for death. Indeed, without our spirit, the Yingjian people have no reason to exist. We shall rescue the princess without faltering. Determination flickered in Lear's eyes. Then I shall mobilize the last of our protective forces. With that, Lear surged toward the guard team. This is Lear. We are now activating the final defensive forces. Lear's voice resonated through the communicator on the other end. A voice questioned uncertainly. Captain Lear, are you truly initiating the final defensive measures? Execute the orders, Lear reiterated firmly. Understood. Activating the last protective forces. Klin observed the Yingjian people scurrying below. He found it rather peculiar. What could have caused such a gathering today? Had something occurred? As Klin watched the tumult of combatants below, he remained oblivious to the fact that all this commotion stemmed from his own actions. Gazing at the slumbering seal in his arms, Klin's earlier concerns seemed to vanish. Report, Captain Scar. The troops are assembled and ready for orders, a squad leader clad in combat gear inquired. Prepare to board the starship. Take one last look at Zishan Star, Scar instructed. The squad leader fell silent for a moment before responding. Yes. The citizens of the Yingjian system engaged in production also received the news, realizing that Zishan Star's final moments had arrived. Each of them displayed sorrow, not out of fear, for they had anticipated this day for some time. Their only concern was for Princess Seal's safety. Until, nestled in Klin's embrace, stretched, having not slept so soundly in ages, as if she had returned to her father's warmth. Yes, she slowly opened her eyes. She found herself in Klin's arms, her face flushing crimson upon realizing that the warmth she had felt in her dreams was indeed Klin's embrace. Understanding her predicament, Seal immediately lowered her head, unable to meet Klin's bright gaze. Klin, wide-eyed, watched her, but Seal only buried her face deeper into his chest, unwilling to pull away, which brought Klin great joy. The gentle sighs escaping Seal's lips tickled Klin's chest, and he struggled to contain his amusement. The unique fragrance emanating from Klin enchanted Seal, rendering her momentarily captivated, her head still bowed. Klin attempted to converse with Seal, but no matter what he said, she merely responded with a soft hum. Without lifting her gaze, I noticed your kin gathering earlier. There's something of great importance at hand. Klin recalled the earlier peculiarities and broached the subject. Upon hearing Klin's words, Seal immediately lifted her head, their eyes locking, her cheeks still tinged with pink. She urgently asked, Is what you said true? Indeed. Klin affirmed once more that, oh no, this is serious. I must have been away for too long. Scar must have been unable to find me and activated the last rescue measures, Seal exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Upon hearing Seal's words, Klin suddenly comprehended the situation. He realized he might have made a minor error, but it was not too late. We must hurry back. Otherwise, they may set off toward the wormhole. Princess Seal urged Klin. All right, let's return. Klin nodded in agreement. Yet at that moment, Seal remained motionless, prompting Klin to question her. Seal gazed up at Klin with wide, watery eyes, her lips protruding in a pout of feigned grievance. My legs have gone numb. Klin, captivated by the glimmering pools of her eyes, found himself momentarily detached from the world around him. He quickly snapped back to reality. Klin promptly scooped Seal into his arms, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Shall I carry you back?" Seal's response was as soft as a whisper. Though her voice was faint, it did not escape Klin's ears. "Hold on tight to me, that I'm about to take off," Klin said earnestly to Seal. Seal, flustered and unsure, didn't know where to place her hands, her expression betraying her distress. Klin took note of her unease and gently suggested, "Wrap your arms around my neck." Upon hearing his words, Seal instinctively leaned closer, her hands reaching to clasp Klin's neck. As Klin bent down, Seal leaned upward, their foreheads inevitably meeting, their eyes mere inches apart. Klin could almost taste the sweetness wafting from Seal's cherry blossom-like lips. In a state of fluster, even the slightest verbal nudge could incite instinctive reactions. And it was clear that Seal was in such a state. "Don't be mischievous. Quickly take me back." Seal's melodious voice rang out. "What do you mean by mischievous? I have no idea what you're implying." Klin replied, bewildered as he spoke. Klin shrugged his shoulders as he soared swiftly towards the spot he had just seen, making every effort to shield himself from the fierce winds that howled around him. Zaire felt a warm surge of gratitude in her heart as she witnessed Klin braving the wind for her sake. However, she was even more astonished by the fact that Klin's speed surpassed her own by more than double. Klin remarked that had it not been for his desire to hold her a little longer, he could have used teleportation to arrive in an instant. Yet, it seemed that Zaire possessed spatial abilities as well. Had she forgotten about that? As they neared the base of the guard squad, Zaire quietly urged, "Please set me down. I can walk now." "No. We are almost there," Klin replied sternly to Zaire. Under the weight of Klin's gaze, Zaire found herself conceding. Perhaps it was the anticipation of what was to come that caused her cheeks to flush, resembling ripe apples. "Little one, I am about to assert my dominance. How could I possibly set you down so easily?" Klin felt a swell of pride within himself. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the designated area for the guard squad spacecraft. Ska observed Klin's descent with a hint of confusion, but upon seeing the Princess Zaire cradled in his arms, his expression shifted from bewilderment to elation, and tears of joy welled up in his eyes. Not only Ska, but the other members of the guard squad also rushed towards Klin. Zaire noticed her subjects approaching and quickly urged Klin, "Hurry, set me down." Her tone carried an edge of urgency. Klin, feeling he had done enough, gradually bent down to place Zaire on the ground. She stumbled slightly as she regained her footing, and Klin instinctively reached out to steady her. Expressing concern, "Take it slow. I am not a child," Zaire muttered, making her way towards Ska and the others. "Where have you been, princess?" "We were truly worried," Ska inquired eagerly, his tone devoid of reproach, filled instead with genuine concern. Zaire, aware of her own oversight, explained, "I completely recovered my mental strength and found an opportunity for a breakthrough, so I chose to pursue it without informing the guards." Upon hearing Zaire's explanation, Ska and the others were enlightened, their faces lighting up with delight as they exclaimed, "The princess has achieved another breakthrough in her mental strength. She truly is the daughter of a king." Upon hearing herself referred to as the king's daughter, Zaire seemed momentarily struck by a profound realization, her expression growing somber. "I am tired. I shall return now," she said slowly. Ska, noticing the sudden shift in Zaire's demeanor, regretted mentioning the king of Perseus, watching her depart with a sense of remorse. Klin, still puzzled by the recent events, observed Zaire fly away without a word of farewell, casting a questioning glance at Ska. Ska returned a look that conveyed, "I will explain later," before issuing a command to stand down from their duties. However, as the guard members departed, they cast cold, hostile glances at Klin. Chapter 59. The Twilight Star reappears once everyone had left. Ska approached Klin. "What is it, Ska?" Klin asked. Ska sighed deeply. He lamented having mentioned the king of Perseus. The princess had always aspired to be a competent leader, but the sacrifices required to fulfill such a role were considerable. For years, she had held herself to high standards while being forgiving towards others. They all understood that the princess bore a significant burden, yet they wished for her happiness, yearning for a life as simple inhabitants of this star rather than the so-called remnants of Perseus. Ska spoke with a hint of melancholy. Klin listened intently, nodding slightly to encourage Ska to continue. The princess carries the weight of the world upon her shoulders. Just moments ago, she seemed so joyful in your company. And perhaps she temporarily forgot her royal lineage. Yet, my reminder brought her back to that reality. Ska expressed with regret. It's not a significant issue. I will guide Zaire, Klin reassured him, patting Ska's shoulder in comfort. Ska regarded Klin with a skeptical gaze, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. It seemed Klin had returned while holding Zaire. Could it be that in an instant, Ska felt a surge of tears welling up? Realizing how many people were concerned for the princess, given Zaire's nature, a solitary life was not an impossibility. Though Klin was an alien, he was not unattractive. Klin noticed the peculiar glint in Ska's eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. "What are you thinking about?" Klin exclaimed, giving Ska a playful nudge. "Oh, nothing," Ska replied, startled. "Well, I shall take my leave," Klin declared before vanishing in a flash of teleportation. Ska watched Klin's disappearing figure, unable to suppress a nod of approval. Klin materialized outside the temple, hesitating to enter directly. Fearing any awkwardness that might ensue, "I need to go in," he announced to the maid outside the temple that I must inquire about the princess's wishes. The maid replied, "Very well. Please do so promptly." Klin responded with a polite smile. The maid, witnessing his demeanor, regarded him with newfound respect. A courteous individual would seldom face closed doors. "The princess is inside. You may enter." The maid relayed upon her return. "Excellent." Klin smiled and greeted her before proceeding inside. Zaire sat within, appearing somewhat lost in thought. Klin promptly took a seat beside her, grasping her small hand as he asked, "Why did you return so suddenly without a word?" Zaire, aware of Klin's arrival, was not surprised by his actions. However, his words caused her to feel flustered. Her heart was genuinely concerned about Klin's thoughts. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate her feelings. Tears welled in her eyes. Zaire looked at Klin with a sense of helplessness. Upon seeing her distressed expression, Klin immediately recognized his misstep. He leaned closer to Zaire, enveloping her in his embrace once more, gently wiping away the tears from her cheeks, and spoke with a tone of tenderness. "You need not say anything. I understand you. Those 4 words resonated deeply within Zaire. Instantly alleviating the burden she felt inside as she broke down in tears against Klin's chest, Klin gently patted Zaire's shoulder, as one would comfort a child, and softly assured her, "In the days to come, I will be by your side. I will share the weight of your burdens." Zaire nodded in response to Klin's words, though she did not lift her gaze. After a considerable time, Zaire's sobs began to subside. Klin delicately ran his fingers through her silvery hair and remarked, "Enough now. If you keep crying, you'll become a little flower cat. Come, lift your head so I can see you." Zaire shook her head vigorously, her tone playful as she replied, "No way, I won't look good when I cry." "You mustn't look? You look splendid. Whoever says otherwise shall face my wrath." "I enjoy seeing you," Klin declared unabashedly. Yet Zaire, upon hearing Klin's words, her heart remained sweetly buoyant as she slowly lifted her head. Having just indulged in a cathartic cry, Zaire's eyes exhibited a slight puffiness, and the crystalline depth of her irises shimmered with the remnants of unshed tears, rendering them even more luminous. Klin was utterly captivated by the allure of Zaire's gaze. "Am I not unattractive?" Zaire inquired of Klin, who was staring at her. "Of course not. On the contrary, you are extraordinarily lovely," Klin replied candidly. Observing Klin's earnest expression, Zaire discerned that he spoke the truth, and she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "That's more like it. With such beauty, you ought to smile more often." She reflected on how she used to laugh so freely, a thought that flitted through her mind. Since Klin cherished her smiles, she resolved to embrace them more frequently. "Let's take a stroll. Staying cooped up indoors is rather stifling," Klin suggested to Zaire. Nodding in agreement, Zaire concurred that lingering in the confines of the room was indeed dull. As Klin stood up, preparing to take her hand, he was met with Zaire opening her arms wide, a cheerful smile gracing her features. Klin beamed at her, bending down to wrap his arms around her waist and gently lifting her up. Let us go. The moment Zaire regained her footing, she took Klin's hand and headed outdoors. This was the Zaire he remembered. Klin felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, pondering what kind of pressure could have transformed this girl into someone else entirely. Nevertheless, Klin's movements did not falter as he followed Zaire out into the open. Time slipped away like fine sand, and 10 days passed. During this period, Klin and Zaire resembled a newly enamored couple, spending countless hours nestled together. Klin simply held Zaire's hand each day or playfully embraced her while frolicking on Zishan's star, never overstepping boundaries. Zaire's heart had only just begun to open, and Klin's intention was to gradually influence her, not to rush the process. Knowing that Zaire was still fragile, Klin aimed to share beauty with her rather than pressure or fear. The pair delighted in their escapades on Zishan's star, with Klin continually showering Zaire with affection, ensuring she felt no undue stress, always attentive to her well-being. Klin returned to his abode, nestled within a tree, initially contemplating sleeping at Zaire's place on the ground, but ultimately deciding that resting in the tree was more comfortable. He feared that suggesting otherwise might burden her. There's something amiss, Sika? Zaire inquired, sensing an ominous premonition as Sika hurried towards her. Princess, we have received word from the external clans. The evening star has re-emerged. Sika's expression bore a hint of anguish, as he had intended to keep this information concealed. However, with the return of the evening star, the citizens would inevitably sense it, especially those with potent spiritual awareness. It was prudent to inform the princess early so that they could prepare. Upon hearing about the evening star, Zaire felt a reluctant belief wash over her. Nonetheless, she closed her eyes, reaching out with her spiritual energy. Gradually, Zaire sank to the ground. Please prepare, she spoke, her tone heavy with sorrow. Sika, upon hearing this, swallowed back words he wished to voice. It was a duty that every generation of the celestial kings must undertake, and he had no right to voice dissent, only to obey. Yes, Sika replied, his countenance tinged with desolation, his voice wavering slightly. Watching Sika depart to make preparations, Zaire's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her thoughts instantly drifting to Klin. Chapter 60. I shall depart. Resilient individuals typically resolve their own dilemmas, and Zaire had always borne immense pressure alone. Memories of Klin's comforting embrace echoed in her mind as he had once said, I will share your burdens. With this newfound support, Zaire felt a sense of steadiness envelop her. Suddenly, however, her expression turned ashen. The ice demon's minion, Shvia, was a notorious figure, and the demon's malevolent influence spanned the entirety of the Eastern Galaxy. How could she allow Klin to become embroiled in such peril? With the Evening Star's resurgence, the quest for traces of it could very well be a matter of life and death. Zaire's thoughts turned bleak. Yet, the mere thought of Klin brought forth a sweet smile, quickly overshadowed by gravity. She must not allow him to be implicated. Klin was not a citizen of the Celestial Star and should be urged to leave Zishan's star immediately. Yes, once the final forces reveal themselves, even Zishan's star might be exposed. Klin must depart without delay. Zaire's mind was consumed with concern for Klin's safety, yet her people could not flee. Their mission compelled them forward. Zaire slowly approached the tree where Klin resided, her demeanor somber as she wandered aimlessly, uncertain of how to begin. Klin, sensing her presence, felt a surge of joy and mused. Have you missed me so soon after our brief separation? Without hesitation, he leaped behind her, catching her off guard as he encircled her waist and lifted her into his arms. Were you longing for me? Klin teased with a playful grin. Zaire, seemingly accustomed to Klin's antics, mischievously replied, Of course I was. Now, put me down, Dado. So you admit it, Klin chuckled, gradually lowering her to the ground. In an instant, Zaire turned and leaped into Klin's embrace. Catching him by surprise as her warm, soft lips met his, Zaire's embrace felt unfamiliar, yet intoxicating. Klin gazed at her lips, glistening like cherry blossoms, and felt a rush of warmth, with Zaire being so bold. It would be remiss of him to refrain from reciprocating, and he gently swept aside the hair from Zaire's forehead. With both hands cradling her delicate face, he leaned in for an embrace. Zaire, inexperienced in the art of kissing, assumed that a mere peck would suffice, But Klin, a seasoned veteran, had other intentions. Desire to sense Klin's advance. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Gazing up at him, Klin, holding her firmly, noticed the glimmering moisture in her eyes, perceiving her subtle struggles. Yet he was resolute in his embrace. Under Klin's patient coaxing, Zaire gradually ceased her struggles, closed her eyes, and loosened her clenched jaw, allowing Klin the opportunity to seize the moment. Their lips met in a kiss that felt timeless. After what seemed like an eternity, Klin detected a faint saline taste, noticing a tear tracing down Zaire's cheek, mingling at the corners of their mouths. Alarmed, Klin gently released her, urgency lacing his voice. Zaire, please don't cry. He tenderly wiped away her tear stains. Zaire gasped for breath, her heart fluttering with a bittersweet sensation. Klin, seeing her silence, grew increasingly anxious. You must leave Zishan Star? Zaire uttered softly, her tears welling anew. Klin believed he had misheard her. You must leave Zishan Star, she reiterated, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Klin gently tapped her forehead, exclaiming, What nonsense are you speaking? It is still daylight. As Zaire beheld Klin's actions, she suddenly threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. If I let you go, then go. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Klin tightened his hold on the weeping Zaire, gently soothing her back with his other hand as he murmured, Did I not tell you? I will share your burdens with you. Besides, I have already become somewhat of a celestial being myself. Klin said this with a playful tone. Zaire, upon hearing Klin refer to himself as half a celestial being, felt a strange curiosity stir within her. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering like pools of water, brimming with questions. Noticing her reaction, Klin smirked and pointed at his lips. See, it's already sealed with a stamp that I am indeed half a celestial being. And you, too, are half an Earthling. Zaire's mind raced back to the moment when Klin had extended his hand earlier. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she found it difficult to meet Klin's gaze. Klin guided Zaire to sit beside him and inquired, What has transpired? Zaire hesitated, her expression wavering. Deep down, she was resolute in her intention to protect Klin and did not wish to divulge the truth. Observing her persistent shaking of the head, Klin feigned anger. If you don't tell me now, I shall go seek Scar. And then, don't say I didn't warn you. Zaire grasped Klin's arm as he pretended to leave. The resurgence of the evening star, she uttered weakly, the words lacking strength. This yet another false alarm? Klin instinctively asked, recalling the previous deception. Zaire managed a wry smile, but shook her head. I can truly feel it. The evening star has indeed returned. When did this happen? Klin pressed on it. T must have been 10 days. T that moment. I felt only a flicker of awareness, initially dismissing it as mere illusion. However, today's Scar came, and I can genuinely sense the evening star's return. Zaire replied, a hint of melancholy in her voice. We are about to embark. You should part ways with us after we exit the wormhole. Zaire said, her gaze averted from Klin. Look into my eyes, Klin commanded coldly. Zaire shivered but did not raise her head. Look into my eyes. Klin's voice resonated with greater authority, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. Zaire finally lifted her gaze to meet Klin's. His eyes sparkled brightly, and she deciphered the message they conveyed. Do not fear. I am here, and there is nothing to be concerned about. I stand with you. Zaire's previous feelings of grievance evaporated in an instant, and she threw herself into Klin's embrace, unwilling to let go. That we must journey to the main star of the celestial realm, along with the celestial king and the companion star. For our adversary is the mechanized army. Formidable indeed, Zaire whispered softly in Klin's arms. Klin played with Zaire's flowing hair, smiling as he replied, Silly girl, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was already planning to confront Shvia. My primary objective in coming to the celestial realm is to seek energy and, incidentally, eliminate Shvia. The mechanized army, they are but insignificant pests before me. But Shvia possesses nearly 200,000 combat power, not to mention his squad. Zaire expressed her concern. Klin chuckled as he tousled Zaire's tear-streaked face. I currently wield 470,000 combat power. Zaire's eyes widened in shock. Momentarily stunned, she had only 150,000 combat power herself. The enormity of this revelation left her utterly astonished. Noticing Xyle's dazed expression, Klin smiled and cupped her beautiful face, speaking slowly. "Now you can rest easy, can't you? You really are a little fool." Xyle, realizing the implications, puffed up her cheeks, irritated that Klin had not revealed this sooner, causing her to make a spectacle of herself in his presence. When do we depart? Zijan Star has already received the news, and Shvia, being in the celestial realm, must have known long before us. At the earliest opportunity, I sense the evening star is on the verge of emerging. We must seize it, Klin stated earnestly. Scar has already begun preparations, and we can depart tomorrow, Xyle reassured him. No, just the two of us will suffice. Scar and the others are too weak. Their presence would only heighten the danger, Klin analyzed seriously. Xyle shook her head. They will inevitably accompany us. It is their mission. Upon hearing the word mission, Klin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Damn it, I suppose I shall have to protect them when the time comes, unless Quila intervenes personally. Very well. Klin relented with a resigned sigh. Xyle had expected Klin to devise a way to prevent Scar and the others from joining, but instead, she found him acquiescing directly. Klin's unwavering support warmed her heart. Xyle felt a mix of guilt and gratitude as she clung tightly to Klin. Sensing her grip tighten, Klin turned to find Xyle slowly closing her eyes, rising on her toes as she leaned closer. In that moment, Klin understood her intent. She was seeking a kiss. Leaning forward, he pressed his lips against hers, which sparkled like cherry blossoms. Xyle felt a cool sensation on her lips, her body quivering slightly as she instinctively extended her tongue. The princess is ready and can depart at any time, Scar announced, now donned in battle gear. Xyle addressed the citizens below. People of the celestial realm, the evening star has returned. I vow to bring it back with me. And we shall return to our home star. Her voice resonated powerfully, igniting excitement among the citizens of the celestial realm. The return of the evening star would grant them freedom, and their guardianship mission would finally be fulfilled. Long live the princess! Long live the princess! The crowd's voices rose in fervor, each citizen acutely aware that this was likely their final stand. Failure would mean the potential demise of the celestial civilization. Let us set forth. Xyle issued her final commands. Klin gazed at Xyle on the stage, her eyes reflecting a chilling bloodlust, likely cultivated through countless brutal battles. Had she not encountered Xyle, such a bloodthirsty coldness might well have been etched into her very bones. Fortunately, she had met her early on. Once Xyle proclaimed it was time to depart, Klin executed an instantaneous teleportation, arriving aboard the spaceship ahead of schedule. Ska had already learned of Klin's formidable combat power, nearing 500,000, and her willingness to assist him rendered Ska speechless with excitement. With Klin on this mission, the princess was sure to face no unforeseen calamities. The spacecraft descended through the atmosphere of Zishan Star, heading towards the vicinity of the wormhole, flanked by dozens of medium-sized interstellar ships and 50 combat personnel. This was the last bastion of defense for the Perseus system. Captain Shvia, will Xyle truly come? Inquired a grotesque alien clad in an unsightly combat uniform, topped with a hat resembling a melon rind and bearing green skin. Shvia flashed a wicked smile. Dre, she will undoubtedly come. My previous falsehood has already drawn her interest. And with the resurgence of the Twilight Star, her arrival is all but certain. Sitting on the Imperial Star, Shvia gazed passionately towards the red giant at the center of the galaxy. Merely relying on these ores from the Perseus system could amplify his combat power tenfold, albeit temporarily. However, if he were to obtain the Twilight Star, could his combat prowess not be permanently augmented tenfold, or perhaps even more? Hurry, for the Twilight Star awaits your activation. Shvia licked his lips, an expression of malevolence flickering in his eyes. Ska swiftly traversed the wormhole, transitioning from the second layer to the first. The combat personnel of the Perseus Star possessed considerable strength, but struggled to control their energy signatures, coupled with their sheer numbers. They were quickly detected by Shvia's forces upon entering the Perseus system. Klin grasped Xyle's small hand tightly, casting her a reassuring glance, knowing that she would need to take command from here on out. In a low yet authoritative voice, Klin instructed, steer towards the red giant. Any patrol ships encountered along the way should be sunk without hesitation. The team felt a wave of relief wash over them. After all, Klin was the foremost expert in their midst and might soon be considered their half-king. Most of the patrolling entities in the galaxy were mere trifles. Dre observed the Perseus fleet drawing closer to the Red Giant, fueled by the bloodshed of his subordinates, and eagerly urged Shvia, "Captain, allow me to deal with them." Shvia replied with a mysterious smile, "Dre, Nez, this isn't our home turf. We shall confront them on the Red Giant." Klin had her own strategy. Fighting in the vastness of space proved exceedingly inconvenient. Thus she deliberately made their presence known to lure the mechanized troops towards the Red Giant for a decisive confrontation. The Imperial Star was a natural satellite of Perseus' star, so Shvia's forces arrived at the Red Giant first. The Red Giant was once Perseus' star itself, transformed into this hostile environment following a supernova explosion. While inhospitable to the weak, it posed little threat to seasoned combatants. Klin's ship led the charge, closely followed by the others. Suddenly, several powerful energy projectiles erupted from the Red Giant, hurtling towards the ship's trailing Klin. The guards, caught off guard by the incoming projectiles, panicked as they realized escape was futile, instinctively closing their eyes against the impending doom. However, Klin swiftly materialized outside the ship, effortlessly nullifying the high-speed energy blast with a mere wave of her hand. Klin cast a cold gaze at the assailants below, from which emerged 3 aliens. Leading the group was a being with yellow hair, clad in purple and blue, flanked by a grotesque entity covered in red. With multiple eyes and a green giant radiating an eerie glow, the trio exuded a sinister aura, their expressions twisted into malevolent grins. System, analyze the repugnant entities below. Ding! Shvia's combat power, 170,000, dangerous. Nez's combat power, 100. Dre's combat power, 185. 000. Is this the legendary Quila mechanized unit? They seem rather unimpressive. Klin scoffed inwardly. System, what does the danger level attributed to Shvia signify? Klin inquired, puzzled. No need for further explanation. Danger signifies danger. Klin gestured for Ska and the others to temporarily withdraw. This was not a skirmish for them to partake in. Ska understood Klin's intent and relayed instructions to the other team members, while Zyle swiftly darted towards Klin. Descending straight down, Klin regarded the 3 adversaries before her, and, after a prolonged silence, suddenly remarked, "Is it merely the 3 of you? A motley crew?" Chapter 62. A playful battle. Shvia regarded Klin with unease. She had effortlessly deflected his energy projectile, indicating considerable strength. Nez, perplexed, nudged Shvia, asking, "Boss, what does motley crew mean?" Shvia felt a twinge of embarrassment at Nez's question, but, as the captain, he was expected to possess greater knowledge. After a brief pause, he replied, "It could be a compliment, though perhaps not." Klin found Shvia's response amusing, but chose not to expose it. Zyle gently descended. Nestling beside Klin, Shvia's gaze lingered on Zyle, his eyes gleaming with greed. Klin caught this look and felt a surge of anger. "Damn it. I would love to gouge out your eyes and feed them to a husky." With a burst of white light, Klin unleashed an attack on the trio. The 3 aliens, sensing the potent energy blast approaching, scrambled to evade it, the energy projectile carving a deep trench in its wake. Releasing wisps of white smoke, Shvia's squad gasped in astonishment at the destructive power of Klin's energy blast, swallowing hard as sweat dripped from Shvia's brow. He quickly activated his visor. Beep beep, combat power, 50,000. Shvia sighed in relief upon seeing Klin's combat power, realizing it was still inferior to Zyle's. The earlier intimidation had stemmed from Klin's sheer presence. "Nez, go deal with that bald one. Zyle is mine," Shvia commanded, delegating tasks. "Understood, Captain." Nez had also assessed Klin's combat power and deemed her merely a slightly larger fish in a small pond. "Dre, let us confront Zyle together." Although Shvia had a final trump card, he deemed it unnecessary at this juncture. Meanwhile, Zyle felt a sweet thrill at Klin's protective ire, but their tender moment was interrupted by Nez's untimely voice. "Hey, little fish, what's your name? Come forth and meet your demise." Klin pointed at herself in inquiry. "What do you mean?" "I'm talking about you." Nez, having uttered his words, leaped forward to assault the 2 individuals. His previous cries had been a deliberate tactic to distract his adversaries, aimed at achieving a decisive strike. Shviza and Dre exchanged a glance. nodding in unison before charging towards Klin's figure flickered as he launched himself forward. Their upper bodies tilted in aggressive anticipation. With a cold smirk, Klin declared, "Don't blame me for what happens next." He swiftly executed a series of kicks, known as the Kunlun Triad, which struck the chins of all three opponents, sending them soaring like kites severed from their strings. Thud, thud. The three of them carved beautiful arcs across the hard surface of the red giant star, continuously bouncing until they had traveled over 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. The guards, hidden nearby, were left in a state of bewilderment. Lear pinched his own cheek in disbelief, inquiring, "What just transpired, Scar?" Scar, still reeling from the shock, shook his head repeatedly. "I have no idea. All I saw was Klin's silhouette flash. And then those three were sent flying, damn it." Shvia gritted his teeth against the pain, slowly rising to his feet, casting a fierce glare at Klin, and once more activating his detector. Beep beep. Combat power. 50,000. Enraged, Shvia hurled the detector away. Dre and Nez gradually regained their composure, now regarding Klin with newfound caution. "How long until the Twilight Star reappears?" Klin suddenly turned to Xiao and asked. Xiao, having recovered from the earlier battle's chaos, replied, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It seems we still have ample time for some fun." Klin chuckled wickedly. In a sudden burst of energy, Klin charged at the three, who, having underestimated him earlier, were now fully alert and focused on defending against his onslaught. The four engaged in close-quarters combat, with Klin's punches striking swiftly and heavily, while the trio struggled to hold their ground. Nez, being the weakest, became Klin's primary target. Klin's powerful blows were aimed directly at him, and Nez could distinctly feel the mounting pressure, scrambling to keep up. With a sudden surge of power, Klin blasted Shvia and Dre aside, his left hand flickering with ominous light. As Shvia and Dre staggered backward, they realized the danger and shouted in alarm. "This is bad." "What?" Nez, puzzled, looked on as Klin's glowing hand approached his head, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Nez muttered, "What does Tijawaga mean?" Klin, smirking coldly, retorted, "Ask the King of Hell." With that, he exerted a slight force, unleashing a surge of intense energy. Nez was struck squarely in the head by the energy blast, sent hurtling away by its force. Boom! 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 A resounding crash echoed, and Nez's cries faded into silence. Klin remarked nonchalantly, "If you choose to ambush, you should be prepared for death." Dre and Shvia stared at Klin in disbelief. Nez, whose strength was comparable to their own, had been so easily dispatched. "The Twilight Star is coming." Fo suddenly shouted, slowly ascending into the air. He floated, murmuring ancient and mysterious incantations, and soon a soft white light enveloped him. The guards watching this spectacle erupted in excitement, cheering, "The Twilight Star is imminent." Dre, casting a wary glance at Klin, began to entertain thoughts of fleeing to seek King Quila. Meanwhile, Shvia, observing Sho invoking the Twilight Star, felt a pang of reluctance, knowing he still had a trump card, but he needed Dre to stall Klin long enough to gather his energy. Shvia signaled to Dre with a glance. "Simon Wushuang reminded you. Please save this for later viewing, so you can continue conveniently." Taking advantage of Klin's focus on Xiao, Shvia stealthily retreated. Dre received Shvia's message. "Hold off Klin for 2 minutes. I will gather energy. Once I am ready, it will be Klin's end." Dre, puzzled, was unaware that his captain had such a final trump card, but he understood the need to obey. Gathering energy, he launched an attack at Klin. Klin, momentarily distracted by Sho, felt his irritation surge. "You dare to attack?" he exclaimed, retaliating against Dre, opting not for defense, but for a fierce confrontation, fought with nearly 200,000 combat power, willing to risk everything. For a moment, Klin found it challenging to gain the upper hand. However, the disparity in their strengths ultimately proved decisive, and Dre was swiftly sent flying by Klin's blow. Klin pressed his palms together, a blue light emanating from his hands as he shouted, "Kamehameha!" Dre, possessing formidable combat talent, managed to stabilize himself mid-air and, leveraging the energy, landed on the ground, retaliating with his own energy wave. Their attacks clashed momentarily, creating a stalemate. Dre, with a subtle smirk, noticed Klin's unease growing within him. Chapter 63. The Crimson Glass. At that moment, Xiao floated in midair, his eyes closed, channeling his mental energy to summon the Twilight Star. The soft, milky light radiated from him, exuding an aura of purity that invited distant admiration. The hard surface of the red giant star rumbled ominously, revealing deepening fissures. The immense pressure within the star caused the ground to crack further, fiery light spilling forth from the crevices. Seeing this, Xiao felt a surge of joy. The scene mirrored ancient prophecies. When the Twilight Star reappeared, it would illuminate the world, causing the ground to sink into a vast ocean. Xiao was wholly absorbed in his task, unaware of the looming danger. Shvia, hidden nearby, stealthily employed pure, high-energy minerals from the Celestial Clan, boosting his power nearly tenfold. But he chose not to assist Dre, but instead lay in wait for Xiao to summon the Twilight Star. Though the Celestial Clan members observed Xiao from a distance, they remained oblivious to Shvia's presence. Crack! A deafening sound echoed as the ground fissured further, and the Twilight Star emitted an even more intense crimson glow, saturating the skies above the Celestial Clan. Shvia felt an insatiable greed welling up within him. A surge of overwhelming energy shot toward Xiao. Awakened from his revelry, Xiao glanced at the incoming energy blast, intending to use his spatial abilities to escape. Yet he felt as if he were frozen in place, engulfed by an immense sense of helplessness. His complexion paling. Klin's energy wave clashed with Dre's energy blast, and upon noticing Dre's smile, an ominous feeling gripped Klin. Instinctively, he glanced at Xiao and saw a powerful energy blast hurtling towards him. If Xiao were struck, he would likely perish instantly. Not good, Klin shouted, his energy surging exponentially, thickening the wave in his hands. Dre, engulfed by the overwhelming energy, cried out, "Shvia, why won't you save me?" Dre was consumed by Klin's energy wave, his form distorted by the immense power. Klin's gaze remained fixed on the energy blast racing toward Xiao. Simon Wushuang reminded you, please save this for later viewing, so you can continue conveniently. Feeling the overwhelming and terrifying energy contained within, Klin realized that no matter how hard he tried, he would likely be unable to withstand it. As he watched the approaching energy blast, he had no hesitation and activated his instant teleportation. The energy blast was already upon Zaire, who despairingly closed her eyes. In a sudden flash, Klin appeared before Zaire, turning his back to the incoming energy blast and embraced her protectively. The explosive energy struck Klin's back with tremendous force. Coughing, Klin stifled a gasp, blood splattering onto Zaire's exquisite cheek. That a thick cloud of smoke enveloped them, and Klin's body trembled, immobilized by pain, feeling as though his back no longer belonged to him, with brown blood dripping down, evidence of charred flesh and blood. Zaire felt a slight warmth on her face. Her body merely swayed. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see Klin shielding her, yet he was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in evident agony. Panic surged within Zaire as she realized Klin had taken a fatal blow for her. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she wiped the blood from Klin's lips, only to glimpse the horrific state of his back. Don't look, Klin managed to smile weakly, attempting to shield her view. Upon seeing Klin's injuries, Zaire was momentarily stunned, her heart igniting with fury. Klin understood that time was of the essence. Shvia's battle prowess had undoubtedly soared beyond 1 million, and he had to ensure Zaire and the others escaped swiftly. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he abruptly twisted and dashed through the smoke, raising his hands to his forehead and straining to shout, "Solar Fist!" Shvia, a being who relied on visual perception to track combat traces, watched as his energy blast struck Zaire, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he admired the power emanating from his hands, further solidifying his resolve to seize the Twilight Star. Spotting a figure darting from the smoke, he quickly shifted his focus to the fleeing silhouette. My eyes!" Shvia cried out, blinded by the intense light radiating from Klin, causing the energy blast in his hands to scatter chaotically. Without hesitation, Klin returned to Zaire's side, grasping her and teleporting them to the ship where Ska was located. The entire sequence of actions transpired in the blink of an eye, but Klin suddenly stumbled as he materialized inside the ship. Zaire, however, landed safely on the floor. Panting heavily, Klin trembled as he retrieved a sense of bean from his pocket, slowly placing it into his mouth and chewing. Zaire, watching Klin beside her, felt her glass-like eyes gradually turn blood red. After consuming the sense of bean, Klin's severe injuries began to mend, and he sprang to his feet with renewed vigor. With a serious expression, he addressed Ska. "Take Zaire and evacuate immediately." Ska nodded, dazed. Yet, Zaire remained unyielding. Prompting Klin to tug at her, she abruptly wrenched her hand from his grasp, an aura of bloodlust emanating from her, as she coldly declared, "I will kill him." Klin recognized that Zaire's once clear eyes had been consumed by rage. Realizing that any words now would be futile, that he repeated firmly, "Ska, evacuate now." But Princess Ska hesitated. "You can trust me." Klin reassured her calmly. He cupped Zaire's face, gazing intently into her eyes, and urged, "Stay hidden. Do not come out. Promise me." Zaire seemed unaffected, her eyes still burning with crimson fury. "Did you hear me?" Klin exclaimed forcefully. That a flicker of clarity returned to Zaire's blood-red gaze as she slightly nodded. Klin, sensing the urgency, grasped Zaire and teleported her to another corner of the red giant. "Stay here and do not move," he commanded loudly before vanishing again. Zaire stood there, watching Klin's direction as if she could see the battlefield miles away. Earlier, Shvia had been caught off guard by Klin's solar fist. A second use of the same strategy would not yield the same success. As Shvia observed the dissipating smoke, he noticed that both Zaire and the pesky bald-headed foe had vanished. Erupting in fury, "Damn it, my Twilight Star!" With that, he shot toward the direction where he had tossed the locator, realizing he needed it to track Zaire's whereabouts. In a flash, Klin appeared behind Shvia, launching a kick at him. Shvia, now possessing nearly 10 times the battle power, easily detected Klin's maneuver. A sinister grin curled on Shvia's lips as he seized Klin's leg, preparing to counterattack. Klin pressed his other foot against Shvia's back, leveraging the moment to create distance between them. Chapter 64. Today, achieving small goals. Ding dong. Target, Shvia. Battle power 1.5 million. Klin wondered himself. How did Shvia's battle power suddenly increase so dramatically? Shvia utilized pure angel stones, which possess immense energy, allowing for a short burst of overwhelming power. The system replied monotonously, "Even if you have 1.5 million in battle power, I will still crush you today. Anyone who dares to harm Zaire shall meet their end at my hands. I swear, even if Quila comes today, he cannot save you." Klin seethed with anger, defeating Shvia's 1.5 million battle power with his own 500,000 seemed unrealistic. Yet Klin had his own strategies. Shvia's energy was certainly not infinite, and with the aid of the sins of beings, he believed he could prevail. Seeing Ska and the others preparing to take off, Shvia pointed to the sky, unleashing an energy blast. Klin, seizing the opportunity, focused and successfully intercepted Shvia's energy blast with a Kamehameha wave. Taking advantage of this moment, Ska and the others vanished without a trace. "You little pest, you have successfully enraged me," Shvia coldly remarked at Klin, watching Ska and the others flee. Klin sighed in exasperation. "Why is it that so many people call me a little pest? Do you know what happens to those who do?" Shvia looked puzzled. "They die," Klin bellowed, launching himself at Shvia. Shvia met him head-on. His speed surpassed Klin's by a fraction, each punch packed with tremendous force, forcing Klin to shift from offense to defense. Shvia sneered mockingly. "What's wrong, little pest? Weren't you just full of bravado?" Shabby's heart swelled with uncontainable joy. The sensation of possessing such formidable power was simply exhilarating. Krillin, however, remained unaffected by Shabby's taunts, his expression grave as he anticipated Shabby's next strike. The attacks of the extraterrestrial were largely clumsy, driven solely by overwhelming energy and lacking finesse. Simon Wushuang reminded you. After reading, please bookmark for convenience. The onslaught was chaotic, driven solely by Shabby's own delight. In stark contrast, Earthlings meticulously honed each move, striving to maximize the impact of their ki. Perhaps this was the advantage of a naturally weaker race. Krillin consistently adopted a defensive approach, balancing 7 parts defense to 3 parts offense, with each step grounded in a strict tactical framework. Shabby unleashed a flurry of strikes against Krillin, The pent-up fury from earlier manifested in his aggressive stance. Yet, Krillin discerned a critical flaw. Despite the ferocity of Shavi's attacks, his own energy was depleting at a faster rate. Shavi was continuously replenished with energy, but it was likely that in about an hour, his reserves would be exhausted. A benevolent reminder from the system echoed in his mind. Krillin felt a wave of concern. In battle, a slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences, and every moment was of the utmost importance. It seemed he had no choice but to lure Shavi into a reckless assault. Deliberately, he feigned a vulnerability, presenting an opening. Shavi, seizing the opportunity, delivered a powerful punch to Krillin's back, sending him plummeting downward. With both hands charged with energy, Shavi directed a forceful blast toward the ground. Boom! The solid earth below was shattered, creating a deep crater and releasing clouds of white smoke. Meanwhile, Zyle, witnessing Krillin's apparent injury, tightened his grip on the red chain, poised to rush to his aid. However, a flicker of realization halted his movements. Krillin hovered in the air, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Muttering, "Damn, that was a brutal hit," he quickly retrieved a senza bean from his pocket and consumed it, instantly restoring himself to peak condition that Shavi's previous attack had undoubtedly drained a considerable amount of his energy. Thus, Krillin resolved to toy with him until he could secure victory. "Hey, Shavi, I'm back," he taunted, making a face at Shavi. Upon seeing Krillin unscathed before him, Shavi rubbed his eyes in disbelief, yet quickly dismissed it. Launching another assault on Krillin, Krillin swiftly retreated, unleashing waves of ki blasts toward Shavi, who was forced to respond with energy projectiles, effortlessly extinguishing Krillin's attacks. The expenditure of energy blasts was far more taxing than close combat, a tactic Krillin employed intentionally to bait Shavi. The tremendous force of their clash left the surroundings in disarray, littered with craters. Zyle, observing Krillin's retreat, felt a surge of anxiety, unaware of Krillin's strategy, mistakenly believing him to be overmatched by Shavi. Krillin took a large step back, landing firmly on the ground, adopting a classic stance as blue light emanated from his hands. "Kamehameha!" he shouted. Shavi, wishing to expedite the confrontation, gathered his own energy for a projectile. The two forces collided, causing the air around them to shimmer and distort from the immense energy. Krillin's veins bulged as he exerted all his strength, yet his ki wave was gradually being pushed back. At this, a mysterious smile graced Krillin's lips. "Just keep pushing," he thought. Zyle, witnessing Krillin's ki wave falter, felt his vision clouded with crimson rage, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Anyone who dares harm Krillin shall perish. Utilizing spatial powers, Zyle appeared directly above Shavi, unleashing a torrent of energy toward him. Krillin barely had time to suppress his grin before sensing Zyle's presence, inwardly lamenting. This might complicate matters. Shavi, spotting Zyle, felt a surge of elation. Having been concerned about locating her, now she had come to him. Noticing the red crystalline chain in Zyle's grasp, a wave of greed washed over Shavi. Krillin quickly sought to evade Shavi's onslaught, but a stray energy blast grazed his shoulder. Shrugging off the pain, he hastily consumed another senza bean and teleported in front of the enraged Zyle, shielding her. "Didn't I tell you to stay back?" He admonished that Zyle's face was a mask of cold fury. "Kill!" Seeing no alternative, Krillin protected Zyle as they retreated. Shavi, spotting the target, refused to relent and pursued them relentlessly, bombarding them with energy blasts. Krillin, clutching Zyle, evaded Shavi's attacks but soon found himself cornered. Cackling, Shavi blocked Krillin's escape, an evil grin spreading across his face. "System, how long until he exhausts his energy?" Krillin inquired. "0.5 minutes. If he continues to expend energy like this, he may have only 1 minute left," the system replied, prompting a sigh of relief from Krillin. "Zyle, step aside. This is my fight now," he declared, setting her down. Zyle, with her blood-red, glass-like eyes, remained steadfast, silently shaking her head and preparing to engage Shavi. Now, Zyle fought for Krillin. Anyone who dared to harm him was her enemy. "Let her fight," Krillin urged, but the system's voice interrupted. "Zyle fights for you. Afterward, she may be cleansed of her burdens." Reluctantly, Krillin nodded. The irrational Zyle only heard the voice of her subconscious. With Krillin's assent, she charged forward that a flash of red light heralded Xyle's arrival before Shavy. What? How has Xyle's strength increased so dramatically? Krillin mused, observing her fierce exchange with Shavy. Soon, he noticed that before each of Xyle's attacks, a flash of red light would envelop her hands. Could this be the Star of Dusk? Krillin speculated boldly. He could not allow Shavy to seize the Star of Dusk. Simon Wushuang reminded you, after reading. Please bookmark for convenience. He has been searching for it. He must know something that if he obtains a star, it could spell trouble. With that thought, Krillin sprang into action against Shavy. Damn it, Shavy grumbled, feeling overwhelmed. Why has this woman suddenly gained such combat prowess? Is the Star of Dusk truly that powerful? As Shavy contemplated how to claim the star, Krillin unleashed a swift kick, sending Shavy hurtling away. Think before you act. Do you really believe you can take the star while I'm here? Kellen spoke coldly. Upon noticing Kellen's arrival, Shvia felt overwhelmed, especially with the formidable Xyle by his side, and a fleeting thought of escape crept into his mind. Chapter 65. The annihilation of the mecha forces. Kellen observed the fallen Shvia and instantly discerned that Shvia was concocting some nefarious plan. Given his own strength, Kellen knew that his previous strike had not inflicted any substantial harm on Shvia. Daha. This blow has drained your entire energy, Kellen sneered. With that, Kellen unleashed a powerful wave of energy. Shvia, seeing the energy wave hurtling toward him, was compelled to abandon his escape and raise his hands to absorb the attack. I dare you not to accept. Now that you have, it's a path to certain doom. The two energy forces intertwined. Initially, Shvia's energy seemed more potent than Kellen's, gradually pushing Kellen back. However, before Shvia could revel in his advantage, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense sense of weakness. Kellen, too, struggled under the pressure. But as he sensed a sudden alleviation of weight on his hands, he realized the moment had come. With a surge of strength, Kellen's previously stagnant energy wave transformed into a decisive victory. Shvia's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed his energy being repelled, his pupils dilating in horror. Boom! Shvia was struck directly, resulting in a tremendous explosion in the distance. Xyle attempted to advance, but Kellen grasped her hand and gently pulled her into his embrace. It's over. We have defeated Shvia, Kellen said softly, running his fingers through Xyle's hair. Though Xyle did not immediately calm down, Kellen's embrace was firm, and he held her tightly, soothing her. After a considerable time, it seemed to have a significant effect. Xyle quietly nestled against Kellen's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her gaze softening considerably. How infuriating! To have my mech forces completely obliterated today is simply unacceptable. The proud Shvia lamented, his body scorched and barely moving, emitting a faint creaking sound that I must report to King Quila. Shvia slowly crawled out of the colossal impact crater. Alas, you may find that opportunity has slipped away. Kellen approached, coolly remarking. Upon hearing Kellen's voice, Shvia's fear escalated, his pupils widening in terror. I am a subordinate of King Quila. Do you dare to kill me? He stammered, attempting to invoke fear in Kellen. Kellen burst into laughter. Why is it so difficult for you to grasp a simple truth? What do you mean? Shvia instinctively inquired. Kellen suddenly bellowed. People like you cannot change. You can only perish. Xyle, close your eyes, Kellen urged, pressing Xyle, who was glaring fiercely at Shvia, into his embrace. With a swift motion, Kellen conjured a circular energy blade, and, with a gentle flick, Shvia was cleaved in two. Shvia's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell, his face etched with resentment. Now, Kellen had more pressing matters at hand. The forces of Shvia still lingered on the starship, and Kellen intended to claim their remnants, particularly the abundance of celestial stones that had amplified Shvia's combat power tenfold. Kellen teleported near the Phantom, noticing that Xyle had fallen asleep in his arms, her grip still tightly clutching the evening star. Kellen smiled softly, pecked her on the cheek, and cradled her in a princess carry as he entered the ship. He gently laid Xyle on the bed and carefully unfastened her ancient crimson battle cloak. Beneath it, she wore a snug-fitting garment that facilitated mobility in combat. Her figure, accentuated by the tight fabric, was alluring, with her chest slightly rising like two concealed doves, igniting a fervent heat within Kellen. Xyle bore the marks of battle, her face smeared with dust. Kellen retrieved a damp tissue and delicately wiped her face. His movements gentle and tender, mindful not to wake the sleeping beauty. After a moment, he admired Xyle's exquisite visage, now completely cleansed save for a few droplets. Kellen nodded in satisfaction with his efforts. He softly pulled the blanket over Xyle before heading toward the control room. Wait. Kellen retraced his steps, planting a gentle kiss on Xyle's glistening lips, as light as a dragonfly touching water. Kellen then proceeded to the control room. Xyle abruptly pulled the blanket over herself, heart racing, her eyes sparkling as she blinked in surprise. Did Kellen just undress me? Destination: Ingustar Advance, Kellen commanded at the control console. Yes, destination Ingustar. Arrival in 1 hour. The mechanical voice responded. Kellen glanced at his tattered attire, particularly his bare back, feeling somewhat bashful. Having been so preoccupied with Xyle earlier, he then made his way to the washroom. As the water cascaded over his robust physique, Kellen felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Why do I feel taller? Kellen mused contentedly while showering. Hearing the sound of flowing water, Xyle's curiosity piqued, and she peeked out from beneath the blanket. Kellen emerged clad only in shorts, his confidence evident. Xyle felt a rush of fear, her cheeks flushed as she hid her face beneath the blanket, too shy to move. Ding! Ingustar has arrived, the control console announced. Now dressed in his martial arts attire, Kellen's eyes snapped open, vanishing from sight. On Ingustar, the alien forces had established a substantial base, bustling with numerous combatants. Their defensive strength was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to Kellen's capabilities. Who goes there? An alien confronted Kellen. Are you familiar with Shvia? Kellen retorted, of course. Shvia is a rare powerhouse in the universe. Aside from King Quila, no one stands a chance against him, the alien boasted proudly. Kellen chuckled. Well, you should know that Shvia just met his end at my hands. The alien's eyes widened in shock, about to respond, but Kellen swiftly delivered a punch that shattered the alien's heart and lungs. Kellen continued toward the storage room filled with celestial stones as numerous aliens detected his presence. They swarmed him like a horde of locusts. With a mere display of energy, Kellen sent them all flying. Hurry! Contact Captain Shvia. A team leader of extraterrestrials stared in terror at Klin and exclaimed, We can't establish contact. A frantic extraterrestrial in charge of communications exclaimed. What about Lord Dre and Lord Nez? The extraterrestrial captain appeared somewhat at a loss. Klin had already arrived at the warehouse of the celestial stones, gazing at the mountainous piles of celestial stones, and could not help but grin. Saying, You have all worked so hard, System Collect, he commanded that a chime resonated, announcing the acquisition of 10.5 million energy units, the system's voice quivering slightly. Goodness, with such an abundance of energy, I can indulge once more. Klin was equally astonished. Chapter 66. A surge of energy. Klin slowly ascended into the sky, observing the extraterrestrial base below, a formidable wave of energy coalescing in his hands. May it be reduced to cosmic dust. Klin uttered calmly. A robust wave of energy hurtled towards the extraterrestrial base. Inside the base, red lights flashed everywhere, accompanied by the blaring of alarms. Enormous energy incoming. Beep, beep, beep. Boom, boom. The earth trembled as the extraterrestrial base collapsed instantaneously. Countless extraterrestrials wailing in agony. The explosion triggered a chain reaction, resulting in many extraterrestrial weapons and ships detonating in a catastrophic display. Klin surveyed the inferno below him, feeling not a shred of sympathy for these merciless invaders, each stained with the blood of countless victims. Conversely, he perceived their demise as a potential boon to his own virtue. In a flash, Klin appeared aboard the Mirage, suppressing the tumult within his heart. Destination, Zishan Star. He instructed the control panel. Destination Zishan Star. Full speed ahead, the mechanical voice responded. ZR sensed the violent explosions occurring outside, feeling a pang of sorrow for the celestial body that could be considered half of her homeland. Klin suddenly materialized at her side, firmly grasping her hand as they settled down together. What are you looking at? He inquired. VR, recognizing him, merely shook her head in silence. They all deserve their fate. You need not mourn for them. He reassured her. VR, a kind-hearted girl, felt a twinge of compassion at the sight of so many perishing in flames, prompting Klin to divert her attention. You know, you were quite fierce just now. You scare me half to death. Klin remarked playfully. Upon hearing that she had frightened Klin, ZR promptly shifted her focus. She appeared somewhat anxious, concern etched on her face as she gazed at him. Unbeknownst to her, her pent-up rage from all these years had suddenly erupted, leaving her unable to control it. Klin, noticing the worry in her eyes, chuckled heartily, leaning closer to her. With a gentle embrace, he said, I was just teasing you. How could someone as adorable as you frighten me? ZR, realizing Klin's playful intent, felt a sudden surge of realization. Seizing the opportunity, she attempted to free her hands to strike him, but Klin was already prepared, firmly grasping her wrists. As she struggled, she discovered that Klin held her wrists tightly. And in her haste, she opened her mouth to bite him. Klin, observing her glossy lips, thought to himself with a smirk, well, how considerate of you to present yourself. Ouch, Klin exclaimed, promptly feigning great pain. ZR, realizing her earlier excitement, rushed to support him, her voice laced with concern. Are you all right? I didn't mean to. Klin pretended to mumble through a tongue-biting act. It hurts. I'm bleeding. ZR's eyes widened in alarm as she noticed traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, her anxiety intensifying as her eyes darted around. Seeing her in such a state, Klin refrained from continuing the jest, quickly lowering his hand. I'm fine. See for yourself. ZR, still skeptical, reached out to touch the corner of his mouth, confirming that he was indeed unharmed. With a pout, she huffed, I knew you were just bullying me. Klin once again wrapped his arms around ZR, resting his forehead against hers, their noses nearly touching, gazing into her wide eyes. He uttered earnestly, I would never bully you. I care for you too much. ZR relished the affection Klin bestowed upon her, her lips curling into a playful smile as she retorted, I don't care. You still bullied me. Very well. Then I shall continue to bully you. Klin mockingly declared, and I'm not afraid. You can't defeat me now. ZR replied confidently. Klin suddenly recalled that ZR had managed to hold her own against the raging Saviza earlier, prompting him to ask, did you obtain the Twilight Star? ZR nodded solemnly, extending her hand, but a flash of red light illuminated her palm, revealing a chain-like red object. Klin scrutinized the Twilight Star closely as, oh, this is the Twilight Star? For this, an entire race was bound to this expanse of stars, unable to relocate even amid slaughter. Here, take it. ZR offered the Twilight Star to Klin. Klin jested, aren't you afraid I might abscond with the Twilight Star? You wouldn't dare, ZR replied, her trust in Klin unwavering. She would willingly follow him anywhere if you dare to run. I'll bite you to death. She threatened, baring her teeth in mock ferocity. Klin grinned. Like you did just now? ZR's cheeks flushed as she muttered, I don't want to talk to you. System. Check the Twilight Star, Klin instructed, his playful demeanor giving way to seriousness. Ding. Twilight Star chain key. The system reported succinctly. Key. Klin pondered, his thoughts tumultuous. After all this effort, the Twilight Star was merely a key. He returned the Twilight Star to ZR, earnestly asking, what does the legend say? How can one utilize the Twilight Star? ZR took the Twilight Star, contemplating before responding. The light of the Twilight Star neither strengthens nor wanes. It is eternal, unchanging. This echoed what Scar had mentioned earlier, prompting Klin to reflect deeply. ZR watched Klin lost in thought, striving to recall further details. ZR, remember, when the Twilight Star descends, the power of time and space will manifest, the benevolent Celestial King had told the young ZR. Her eyes had sparkled with curiosity as she asked, Father, where can we witness the power of time and space? After a moment of contemplation, the Celestial King replied, return to Zishan's star. ZR's recollections abruptly pulled her back to reality, murmuring, returning to Zishan, star may yield answers. What? Klin inquired, having overheard her muttering. Perhaps returning to Zishan's star will provide the answers, and the power of time and space shall descend. Syar spoke uncertainly. As Klin listened to Syar, a look of confusion spread across his face. I truly sense the power of time within those mysterious patterns. Yet the force of space remains elusive, leaving Klin momentarily perplexed. He then turned to the system and inquired, do you comprehend the situation? The system fell silent, seemingly disinclined to respond to Klin. I will offer a reward of 1,000 energy. Klin tempted. Please, host, explore for yourself. The system appeared to take offense at Klin's offer of 1,000 energy and ceased all communication. It seemed all paths led back to Zishan Star. Klin mused internally. Chapter 67. The Mysterious Key, First Update. Seeking initial subscription. Beep. As the vessel neared the wormhole, the autopilot failed and a mechanical voice emanated from the control panel. Enough with the distractions. Swiftly take the helm, Ciara said, her hair slightly disheveled and her face flushed. Upon hearing this, Klin released Ciara, chuckling. Let us see if you dare to act up next time. Stop joking around. Hurry up. Ciara pushed Klin gently, her eyes casting a slightly reproachful glance in his direction. Klin piloted the ship smoothly through the wormhole. As they traversed the wormhole, the evening star displayed unusual behavior. Red light began to flicker, and the frequency of the flashes increased as they drew nearer to Zishan Star. Klin returned to sit beside Ciara, noting her tousled hair. Unable to resist, he said, Sit still. Don't move. Stop fooling around. It seems the evening star is behaving oddly. Ciara replied earnestly, I'm not playing. I'm merely tidying your hair. Klin responded with seriousness that, my hair is such a mess, Ciara remarked, turning her back to Klin. Seeing this, Klin slowly settled beside her. He examined Ciara's hair, resembling a galaxy, and gently began to smooth her tousled locks, painstakingly combing them back behind her shoulders, from her neck down to her lower back, tirelessly repeating the process. After a considerable time, Klin gazed at his handiwork and declared with satisfaction, Done. Ciara looked at Klin's work, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Have you often styled other girls' hair before? Absolutely not. If I have, it would only be for my mother, Klin hastily refuted, realizing the absurdity of admitting otherwise. Hearing this, Ciara felt her heart swell with joy, her eyes glimmering with delight. It was the first time Klin had styled her hair. By the way, you mentioned the evening star exhibited some abnormalities? Klin inquired, redirecting the conversation to more pressing matters. Look, Ciara exclaimed as she once again presented the evening star to Klin. Observing the increasingly intense flickering of the evening star, Klin thought to himself, Indeed, there is a significant connection between the evening star and Zishan Star. We must hasten back. Upon reaching Zishan Star, we may uncover the answers we seek. Klin pondered aloud. Sir, and nodded in agreement. The starship traveled at remarkable speed, reaching the atmospheric boundary of Zishan Star in under 2 hours. At that moment, all the remnants of Zishan Star gathered near the temple. Ska was the first to return, informing the remnants that the princess had found the evening star, upon learning that the evening star had been retrieved. Tears of joy filled the eyes of the remnants. The mission of the celestial fairy was nearing completion. As the princess entered the second layer, the remnants of the celestial fairy began to faintly sense a force guiding them. And this sensation grew increasingly stronger. The princess has returned. The princess has brought back the evening star. Long live. Ska felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, which was difficult to contain. Ska's cry ignited the emotions of all the celestial fairy remnants. Each individual appeared ecstatic, tears brimming in their eyes, trembling hands struggling to articulate their joy. With a resounding thud, the ship landed on Zishan Star. As Ciara descended, the evening star's radiance intensified. The remnants witnessed the princess emerge from the ship, all falling to their knees, chanting, Long live the princess. Overwhelmed by the sight, Ciara exclaimed, People of the celestial fairy star, the evening star has returned. From this moment forth, we are free and shall no longer be bound to this starry realm. Upon hearing the princess' words, the remnants were moved to tears. The return of the evening star was a long-held aspiration of countless generations, finally realized today. Ciara casually tossed the evening star into the air, where it shone with a brilliant red light, swirling gracefully before slowly ascending towards the temple. Ska, let them each fulfill their duties, Ciara commanded Ska, who stood at the front. Yes, princess, Ska replied respectfully. Klin exchanged a glance with Ciara before following closely behind the evening star. Sensing that its autonomous movements were indeed peculiar, the pair passed by the room where Ciara typically resided. Klin observed it slowly, but Ciara swiftly covered his eyes, saying, Don't look, let us go find the evening star. Eventually, they arrived at a hot spring, steam wafting gently above the water's surface. I never expected such a beautiful spot existed within the temple. Why didn't you mention this before? Klin asked curiously. Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson. This was her personal bathing spot, and she was astonished that the evening star had come here. Soon, the evening star illuminated the surface of the spring, transforming the previously cool blue water into a vibrant red, bubbling and churning. Moments later, the water had completely evaporated, leaving behind a keyhole-shaped opening at the bottom. How could I have never noticed such a small hole here before? Xiao pondered in disbelief.